Chapter 1: Seamless Transition. Avoidance of thunder. Not pure, not pure, not pure. An important matter must be stated thrice. No career line. If you dislike swiping left, please refrain from leaving a message. No offense taken. First time? Meng Shuyi paused her kiss upon the woman beneath her, her soft voice spilling from her alluring red lips. The woman's voice was cool and distant. Matching her frosty demeanor, the silver-framed glasses perched on her nose accentuated her chillingly ascetic beauty, rendering her both sacred and untouchable, yet igniting within Meng Shuyi an even greater desire to conquer her, to witness her bloom. Have you kissed anyone before? Meng Shuyi sensed the woman's icy demeanor. No, the woman replied. Meng Shuyi lowered her gaze, scanning the woman. What about by yourself? A slender brow above the woman's right eye arched slightly, yet her expression remained unchanged as she retorted mildly. Does it affect your performance? Meng Shuyi smiled seductively. Not at all. I'm merely inquiring, for I fear you may feel discomfort later. The woman fell silent, yet Meng Shuyi rolled over, rising to her feet, and opened the door to step outside. The woman, puzzled, made no attempt to stop her and followed her out of the bedroom. Meng Shuyi sauntered lazily down the stairs. On the first floor, she walked directly to the wine cabinet, selecting a bottle of red wine before turning to find a corkscrew at the bar, opening it with practiced elegance. The crimson liquid was poured into a decanter, gradually releasing an enticing aroma. Meng Shuyi filled a goblet, lifting it, gently swirling the glass as the wine flowed within like blood. Have a drink. Meng Shuyi offered another glass to the woman beside her. That comes at an additional cost. The woman adjusted her glasses, her tone cool in response. Meng Shuyi remarked, your willpower is too resolute, your mind too clear, and your body too rigid. It lacks intrigue. The woman's well-defined brow twitched again, yet she remained silent as she gracefully accepted the glass of red wine from Meng Shuyi, taking a delicate sip. Watching the woman tilt her head back to drink revealed her long, fair swan neck, its contours strikingly clear. Meng Shuyi's pupils constricted slightly, her gaze deepening as she unconsciously swallowed in tandem with the woman's motion. This woman was breathtaking, yet unbearably cold. Meng Shuyi cast her eyes down, concealing the dark glimmer within, raising her glass to take a sip, then gliding lightly to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing quietly at the nightscape beyond. The lawn outside lay evenly beneath the warm glow of streetlights. In the distance, shadows loomed like ink, obscured and indistinct. Occasionally, the sound of passing vehicles pierced the tranquil night. A gentle breeze whispered in, softly brushing against Meng Shuyi's warm cheek, offering a hint of coolness. Involuntarily, Meng Shuyi closed her eyes, savoring the caress of the breeze, as if that chill could penetrate her skin and reach the depths of her heart. She brushed aside the wind-swept strands of hair, lifting her glass for another sip, acutely aware of the scrutinizing gaze that remained fixed upon her. Do I look good? Meng Shuyi inquired without turning her head. The woman replied, very beautiful. Why did you accept my offer? Meng Shuyi turned to face the woman, who, clad in a crisp shirt and black suit, appeared the epitome of a corporate elite, seemingly not in need of money. What does it matter? The woman countered. Nothing. Meng Shuyi shrugged. Do you need a health report? The woman asked. She appeared quite pristine, and Meng Shuyi shook her head, softly muttering curiosity. The woman stated, you caught my eye, and the price was agreeable. Meng Shuyi, the woman continued, you seem to have considerable experience. Meng Shuyi, why did it feel as though she were the prey, and the woman before her was the hunter? It seemed she was selecting her servant. Honored, Meng Shuyi beamed, her smile radiant like a blooming flower, exuding charm. Not at all. The woman raised her glass and drained it in one swift motion. Meng Shuyi followed suit, finishing her drink before swiftly approaching the woman, wrapping her arms around her waist and spinning her halfway, causing the woman to lean back unsteadily. Meng Shuyi held the woman firmly, her hands steady at her lower back, catching a fleeting glimpse of panic in the woman's eyes. Pleased, Meng Shuyi grinned and swiftly descended upon the woman's softly tinted lips. Sensing the woman's lips part slightly in surprise, Meng Shuyi passed the red wine to her. Cough, cough, cough. The woman, unable to swallow in time, began to cough violently in Meng Shuyi's embrace. Meng Shuyi supported her upright, observing the woman's face flush red from choking, her icy demeanor replaced with a vibrant hue. Well, this was far more pleasant than her previous icy facade. Once the woman had calmed her cough, Meng Shuyi said, "They'll go freshen up. There's a dressing room adjacent to the previous room, stocked with everything." The woman composed herself, responding nonchalantly. Meng Shuyi ascended the stairs. The woman followed at a measured pace, steady and leisurely. When Meng Shuyi returned from freshening up, the woman remained in the bathroom, the sound of water echoing within. Through the frosted glass door, nothing was visible. Yet Meng Shuyi fancied she could envision the woman's soft body concealed beneath her tailored professional attire, perfectly shaped. Listening to the gentle patter of water, Meng Shuyi's thoughts drifted. In school, being pursued by girls felt absurd. She never thought she would be attracted to women. That was until she met Zhou Baiyang. Meng Shuyi realized that liking women wasn't such a bad thing after all. Thus, she sought out Zhou Baiyang to confess her feelings, and to her surprise, Zhou Baiyang agreed. Unfortunately, later Zhou Baiyang's father fell ill, requiring substantial funds for treatment, compelling Zhou Baiyang to enter the circle, leading to countless arguments between them. Ultimately, they parted ways unhappily. By the time Meng Shuyi emerged, a year had passed. In the world of adults, how much time is there for lamenting? How much time is there to reminisce about exes who cannot move on after someone departs? Every time she mentioned dating thereafter, the other party either spilled coffee on her or scolded her for being ill and advised her to seek treatment. After countless instances of being scolded and rejected, Meng Shuyi became disheartened, secretly resolving to only date those who caught her eye, parting ways at dawn. Yet, just as she made that decision, she stumbled upon news of someone ill yet still dating around, forcing her dreams of becoming a casual lover to shatter before they even began. Meng Shuyi valued her life, unwilling to meet an early demise. 3 months prior, at a bar, Meng Shuyi encountered Xu Ranwei. They became regular partners. Indeed, merely partners, not even lovers. Yet today, Meng Shuyi had been dumped. 3 months may not seem long, but it did not change the fact that she had been cast aside. Well, one could argue that it was Meng Shuyi who had ended things with Xu Ranwei. Xu Ranwei claimed Meng Shuyi was too reckless and frivolous, lacking stability, unable to provide the future Xu Ranwei desired. Meng Shuyi didn't understand why so much money was necessary. Xu Ranwei had her own business and was not in need of funds. Meng Shuyi stated she was to be reassigned to a city to oversee the headquarters, but Xu Ranwei was unwilling to follow her nor tolerate a long-distance relationship. Thus, in the end, it remained unclear who had truly ended things with whom. Frustrated, Meng Shuyi tossed her head, flicking a strand of chestnut hair that had fallen over her left eye aside, as if that could shake off her troubles. Meng Shuyi reclined, gazing up at the ceiling, her eyes dreamy. "It was I who ended things with you. Look, I just discarded you, and I immediately found the next one." Meng Shuyi smirked. Indeed, she was as Xu Ranwei had described, frivolous and unstable. Here she was, having just broken up that morning, seamlessly transitioning to the next partner by nightfall. Now, she awaited the woman's shower, anticipating. Chapter 2. I have yet to settle the payment. The sound of water ceased. The creaking of a door echoed. Meng Shuyi regained her senses and beheld a woman draped in a bathrobe. Gracefully approaching her, the woman was undeniably beautiful, her fair cheeks slightly flushed from steam. The earlier chill in her demeanor softened, rendering her appearance warm and alluring. Perched upon her elegant nose was a pair of silver-framed glasses. The delicate earlobes, once adorned with earrings, were now bare. Below her slender, porcelain neck lay the bathrobe's collar, hinting at a tantalizing abyss. Her long, graceful hands rested gently at her trim waist, swaying slightly as she moved. Beneath the hem of the robe, her shapely calves were visible, revealing the defined musculature of her legs as she walked. Meng Shuyi surmised that she must be someone who dedicated time to fitness. She likely possessed a mermaid line. Why was it not a six-pack, but rather a mermaid line? Meng Shuyi pondered the reason behind her immediate thoughts of a mermaid line. Her gaze descended further. revealing not too large nor too small feet encased in light green slippers, with 10 restless toes artfully exposed, exuding a sense of mischief. The toenails were painted a striking red. The woman was adorned with silver jewelry, exuding an air of coolness and chastity. Yet, that vivid red nail polish, could she be the type to possess a hidden wild side? Meng Shuyi felt the bed dip slightly as the woman seated herself at the edge, lifting the covers to lie down. "Are you all right?" The woman inquired hesitantly, her voice brushing against Meng Shuyi's ears. "I'm fine. Why do you ask?" Meng Shuyi stammered in response, regaining her composure. The woman calmly stated, "You have a nosebleed." Meng Shuyi reached up to touch her nose, and indeed, blood was flowing. The woman softly remarked, "If you're feeling unwell, it's all right." Meng Shuyi, taken aback, thought to herself, was it really just thinking about the woman's mermaid line or imagining what her hidden wild side might look like that led to this? "I am fine," she insisted, firmly stating that she would handle it. With that, she hurriedly rose and made her way to the bathroom. Before the sink, Meng Shuyi braced herself with both hands, gazing into the mirror at her all-too-familiar face. "Meng Shuyi, can't you at least have some dignity? For heaven's sake, you didn't bleed when you were with Xu Ranwei. Why are you so pathetic over just a fleeting thought of a woman you've barely met? You must have some self-respect. You can't just bleed at the sight of a beautiful woman, understand? Perhaps it's just the heat. I might be a bit overheated." She consoled, encouraged, and chastised herself for nearly 10 minutes before finally stepping out of the bathroom. The woman reclined against the headboard, half lying down, engrossed in a book. What could she possibly be reading at this hour? Meng Shuyi approached the bedside and gently pulled the book from the woman's hands. Leaning closer to the woman's face, a faint scent of camellia enveloped her, and she gazed into the woman's eyes, softly murmuring, "Look at me." The woman raised her gaze to meet Meng Shuyi's. Her eyes devoid of emotion. In that instant, Meng Shuyi faltered. This woman was far too difficult to seduce, lacking any romantic allure. Abandoning her attempts at flirtation, Meng Shuyi decided to take a more direct approach. Her left hand caressing the woman's ear, eliciting a slight tremor from her. Sensing a hint of resistance, Meng Shuyi softly reassured, "Don't be nervous. Don't resist me." The woman breathed in response. Meng Shuyi leaned closer, kissing the woman's neck and the area behind her ear. Except for Zhou Baiyang, she was unaccustomed to kissing anyone, but as she kissed this woman, she found herself yearning to press her lips against hers. The woman's lips were exquisitely shaped, naturally tinted a delicate pink reminiscent of tempting peaches. Yielding to her desires, Meng Shuyi pressed her lips against the woman's. It was exactly as she had imagined, soft and sweet, a stark contrast to her aloof demeanor. Meng Shuyi lingered on the woman's lips for what felt like an eternity, sensing the woman's gentle breaths. Reluctantly, she withdrew, leaning close to the woman's ear to ask, "Has anyone ever told you that your lips are perfect for kissing?" Her voice was husky and breathy. "Yes," the woman replied, her breath slightly labored, the earlier chill in her expression diminished. "Then why did you say you've never kissed anyone before?" "I haven't until now." Meng Shuyi, entranced by the fragrance emanating from the woman, found herself momentarily baffled by the cryptic nature of her words. Once the woman had caught her breath, Meng Shuyi leaned in again, her hand resting on the woman's waist. She hesitated. Was she truly about to engage with this unfamiliar woman? What if Xu Ranwei regretted it? Suddenly, she realized the woman beneath her had playfully curled her lips. What? Regretting it? The woman scrutinized her, her expression returning to its earlier coolness, the softness from their previous moment fading. Just as Meng Shuyi was about to speak, the woman pushed her up and began to gather her disheveled robe. "Since you still have someone in your heart, let us leave it at this for tonight." The woman then stepped away, entering the bathroom. Meng Shuyi was caught off guard, unable to stop her. Frustrated, Meng Shuyi lamented. Why did Xu Ranwei no longer want her? Why was she still considering her feelings while being with someone else? Ugh, Meng Shuyi, you are truly pathetic. She couldn't help but berate herself. Meng Shuyi rummaged through the drawer of the bedside table, retrieving a cigarette. After lighting it and taking a couple of puffs, the woman emerged from the bathroom, fully dressed. Amidst the swirling smoke, the woman's cool voice resonated. "Should we meet again, it will be fate." Meng Shuyi, feeling agitated, inhaled deeply, then slowly exhaled the smoke, extinguishing the cigarette in the ashtray, watching the woman's silhouette as she turned towards the door, her long black hair cascading down her back, accentuating her slender waist. Meng Shuyi muttered, "I haven't paid you yet." The woman paused without turning back, stating, "I initiated the conclusion. What is your name?" Shun Shutong. After answering, the woman gracefully opened the door, leaving without a backward glance. The sound of her high heels clicking against the floor faded away. Meng Shuyi once again scolded herself for her lack of resolve. Chapter 3: A Night of Insomnia. Meng Shuyi spent the entire night awake. By 8 in the morning, there was still no communication from Xu Ranwei. The ashtray on the bedside table was overflowing with cigarette butts. Meng Shuyi chuckled bitterly to herself, muttering, "Meng Shuyi, why does no one believe you can have a serious relationship?" Was it truly the case that after turning 30, one was no longer deserving of love? She felt a momentary wave of despondency before shaking her head slightly. Why dwell on such trivial matters when there was an abundance of time ahead to squander? Who needed Xu Ranwei anyway? Blanche opened the curtains. The curtains obediently parted, and the sudden influx of light flooded the room. Meng Shuyi raised her hand to shield her eyes from the glaring brightness. Squinting towards the outside, it was time to leave this loveless city. Ugh, to be talking about love at this age was somewhat amusing. After her brief self-deprecation, she stood up and headed to the bathroom. Once she finished tidying up, Meng Shuyi grabbed her suitcase, called for a driver, and headed straight to the airport. Even as she boarded the plane, she received no word from Xu Ranwei. Upon landing, Meng Shuyi stepped out of the arrival hall, where her mother, Meng Wenyu, immediately rushed to greet her. "Mom!" Meng Shuyi exclaimed, opening her arms wide to embrace her mother and planting a kiss on her cheek. Meng Wenyu basked in the warmth of her daughter's affection, smiling as she asked, "Are you tired from the flight? Are you hungry?" "Quite exhausted," Meng Shuyi replied, leaning all her weight against her mother. "The in-flight meal was dreadful. Tonight, I want to feast on rose soy sauce chicken and baked lobster." "All right. Once we get home, I'll instruct Wang Ma to prepare it." As they exited the terminal, the driver pulled up with the as soon as Meng Shuyi settled into the vehicle. Her mother, with a teasing smile, inquired, "If I may be nosy, how is your love life?" "Mom," Meng Shuyi pouted and leaned in her mother's embrace. "Why does no one believe I can have a serious relationship?" Meng Wenyu held her daughter close, her voice soothing as she asked, "Have you experienced another heartbreak?" Meng Shuyi responded with a muffled yes. "Oh, you need me to help set you up with someone?" Meng Wenyu gently ruffled her daughter's hair, probing. Meng Shuyi lifted her head, breaking free from her mother's embrace. "Mom, would you really be willing to sacrifice your looks for my precious daughter's happiness?" Nothing is too great a sacrifice. Meng Wenyu's heart ached for her daughter, the dark circles under her eyes betraying countless sleepless nights. "Aren't you afraid Grandpa will explode? Now it's all legal. He can do as he pleases, as long as my darling is happy." "Mom," Meng Shuyi wrapped her arms around her mother's neck, candidly expressing her feelings. "I love you so much, and I will always love you." "My dear," Meng Wenyu replied, gently stroking her daughter's hair. After Meng Shuyi returned home, she went straight upstairs to catch up on sleep. When she awoke again, it was already 5 in the afternoon. After freshening up, she descended, just in time to see her parents entering. "Dad, Mom," Meng Shuyi called out. Her father, Meng Ba, responded with a smile. "Oh dear, why do you seem to have lost some weight? Are you on a diet?" "My dear, it's commendable for girls to care about their appearance, but being too thin can adversely affect your health." "Dad," Meng Shuyi embraced Shan Ziyuan, "I'm 30 years old, not 3, that you will always be my baby." "Regardless of your age," he replied. "Enough of the mushiness," Meng Wenyu interjected, interrupting their conversation. During dinner, Meng Shuyi's phone on the table lit up with a notification. "Happy breakup. Today, the girls are gathering to celebrate your return to singlehood. See you at the usual place." Meng Shuyi glanced at it and let out a soft tsh. These so-called friends, celebrating a breakup. Meng Wenyu set down her chopsticks and asked, "Are you going out with friends?" "Yes, Aching and a few others. Go ahead. Have fun," Meng Wenyu encouraged. "Mom," Meng Shuyi lamented. Meng Wenyu chuckled as she placed a shrimp ball on her daughter's plate. Actually, your father and I plan a romantic evening together. How sweet, Meng Shuyi retorted. She quickly finished her dinner, applied her makeup, grabbed her bag, and clacked her high heels as she stepped out, exuding an air of charm. The Qingqing bar. Meng Shuyi always found the name to be quite cheesy. Yet Sheng Qinglan thought it was rather nice, stating that something so corny could be trendy in the private room. Her group of friends had already gathered. Old Meng, come here. Meng Shuyi walked over, sitting beside Qi Ran. You want to hear my jokes again, don't you? Not at all. It's great that we're all single. Someone retorted that Wei-chan shot Meng Shuyi a sidelong glance. What are we drinking tonight? The most expensive one, Meng Shuyi replied lazily. No problem. Qingqing treating, Qi Ran said, pulling Meng Shuyi closer. I've told you long ago. Finding a girlfriend is tough, but you didn't believe me. Meng Shuyi quipped. Perfect. I'll take a bottle home later. Sheng Qinglan scoffed. You lot just come here for the free food and drinks, and now you want to take some home too. They all bantered, the atmosphere lively and chaotic. After a while, Meng Shuyi excused herself to get some fresh air. As she emerged from the restroom, she spotted a familiar figure. That woman. Didn't she look just like the one from last night? Wasn't she supposed to be in S-City? Meng Shuyi felt irritated. She had just encountered her at a bar in S-City last night, and now here she was in a city. Why wouldn't this woman just leave her alone? Observing the man beside her, Meng Shuyi wondered if business was so bad in S-City that they had to come to a city for work. Crossing city lines for clients? A thought struck her. Was she an equal opportunity dater? Meng Shuyi recalled the woman's cool demeanor and stiff posture. A surge of frustration welled up within her. She regretted not having dealt with the woman last night. Why did she think Xu Ranwei would feel remorse? Checking her phone, she saw no messages, not even an inquiry about her safe arrival in a city. The annoyance of the unexpected encounter, the absence of any word from Xu Ranwei, and her lingering expectations collided in her mind. Returning to the private room, she silently downed a bottle of red wine. Chapter 4. Xin Shatong, it's not how you drink red wine. Yi Chen exclaimed, unable to restrain her. Sheng Qinglan sighed, scolding, what a waste of such fine wine. What's wrong with old Meng? Did he run into an ex? Qi Ran queried, offering Meng Shuyi a cigarette from her pack. Meng Shuyi took it, lit it, and exhaled slowly, enveloped in a haze that made her appear both sentimental and forlorn to know. She said, glancing at her three friends who seemed eager to inquire further, don't ask. Or, I might just take someone to bed with me. The trio promptly fell silent, startled by her remark. Amused by their reaction, Meng Shuyi checked the time on her phone. Already 11 o'clock. All right, I need to leave. It's still early. Why the rush? Sister has to go for a job orientation tomorrow. Do you think I'm like you carefree ladies? The three of them scoffed in unison. Can you manage to get home by yourself? Sheng Qinglan asked, a hint of concern in her voice. I'll be fine. I'll call a designated driver, Meng Shuyi replied, flipping her chestnut waves as she clacked her heels on the way out of the room. Meng Shuyi pondered why this year, which was her zodiac year, seemed so filled with misfortune. After leaving the bar, she successfully found a designated driver. However, midway through the journey, the car had a flat tire. Holding back her frustration, she muttered a curse under her breath. Stranded by the roadside, she contemplated whether to call someone for assistance late at night when a Maserati pulled up beside her. The window rolled down, revealing the woman's cool countenance. Need help? Meng Shuyi stared at her in disbelief. Just moments ago, she regretted not having taken her to bed, and now the woman had appeared right before her. Quickly shaking her head, Meng Shuyi dismissed the inappropriate thoughts flooding her mind. This wasn't the right time for such distractions, especially since the woman had been with someone else earlier. Get in. It's unsafe to be alone at this hour, the woman said coolly. Meng Shuyi felt the effects of the alcohol kicking in, and in a daze, she opened the car door as instructed. Once the car was back on the road, Meng Shuyi suddenly realized that being in the woman's car didn't guarantee safety. What's your name again? She asked, rubbing her temples, having just inquired the night before. Shun Shatong, came the indifferent reply. Take me to Yanwan. Thank you. Shin Shatong merely responded with an Meng Shuyi watched Shin Shatong drive silently, her black hair flowing in the wind. From the side, her beautiful brows, straight nose, alluring lips, defined jawline, and graceful neck evoked admiration for the creator's artistry. That you're quite kissable, Meng Shuyi blurted out, recalling the intoxicating scent from the previous night. Shun Shutong. What? Meng Shuyi snapped back to reality. Nothing, you just said I was kissable. Meng Shuyi stammered. She hesitated, suddenly at a loss for words. The woman appeared to lack financial troubles, and, after a casual flirtation last night, she had returned home with her. Yet now she was accompanied by another man. Shun Shutong glanced at Meng Shuyi, her cold demeanor unwavering. If you have questions, just ask. Then she added, but I may not answer them all, that I'm just curious. You don't seem to lack money. Meng Shuyi began, but stopped short, realizing it was inappropriate to pry into someone else's privacy. Shun Shutong stated, if I said I liked you, would you believe me? Her calm tone was devoid of any upheaval. Meng Shuyi scoffed, your approach to flirting is rather unoriginal. Indeed, Shun Shutong replied, offering no further comment. The silence stretched for about 10 minutes. Meng Shuyi suddenly asked, are you still taking that order from last night? Shun Shutong slowed the car as a red light appeared ahead, the vehicle coming to a steady halt. She turned to Meng Shuyi, her expression filled with curiosity. Their gazes locked, and under the dim streetlight, Meng Shuyi saw her own longing reflected in Shun Shutong's eyes. Meng Shuyi wasn't sure if she proposed this idea to rectify the previous night's regrets or to retaliate against Xu Ranwei's coldness. I am sorry, Shun Shutong said, breaking the gaze as she resumed, driving amidst the impatient honking from behind. I have something to attend to. Meng Shuyi fell silent, recognizing that her refusal might have stemmed from the presence of that man. Meng Shuyi successfully completed her onboarding process. Barely settling into her chair, her mother bombarded her with a stack of work. Darling, you've worked hard. I'm just taking the opportunity to relax. Sigh, what a fate. Meng Shuyi murmured, don't frown so much. Meng, when you teased, gently pinching her daughter's cheeks, you'll get wrinkles. Mom, work will also give me wrinkles, Meng Shuyi retorted, pulling away. Remember to attend the project meeting for me later. I need to leave, or I'll be late. Just as Meng Wenyu exited, the secretary walked in. Meng Shuyi quickly masked her previous demeanor, adopting a mature and composed facade. Miss Meng, it's time for the meeting. All right, she replied, entering the conference room to find Shun Shutong seated there. To her surprise, Shun Shutong was the newly appointed spokesperson for the Shun family, and she had come in person. The project discussions stretched into the afternoon without conclusion. Shall we grab lunch together? Meng Shuyi suggested. Thank you, Shun Shutong replied succinctly. They dined in silence, as if they had never met before. During the lunch break, Meng Shuyi invited her to her office. Your behavior is quite perplexing. Miss Shun, she remarked. What does Miss Meng wish to inquire about? Shun Shutong replied coolly. Meeting you 3 days in a row makes me wonder if you harbor some thoughts about me. Meng Shuyi pushed the teacup across the table. Shun Shutong held the cup delicately, taking a gentle sip. I did not inflict any harm on the young Meng. It was she who initiated the conversation with me the night before last. Meng Shuyi. That evening, it was indeed she who took the first step to engage me. However, she mistakenly thought that I was merely seeking something else. This misunderstanding is quite something, but no, it was she who offered me a ride home last night. Shun Shutong, as if anticipating what Meng Shuyi was about to say, leisurely interjected, I also reside in Yunwan. Meng Shuyi. There still seems to be something amiss, yet I cannot quite put my finger on it at the moment. Have you known Mr. Shun for long? Well, one could say we are acquainted. Meng Shuyi. It is indeed an honor. Meng Shuyi smiled, her features radiant, with lips as striking as a blooming flower, her eyes shimmering like autumn waters. Shun Shutong adjusted her glasses and then extended her hand, indicating a desire for collaboration. A pleasant collaboration at that. For a fleeting moment, Meng Shuyi felt a pang of insecurity. She was all too aware of the lethal charm her smile could wield. Yet regrettably, the woman before her seemed oblivious, her allure wasted on blind eyes. Shun Shutong was simply too aloof. Chapter 5. I would make a fine bedmate. Meng Shuyi had just taken over her new responsibilities and was overwhelmed with work. It had been half a month since she added Shun Shutong on WeChat, and in that time, not a single word had passed between them. Meanwhile, her parents, who had been absent for 2 weeks, returned with beaming faces. Darling, your mother has had quite the fruitful outing this time. Meng Wenyu proclaimed, "Oh, what is it?" Meng Shuyi, not wishing to dampen her mother's excitement, responded with a neutral expression. Guess? Did you bring me a gift? A gift is hardly what I would call a bounty. Guess again. Meng Shuyi absently switched channels with the remote, casually quipping, "You didn't find me a wife, did you? You're quite clever, my dear." Meng Wenyu chuckled, ruffling her daughter's hair. "That on this trip, I happened to run into an old classmate whose daughter is just like you. What do you think? Would you be interested in meeting her?" Meng Shuyi found herself somewhat impressed by her mother's restraint, managing to wait until returning to mention this. "Mother. Yes? Is your classmate from City A? Of course. Your mother could never bear to send you off to another city. Then why have you only just discovered that this classmate's daughter is here?" Meng Wenyu sighed, explaining that during her trip, she had casually brought up the topic and had even encouraged her daughter to break up with her partner. Meng Shuyi's brows knitted together, and why classmate is quite skeptical about the two girls. After her daughter's breakup, they clashed fiercely, but she let it be. However, she disapproved of her daughter as former girlfriend due to her background. Meng Shuyi, after a moment of silence, she said, "Mother, you've been away for so long. You must be tired. You should wash up and rest early." Meng Wenyu noticed her daughter's lack of enthusiasm and asked, "What is the matter?" "Isn't this a good thing? Even if nothing comes of it, meeting someone new is still worthwhile." "All right." Meng Shuyi didn't want to dismiss her mother's good intentions and agreed. In a CAF, Meng Shuyi gazed at the girl sitting across from her, appearing to be around 17 or 18, likely still in college. Her mother's matchmaking skills seemed a bit misguided, seeking someone so young. "I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were so young." The girl smiled. "It's all right. I was quite bored at home and wanted to get some fresh air. If anyone should apologize, it should be me." Observing the girl's melancholic smile, Meng Shuyi felt a twinge of sorrow mixed with gratitude. The sorrow stemmed from their shared plight, while gratitude arose from having understanding and supportive parents. Meng Shuyi gently said to the girl, "Since we're both apologizing, let us not dwell on it. Instead, let us enjoy this weekend afternoon tea together." The girl tilted her head, gazing out the window, seemingly lost in thought. Following the girl's gaze, Meng Shuyi noticed another girl across the street, equally gazing vacantly in their direction, and inexplicable pang of envy struck her. With a sigh, Meng Shuyi said, "I must take my leave." "Goodbye, miss." The girl politely bid farewell. As Meng Shuyi stood, she noticed Shun Shutong seated at a nearby table. When did she arrive? Their eyes met just as Shun Shutong glanced up. Meng Shuyi noticed a woman sitting opposite Shun Shutong and realized the situation. A feeling of bitterness washed over her. Why was she feeling this way? She and Shun Shutong had merely shared a brief encounter, and yet, here she was, feeling a sense of loss. Today, she and T consulted the calendar. As she walked towards the exit, passing by Shun Shutong, the latter stood to greet her. "Miss Meng." Meng Shuyi paused, her face adopting a professional smile as she responded warmly, "Mr. Shun, what a coincidence. And who is this?" Shun Shutong inquired, glancing between Meng Shuyi and the girl not far away. "She is someone my mother introduced for a blind date." Meng Shuyi replied casually, immediately regretting her words. Why did she share this with Shun Shutong? "Is that so? How unfortunate," Shun Shutong remarked, lowering her gaze. Meng Shuyi raised an eyebrow as she observed the woman opposite Shun Shutong. "Mr. Shun, are you also here for a blind date?" The woman stood, her face alight with smiles, playfully chiming, "Don't misunderstand. I'm her sister, Shun Shuyi." After introducing herself, Shun Shuyi extended her hand. Meng Shuyi remained silent, not reciprocating the gesture. Shun Shutong mirrored her in action, and they stood there, seemingly at an impasse. Finding the situation dull, Meng Shuyi declared, "I have other matters to attend to. Goodbye, Mr. Shun." "Wait, Miss Meng." Shun Shutong reached out to grasp Meng Shuyi's wrist. Turning back, Meng Shuyi responded with a puzzled, "Since you're here for a blind date, why not consider me as well?" Shun Shutong proposed that I would make an excellent blind date. After a brief pause, she added, "And I would be a splendid marriage prospect." Meng Shuyi, are you out of your mind? Who would want to go on a blind date with you? Who would want to marry you? I merely intended to have a fleeting encounter, and now you're escalating it to marriage? After scolding herself for her absurd thoughts, Meng Shuyi reflected on her desire to find a genuine partner, only to be met with ridicule. Now, when someone broached the topic of marriage, she felt they were the delusional one. Very well, both of them seemed to be out of their minds. After just a few meetings, Shen Shutong was already discussing marriage. Surely, only someone unhinged would utter such words. Shen Shuyi quickly grasped Meng Shuyi's hand. Meng Jia, I've heard my sister speak of you. She says you are exceptionally beautiful and accomplished. Flattered by Shen Shuyi's compliment, Meng Shuyi followed her lead, sitting on the sofa, while Shen Shutong released her grip. Meng Jia, don't be fooled by my sister's stern demeanor. She is actually soft-hearted. If you become her girlfriend, you won't regret it, Shen Shuyi chirped, enthusiastically promoting her sister. Meng Shuyi turned to Shen Shutong. What does this mean, Mr. Shen? Shen Shutong maintained a business-like demeanor. I am quite busy, with no time for dating, but I believe we are well suited, that if you agree, we could even head to the registry office now. Meng Shuyi, are you in a hurry to get married? Shen Shutong replied nonchalantly. Not in a rush, but being settled gives a more stable impression, which could be advantageous in business dealings. What does that have to do with work? Meng Shuyi thought, rolling her eyes inwardly. Why must I choose Mr. Shen? Meng Shuyi smiled slyly. Give me a reason, or several, to convince me. Shen Shutong earnestly presented her case. Our family backgrounds are comparable. We know each other well. I am virtuous and loyal, financially stable, with no exes, and moreover, I would be a splendid bedmate. Meng Shuyi. What on earth is a splendid bedmate? Who seeks a bedmate? I do not rely on such encounters for my livelihood. Yet, images of their shared kiss, with her flushed and breathless, contrasted sharply with Shen Shutong's current icy demeanor. Mr. Shen certainly has a way with words that I am quite serious. Meng Shuyi replied casually, I'll think about it. Chapter 6. Is this too much? In the Qingqing bar, Meng Shuyi sat alone, sorrowfully downing several drinks. Sheng Qinglan approached her. What is the matter? Did you break up again? As if there were that many breakups. Meng Shuyi downed her Long Island iced tea in one go. That's enough. Drowning sorrows in alcohol rarely works. Sheng Qinglan advised gently. I know. Meng Shuyi replied, her smile tinged with both warmth and melancholy. It is only here that I dare to indulge myself. Sheng Qinglan stood, patting Meng Shuyi's shoulder. I must get back to work. Meng Shuyi poured herself another drink. That it was all Shen Shutong's fault. Bringing up marriage without reason. Why did she have to go on a blind date? Shen Shutong's words felt like a grave insult, as if she were implying that Meng Shuyi depended on such encounters for survival. Did her face announce that she was consumed by such frivolities? Zhou Baiyang expressed his immaturity and lack of understanding, while Xu Ranwei admitted to being frivolous and lacking stability. Shen Shutong subtly conveyed her own thirst. Her mind awash with vibrant colors. Quite well, a precise strike. There was not a single virtue among them. Meng Shuyi, inebriated and with blurred vision, found it difficult to discern the people around her at some point. An unknown individual had taken a seat across from her. Hey, it's rather dull to drink alone. How about I keep you company? Meng Shuyi remained silent. After all, casual flirtation at a bar was nothing extraordinary. She was currently incensed by Shen Shutong, determined to prove that she did not rely on betting others to survive. Don't be so cold. The essence of going out is to have fun. The person opposite continued to flirt. Meng Shuyi struggled to focus on the stranger's face, but alas, alcohol had dulled her senses and clouded her vision. The individual had unknowingly moved closer, their soft chest brushing against her arm. Get lost. Meng Shuyi's voice lacked force, softened by the intoxication that tinged it with a hint of playful reproach. Rather than retreat, the person leaned in closer, and Meng Shuyi could almost feel the woman's hand nearing her hair. Suddenly, that approaching hand was seized and pushed back. Apologies, but my girlfriend requires no assistance from others. The cool voice resonated near Meng Shuyi's. It was Shen Shutong. Why was she so idle? She seemed to be everywhere. What brings you here? Shen Shutong replied, just passing by. Meng Shuyi scoffed, quite perfect timing indeed. Shen Shutong raised an eyebrow. Meng Shuyi squinted at Shen Shutong, teasingly saying, Did you not claim you would make a splendid bed partner? It seems the time has come to test your merit. Shen Shutong's brows twitched slightly, her cool voice cutting through the air. You are drunk. I am not. Meng Shuyi struggled to her feet. Did you not say my mind was a riot of colors? Tonight, I shall grant you your wish. Sheng Qinglan approached. Old Meng, you are intoxicated. Let me take you to rest. Ah Qing, mind your own business. Meng Shuyi staggered a step toward Shen Shutong, reaching for her wrist. What of it if I desire to find someone to bed? Sheng Qinglan was taken aback by Meng Shuyi's sudden anger. Glancing at Shen Shutong, he promptly abandoned the idea of intervening. Shen Shutong had made headlines when she took over the Shen Corporation. Thank you. Shen Shutong nodded slightly, not engaging further. Meng Shuyi tugged at Shen Shutong, swaying unsteadily. Once outside, the wind struck Meng Shuyi's face, adding to her disorientation. Shen Shutong led Meng Shuyi directly to a nearby hotel to book a room. Half supported and half dragged, Meng Shuyi felt the front desk staff eyeing her with concern as they nearly called the police due to her evident reluctance regarding Shen Shudong's hold. Upon entering the room, Meng Shuyi rushed to the bathroom, vomiting uncontrollably. When Meng Shuyi awoke, it was already 8 in the morning. On the bedside table lay a box of medication, accompanied by a note, "Take some medicine to alleviate your headache." Meng Shuyi threw off the covers, finding herself fully clothed, not a garment missing. Her mind replayed the events of the previous night, remembering only that she had clung to Shen Shutong, seeking to test if she were indeed a good bed partner. Yet, in the end, nothing had transpired. It seemed that alcohol had indeed muddled her affair. At T4 in the afternoon, Meng Wenyu called Meng Shuyi, "Darling daughter, at 6 this evening, there is the Gu Corporation's 60th anniversary gala. Remember to attend. The invitation is with Secretary Xiaoyang." Meng Shuyi glanced at the invitation, feeling a headache coming on. Having taken over the company, some social engagements were unavoidable. In any case, the time was drawing near. And without shame, Meng Shuyi decided to skip work. The banquet hall was resplendent, everyone dressed impeccably, appearing quite refined, with the sounds of conversation and laughter echoing throughout. Meng Shuyi stood in a corner of the hall, her gaze fixed intently on Shen Shutong. Observing Shen Shutong in her formal black suit, poised and elegant, with her silver-framed glasses perched on her nose, she embodied the image of a high-cold female CEO. Indeed, she possesses a certain capital, Meng Shuyi muttered, seemingly sensing Meng Shuyi's gaze. Shen Shutong turned slightly, their eyes meeting. Unfazed by having been caught peeping, Meng Shuyi raised her glass in a subtle salute before turning away to find a corner to sit. "Little Meng," Shen Shudong's voice was low and frigid, devoid of any emotion. Meng Shuyi returned the pleasantry. "President Shen, I wonder what thoughts you have been entertaining, little Meng." "What is President Shen referring to?" Meng Shuyi feigned ignorance. Shen Shudong's eyes remained devoid of expression as she regarded Meng Shuyi. "About marriage, I have yet to come to a decision." Shen Shutong did not press further, leaving Meng Shuyi feeling somewhat unsettled. "Why did President Shen choose me? This circle is quite small." Shen Shudong's words were only half finished. Meng Shuyi absently swirled her champagne, thinking that if President Shen's demands were not so lofty, there were suitable candidates in other circles as well. Shen Shutong replied coolly, "Indeed, little Meng speaks wisely." Meng Shuyi took a sip of her champagne, her gaze drifting toward the stage, where it was time for President Shen to take the podium. Shen Shutong glanced toward the stage, casually tossing a remark to Meng Shuyi, "I will send you home after it concludes. Who needs you to send me?" Meng Shuyi strode confidently out of the hotel, her high heels clicking firmly against the floor. Just as she reached for the car door, another hand grasped her wrist. Little Meng seems to be a tad disobedient. Without needing to look up, Meng Shuyi recognized Shen Shudong's voice. "What is it? Does President Shen enjoy playing chauffeur?" Shen Shutong cut to the chase. "You have been drinking that. I am not driving. I will sit and sober up. It will be stuffy, and own need for your concern." Shen Shutong remained silent. Turning to leave, Meng Shuyi pondered whether she had overstepped. Setting aside the matter of their near encounter the previous night, their families were still in collaboration. Furthermore, Shen Shutong had indeed taken care of her throughout the night. Shen Shutong had not uttered anything excessively inappropriate or engaged in any overtly questionable behavior, except for that ambiguous remark about being a bed partner. Chapter 7. Would she enjoy this? The National Day holiday was fast approaching. Meng Shuyi had initially planned a road trip along the Qinggan Grand Loop with Sheng Qinglan and others, only for everyone to cancel at the last moment. Meng Wenyu suggested, "How about going abroad with your parents instead?" "No," Meng Shuyi quickly shook her head. "I have no desire to witness couples in love. So, we were wrong to care for our precious daughter." Zhang Zuan chuckled. "I'm fine, Mom and Dad. You two go enjoy your romantic getaway." Meng Shuyi fiddled with the guppies in the aquarium. Any new plans? Meng Wenyu inquired tentatively. Meng Shuyi watched the fish swim back and forth, a sudden idea striking her. I'll accompany my grandparents for some vegetarian meals. That sounds good. Meng Wenyu pulled out her phone. I'll call your uncle to pick you up at the airport. All right. Thank you, Mom. Meng Shuyi nodded casually, allowing her mother to make the call. Meng Shuyi spent 5 delightful days in the countryside with her grandparents. Tending to flowers and fishing, her phone buried in her bag and collecting dust, its battery long dead. As she prepared to return home, Meng Shuyi clung to her grandmother, reluctant to let go. Her grandmother chuckled. Still as clingy and endearing as when you were a child, of course. I'll come back to visit you too during the spring festival. With a heart full of joy, Meng Shuyi began her journey home. However, upon her return, the cheerful spirit of her holiday seemed to vanish. In the living room sat Shun Shutong, whom she had not seen in over a month. After their last encounter, where she had told Shun Shutong she needed no assistance, the latter had left without a word, and Meng Shuyi had not crossed paths with her since. The person who had taken over company dealings had also been replaced. Seeing Shun Shutong again left Meng Shuyi at a loss. Had she done anything to offend Shun Shutong? Why the guilt? He is back. Come here. Mom wants to introduce you to a new friend she met on her trip. This is Shun Shutong. Meng Wenyu stepped forward to take Meng Shuyi's suitcase. Mom, we know each other. Meng Shuyi was uncertain of her mother's intentions, bluntly revealing their connection. The Shun Corporation has business dealings with us. Have you forgotten? Meng Wenyu replied in exasperation. Oh right, President Shun just returned from abroad to take over the Shun Corporation, and you've just taken over at home. You two have met, but I haven't tea. Shun Shutong wore a smile. Meng, this is not a business setting. You may call me by my name. So. You can smile. Meng Shuyi felt a twinge of unease, forcing a businesslike smile as she stepped forward. Thank you, President Shun, for looking after my mother. No trouble at all. Shun Shutong's smile faded. Meng Shuyi expected Shun Shutong to make some audacious move, but instead, she maintained a respectful distance and took her leave. Meng Shuyi was left bewildered by the whole exchange. Mom, how do you know Shun Shutong, and why did you invite her to our home? Meng Wenyu replied calmly. We met while traveling, exchanged pleasantries, and happened to be on the same flight back. Our driver encountered some issues on the way to pick us up, so President Shun kindly offered us a ride. What a coincidence, Meng Shuyi muttered. How could it be so coincidental? Did she say anything strange to you? Not at all. President Shun is a person of great discretion. Meng Wenyu inquired. What opinions does he have about her? None. Meng Shuyi added. We've only met a few times. How could there be any opinions? After ascending the stairs, Meng Shuyi washed up and threw herself onto the bed. Each time she attempted to forget someone, Shun Shutong would make an appearance. Meng Shuyi found herself perplexed. What was she so anxious about? Shun Shutong had merely made a suggestion during her blind date. Subsequently, her behavior was indeed as measured as her mother had described, so what was she confused about? Why did she feel averse to seeing Shun Shutong? Was it because she was too composed? Did she appear too difficult to approach? Or was it due to her proposal being rejected that night in the car? Meng Shuyi rolled over and buried her face in the pillow. She was uncertain about her own feelings. Perhaps it was simply that she wished to sleep with Shun Shutong without any strings attached. How much of a scoundrel she was. Yes, Meng Shuyi pondered. Her consciousness gradually blurred. In her dreams, she saw Shun Shutong, that woman who always wore an indifferent expression, lying beside her. Meng Shuyi instinctively leaned closer, removed her glasses, and pressed her soft lips against hers, leaving a trail of marks on her fair neck. Upon waking in the morning, Meng Shuyi felt the stickiness on her body and scolded herself for lacking resolve, having indulged in such a spring dream. When she encountered Shun Shutong again, it was a week later. Meng Shuyi had arranged a hot pot gathering with a group of friends, but none were available. Frustrated, she went alone. Her luck was poor. The place was fully booked. Hesitating between changing venues or waiting, a server approached her, asking if she would be willing to share a table. Following the serveress direction, she spotted Shun Shuyi waving at her. As her gaze circled around, she noticed Shun Shutong standing at the self-service area. Goodness, what was Shun Shutong doing in such a casual dining place? Dressed in formal attire, no less. Why did she love wearing formal clothes so much? Dining together felt like an intimate affair, especially when it came to hot pot. Meng Shuyi contemplated leaving, but the alluring aroma wafted into her nostrils, igniting her cravings. Ultimately, she walked toward Shen Shuang. Sister Meng, I was worried you might find us bothersome, Shen Shuang said, enthusiastically pulling Meng Shuyi into the table. I owe you all my thanks, Meng Shuyi replied, her voice gentle, her smile perfectly poised. She ordered some of her favorite dishes. After Shen Shutong returned, she said nothing. The two exchanged greetings before diving into their meal. Shen Shuang excitedly grabbed a piece of beef tripe from the spicy platter, savoring it with delight, then urged Shen Shutong. Sister, this is delicious. I don't eat it, Shen Shutong replied, curtly. Meng Shuyi thought to herself, why did it seem that these sisters were not very close? Shen Shuang leaned in a whisper, when my sister eats spicy food. Her face turns red, her ears turn red, her neck turns red. Meng Shuyi responded, although I'm not particularly interested, it does sound amusing. Imagining the usually cool Shen Shutong blushing, she found it rather delightful. Are you sisters? You seem to tease her quite a bit. Shen Shuang shook her head. Don't you think it's amusing when my sister's face turns red? Isn't it a fantastic challenge? Such a mischievous delight. Meng Shuyi switched to serving chopsticks and placed a shrimp into Shen Shutong's bowl without saying a word. Shen Shutong frowned, remaining silent. Shen Shuang, ever so perceptively, reached over and retrieved the shrimp back in her own bowl. The bill was settled by Shen Shuang. Meng Shuyi remarked, I'll add you on WeChat and transfer you the money. Shen Shuang did not decline, promptly opening her QR code. Sister Meng, we're going to see you Edu Opera. Would you like to join? Now? Yes. Meng Shuyi glanced at Shen Shutong, wondering if she would enjoy such a thing. Chapter 8. Is this seduction? Meng Shuyi ultimately declined Shen Shuang's invitation, saying, I have some matters to attend to. Enjoy yourselves. After speaking, she turned to leave, but Shen Shutong, who had been silent all evening, suddenly spoke up, Little Meng. Meng Shuyi turned around. Is there something you need, Director Shen? Little Meng, do you find me quite disagreeable? Shen Shudong's words were a statement that you're overthinking it, Director Shen. Meng Shuyi replied with a gentle, languid tone, as if it were not an issue at all. Shen Shutong continued, if my previous proposal caused you discomfort, I shall retract it. Meng Shuyi raised an eyebrow, pondering Shen Shudong's intentions. Director Shen, you jest. Your proposal holds no bearing on me. I hereby formally decline it. Very well. Thank you, Little Meng. Shen Shutong responded calmly, since my proposal bears no impact on you. And you have declined it. Might we consider becoming friends? Meng Shuyi smiled slyly, her eyes sparkling with charm, her words flowing smoothly. Director Shen, you must be joking. Did we not just share a meal at the same table? Shen Shutong seemed momentarily taken aback, adjusting her glasses and nodding. Since Miss Meng suggests it, then please call me by my name from now on. Addressing me as Director Shen feels too distant. Meng Shuyi thought to herself, is this person all right? Shen Shudong's expression was cold as she replied, if Miss Meng is unwilling, then it is of no consequence. Farewell. Goodbye. Meng Shuyi maintained a smile, yet her heart was a whirl of confusion. Everything appeared both reasonable and unreasonable. Shen Shutong was not lacking in friends. She herself was not inept at making friends. Why did she particularly feel an aversion toward Shen Shutong? Shen Shutong was simply too profound. Yes, she was too profound. Her words were succinct, her mind always calculating the pros and cons. She lacked emotions. Meng Shuyi observed Shen Shudong's retreating figure, deep in thought. Perhaps that night's mishap had led Shen Shutong to believe that seeking her out could simplify many matters. Meng Shuyi, for once, decided against her usual whims and retired early. The next morning at 6, she awoke feeling refreshed. IT was still early, so she changed in her workout clothes and went downstairs to jog. The community was lush with trees and flourishing flowers, providing a serene escape from the hustle and bustle. Within the community was a large artificial lake. After warming up, Meng Shuyi began jogging along the lakeside. The water was crystal clear, with fish swimming freely. The morning breeze rustled the willows along the shore. As Meng Shuyi jogged, she noticed a familiar figure ahead. Was that not Shen Shutong? Goodness, why was she everywhere? It seemed Shen Shutong had not noticed her. Meng Shuyi composed herself. She had done nothing wrong. Why was she feeling guilty? Her mind began wandering off. Suddenly, a hand tapped her shoulder. Turning, she saw Xu Ranwei. Out of breath. Sister Meng, are you here to work out too? Yes, Meng Shuyi replied casually. Her breath steadied as Xu Ranwei jogged alongside her. Panting, she complained, my sister's stamina and pace are just too insane. I can't keep up. Meng Shuyi remained silent. Xu Ranwei continued. I haven't seen you here running before. I have some free time today. Meng Shuyi replied, slightly out of breath. Sister Meng, your figure is amazing. You're so well endowed and have long legs. Meng Shuyi, though the words were compliments, why did they sound somewhat inappropriate? Meng Shuyi observed Xu Ranwei's flushed face from exercise, exquisite and vibrant, and casually returned the compliment. Thank you, Miss Xun, for your beauty and sweet tongue. As they chatted, Xu Ranwei had already run a considerable distance ahead and was catching up from behind. Xu Ranwei tugged at Xu Ranwei's ear, having taken a leisurely detour. Her breath was steady. Her voice slightly out of breath. The usual coldness had softened, replaced by a hint of gentle warmth. Meng Shuyi chose not to intervene in the sisters' playful banter, discreetly stealing glances at Xu Ranwei. Her hair, usually cascading down, was tied up high, revealing her slender, fair neck that a few beads of sweat trickled down her neck, leaving tantalizing trails, undeniably alluring. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, lacking their usual chill, clad in fitted sports attire. A small portion of her midriff was exposed, hinting at her toned abs. She was the embodiment of elegance with a curvy figure. Meng Shuyi recalled that night. Meng Shuyi suddenly felt her legs weaken, and her breath became uneven. Ugh, why was she thinking such chaotic and colorful thoughts while jogging? Xu Ranwei nodded slightly at Meng Shuyi as a greeting and continued to pull Xu Ranwei ahead. Meng Shuyi paused to catch her breath. After regaining her composure, she resumed jogging. Half an hour later, after stretching, she headed home, her mind involuntarily drifting back to Xu Ranwei. In truth, if she chose Xu Ranwei as a bedmate, would she not benefit? Just as Xu Ranwei had said, she would make an excellent partner. As Meng Shuyi regained her senses, she wondered if Xu Ranwei was indeed trying to seduce her. As the year draws to a close. Meng Shuyi is so busy that her feet scarcely touch the ground, leaving no time to ponder the chaotic matters that once occupied her mind. In an effort to avoid Xu Ranwei, she has not visited the lakeside for her runs. Meanwhile, Xu Ranwei has seemingly vanished, as if the previous occurrences were mere figments of Meng Shuyi's imagination. However, her relationship with Xu Ranwei has grown considerably closer, allowing them to occasionally meet for shopping excursions. One evening after work, Meng Shuyi finds herself at the Qingqing bar, a place she hasn't frequented in quite some time. Shang Qinglan rushes out to greet her, exclaiming, Old Meng, it's been ages since you've come here. Taking care of yourself, I see. Rare occasion, so tonight's on me. Meng Shuyi responds with a charming smile. That sounds delightful. With a drink in hand, Meng Shuyi lingers in the bar from 9 until 10, before finally meandering outside. Not far away, a Maserati is parked, and leaning against it is a familiar figure who instantly captures Meng Shuyi's gaze. Xu Ranwei. After a moment of hesitation, she approaches to is something the matter. Director Xu Ranwei opens her slightly squinted eyes and replies, Miss Meng, I'm fine. Noticing the unusual flush on Xu Ranwei's face and her hoarse voice, Meng Shuyi observes, You've had too much to drink. Where's your driver? He had to attend to matters at home and left, Xu Ranwei replies. What about Miss Xin? Why haven't you reached out to her? After a pause, as if deep in thought, Xu Ranwei finally states, I couldn't get through. Meng Shuyi offers, Let me drive you home. Xu Ranwei remains silent, neither accepting nor refusing. Meng Shuyi opens the passenger door and assists Xu Ranwei into the seat. Xu Ranwei does not resist. Quietly sitting there like a compliant student, her usual aloof demeanor entirely absent. After fastening Xu Ranwei's seatbelt, Meng Shuyi rounds the front of the car and takes her place in the driver's seat. Which building? She inquires, glancing at Xu Ranwei as they enter the community. Building A9, Xu Ranwei replies, her eyes lacking focus and appearing somewhat dazed, making her seem vulnerable. Meng Shuyi turns the steering wheel to the left. Upon parking, Meng Shuyi helps Xu Ranwei out of the car. Shin Shutong scans her fingerprint at the entrance, uttering, "Lights on," and the lights illuminate in response. Meng Shuyi notes the distinct hoarseness and evident inebriation in Shin Shutong's voice. Just how much did she drink? After settling Shin Shutong on the sofa, she immediately reclines back. "Shin Shutong, are you all right?" Meng Shuyi looks at Shin Shutong, whose eyelids have fallen shut, her cheeks flushed unnaturally. A vague murmur is the only response. Meng Shuyi quickly pulls out Shin Shuang's WeChat and sends a voice message. After a minute of no response, she frowns at Shin Shutong, who appears to be in great distress. Scanning the layout of the house, she finds relief in its similarity to her own. She heads to the kitchen and prepares a cup of honey water. Though Shin Shutong is somewhat disoriented, she obediently drinks it. Noticing wet wipes on the coffee table, Meng Shuyi wipes Shin Shutong's face and hands to prevent Shin Shutong from choking on her own vomit. Meng Shuyi gently turns her on her side and begins to unbutton her shirt. As she reaches the second button, Shin Shutong suddenly grips Meng Shuyi's wrist with surprising strength, her eyes slightly opening, revealing a mix of confusion and a fierce protectiveness that could pierce through anyone. Meng Shuyi remarks, "Such hostility?" Shin Shutong seems to recognize her, releasing a light breath and gradually loosening her grip. "I apologize, and thank you, Miss Meng, for your escort and care." Her voice is a low, seductive timbre that Meng Shuyi has never encountered before. "Are you feeling any clearer?" she inquires. The response is a steady, rhythmic breathing. Just as Meng Shuyi is about to rise, her phone buzzes with a WeChat notification. "Sister Meng, is there something you need? It's Shin Shuang. Your sister is drunk. Please take care of her. It seems no one else is home. Sister Meng, could you please look after my sister? I'm currently on a business trip and cannot return. I would be very grateful." Meng Shuyi reflects, recalling the last time she was drunk, when Shin Shutong had cared for her, although she remembered nothing of it. "All right. Thank you, Sister Meng. When I return, I'll treat you to a meal." Shin Shuang replies gratefully. Meng Shuyi does not respond further, instead sitting on the sofa and gazing at the peacefully sleeping Shin Shutong. Shin Shutong's long, inky hair sprawls across the coffee-colored sofa, the slightly curled ends playfully flicking up. Her delicate brows, high nose, and rosy lips bear a subtle, almost imperceptible allure. Dressed in a common shirt paired with a suit jacket, the fitted design accentuates her exquisite figure. Her long legs are elegantly crossed, adorned with a pair of black high heels. Meng Shuyi suddenly recalls the smooth, rounded toes and the red nail polish adorning them. Sighing, she feels a pang of regret for the unfinished business between her and Shin Shutong that night. Last time, she had intended to assess whether Shin Shutong was a suitable bed partner, but she had ended up overly intoxicated, missing yet another chance. Such thoughts are dangerously reckless. She must cease these errant musings. Hasn't she already suffered enough from Xu Ranwei? Love and desire can be separated, yet she too had allowed herself to entertain a fleeting notion about Xu Ranwei. Humans are, after all, inherently greedy. To yearn for more is the norm. Having navigated such a perilous relationship once is sufficient. The following morning, Meng Shuyi returns home, sporting dark circles under her eyes. As she steps inside, Meng Wenyu gasps, "Sweetheart, have you been up to no good? Those dark circles are alarming." "No, Mother, I've just been tidying up. Please wait for me. I'll accompany you to the office shortly." Meng Shuyi covers her mouth to stifle a yawn. "Where's your car?" "It's parked at a Qing's place." Meng Wenyu wisely refrains from probing further. Sensing her mother's inquisitive expression, Meng Shuyi hastily explains, "Director Shun was drunk last night, and I drove her home." "Which director Shun?" "Shin Shutong." Meng Wenyu's concern dissipates. She's a good child. "She even drove us home last time." "Understood," thought Ms. Meng. "This matter was already discussed, and you even brought gifts to express your gratitude." Her mother continues, "Such is the nature of human relations." Meng Wenyu chides her gently. "You've done well. Darling, it's always nice to lend a hand, especially among neighbors." Meng Shuyi sighs. "Mother, I am 30 this year. Did I know that you're not 3 years old? You don't need me to teach you how to navigate life." Meng Wenyu chides her again. "Go wash up, then come down for breakfast." Meng Shuyi settles into her office, opening her computer. Her phone lights up with a notification. Ignoring it, she focuses on reviewing documents and emails. Once she has a moment to spare, she checks her phone. A message from Shin Shutong reads, I apologize for last night, and thank you. Miss Meng express my gratitude. I would like to invite you to dinner this evening. Meng Shuyi spins in her chair for a moment, then raises her hand to type a refusal, and no need. We are even. After sending her reply, she resumes her work at 5 o'clock as she gathers her belongings to leave. She checks her phone one last time. The message she sent earlier has vanished into silence, with no replies. Taking a taxi to Shengshan Road to retrieve her car, she drives home as the sun begins to set. At a traffic light, she catches sight of Shun Shutong seated by the window, laughing with a long-haired beauty across from her. Shin Shudong's face radiates a genuine smile that Meng Shuyi has never witnessed before. Ah, so this is what it feels like when the ice melts. Describe it in classical terms. Her smile is enchanting. Her eyes glisten with charm. The glimmer of her gaze is filled with allure. The car horn behind her blares, snapping Meng Shuyi back to reality as she hastily resumes driving. Earlier, she had been invited to dinner, yet the message she sent went unanswered. Now, she sees Shin Shutong enjoying herself. Surrounded by beauty and laughter. How delightful. Meng Shuyi herself is unsure where this sudden irritation is coming from. She drives home at a reckless speed, after parking in front of her house and entering. She finds her parents absent. Frustrated, she wonders what she has come home for. After changing her clothes upstairs, she settles into a lounge chair on the balcony, watching the sun dip below the horizon. The sky is painted with a vibrant red hue. A gentle breeze stirs, tousling the strands of hair at Meng Shuyi's temples, dissipating the worries that had arisen from thoughts of Shun Shutong. She and Shun Shutong are not bound to one another. Let love and laughter flourish wherever they may, for what concern is it of hers? Chapter 10. Absurdity after dinner. Meng Shuyi retreats to her study to tackle unfinished work. Shun Shuyi calls. Sister Meng, I've returned. Are you free now? Yes, just handling a bit of work. What is up? When will you be free, Sister Meng? I want to treat you to dinner. No need. It's not a big deal. Shun Shuyi persistently presses Meng Shuyi, who furrows her brow. Perhaps another time. I have a business trip in the coming days. Were you going on this trip? Shun Shuyi inquires, sounding eager. Meng Shuyi, not paying close attention, casually replies, to Qingcheng.it is quite delightful. Could you please assist me in bringing some green tea from Qingcheng, Sister Meng? I beg you. Certainly. Meng Shuyi readily agreed. After hanging up the phone with Shun Shuyi, a message from Shan Shuqiong arrived shortly thereafter. Miss Meng at home. Meng Shuyi, have these two sisters conspired to disturb me together? 2 minutes later, another message from Shun Shuqiong came in. I am at your doorstep. There's something you need. After contemplating for a moment, Meng Shuyi decided to reply that I wish to express my gratitude to Miss Meng in person, but there's no need for that. I am preparing to sleep. All right, my apologies for the intrusion. Good night. Miss Meng. 5 minutes passed without any further messages. Meng Shuyi approached the balcony and gazed downwards. Shun Shuqiong's silhouette stretched long under the streetlight. Enveloped in a sense of desolation, pulling back her gaze, she returned to her desk, yet her focus remained elusive. The last time she had been intoxicated, Shun Shuqiong had taken care of her, and she had neglected to express her thanks. What is up with Shun Shuqiong's peculiar behavior? Bored, Meng Shuyi scrolled through her moments on social media. Qi Ran and Yi Chun, two wealthy young ladies, were surfing in Sanya. Meng Shuyi sighed inwardly. Indeed, being a second-generation rich kid has its perks. Is my status as a second-generation rich kid merely a facade? Why is it so arduous? Feeling dejected, Meng Shuyi set her alarm clock, locked her phone, and went to be by the time Meng Shuyi returned from Qingcheng. A week had already passed. She sent a WeChat message to inquire when Shin Shuyi would be free to collect the tea leaves. Shun Shuyi replied, Sister Meng, I am on a business trip again. Wait until I return to collect them, or if they are a bother, you may deliver them to my sister's place. Thank you, and I apologize for the trouble, Sister Meng. When will you be back? I should be home by the time of the new year. Meng Shuyi. Then I shall deliver them to your sister. She is at home, right? Yes, she is. Shin Shuyi responded immediately, oblivious to it all. Meng Shuyi gathered the items Shun Shuyi needed and stepped outside. Pressing the doorbell, Shin Shuqiong appeared at the entrance, clad in simple and comfortable loungewear, a modest apron casually draped around her waist. Evidently having been cooking prior. Meng Shuyi quietly observed as Shun Shuqiang traversed the courtyard, her steps steady as she approached the door to let her in. "Miss Shun, here are the items that Miss Shun entrusted me to bring." Meng Shuyi extended the items before Shun Shuqiang. Shun Shuqiang nodded slightly, a gracious smile gracing her features. It was kind of Miss Meng to make this trip personally. As Meng Shuyi gazed at Shun Shuqiang, who had her hair elegantly pinned up, adorned in loungewear and an apron. She felt an inexplicable warmth of a devoted wife and mother radiating from her. The loungewear did not diminish the aura of the usually aloof female so in the slightest. Even when Shun Shuqiang shed her typically formal attire, she remained captivating, exuding a certain charm. "Not at all. Miss Shun and I share a rapport." Suddenly, Shun Shuqiang extended an invitation. "I am currently preparing dinner. May I inquire if Miss Meng has dined yet? If not, would you do me the honor of joining me?" A rather untimely rumble from Meng Shuyi's stomach interrupted the moment. With her parents away and having returned early from a business trip, the housekeeper was still on holiday. Originally, she had intended to order takeout or prepare some frozen food for a quick meal. "Please come in. Takeout could hardly compare to a home-cooked meal." Shun Shuqiang's tone was calm. Yet Meng Shuyi sensed a hint of playfulness within it, and without thinking, she agreed. "Then I shall trouble you, Miss Shun." After all, it was not her first visit. Meng Shuyi followed Shun Shuqiang into the living room. "Miss Meng, please make yourself comfortable. It will be ready shortly." Shun Shuqiang led her to the sofa and slipped into the kitchen. Just as she entered the kitchen, Shun Shuqiang's phone chimed with a WeChat notification. "Sister, have you succeeded?" A mischievous smile. Shun Shuqiang did not reply, silencing her phone instead. She laid a damp towel over the pot lid and lifted the heavy cover of the clay pot, an enticing aroma wafting forth, instantly filling the kitchen. Inside the pot, the broth had thickened, the ribs enveloped in a rich sauce, the crimson glaze resembling a luxurious cloak. Shun Shuqiang sprinkled a handful of chopped scallions and turned off the heat. The dish was a feast for the senses. Meng Shuyi sat quietly in the spacious and bright living room. Suddenly, an irresistible aroma enveloped her, compelling her to inhale deeply. The rich scent caressed her taste buds like an invisible hand, causing her to swallow involuntarily. Having been a bit hungry already, the tantalizing fragrance awakened her appetite entirely, her stomach audibly protesting its emptiness. Meng Shuyi smiled helplessly. It seemed Shun Shuqiang's culinary skills were indeed remarkable. She stood up, following the alluring scent. "I apologize for keeping you waiting. Please wash your hands and take a seat." Shun Shuqiang beckoned to Meng Shuyi. Upon returning from washing her hands, Meng Shuyi beheld a spread of 3 dishes and a soup: braised ribs, poached shrimp, stir-fried water spinach, and Westlake beef soup. To her surprise, Shun Shuqiang possessed such admirable culinary skills. Meng Shuyi genuinely complimented her, noting the lightness of the dishes. It appeared that Shun Shuqiang truly could not tolerate any spice. "I hope I have not embarrassed you, Miss Meng?" Shun Shuqiang inquired. "Do you eat staple for dinner, Miss Meng?" "Absolutely. Such wonderful dishes deserve to be accompanied by rice." Meng Shuyi nodded. A faint smile graced Shun Shuqiang's lips as she turned to the kitchen and returned with 2 bowls of rice. Meng Shuyi was genuinely hungry, neglecting to be polite. As soon as Shun Shuqiang picked up her chopsticks, Meng Shuyi eagerly reached for the plate of braised ribs. The glossy ribs were exceptionally tempting. She delicately picked up a piece with her chopsticks, savoring it, and was instantly enveloped by a rich flavor that spread across her palate. The unique salty-sweet taste was perfectly balanced, neither overpowering nor too bland, harmonizing beautifully with the rib's natural delicacy, creating an indescribably delightful sensation. Visually appealing and delectable, Meng Shuyi felt utterly satisfied. Shun Shuqiang observed Meng Shuyi quietly, her eyes inscrutable. Shun Shuqiang served Meng Shuyi a bowl of soup. Expressing her gratitude for her patronage, to her astonishment, Shun Shuqiang's culinary prowess rivaled that of chefs in 5-star restaurants. Meng Shuyi ladled a spoonful of soup in her mouth, showering Shun Shuqiang with compliments as if they were free. "Thank you for your kind words, Miss Meng." Shun Shuqiang maintained her usual composure, her dining demeanor remarkably elegant. Chapter 11. What pretense of being proper? After savoring a bowl of soup, Meng Shuyi's hunger subsided slightly. Noticing Shen Shuqiang leisurely peeling shrimp, she became aware of her own lack of decorum. Shen Shuqiang used a serving chopstick to offer Meng Shuyi a piece of rib, stating, "It brings me joy to have my culinary skills acknowledged." Truly delicious. Does Miss Shun have any intentions of changing careers? Perhaps opening a restaurant? Shen Shuqiang pondered seriously for a moment, then shook her head slightly. No, cooking and enjoying food is a hobby. If it becomes a means of living, the joy of food may be lost. Miss Shun has a profound understanding. With those words, the conversation fell silent, and the two dined in tranquility. Meng Shuyi, feeling pleasantly full, discreetly rubbed her belly underneath the table. Shen Shuqiang caught sight of this and suppressed a smile, her lips curving in amusement without breaking into laughter. After the meal, Meng Shuyi helped clear the table, and Shen Shuqiang, unable to refuse, allowed her to come and go in the kitchen. At the sink, Shen Shuqiang washed the dishes while Meng Shuyi rinsed them a second time. Watching Shen Shuqiang skillfully wash the dishes, Meng Shuyi curiously asked, "Do you often cook, Miss Shen?" "Generally, I cook for myself when I am not busy." Shen Shuqiang handed a bowl to Meng Shuyi. Taking it, Meng Shuyi rinsed it under the faucet, surprised by Shen Shuqiang's unexpected domesticity. Shen Shuqiang turned her head to look at Meng Shuyi, her eyes filled with curiosity. "I had presumed that someone like Miss Shun, an aloof female CEO, would be entirely removed from the mundane affairs of life, a pampered young lady who would disdain cooking or would not even consider it." Meng Shuyi smiled, tilting her head to meet Shen Shuqiang's gaze. Their eyes locked, and Shen Shuqiang replied in a calm voice, "I am human too." Meng Shuyi was amused by Shen Shuqiang's earnest explanation. Bursting into laughter, "What is Miss Meng laughing about?" It suddenly dawned on her that Shen Shuqiang was quite endearing. Shen Shuqiang looked on with bewilderment. Meng Shuyi felt that the current Shen Shuqiang was adorably naive. When they first met, she had been so cold. Little did she know that beneath the surface, she was so charming and down to earth. "When I first met you," Meng Shuyi began, but abruptly felt it inappropriate. It would be ill-advised to mention her initial attraction to her now. Meng Shuyi stumbled over her words. "I didn't mean it that way. Shen Shuqiang's tone remained neutral, and Meng Shuyi could not decipher her emotions. Hesitating on whether to apologize, she heard Shen Shuqiang inquire, "Are you still continuing that order, Miss Meng?" "Meng Shuyi." What is Shen Shuqiang implying? Ever since she had spoken her mind, the atmosphere in the kitchen had shifted, and with Shen Shuqiang's question, it felt distinctly ambiguous. Was Shen Shuqiang referring to the very thoughts that had crossed her mind? Meng Shuyi stared at Shen Shuqiang's serious expression, her typically cool demeanor contrasting sharply with the suggestive words she had just uttered. Yet, Shen Shuqiang's expression remained as if it were an ordinary inquiry, questioning, "Are you not going to partake in the meal I have prepared?" Meng Shuyi observed the subtle movement of Shen Shuqiang's throat and was suddenly reminded of the alluring sight of Shen Shuqiang swallowing red wine that night. She imagined that a bite on that fair, delicate neck would surely leave a mark. What kind of reward does Mr. Shen desire? Meng Shuyi absent-mindedly posed this question, nearly regretting it immediately, as if she wished to bite her own tongue off. If they had not known each other, it would have been simple. After a night together, they would part ways at dawn, remaining strangers. Yet now, having gained a semblance of understanding of Shen Shuqiang's character, and with their proximity as neighbors and business partners, the prospect of being entangled further was daunting. What chaos would ensue if things escalated? It should remain as it was previously agreed, an affair with a clear beginning and end. Shen Shuqiang replied with calm indifference. Meng Shuyi withdrew her gaze from Shen Shuqiang, washing the plates in silence before drying them. Indeed, one may be prone to such thoughts when satiated in content. After indulging a meal prepared by someone else, the desire to take that person to bed could easily arise. While Meng Shuyi hesitated, Shen Shuqiang's voice broke through her reverie. "Miss Meng, there is no need to feel pressured that we are adults, and it is only natural to have physical desires." Meng Shuyi felt a sudden sense of relief at this statement, clearly indicating that she could distinguish between public and private matters. A smile graced Meng Shuyi's lips as she regarded Shen Shuqiang. Shen Shuqiang swallowed twice, averting her gaze and focusing intently on washing the dishes. After tidying the kitchen, Meng Shuyi settled onto the sofa in the living room to watch television. Shen Shutong soon brought her a glass of lemon water, inquiring, "Are you feeling nervous, Miss Meng?" "Not at all." The two sat in silence, watching the screen. After half an hour of tranquility, Meng Shuyi could no longer suppress a yawn. Shen Shutong, with her usual composure, asked, "Do you need to freshen up?" Meng Shuyi glanced outside, noting that night had fully descended. "Miss Meng, having just arrived from a flight, you must be tired. Shall I run a bath for you?" Meng Shuyi nodded. Yes, she watched Shen Shutong's departing figure. A peculiar thought struck her. Was it Shen Shutong who desired her, rather than the other way around? Realizing this, Meng Shuyi felt as though she had fallen into Shen Shutong's enticing trap of gourmet delights and beauty. Yet strangely, she found no inclination to resist. Perhaps, as Shen Shutong had said, they were simply adults, or perhaps she had been dwelling on the regret of not having acted on that night's hesitation. 20 minutes later, Meng Shuyi lay in the bathtub, enveloped in warmth as the hot water completely submerged her body. All traces of fatigue were washed away by the soothing flow. She closed her eyes, savoring the embrace of the water. The temperature was just right, penetrating her skin and alleviating the tension in her muscles, prompting a soft sigh of comfort and satisfaction to escape her lips. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of rapping at the door jolted Meng Shuyi from her dreamy state. Shen Shutong's voice called from outside. "Miss Meng, are you still awake?" "I'm fine," Meng Shuyi replied, quickly rubbing her cheeks to shake off the lingering drowsiness. By the time she finished freshening up, half an hour had passed. In the living room, Shen Shutong lounged on the sofa, a glass of red wine in hand. Her previously pinned-up hair had cascaded down, indicating she had completed her own grooming. "Mr. Shen," Meng Shuyi addressed her. Shen Shutong turned to face Meng Shuyi, her voice as cool as ever. "Are you certain you wish to call me that?" Shen Shutong. "Very well." Shen Shutong extended a glass of red wine toward Meng Shuyi. "Would you care for some, Miss Meng?" Meng Shuyi accepted the wine and settled into an armchair, swirling the glass gently. The deep crimson liquid glided along the inner walls of the glass. The aromas of blueberries and cedar wafted into her nostrils, and upon closer inspection, she detected notes of vanilla and earth. Taking a small sip, she found the wine velvety smooth. Shen Shutong truly knows how to indulge. She mused, realizing this sip alone must be worth 500 yuan. Meng Shuyi shook her head, dismissing the sudden thought that had intruded her mind. Shen Shutong inquired, "Miss Meng, do you understand wine?" "Not really." Meng Shuyi answered with utmost clarity, "But I understand women." Shen Shutong. Noticing the flicker of confusion in Shen Shutong's eyes, Meng Shuyi felt a twinge of regret. Her serious persona was slipping away. Embarrassed, she raised her glass again and took another sip. Suddenly, Shen Shutong smiled brightly, remarking, "That's quite all right." Meng Shuyi relinquished the facade of being a serious person. From their very first meeting, she had already presented herself as a woman of the world before Shen Shutong. Why pretend to be anything else now? Chapter 12. I began feeling somewhat teased. Meng Shuyi blinked, took a sip of her wine, then rose to approach Shen Shutong, gently lifting her chin. Kneeling on one leg beside Shen Shutong on the sofa, she leaned closer. The trickle of red wine escaped Shen Shutong's lips, trailing down her fair neck and disappearing into the white collar of her shirt. Shen Shutong's demeanor suggested she was willing to be playfully dominated. Yet the remnants of wine on her neck evoked a strange sense of vulnerability in Meng Shuyi, inciting a desire to possess her even further. Here, Meng Shuyi's heart raced, her breath uneven. Shen Shutong was truly enchanting. "Turn off the lights." As Shen Shutong's words fell, the lights extinguished instantly, enveloping the entire living room in darkness. Meng Shuyi could only discern the sound of Shen Shutong's breath nearby. Once her eyes adjusted to the gloom, she could make out Shen Shutong's silhouette. Meng Shuyi's hand wandered from Shen Shutong's chin to her ear, her head gradually inching closer until their breaths intertwined. Shen Shutong trembled slightly, grateful for the darkness concealing her vulnerability from Meng Shuyi. Shen Shutong reached out, her fingers curling around Meng Shuyi's waist, causing her to stumble slightly, startled by Shen Shutong's action. Meng Shuyi let out a low laugh. So eager, Shen Shutong remained silent, her hand stilled. Meng Shuyi froze, Did she just offer herself so readily? Shun Shutong paused, her voice low, having second thoughts. Meng Shuyi. Suddenly, Meng Shuyi caught a whiff of something unnameable. You. She hesitated to ask, are you? Yes, Shun Shutong confirmed. Meng Shuyi. No wonder she was so forward. You. Shun Shutong barely opened her mouth, but her words were suddenly stifled. Shun Shutong involuntarily uttered, trying to suppress her voice. Meng Shuyi's left hand rested on the nape of Shun Shutong's neck, preventing her from retreating. Sensing Shun Shutong struggled to breathe, Meng Shuyi relented. Pulling away from her lips, Meng Shuyi suddenly longed to see the normally icy Shun Shutong's eyes clouded with desire. Shall we turn on the lights? She softly coaxed into Shun Shutong's ear. All right. Shun Shutong hesitated before agreeing, then added, let us go upstairs. Meng Shuyi climbed off Shun Shutong's lap and, bending down, lifted her in her arms. As you wish. Shun Shutong slumped against Meng Shuyi, her head nestled into her neck. Asking in a soft tone, can you see? The warmth of her breath caressed Meng Shuyi's ear, sending a shiver down her spine. Aren't there floor lights? Indeed, Meng Shuyi's assumption proved correct as they turned a corner and arrived at the staircase. Each step illuminated by soft lights. How did you know? Shun Shutong asked for the safety of Meng Shuyi's embrace, her voice ethereal. Meng Shuyi, walking steadily, replied, just a guess. Upon reaching the second floor, Meng Shuyi inquired. Which room? The second one on the left. Shun Shutong's breath had returned to normal. Meng Shuyi opened the door, and Shun Shutong instructed the smart assistant to turn on the lights. The underbed lighting cast a soft glow. And Meng Shuyi playfully tossed Shun Shutong onto the bed, leaning over her. How is it that after just a kiss, you've turned so soft? Shun Shutong replied earnestly, it wasn't just a kiss. It was many kisses. Meng Shuyi. Shun Shutong was becoming increasingly delightful. The warm orange light softened the contours of Shun Shutong's features, rendering her markedly different from the cool demeanor typically observed. The once sharp lines took on a gentler quality, inciting Meng Shuyi's desire to see her even softer, even more alluring. Have you truly never? Meng Shuyi questioned. Does it matter? Shun Shutong fixed her gaze on Meng Shuyi. If you haven't, I would feel as though I were taking advantage of you. And you have been with others? Yes. Meng Shuyi's eyes locked with Shun Shutong. Oh, you mind? Shun Shutong countered. Do you mind if I've been with someone else? Meng Shuyi. No. Is it different? Shun Shutong's question was earnest. Meng Shuyi struggled to articulate whether it was different or not. We really need to discuss this now. A fleeting blush crossed Shun Shutong's face, disappearing as quickly as it had appeared. Meng Shuyi was momentarily stunned, captivated by the sight of Shun Shutong's rare vulnerability. Shun Shutong, noticing Meng Shuyi's dazed expression, rolled over, forcing her to confront her own thoughts. By the time Meng Shuyi realized what was happening, Shun Shutong had already turned the tables. Meng Shuyi raised her hand in protest. She was seized by Shun Shutong, pinned beneath her grasp, utterly immobilized. Shun Shutong. Meng Shuyi stammered in fragmented protests. What on earth are you doing? Shun Shutong, noticing her somewhat feeble resistance, released Meng Shuyi and, panting slightly, replied, just having my way with you. Meng Shuyi was left speechless. Shun Shutong, in a gentle yet coaxing tone, added, since you've been with someone else, I shall do the same. This way, we shall be even. Meng Shuyi pondered this. That does seem somewhat reasonable. But then she scoffed. What nonsense is this? I came here to take control, not to be at her mercy. If you're uncomfortable, we can pause. Shun Shutong tightened her grip on Meng Shuyi's wrist. Don't you wish to experience the feeling of surrender? Meng Shuyi hesitated. Why do I feel a little tempted? Aren't you supposed to hold back? Shun Shutong raised an eyebrow, withdrawing a hand to caress. Meng Shuyi was left in a state of uncontrollable tremors. I'm not the only one, Shun Shutong remarked nonchalantly. You too, Miss Meng. Initially embarrassed by the revelation, Meng Shuyi felt her cheeks burn upon hearing it voiced aloud. If Miss Meng remains silent, I shall proceed. Shun Shutong stated with a serious demeanor. Meng Shuyi found it incredulous that she could deliver such a line with a straight face. Chapter 13. Seizing opportunities in the early morning, soft and warm sunlight gently filtered through the delicate curtains. casting a glow into the bedroom. Meng Shuyi lay lazily in bed, raising a hand to shield her eyes from the invasive rays of light. Her elongated eyes squinted slightly, clearly still ensnared in the remnants of sleep. Her expression a mix of confusion and fatigue. Her awareness gradually sharpened. Meng Shuyi slowly opened her eyes, gazing dreamily at the ceiling. This was not the decor of her own home. Outside, the cheerful chirping of birds filled the air, while a gentle breeze rustled the leaves by the window, producing a soothing sound. Everything she heard signaled the dawn of a new day, yet her body remained heavy with the exhaustion of the previous night. As her thoughts coalesced, she recalled the events of last night. She had intended to deliver something to Shen Shutong, stay for dinner, and ultimately ended up in bed with her. The crux of the matter was, Shen Shutong had taken charge for the entire night. Damn it. Meng Shuyi couldn't help but curse under her breath. Turning to the side, she found the space beside her already vacant. Sitting up, Meng Shuyi surveyed the disheveled state of the bed, struggling to regain her composure. After some time lost in thought, she finally got out of bed, only to find her legs weak as she touched the floor, nearly collapsing, entering the bathroom in her bare state. Meng Shuyi stared at her reflection in the mirror, bewildered. How could Shen Shutong have treated her like a mere plaything? Her collarbone, shoulders, and chest were adorned with an array of dark bruises. Turning to inspect her back, she discovered more of the same. At least her neck was still presentable. Shen Shutong, this isn't over. She shouldn't have heeded her words last night. After a shower, she wrapped herself in a bathrobe and descended to the first floor. She had no idea where she had tossed her phone the previous night. On a coffee table, it lay quietly. Unlocking her phone, she intended to find a local delivery service for her clothes. Instead, she found several messages from Shen Shutong on WeChat. The clothes are on the sofa in the living room. Breakfast is on the dining table. Glancing over, she indeed found several bags on the sofa, and upon opening them, discovered styles and colors akin to her usual wardrobe. Even her undergarments were from her preferred brand. The second message read, "Miss Meng's stamina could use improvement." Meng Shuyi retorted, "Next time. If I don't leave you incapable of getting out of bed the next day, I shall not bear the surname Meng. How dare you question my stamina?" Shaking off the thoughts of a possible next time, she felt flustered and annoyed, sending Shen Shutong a transfer of 10,000 yuan with the note, as previously agreed. Still feeling disgruntled, she added, "Your skills need improvement. Practice more when you have time." After sending the messages, she felt a sense of relief and clutched the clothes as she re-entered the bathroom. In Shen Shudong's office, Shen Shuyi observed her sister's beaming demeanor and couldn't resist teasing. "Sis, has something good happened?" Shen Shutong maintained her usual impassive expression, though there was a hint of warmth in her eyes, indicating her good mood. When Shen Shuyi pressed for details, Shen Shutong simply nodded and replied, Shen Shuyi's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she pressed on. "Is it true? Have you finally succeeded?" Shen Shutong rubbed her left shoulder and nodded. Noticing the slight blush on Shen Shudong's earlobes, Shen Shuyi realized her sister was indeed smitten. Curious about her sister's shoulder, Shen Shuyi casually inquired, "What's wrong with your shoulder?" "I got kicked," Shen Shutong answered with a smile playing on her lips. Shen Shuyi was taken aback. It seems the previous night was quite intense. "I want first-hand details." "How many kicks?" "Just 4 or 5, Shen Shutong replied nonchalantly. Shen Shuyi was astonished that her sister had answered so earnestly. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Shen Shudong's phone lit up with 3 consecutive message notifications. She picked up her phone to unlock it, glancing at the incoming messages. The first was a transfer. The second she ignored. The third made her eyes narrow momentarily, a glint of coldness flashing through. Shen Shuyi noticed the warmth draining from her sister's face, replaced by a shadow of contemplation. "What's wrong, sis?" "Nothing," Shen Shutong replied, putting her phone down and dismissing Shen Shuyi. "Just focus on your work." Shen Shuyi suspected it had something to do with Meng Shuyi, as only she could provoke such a reaction from her sister. Nodding, Shen Shuyi returned to her desk, opening her phone to send Meng Shuyi a message to probe further. "Sister Meng, I've been called back last minute. Are you free tonight? I'd like to treat you to dinner." Just as Meng Shuyi stepped out of Shen Shudong's villa, her phone chimed with Shen Shuyi's message. Meng Shuyi found herself unable to face the idea of dinner. Haunted by the memories of the previous night and still feeling the lingering aches, All this was a consequence of her own gluttony. Had she not been coaxed into staying for dinner by Shen Shutong, none of this would have transpired. Ultimately, she had a lingering attachment to Shen Shutong, which was why she had allowed herself to be taken advantage of. Not only that, but Shen Shutong had the audacity to mock her stamina as well. Damn it! Meng Shuyi couldn't help but curse inwardly, feeling flustered and unwilling to reply to Shen Shuiying's message. Thus, Shen Shuiying's message was elegantly overlooked by the time Meng Shuyi arrived at the office. She was 10 minutes late for the Monday morning meeting. Regret washed over her again. Indulging in pleasure had proven to be unwise, and she realized that losing oneself in beauty could indeed lead to missed opportunities. Although she knew Shen Shudong's words were not to be trusted, Meng Shuyi still absorbed them. Over the course of the week, she began going to bed early, waking up early, and exercising regularly. Meng Wenyu watched her daughter's unusual behavior in bewilderment. "What is going on, sweetheart?" Just as Meng Shuyi returned home from a run, her mother intercepted her at the gate. "I'm fine," Meng Shuyi replied. "Meng, when you scrutinized her daughter, you never showed such diligence when I urged you to exercise." "I truly am fine. I just feel a bit stiff from sitting at the office, so I decided to run to keep fit." Meng Shuyi continued to placate her mother. "Otherwise, when I retire, I want to have the stamina to travel the world." Meng Wenyu raised an eyebrow. "I don't believe you." However, she opted not to press further. Her daughter had grown up, and keeping secrets was a part of maturity. "Come on, let us have breakfast. We need to head back to the old house to see your grandfather." Meng Shuyi said nothing as she followed Meng Wenyu into the restaurant. Chapter 14. I prefer women. Qingchuan Mountain Villa, like a dazzling pearl, is nestled on the mountainside of Qingchuan Mountain. This is the ancestral residence of the Shan family. Meng Shuyi drove off the main road and onto Qingchuan Mountain Road, flanked by towering, bare trees. Sunlight filtered through the sparse clouds, casting its glow upon the barren branches, revealing the mottled bark that appeared pale and lifeless. Upon entering the gates of Qingchuan Mountain Villa, a grand fountain came into view. Water gushed from the ground, forming towering columns that burst into a splendid cascade in midair. Bathed in sunlight, the droplets shimmered like crystal, creating a dreamlike spectacle. Surrounding the fountain were exquisite stone sculptures and flower beds, adding an air of elegance and artistry. The car parked beside the fountain. Meng Shuyi switched off the engine, unbuckled her seatbelt, and exited the vehicle, followed by Shan Ziwan and Meng Wenyu. Shan Ziwan chattered incessantly, advising Meng Shuyi, "Dear, just let your parents handle things later, and don't argue with your grandfather." Meng Shuyi smiled and replied, "Dad, I know that I will behave and just eat without saying a word." "Good girl." After praising his daughter, Shan Ziwan turned to take Meng Wenyu's hand. "Just bear with it for a while. After all these years, I know full well what his temperament is like." Meng Wenyu responded calmly, showing no sign of agitation. The trio ascended the steps and entered the hall. Seated on the sofa in the hall was Shan Ziwan's father, Shan Ming. The old man's hair, silver like frost and snow, gleamed faintly, meticulously combed and perfectly arranged. He wore immaculate clothing, spotless and tidy, with buttons fastened securely, and his collar and cuffs pressed flat. Shan Ming's stature was upright, his demeanor dignified, exuding an air of solemn authority without needing to raise his voice. Meng Shuyi felt that her father was jovial and easygoing, while she herself was somewhat quirky, lacking the meticulous nature that her grandfather embodied. She wondered where the discrepancy lay. The family of three offered a respectful greeting to Shan Ming. Meng Shuyi dutifully called out, "Grandfather." Shan Ming glanced at Meng Shuyi and replied in a neutral tone. Not wishing to engage with the old man, Meng Shuyi made an excuse about work and directly retreated upstairs to her room. During lunch, in addition to Shan Ziwan and his wife, there was also a man in a suit. Meng Shuyi frowned as she took her seat, remaining silent. Shan Ming looked at the man, then at Meng Shuyi, and said, "This is your cousin, Lin Qingting." Meng Shuyi casually greeted, "Hello, cousin Lin." Lin Qingting's gaze was intense as he fixated on Meng Shuyi, smilingly remarking, "It's been years, you've become quite beautiful." Meng Shuyi felt uncomfortable under Lin Qingting's unabashed stare. Displeased, she turned to Shan Ming and asked, "Grandfather, when will we eat?" "I'm hungry," Shan Ming replied. "Qingting is the grandson of my cousin. We're all family, well acquainted." "You're already 30. It's time to think about settling down." Shan Zan interjected, Dad, we live in an era of marital freedom that I'm not suggesting that E should marry right away. Today is just an introduction to cultivate some feelings, Shan Ming continued, ignoring Shan Ziyuan's words. Lin Qingting chimed in. Indeed, E is beautiful and has inherited such a large company. It would be a pity for her to be deceived by outsiders. Who could be more trustworthy than family? Shan Ming added, Qingting is a master's graduate from a prestigious foreign university, specializing in finance. After marriage, he can join the company and support E. Meng Shuyi stood up. Did grandfather invite me here for a meal or for a blind date? Shan Ming's expression darkened, and he said with a hint of anger, Is that how you speak to your elders? Sit down. Meng Shuyi looked at Shan Ming, her voice icy. Let me be clear today. First, whether I marry or not is my own business. Grandfather need not worry that you're getting older and should mind your own affairs. Second, I am in charge of the company now. I have the capability to manage it without needing anyone's assistance. Third, I am attracted to women, not men. Please refrain from bringing any random suitors my way. After finishing her statement, she turned to her parents. Dad, Mom, I'm leaving now. Please have a driver pick you up later. Without waiting for a response, Meng Shuyi turned to leave. Stop. Shan Ming's voice boomed behind her, his anger palpable. Meng Shuyi did not look back. The voice continued, as a descendant of the Shan family. Who allowed you to prefer women? Who gave you permission to engage in such unorthodox behavior? Women do not remain unmarried. No matter how capable you are, you're still a Shan descendant. You enjoy the benefits of the Shan family. Is this how your mother raised you? Disregarding proper conduct, arguing with your elders, and showing them disrespect. Where has your upbringing gone? Just as Meng Shuyi was about to retort, Shan Ziyuan stood up. Distressed, Dad. Are you trying to drive your son's family apart? Meng Wenyu also rose, speaking in a calm tone. First of all, he was raised solely by me until she turned 20. Secondly, had it not been for Shan Ziyuan undergoing a sterilization procedure, I would not have allowed Yi to reconnect with the Shan family. Lastly, since we are not to your liking, we shall take our leave. Lao Shan, prepare the divorce papers. We will see you at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Ew. Shan Ziyuan called out, his tone pleading, please don't act impulsively. Meng, when you scoffed, if my upbringing is lacking, then I certainly will not teach my daughter. We are not worthy of the Shan family. Shan Ziyuan turned to Shan Ming, Dad. Are you satisfied now that you've torn my family apart? Shan Ming paused, muttering, the world is declining, morals have eroded, descendants are unfilial. I am ashamed before the ancestors of the Shan family. Meng Shuyi's face was cold as she addressed the silent Lin Qingting. Thinking of taking advantage of the Shan family? Dream on. Even if the Shan family ceases to exist, it won't be your place to meddle in our affairs. Shan Ming seemed agitated by her words, shouting, the Shan family would cease to exist because of you. If you had simply followed my arrangements, how could the Shan family face extinction? Dad, Shan Ziyuan interjected. Can't you reason with us? Why do you meddle in others' affairs? Shan Ming raised his voice. I meddle in others' affairs. My son is not others. You abandoned the Shan family for Meng Wenyu all these years. For a woman, you disobeyed me and rebelled against me. And now, I'm the unreasonable one. Fine, fine. All the obedient sons and grandsons of the Shan family. My son rebels, and now my granddaughter does too. And in the end, I am the one without reason. Chapter 15. Meddling. Meng Shuyi thought to herself that it was not her fault that he failed to raise his son properly. However, she only dared to indulge this thought in her mind. Speaking it aloud would surely incite the old man to a fit. Before she could finish this thought, Shan Ming clutched his chest, gasping for breath. Dad! Shan Ziyuan rushed over, panic-stricken. What's wrong? Shan Ming, panting heavily, scolded, why do you care about my life or death? Aren't you wholeheartedly favoring your wife and daughter? Wouldn't it be better for me to die? If I die, no one will bother you. Shan Ziyuan hurriedly called for a nurse to fetch medicine, while Meng Wenyu took out her phone to call the family doctor. Meng Shuyi was caught in a bind, unable to leave or stay. Ultimately, she vented her frustration on Lin Qingting. You are not welcome here. Please leave. Lin Qingting surveyed the chaotic Shan family and said to Shan Ming, I'll visit another day. Uncle Dahi then departed without even saying goodbye to Shan Ziyuan. After giving Shan Ming his medication, Shan Ziyuan gradually calmed him down. The doctor arrived quickly and, following an examination, advised the old man to avoid anger and maintain a peaceful and cheerful disposition. Umph. Shan Ming sulked, refusing to look at Meng Wenyu or Meng Shuyi. There isn't one person here who gives me peace of mind. Observing that Shan Ming still had the energy to scold, Meng Shuyi tossed out a parting remark. I'm leaving. With that, she turned and exited the hall. As the car journeyed halfway, her stomach began to grumble, and she realized she had been so upset that she hadn't eaten lunch. Meng Shuyi exhaled deeply, acknowledging that returning to the old residence was indeed a mistake. Chaos ensued the moment she stepped back in. The old man actually wanted to set her up, and with a man no less. Previously, he merely suggested she change her surname, but today it had escalated to introducing a man and urging her to marry. Meng Shuyi took time to calm down, and by the time she returned to the city, her mood had settled considerably. She chose a private Hunan cuisine restaurant at random. Feeling too lazy to book a private room, she sat in the main hall. Halfway through her meal, she noticed Shen Shutong and a group of people exiting from inside. Shen Shutong's cheeks were slightly flushed, her earlobes nearly crimson, and her neck bore a large patch of redness. Meng Shuyi furrowed her brow, thinking, this person clearly cannot handle spicy food. Why would she come to a Hunan restaurant? Is it the weekend? Is she still working? Is it really necessary to push herself so hard? Alas, why bother with so many concerns? Meng Shuyi retracted her gaze and resumed her meal, whether it was due to a diminished appetite or the sight of Shen Shutong, whom she hadn't seen in a week. Meng Shuyi suddenly felt a loss of appetite. Upon settling the bill and stepping out of the restaurant, she noticed Shen Shutong squatting by the roadside. She hesitated, thinking it best to ignore her, yet Shen Shutong appeared rather disheveled. Should she offer help? It was uncertain if Shen Shutong would appreciate it. After much internal conflict, Meng Shuyi decided to purchase a bottle of water and approached Shen Shutong. Handing it to her, you shouldn't push yourself if you can't handle spicy food. Perhaps you should consider going to the hospital. Shen Shutong lifted her head, her previously rosy cheeks now pallid. Thank you, she murmured, accepting the water and taking a sip. Where is Miss Shen? Meng Shuyi inquired, having clearly seen Shen Shuyi trailing behind her moments ago. With a furrowed brow, she scanned the surroundings but found no sign of Shen Shutong's car or driver. After drinking, Shen Shutong pressed her hand against her abdomen and stood up. Meng Shuyi, observing her frail demeanor, instinctively reached out to steady her. The client made a last-minute decision to visit the factory, and I had other matters to attend to. So Shuyi escorted the client. Shen Shutong replied in a flat tone, leaving Meng Shuyi unable to discern whether she was in discomfort or recovering. Concerned for Shen Shutong's condition, Meng Shuyi momentarily forgot that it was the weekend, a time when factories typically remain closed. Should we go to the hospital? Shen Shutong shook her head, explaining that her secretary had already dispatched a car and that she had business affairs to attend to. Suddenly, Meng Shuyi felt an unexpected surge of frustration. Is work more important than your health? Shen Shutong responded calmly. Work is important. Meng Shuyi was infuriated, muttering, I shouldn't have bothered coming. Thank you for your concern. Miss Meng, I assure you I'm fine, Shen Shutong said sincerely, yet her politeness seemed distant. Meng Shuyi took a deep breath, suppressing her anger, and replied coolly, You're welcome. It seems I was meddling, so I shall take my leave. With that, she turned on her heel and walked away briskly. Footsteps followed behind her, and Shen Shutong caught up. Miss Meng, I apologize, that was not my intention. Shen Shutong's voice was soft. Meng Shuyi halted and turned to face her, stating, What you desire is your business. It has no bearing on me. Shen Shutong's face remained pale, her eyes betraying an emotion that Meng Shuyi could not decipher. Something unspoken, perhaps a hidden sorrow, like tea that moment. A black sedan approached and came to a stop by the curb. The driver exited and walked around to open the door. Miss Shen, please get in. Shen Shutong cast a glance at Meng Shuyi before entering the car and departing. Meng Shuyi watched the vehicle disappear, berating herself internally for being overly concerned. Beep. The notification sound of a text message broke the silence, but a glance revealed it was from Shen Shutong. Still irked, Meng Shuyi dismissed it. Tossing her phone back in her bag, with her mind in disarray, she drove to the racetrack on the outskirts of the city. Halfway there, she received a call from Xu Ranwei. Where have you been gallivanting this weekend? I was planning to run a few laps, Meng Shuyi replied casually, connecting her Bluetooth. How could you go out without inviting us? Yi Chen's disgruntled voice came through. Meng Shuyi, unable to tolerate Yi Chen's loudness, gripped the steering wheel with one hand while removing her earphones with the other. Are you trying to deafen me? Did you two invite me to the beach for surfing? Yi Chen's voice grew noticeably softer. But weren't you too busy with your corporate duties? Meng Shuyi retorted, fine, the racetrack is in April. Come if you wish. She hung up, feeling a sense of relief as she continued driving, upon arriving at the parking lot. Meng Shuyi parked her car and began gathering her belongings. However, she found herself opening Shun Shudong's message once more. I've already taken my medication. I'll go to the hospital once I finish. Meng Shuyi scoffed inwardly, thinking, go if you wish. It's none of my concern. The pain isn't mine to bear. Why should I concern myself with you? Fuming silently, she exited the car only to see Xu Ranwei and Yi Chen approaching. So, you both finally decided to return from your escapades? Spotting her friends lightened Meng Shuyi's spirits, momentarily easing the irritation caused by Shin Shutong. If you hadn't come back soon, someone might have forgotten us. Xu Ranwei feigned annoyance as the trio walked toward the racetrack. Meng Shuyi selected a horse. The riding instructor helped her adjust the saddle, and she led the horse onto the track before mounting. With a gentle flick of the reins, the horse began to trot. The wind tousled Meng Shuyi's hair, setting it free. Xu Ranwei and Yi Chen each mounted their own horses, trailing behind Meng Shuyi. The three galloped across the racetrack, racing for half an hour until Meng Shuyi, feeling jostled, pulled the reins to slow her horse. Chapter 16. For children, the trio collapsed onto the grass. Why? Yi Chen asked. Meng, what prompted you to come riding today? Meng Shuyi pondered the day's vexations and sighed, uncertain of where to begin. Haven't we only been apart for a month? What could have happened? Xu Ranwei sensed the gravity of Meng Shuyi's sighs. Yi Chen, cutting through the tension, bluntly suggested, then just tell us why you came to ride today. Meng Shuyi gazed at the drifting clouds above. I had a disagreement with my grandfather. Why? Yi Chen inquired. Wasn't he the one who insisted you change your surname? What trouble is brewing now? Meng Shuyi recounted the events at the ancestral home, and Yi Chen frowned, commenting, your grandfather can certainly stir up trouble. Meng Shuyi pulled out her phone and messaged Meng Wenyu, Mom. How is Grandpa? Xu Ranwei poked her shoulder, sensing that Meng Shuyi's mood was affected by more than just this incident. Meng Shuyi remained silent, the pause stretching uncomfortably long. Why? Yi Chen and Xu Ranwei turned to her, both declaring in unison, you have something going on. Meng Shuyi neither confirmed nor denied it. Her situation could be considered something, but it hardly seemed significant, merely a fleeting romance. Why was she so preoccupied with Shin Shutong? Her friends pressed her from either side, urging her to speak up. If you don't tell us, we might just summon Sister Qinglan for an interrogation. Yi Chen threatened. Meng Shuyi responded with a sigh. Sister Sheng Qinglan was generally gentle and amiable, yet her methods of extracting information were numerous. A true smiley face with a hidden edge. This is personal. Please don't P or Y. Yi Chen and Xu Ranwei exchanged knowing glances, a flicker of understanding passing between them. Let us go enjoy Sister Qinglan's dinner, Xu Ranwei suggested. Meng Shuyi eyed them suspiciously. Was this truly an interrogation? Your personal matters are your own. If you don't wish to share, that's fine. Who cares anyway? Yi Chen replied, a hint of discontent in her voice. It's been ages since I've enjoyed Sister Qinglan's handmade beef balls. I'm craving them. Meng Shuyi noticed that her friends appeared genuine in their intentions. Having not visited in a while, she too longed for Sheng Qinglan's dishes and drinks, and thus readily agreed. All right, let us go. Two cars set off, one trailing the other back to the city. Why? Yi Chen drove while Xu Ranwei fiddled with her phone. Why? Yi Chen asked, have you calmed down yet? Xu Ranwei gazed vacantly at her phone. Why? Yi Chen repeated the question. Sister Qinglan mentioned she might know what is happening. What? Yi Chen inquired, intrigued. Sister Qinglan said Meng had entangled herself with Shin Shutong at her bar before. Yi Chen sighed heavily. The Shun family's waters run deep and tumultuous. Not necessarily. Xu Ranwei countered. You know Meng well. If she had a girlfriend, she'd have made it known to everyone by now. Perhaps Meng doesn't want to make it public? Yi Chen speculated, still puzzled. Xu Ranwei shook her head. What is there to hide? Meng has never concealed anything from us at T Qingqing bar. Sheng Qinglan had just opened for the evening when the trio squeezed inside. Upon entering, Yi Chen immediately called out, Sister Qinglan, I want 8 of your handmade beef balls. Sheng Qinglan shot her a disapproving glance, but couldn't help but smile. You only think of my kitchen's offerings. Meng Shuyi chimed in, I want some too. Not just the beef balls, but also the garlic ribs. Qi Ran quickly followed suit. I want some as well. We haven't had dinner. Sheng Qinglan sighed, this is a bar, not a restaurant. Yi Chun and Qi Ran playfully clung to Sheng Qinglan, feigning innocence. Eventually, Sheng Qinglan relented, calling for the kitchen to prepare their requests and leading the three to a private room on the 3rd floor. As they settled in, Sheng Qinglan asked, where have you three been gallivanting? You all smell like sweat. Yi Chun casually replied, we went horseback riding. Well, you all went out to have fun without inviting me. Yet now you remember me at meal times, Sheng Qinglan teased. Shooting them a playful glare, Qi Ran instantly hugged Sheng Qinglan, sweetly apologizing. Sister Qinglan, we were wrong. Sheng Qinglan pushed her away. Go on. You all stink of sweat. Meng Shuyi was unable to contain her laughter as she was playfully teased by 2 individuals. The 4 of them engaged in a game of cards for a while, during which Yi Chun consistently lost. Finally, in frustration, he tossed his cards onto the table and declared, I'm done. I'm done. It's all my loss. How pitiful. Just then, the kitchen delivered some food, prompting the other 3 to abandon their cards and rush to seize the meal. Sheng Qinglan, quite unceremoniously, joined the fray, competing with the others for the food. Yi Chun, feeling disgruntled, remarked, Sister Lan, how can you have the audacity to snatch food from us? Boo-hoo. As he complained, he stuffed meatballs into his mouth, even managing to whimper in protest, only to end up grimacing from the heat. Unable to hold back any longer, Meng Shuyi burst into laughter at Yi Chun's antics. Seizing the opportunity, Qi Ran slyly snatched a piece of rib from her bowl. Shameless, Meng Shuyi, momentarily disregarding her decorum, cursed and chased after her in an attempt to reclaim the rib. The 4 of them engaged in a playful chase around the table for quite some time before finally settling down to eat in peace. Sheng Qinglan disdainfully remarked, with a combined age of 100 years, you 3 act like toddlers, fighting over food like it's a game. Yi Chun, after swallowing his food, mumbled, old Sheng, aren't you just as guilty of fighting for food? Indeed, indeed. Xiao Qing, you eat every day and still have a nerve to compete with us. Qi Ran chimed in. Sheng Qinglan tossed her chopsticks aside, crossing her arms and casting a cold glare at the 2. Oh, before we sat down for a meal, you call me Sister Lan, but now that you're full, I've become Old Sheng and Xiao Qing. Taking advantage of the moment, Meng Shuyi quietly lifted the last piece of rib from her plate, accompanied by a hefty serving of beef meatballs. Yi Chun, catching a glimpse of Meng Shuyi's sneaky maneuver, quickly shouted, Old Meng, those are my meatballs. Without hesitation, he lunged forward to snatch them back. As Yi Chun lunged toward her, Meng Shuyi swiftly took a bite of the meatball. Yi Chun exclaimed, I may love to snatch food, but I have a cleanliness obsession. I want to take food from someone else's mouth. Not even from a good sister. Witnessing Yi Chun's defeat, Sheng Qinglan could no longer maintain her stern facade and burst into laughter. Meng Shuyi took small bites of the meatball, her eyes gleaming with triumph. Yi Chun turned to Sheng Qinglan, adopting an expression of pitiful grievance. Sister Lan, Old Meng is bullying me. Chapter 17. Sister-in-law is right. Sheng Qinglan, uninterested in someone who had no tears to shed, picked up her chopsticks again and casually resumed eating. Meng Shuyi's bad mood from the day had dissipated halfway, with the other half being healed by the delicious food, seeing Yi Chun looking somewhat pitiable as she sought out Sheng Qinglan to complain. She couldn't help but reach out to pat her head, wanting to smooth her hair. To her surprise, Yi Chun turned her head away, expressing her disdain. Speak properly, don't get handsy. Meng Shuyi. What a waste of kindness. After their meal, the 4 began to drink and sing. Yi Chun and Qi Ran initially intended to get Meng Shuyi drunk and then have Sheng Qinglan extract information from her. However, Meng Shuyi was as elusive as a little fox. She drank freely but divulged not a single word. The 3 grew weary and ultimately relinquished their efforts, letting go of their inhibitions and reveling in the chaos. Eventually, aside from Sheng Qinglan, who had matters to attend to, the remaining 3 grew tired from their antics and sprawled out on the sofa, falling asleep. At 3 in the morning, after closing the door, Sheng Qinglan was greeted by the sight of three beautiful women sleeping in various ungraceful positions. Wei Chun had her legs draped over the back of the sofa, her head precariously rolling near the edge. Xu Ran lay horizontally, using Yi Chun's stomach as a pillow, one leg already dangling off the side. Meng Shuyi was sprawled out, one hand hanging over the sofa's edge. With a sigh, Sheng Qinglan approached and roused each of them in turn. The three groggily stirred awake. Meng Shuyi yawned and sat up, only to be hit by a wave of sour odor. It seemed to emanate from her own body. After shaking her head to clear her thoughts, she recalled that she had come over to Sheng Qinglan's place the previous day, drenched in sweat, and had gotten drunk before collapsing into sleep. While Meng Shuyi didn't suffer from obsessive-compulsive disorder or possess an acute aversion to cleanliness, she still found it unacceptable to sleep without washing up first, ruffling her hair and rubbing her eyes. Meng Shuyi stood up to straighten her clothes, then turned to search for her jacket. "Are you two leaving or not?" Yi Chun and Xu Ran shook their heads in unison, still not fully awake. Sheng Qinglan exchanged a resigned glance with Meng Shuyi, and they moved to assist the others in getting up to so heavy. Meng Shuyi grumbled while helping Yi Chun, while Sheng Qinglan supported Xu Ran. And together they managed to get them to the hotel upstairs. Sheng Qinglan glanced at Meng Shuyi and asked, "Are you staying with them or going home?" "Going home," Meng Shuyi replied decisively. "These two have terrible sleeping habits. I'd either be kicked out of bed or end up getting beaten. Shall I drive you back?" Sheng Qinglan inquired as she pressed the elevator button. Meng Shuyi declined. "I'm awake now. I could drive myself that you've stayed up all night too, so you should head home early." "Okay." Sheng Qinglan agreed readily, not bothering to insist further. After bidding farewell to Sheng Qinglan, Meng Shuyi drove home alone. She rolled down the car window, allowing the night breeze to sweep in, hoping to clear her mind. As she neared Yunwan, she noticed a car merging ahead, recognizing it as Shun Shutong's. The Meng Shuyi frowned, pondering why Shin Shutong was still out and about at this hour. Unconsciously, she followed Shin Shutong's car to Building A9 that she saw Shun Shuang assisting Shun Shutong out of the vehicle. Shin Shutong glanced in the direction of Meng Shuyi's car. The lighting was dim, but Meng Shuyi could still make out Shun Shutong's pale face in the dead of night. Meng Shuyi had no desire to step out and greet them, especially considering Shun Shuang was there to attend to her sister. Meng Shuyi returned home and, after freshening up, felt revitalized. The image of Shin Shutong crouched on the roadside, clutching her stomach, along with the pale face she had just seen, lingered in her mind. Checking the time, she realized half an hour had passed. Meng Shuyi hesitated for a moment before reopening Shun Shuang's chat window. After much deliberation, she spent 5 minutes crafting and editing a simple message before finally sending. "Is your sister all right?" In the living room of Shun Shutong's home, Shin Shuang brought over a glass of water, watching her sister take her medication. Suddenly, her phone lit up. Shun Shuang muttered, "Who is messaging me at this hour?" She pulled out her phone and instantly smiled. "Sister, your Meng Miss is asking about you." After taking her medication, Shin Shutong heard Shin Shuang's words and first glanced at the phone lying quietly on the coffee table. It remained silent for a good 10 seconds before she inquired, "What did she ask?" Shin Shuang, amused by her sister's little gesture, replied, "Nothing much, just asking if you're feeling better." Shin Shutong acknowledged. Shin Shuang, puzzled, wondered what meant. Did it indicate that she understood the situation, or was it merely a response to Meng Shuyi's inquiry? "Sister, are you going to reply?" Shin Shutong glanced at her phone again, responding nonchalantly to Shun Shuang. Shin Shuang thought to herself, "My sister is such a closed book. How could she possibly attract a partner? My sister is fine now. The doctor said she just needs to rest more." "Thank you, Miss Meng, for your concern." After replying to Meng Shuyi's message, Shin Shuang looked up, meeting her sister's gaze. "Sister, why don't you just pursue her directly instead of hiding and being all secretive?" The silence stretched on for a moment, and Shun Shuang began to think her sister wouldn't respond. However, Shun Shutong finally spoke. "I have someone in my heart. I'm too guarded, Shun Shuang." "Shouldn't that make you more proactive?" "How do you know?" "The first time I was intimate with her, she hesitated midway." Shun Shuang, "My sister, is this something I can hear? I can't even begin to comprehend how to address my sister's situation." The fact that she would willingly be intimate with someone, especially when that person doesn't know her, doesn't like her. What is this world coming out? Oh no, what has happened to my sister? Sister, tell me honestly, you didn't fall for her the first time you met, did you? Xu Ranwei shook her head, then nodded. Xu Ranwei was left bewildered. Forget it. I'll observe a moment of silence for my future sister-in-law. With my sister's personality, if you don't ask, she definitely won't say anything, and even if you do ask, she might not answer. Sister, you should get some sleep. Rest well tomorrow. I'll attend tomorrow's meeting for you. Xu Ranwei stood up, wanting to assist Xu Ranwei in getting some rest. Xu Ranwei said nothing, her eyes drifting back to her phone, and then she rose with Xu Ranwei's help. After settling her sister down, Xu Ranwei pulled out her phone again. Miss Meng, why not just message me directly to ask about my sister? Ding ding. Meng Shuyi, on the verge of falling asleep, was suddenly jolted awake by a polite yet distant message of reassurance and gratitude. She felt a mix of disappointment and relief. Did she hope for a personal response from Xu Ranwei? Was she disappointed because she didn't receive one? Or was it because Xu Ranwei was fine, allowing her to finally relax? Meng Shuyi set her phone down, trying to coax herself back to sleep. Just as she was about to drift off, her phone buzzed again. Upon seeing that it was a message from Xu Ranwei, she felt a brief moment of disappointment. Why did I expect a message from Xu Ranwei? Meng Shuyi chastised herself. It wasn't as if she and Xu Ranwei had any special connection. Besides, with Xu Ranwei being unwell, how could she have the energy to check her phone? Meng Shuyi scolded herself for her foolishness. With bleary eyes, she gazed at her phone and, after much contemplation, replied, I sent to your sister sick? How does she have the energy to look at her phone? Xu Ranwei? Meng Shuyi replied once more. Moreover, your sister is so aloof and reserved. Even if you ask her, she would not divulge anything. Xu Ranwei silently put away her phone. Her sister-in-law was indeed correct. After sending her message, Meng Shuyi fell into a restful slumber. The fact that Xu Ranwei could converse with herself indicated that Xu Ranwei had already succumbed to sleep. Chapter 18. Overthinking a bit too far morning. The alarm clock buzzed incessantly. Meng Shuyi turned over and swiftly silenced the alarm. After cocooning herself in the blanket for a while longer, she finally threw off the covers and got out of bed. With her eyes still half closed, she shuffled into the washroom. The moment cold water splashed onto her face, it jolted her awake. After getting ready, she descended the stairs. Shanzan and Meng Wenyu were already seated at the breakfast table. Good morning, Mom. Good morning, Dad. Meng Shuyi greeted her parents as she pulled out a chair and took her seat. Noticing her daughter's lackluster demeanor, Meng Wenyu inquired with concern, What is wrong, I'm fine. Mom. Meng Shuyi took a sip of milk and glanced at Shan Ziyuan, casually asking, Dad, how is Grandpa? He is fine, still has the energy to scold people. Shan Ziyuan replied with a smile that he is getting older. And his words may be a bit harsh, but don't take it to heart. If the sky were to fall, your father would be here to support you. Whether you choose to marry a man or a woman, I will support you no matter what. You are my beloved daughter, Thank you, Dad. Long live Dad. Meng Shuyi lifted her milk glass and clinked it with Shan Ziyuan's, toasting. Meng Wenyu chuckled, observing her daughter's lively and innocent spirit. Reminiscent of her childhood, her heart brimmed with a mix of anger and protectiveness over her precious daughter, as she couldn't fathom why that old man felt entitled to impose rules upon her. Meng Shuyi had always been well-behaved. Meng Wenyu had never even mustered the heart to scold her. After finishing breakfast, Meng Shuyi felt buoyed by her parents' comforting words. She hummed a tune as she entered her office. Throughout the day, her spirits remained high, until she received a WeChat message from Xu Ranwei just before leaving work. Sister Meng, I have to work overtime today. MY's sister is home alone. Could you please keep an eye on her for me? Meng Shuyi responded with a series of ellipses. Xu Ranwei, I know this is quite presumptuous, but my sister doesn't listen to my mother, and my mother wouldn't dare impose. Meng Shuyi, I wouldn't dare either. Now it was Xu Ranwei who fell into silence. Indeed, Meng Shuyi was unaware of her sister's standing in her elder sister's heart. What obligation did she have to take on such responsibilities? They weren't even friends. Xu Ranwei, I was being too forward. I apologize, Miss Meng. Meng Shuyi glanced at the title Miss Meng on her phone, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Shen Shuyi had referred to her as Miss Meng only once upon their first meeting. Thereafter, she had always called her Sister Meng. Now, the sudden formality felt rather distancing. Growing up alone, Meng Shuyi had genuinely come to regard Shen Shuyi as a little sister after being affectionately called sister for months. The abrupt shift in address left her feeling unsettled. While it was true that her parents loved her, it also meant they often displayed their affection openly or left her behind while indulging in romantic escapades. Leaving her feeling rather lonely at times, as Meng Shuyi packed up to leave work, she reflected on her day. Upon returning home and finishing dinner, she found herself aimlessly browsing her phone, her mind elsewhere. Yesterday, when she had urged Shen Shutong to visit the hospital, Shen Shutong had coldly remarked that work was paramount and advised against meddling in others' affairs. Why should it concern her? Shen Shutong was an adult. If she neglected her health, it was her own issue. Irritated, Meng Shuyi turned off her phone, intending to join Meng Wenyu in watching television. Meng Wenyu, seated beside her, caught sight of her daughter's restless demeanor and asked, "What's troubling you? You seem preoccupied, Mom." Meng Shuyi clung to her mother's arm, resting her head on her shoulder, letting out a soft sigh. Meng Wenyu gently stroked Meng Shuyi's hair. "What is wrong, my dear? Can you share with your mother? Shen Shutong is unwell." "What? Is it serious? Have you checked on her? I'm not sure that I saw her looking unwell yesterday, and she only returned from the hospital in the middle of the night. She should be fine now. Then what were you pondering earlier?" Meng Shuyi hesitated for a moment before saying, "She's home alone, and her sister asked me to keep an eye on her." "What about the maid?" Shen Shuyi said the maid wouldn't dare to manage Shen Shutong, and she doesn't live in. Meng Wenyu glanced at the clock on the wall, its hands pointing to 8:30. "Let us go see her together, Mom." Meng Shuyi hesitated, unwilling to rise. Meng Wenyu insisted, "It's a neighborly duty. If we know she is unwell, we should at least check in." Noticing her daughter's reluctance, Meng Wenyu sensed something was amiss. As they walked, Meng Wenyu inquired about Meng Shuyi's romantic life. After some hesitation, Meng Shuyi recounted the story of how Shen Shutong had coaxed her into bed with delicious food. Hearing her daughter had been deceived by Shen Shutong, and that she had lost out, Meng Wenyu couldn't help but chuckle. "Mom." Meng Shuyi felt a surge of indignation. She was already upset, and her mother was finding amusement in her plight. Meng Wenyu suppressed her laughter, secretly thinking that it was Meng Shuyi's first experience of being deceived. If Shen Shutong didn't go too far, it might be worth observing. Moreover, judging by Meng Shuyi's demeanor, she seemed quite invested in the girl. Rumors suggested that the Shun family was chaotic internally, and Meng Shuyi's entry into such a situation could be either a blessing or a curse. With the recent reports of Shen Shutong employing ruthless tactics to seize control of half of the Shun family business, it was evident that the old patriarch was willing to concede some authority, suggesting he possessed considerable capability. They would wait and see that if things went awry, Meng Wenyu and Shan Ziwan would always be there to support Meng Shuyi. Chapter 19. The delicate flower Meng Shuyi rang the doorbell, but 5 minutes passed without anyone emerging to answer. "Mom, she's probably asleep. Let us head back," Meng Shuyi expressed, unsure whether to feel relieved or disappointed. Meng Wenyu suggested, "Don't you have her number? Why not give her a call? That feels inappropriate, interrupting her rest. Then just send a text." Meng Wenyu stepped back, reasoning that if Shen Shutong replied, it meant she was awake. If not, she was likely asleep, and they could leave. After a moment of silence, Meng Shuyi reluctantly pulled out her phone. "Shen Shutong, are you sleeping?" Shen Shutong replied almost instantaneously, "My mom heard you were ill and wanted to come check on you. We read your door that I'm fine now. Please extend my gratitude to Aunt Meng for her kindness." Meng Shuyi, feeling helpless, texted back, "All right, then I'll take my mom home. Remember to take your medicine and rest well." As soon as she sent the message, she noticed the darkened villa light up. Almost immediately, her phone buzzed with a message. "Miss Meng, please wait a moment. I'll be out shortly." Meng Shuyi furrowed her brow. Puzzled by Shen Shutong's sudden change of tone. 5 minutes later, the door swung open, revealing Shen Shutong clad in a loose nightgown, her face still bearing traces of fatigue and her lips slightly pale and chapped. "Aunt Meng, I'm truly sorry to trouble you so late. Please come in." Shen Shutong's tone was somewhat subdued, clearly lacking her usual vitality. Meng Wenyu smiled and offered a polite apology for the disturbance as she entered the courtyard. Meng Shuyi followed closely behind her mother, sensing Shen Shutong's gaze lingering on her, a penetrating look that felt almost intense. When she met Shen Shutong's eyes, however, they were devoid of any unusual emotion. Appearing calm and composed, once settled on the living room sofa, Meng Wenyu inquired about Shen Shutong's symptoms in detail. Shen Shutong answered every question obediently, expressing gratitude for Meng Wenyu's concern that I have a sensitive stomach. I had some spicy food yesterday, which aggravated my condition. It's nothing serious, so please don't worry. Seeing that Shen Shutong appeared sincere, Meng Wenyu exchanged a few more pleasantries, but upon noticing Shen Shutong's lackluster demeanor, she prepared to take her leave. I'm sorry for interrupting your rest. If you're feeling better, we'll take our leave. As Shen Shutong attempted to rise, she held her stomach with one hand and leaned on the armrest of the sofa. Struggling to stand, Meng Wenyu quickly interjected, if you're unwell, there's no need to get up. Don't worry about these formalities. Despite her condition, Shen Shutong insisted, I'll see you out, Aunt Meng. Meng Shuyi felt that Shen Shutong was clearly engaging in conversation with her mother, not sparing her a glance, yet somehow it felt as though she was always watching her to the door. Shen Shutong addressed Meng Shuyi. Thank you, Miss Meng, for your help yesterday. That I will take better care of my health in the future and won't trouble you again. Meng Shuyi, this person, their apology lacks even a shred of sincerity. Their explanations are so convoluted. Meng Shuyi feels utterly disinterested now, no longer inclined to concern herself with Shen Shutong, letting her say whatever she wishes. As Meng Shuyi walks through the courtyard behind her mother, just as they are about to exit the gate, Meng Wenyu turns to offer some advice. However, she catches sight of Shen Shutong leaning against the door frame, appearing fragile, helpless, and pitiful. Why not stay and take care of Shen Shutong? Meng Shuyi is taken aback for a moment, following her mother's gaze. Shen Shutong resembles a porcelain doll, seemingly so delicate that she would shatter if she fell to the ground. Mom, I have work tomorrow. Meng Wenyu replies, I'll cover for you. Isn't it reasonable to test the waters? To test the waters, one must retrieve the work they had previously delegated, which is somewhat agonizing. Meng Shuyi. Who can explain to me what is wrong with my mother? Is she really willing to make such sacrifices? Mom, Shen Shutong is your biological daughter, isn't she? Meng Wenyu pokes Meng Shuyi's forehead with her finger, exasperatedly chiding. What are you thinking? Look at her, she can barely stand, and no one is there to pour her a glass of water. Besides, we still have a partnership with her, so just consider it's serving a client. Meng Shuyi, Mom, we're the client. Meng Wenyu. Why is my daughter so difficult to persuade? Shen Shutong interjects. Aunt Meng, there's no need to put Meng Xiaojia in a difficult position. I'm fine. Xiaoying will be off work soon. Seeing Shen Shutong's obviously weak yet stubborn demeanor, Meng Shuyi feels a surge of anger. Why does this person always insist on being strong, always putting on a brave face? Even while ill, she maintains a carefree facade. Does showing vulnerability equate to weakness? I refuse to give in to your expectations. Mom, you should go back. I'll stay for a bit. I'll leave once Shen Shuang returns. Meng Wenyu observed Shen Shutong thoughtfully, realizing her daughter is likely to be thoroughly overwhelmed by Shen Shutong. With a sigh, she retracts her gaze and exits through the gate. Never mind. Let the young ones handle their own affairs. It's best not to meddle too much. Meng Shuyi watches her mother walk away, then turns back to Shen Shutong, extending a hand to assist her. Shen Shutong does not resist, allowing Meng Shuyi to help her back to the sofa. Have you eaten dinner? Would you like some water? Shen Shutong shakes her head. Haven't eaten, or just don't want to? I don't want to. Meng Shuyi. Well, as cold as ever. Do you want to go upstairs to rest? You napped quite a bit this afternoon, so you're not tired now? The atmosphere falls silent. Meng Shuyi turns on the television. The two of them exchange glances while watching. Less than half an hour later, when Meng Shuyi turns to look at Shen Shutong, she finds her already nestled on the sofa, fast asleep. Meng Shuyi switches off the television, surveying the room, spotting a blanket draped over the back of another sofa. She gently lays Shen Shutong down and covers her with it. Watching Shen Shutong lying there, Meng Shuyi recalls the last time she brought her home, how she had also quietly slept on the sofa. Moreover, there had been that entanglement they had here. Last time, Shin Shutong had exhausted herself, lamenting her poor stamina, and now, just a few days later, she is lying there, weak. The resentment in Meng Shuyi's heart has yet to subside. Seated on the carpet, Meng Shuyi stares at Shin Shutong's face, fuming. This person always effortlessly stirs her emotions. She extends her hand, contemplating pinching Shin Shutong's nose, but fearing it might wake her. Instead, she changes direction and pinches her earlobe. The soft, cool earlobe feels smooth and delicate. Shin Shutong's brow twitches slightly, causing Meng Shuyi to retract her hand in alarm. Meng Shuyi leans over the sofa, staring at Shin Shutong's face, her vision blurring as she gradually drifts into unconsciousness. Chapter 20. Haste makes waste the moment Shin Shuyi opens the door to the living room. She is greeted by the sight of two heads resting together on the sofa. So, Meng Jia has come after all. Despite saying she wouldn't, Shin Shuyi, carrying takeout in her hands, heads toward the dining room. As soon as the door opened, Shin Shutong jolts awake. Opening her eyes, she sees the person beside her and momentarily feels disoriented. She hadn't tea-napped at all that afternoon, having spent the entire day in video meetings. Just as she had finished work and was about to catch a quick nap, she received a message from Meng Shuyi. To see someone, she pushed through her fatigue, only to unexpectedly fall asleep while watching television. Hearing familiar footsteps, Shin Shutong realizes it was Shin Shuyi who had just opened the door, and her anxiety dissipates. Her gaze meets Meng Shuyi's slumbering face, with her elegantly arched brows and closed eyes, long eyelashes fluttering slightly with each breath, a soft, pink mouth slightly ajar revealing pearly teeth, and a pink tongue. Shin Shutong swallows hard, diverting her gaze, afraid to look any longer. Lifting the blanket that covered her, she sits up. Shin Shuyi approaches from the dining room. Awake, sister? After some thought, Shin Shutong decides to wake Meng Shuyi. Sleeping like this isn't good for her neck. Meng Shuyi stirs awake at Shin Shutong's gentle nudging, her eyes filled with confusion. Upon realizing it is Shin Shutong, she quickly sits up, reaching out to touch Shin Shutong's forehead. What's wrong? Are you unwell? Do you need to go to the hospital? Seeing Meng Shuyi, still half asleep, immediately concerned for her despite her own illness, Shin Shutong's eyes inexplicably brightened before dimming again. Shin Shutong, you really aren't human. Although you are indeed ill, isn't it a bit excessive to consume someone's genuine concern like this? I'm fine. Shin Shutong pulls Meng Shuyi's hand from her forehead. Sleeping like this isn't good for your neck. Oh. Meng Shuyi breathes a sigh of relief, momentarily forgetting that Shin Shutong is still holding her hand, neglecting to withdraw it. As long as you're okay. That's all that matters. Meng Shuyi's gaze drifts from Shin Shutong's face downward, landing on the bare collarbone exposed by Shin Shutong's loose neckline, making it difficult to look away that I've bitten it before. Ugh, she's still sick. Why am I having such thoughts? Meng Shuyi chastises herself, shifting her gaze to Shin Shutong's eyes. However, she discovers that Shin Shutong is also looking at her. Their eyes lock for a moment. Meng Shuyi, oh no, caught peeking. Though the room is warm, one must still take care not to catch a cold after a stomach ailment. Meng Shuyi feigns seriousness as she adjusts Shin Shutong's collar, covering her delicate collarbone. Shin Shutong acknowledges softly, her voice a touch hoarse, standing a short distance away. Shin Shuyi, completely ignored. Point one can already foresee an unending supply of dog food in their future. Cough. Shin Shuyi's cough startles Meng Shuyi, who turns to the source of the sound. Upon realizing it was Shin Shuyi, she feels somewhat embarrassed. She had said she wouldn't come this afternoon. Yet here she is, albeit at the behest of her mother. It's one thing to come. But had Shin Shuyi witnessed her embarrassing display in front of Shin Shutong, no wonder Shin Shutong had to wake her up. Cough. Miss Shin has returned. Meng Shuyi attempts to stand and greet her, only to realize her right hand is still clasped in Shin Shutong's. Discreetly withdrawing her hand, Meng Shuyi collects her scattered thoughts. Since Miss Shin has returned, I shall take my leave now. I brought back seafood porridge. Let us have a little together. Shin Shuyi aptly extends the invitation, alleviating Meng Shuyi's awkwardness. Instinctively, Meng Shuyi declines. No need. You two should eat. The memory of the last time she stayed for dinner and was thoroughly drained resurfaces. Once was enough, It's best not to linger in such perilous territory. Seeing Meng Shuyi refuse so decisively, Xu Ranwei secretly finds it amusing, likely because Meng Jie had been intimidated by her sister last time. Meng Jie. Xu Ranwei calls affectionately, "Stay and join us. I can't handle my sister alone." Meng Shuyi. "If you can't handle her, neither can I." Turning to Xun Shutong, Meng Shuyi casually advises, "Make sure to eat well. I'm leaving now." Xun Shutong glances at the clock on the wall, realizing it is already past midnight. Okay. Xun Shutong responds promptly, then turns to Xun Shuang, Xiaoying, "See Meng Xiaojia off." Xun Shuang, feeling resigned, naturally takes Meng Shuyi's hand as they head outside. Oblivious, Meng Shuyi walks alongside her. Watching their intertwined hands, Xun Shudong's eyes dim slightly again. Within 5 minutes, Xun Shuang returns. The sisters sit at the dining table, sipping porridge. Xun Shutong speaks lightly. "Thank you for your hard work today. Sister, this isn't solely your affair. There is no need to feel guilty. The old man favors his eldest grandson and thinks he can use us to sharpen his knife. That he is delusional." Xun Shuang bitterly remarks before burying her head back in her bowl of porridge. Xun Shutong remains silent, lifting her chopsticks to pick up a shrimp, peeling it with her gloves, and placing it into Xun Shuang's bowl. "Eat, sister." Xun Shuang's voice is sweetly insistent. "Thank you, sister." "Alas, sister, how could Miss Meng come to see you? This afternoon I messaged her, inviting her to check on you. Yet she clearly declined my request." Xun Shutong. "I do not know." Xun Shutong truly had no idea, not even aware of Xun Shuang's little schemes. Xun Shuang. "Well, my attempt to stir the pot has failed. Is the person you sought after unproblematic?" Xun Shutong suddenly inquired. While sipping her porridge, Xun Shuang replied nonchalantly, "No problem, we have been friends for many years." After Xun Shutong acknowledged her response, a silence enveloped the air. Xun Shuang, feeling helpless, remarked, "Sister, how can you, with such a reticent nature, win over your lady? I am quite anxious for you." Xun Shutong stirred her porridge with a spoon, responding leisurely, "One cannot rush to consume hot tofu." Xun Shuang. "Well then, if the queen is not in haste, why should her loyal subject be? However, it is still necessary to provoke my sister a bit. Last night, Miss Meng returned home in the wee hours of the morning. Perhaps she was entangled in a romantic rendezvous until that hour. Yet, she dared not voice this latter thought, just as the words left her lips." Xun Shutong paused her stirring, and Xun Shuang suddenly felt the atmosphere chill by a couple of degrees, a shiver running down her neck. It was over. She had irked her sister. Xun Shuang hastily buried herself in her porridge, devouring it with fervor, and then, casting aside her spoon, declared, "Sister, I am full, so tired, I shall retire to sleep now." Without waiting for Xun Shudong's response, Xun Shuang vanished swiftly, faster than a flicker. Xun Shutong gazed at Xun Shuang's retreating figure, deep in thought. That night, Meng Shuyi had casually beckoned someone back to her abode from a bar. Was she this indiscriminate with strangers? Did she desire to share a bed with every attractive individual she encountered? Chapter 21. Thought they were just playing with a dog. A week had passed since Meng Shuyi's visit to the sick. During that week, the Shin sisters maintained a remarkable silence. No further disturbances were made. Initially, Meng Shuyi had been somewhat concerned about Xun Shutong, but soon became engrossed in work, allowing her to fade from her mind. Had it not been for her attendance at this engagement party today, upon seeing that cool demeanor, she might have completely forgotten about Xun Shutong. "Sister Meng." Xun Shuang greeted her with a smile. "Sister Meng, I did not expect to encounter you here. You look stunning today." Meng Shuyi was clad in a delicate apricot-colored dress. Her bare arms, as smooth and delicate as mutton-fat jade, complemented the dress, exuding less flamboyance than before, but more graceful beauty. The meticulously designed neckline perfectly showcased her exquisite collarbone. Meng Shuyi nodded politely at Xun Shutong before responding to Xun Shuang. "So, does this mean I was not beautiful before?" Xun Shuang, with a playful spirit, quipped, "It has been so long since I last saw Sister Meng. I can hardly recall." Meng Shuyi feigned annoyance. "So I was not beautiful enough for you to remember me." Xun Shuang, beaming, stepped forward and embraced Meng Shuyi's arm. "Sister Meng, I dared not remember you." Meng Shuyi was momentarily taken aback. Xun Shuang leaned closer to Meng Shuyi's ear and whispered, I fear my sister will send me to Africa. Hence, I must forget you. We can only be a pair of star-crossed lovers. Meng Shuyi, caught between laughter and tears, wondered what on earth this was. Shen Shutong cleared her throat, prompting Shen Shuyi to immediately release Meng Shuyi's arm and obediently return to stand behind Shen Shutong. Meng Shuyi, Shen Shuyi, my sister is far too possessive. She is already jealous. Shen Shutong was still clad in formal attire, resembling someone who had just stepped out of the office. Observing Shen Shutong's composed expression, Meng Shuyi thought her illness must have nearly healed, yet out of politeness, she still inquired. Shen Shutong reciprocated with a courteous reply, thanking Miss Meng for her concern. She was already well. Meng Shuyi nodded. Refraining from further questions, Shen Shutong then took Shen Shuyi to greet others. Meng Shuyi, feeling somewhat bored, engaged with those who approached her to offer greetings to familiar elders. Finally finding a moment to herself, she retreated to a corner for a breather when Lin Qingting approached. I did not expect to see you here. It is truly delightful to see you. Meng Shuyi remained silent. Lin Qingting continued. I know you do not favor men. We can take our time in getting to know each other. I believe you will come to like me. After all, we are acquaintances, and I would never deceive you. Meng Shuyi still did not respond. Lin Qingting persisted. I understand that people in this circle have peculiar preferences. Liking women is not a big deal. That I can accept that. I do not disdain you. Your grandfather is aging and has only a few years left. As his granddaughter, you should indulge him a bit. Even if you truly do not like me, your grandfather wishes to see us together. He only hopes for your happiness and has planned your future out of love. You must trust your grandfather. He would never harm you, nor would I doubt we are family, so do not oppose him. He merely desires your well-being. Meng Shuyi paid no heed to Lin Qingting's words. Her gaze drifted to the distance, where Shen Shutong wore a composed smile, engaging in pleasant conversation, exuding confidence and ease. After speaking at length, Lin Qingting noticed Meng Shuyi's lack of attention and followed her line of sight. A circle of people mingled in conversation, and he could not discern whom Meng Shuyi was observing. Upon seeing Shen Shutong take a few steps to the left, Meng Shuyi's gaze shifted along with her, prompting Lin Qingting to sneer. So fancies that illegitimate child from the Shen family. Meng Shuyi snapped back to reality, retracting her gaze, and with a high-heeled shoe, stepped down on Lin Qingting's foot. As he yelped in pain and lifted his foot, she swiftly slapped him across the face. Lin Qingting, unsteady on one foot, was sent reeling by Meng Shuyi's slap, spinning several times before collapsing to the ground. Lin Qingting lay on the ground, glaring at Meng Shuyi, shouting, Meng Shuyi, how dare you hit me? Oh, I thought I heard a dog barking just now. I assumed I was striking a dog. Meng Shuyi rubbed her palm, exclaiming, good heavens, Lin Qingting's skin is remarkably thick. My hand stings. Lin Qingting pointed an accusatory finger at Meng Shuyi. Cursing, who do you think you are? A worthless woman who fancies other women. How dare you strike me? Meng Shuyi frowned, unwilling to stir up trouble, yet his foul mouth was insufferable. She glanced around, noting that many eyes were now drawn to the commotion. And she had no desire to create a scene at someone else's engagement party. In a low voice, she said, come with me. I have something to discuss with you. Lin Qingting grumbled, do not think that by lowering yourself, I will forgive you. I have noted every grievance, from you stepping on my foot to slapping me, that if you intend to marry me, come out. Meng Shuyi suppressed her urge to give him a beating right then and there, casually tossing out a remark before turning to leave. Lin Qingting watched Meng Shuyi's graceful figure depart, her high heels clicking with a seductive rhythm, his eyes filled with resentment and malice, spitting blood. He straightened his collar and followed after her. Meng Shuyi exited the villa area, distancing herself from the crowd to ensure her actions would go unheard. She pulled a cigarette from her bag, lit it, and awaited Lin Qingting's arrival. Lin Qingting, having been stepped on by her stiletto, walked awkwardly, resembling a clown. Meng Shuyi, do not think that just because you agreed to marry me, I will forgive you. You are sorely mistaken. You must apologize. Meng Shuyi regarded Lin Qingting as one would have fooled. Why, what right did he presume she could only marry him? Where did his confidence stem from? Oh. Meng Shuyi exhaled a puff of smoke, questioning, how should I apologize then? Chapter 22. The filter is too strong. Lin Qingting puffed out his chest, and cleared his throat. Listen well, were it not for your grandfather beseeching me, I would not consider marrying you. That it is your family that is in need of my protection. You ought to reflect on whether your actions towards me were excessive. First, you must seek my forgiveness, and then I will deliberate on whether to forgive you and consider marrying you. Think carefully. Your preference for women is intolerable. Moreover, at your current age of 30, you are practically an old maid. Who would still desire you? Were it not for your grandfather's request, I would not even glance your way, let alone marry a woman who prefers other women. I find it repulsive. Spit, hurry up and apologize, and then take me to the hospital. I am in agony. Damn it. Meng Shuyi stifled her discomfort, looking at Lin Qingting with the same disdain one might reserve for a pile of refuse. How had such a person attained a master's degree? Is it truly not a remnant of the old society? To have lived this long is indeed no easy feat. Meng Shuyi gazed at the nearly finished cigarette in her hand. She stepped forward to Lin Qingting, smiling as she said, "Did I hurt you just now? My apologies. Now, open your mouth so I can see if there's any blood." Enchanted by Meng Shuyi's smile, Lin Qingting thought to himself, despite her age, she is undeniably alluring. Her smile is captivating, and her figure is well maintained. She must be quite passionate in bed. Lost in his heated thoughts, Lin Qingting failed to notice the disdain and ferocity in Meng Shuyi's eyes as he obediently opened his mouth. They were merely a step apart. Meng Shuyi glanced at Lin Qingting's open mouth and deftly tossed the cigarette, but inside, immediately gripping his chin to force his mouth shut. The cigarette burned Lin Qingting's mouth, rendering him unable to scream, and he instinctively grasped Meng Shuyi's wrist, attempting to pull her hand away. Meng Shuyi retaliated with a knee strike, causing Lin Qingting to bend over, cradling himself, and with another knee strike. She targeted his chin, and a series of sharp cries erupted from him. "If you ever appear before me again and spout nonsense, I will cut out your tongue," Meng Shuyi warned. Lin Qingting spat blood, clutching himself in anger and frustration. Meng Shuyi raised her hand, extending her index and middle fingers towards Lin Qingting's eyes, prompting him to shut them tightly in fear. She dared not apply too much force. Merely wishing to see those eyes closed, her fingers poking at Lin Qingting's eyes with moderate pressure. Tears welled in Lin Qingting's eyes, one hand covering himself while the other shielded his face. The pain rendered him speechless, reduced to pitiful sobs. After a time, he managed to whimper, "Meng Shuyi, a woman as ruthless as you will surely end up alone." Meng Shuyi replied coolly, "If I hear you insult me again, I will strike you once more. After all, my family is wealthy enough to cover medical expenses." With that, she swung her fist, causing Lin Qingting to instinctively recoil. "No one wants you. You're too savage," he muttered under his breath. This time, Meng Shuyi learned her lesson, standing on one leg to remove her high heel. Lin Qingting, perplexed by her intentions, watched her every move. Crack! Meng Shuyi struck Lin Qingting's face with her heel, the force astonishing. He spun around from the blow, and Meng Shuyi nearly lost her balance. From a distance, Shen Shutong instinctively stepped forward to assist, but stopped, realizing Meng Shuyi would likely not want anyone witnessing her handling the situation. Shen Shuang stood with her legs together, one hand covering herself and the other her face. She separated her fingers just enough to peek at Meng Shuyi, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and admiration. "Sister, I didn't expect Meng Jie to be so fierce. It pains me just to watch." Shen Shutong remained silent, her eyes filled with a gentle smile, the corners of her mouth curved in amusement. Shen Shuang found it odd. What was wrong with her sister? Sister. Shen Shutong snapped back to reality. Do you not think Meng Jie is a bit too fierce if she were to marry someone? Wouldn't you risk domestic violence? The latter part of her sentence remained unspoken. She is fine. She one-T hit randomly. Shen Shutong replied nonchalantly, though Shen Shuang could discern that her sister was in a good mood. Shen Shuang pondered. It seemed her sister viewed Meng Jie through rose-colored glasses, or perhaps had a penchant for masochism. That couldn't be right. Her sister appeared quite normal. But her sister seemed different around Meng Jie. She wondered what Lin Qingting had done to provoke Meng Jie. Shen Shuang mumbled to herself. Shen Shutong lowered her gaze. Meng Shuyi seldom engaged in fights, yet each time, there was a justified reason. Especially since her mother always stood up for her, having once said, As long as it doesn't suffer, it's find out if she fights, she fights. I will bear all consequences besides. He saved someone today. She did well. Upon hearing this, Shen Shutong felt a mix of laughter and tears. She had been apprehensive that Meng Shuyi might face parental reprimand, trailing behind her, contemplating how she would apologize if her mother scolded her. But no, her mother did not chastise her. Instead, she praised her for doing well. Sister, Shen Shuang called out several times before Shen Shutong came back to herself. What is it? Shen Shuang pointed. Meng Jia is coming over. Shen Shutong noticed Meng Shuyi approaching, merely a few steps away, and it was too late to flee. She resolved to stand her ground. Meng Shuyi spotted the Shun sisters as well. Mr. Shun, Miss Shun, she greeted with a smile. Uncertain if the sisters had witnessed her altercation, she felt compelled to maintain her demure, law-abiding lady facade. Shen Shutong nodded coolly in acknowledgement. Miss Meng, as Meng Shuyi approached, Shen Shuang had already withdrawn her hand. Greeting Meng Shuyi with a smile. Meng Jia, what brings you here? Was the noise inside too much? Meng Shuyi suppressed a laugh, surprised that Shen Shuang had even crafted an excuse for her. Indeed, it was rather noisy inside with so many people. So I stepped out for a smoke, she replied. Shen Shuang exchanged a knowing glance with Shen Shutong, implying that Meng Jia was quite the actress. Noticing Shen Shuang's subtle gesture, Meng Shuyi teasingly inquired. What is wrong with your eyes, Miss Shun? Did the wind blow sand into them? Oh, it's nothing. Perhaps it's just a bit uncomfortable from the wind, Shen Shuang replied. In that case, you should return to the hall soon. There's a mad dog outside. Be careful not to get bitten, Meng Shuyi said with a smile, her high heels clicking loudly as she sauntered back into the villa. Chapter 23. Why does it feel bittersweet? Shen Shuang watched Meng Shuyi's graceful figure, stroking her chin as she proposed to Shen Shutong. Sister, how about I compete with you fairly? I feel Meng Jia and I connect better. I believe I have a greater chance of winning her over. Shen Shutong replied. You warmongering fool. Just a moment ago you called her fierce, and now you think she's charming. Are you planning to go to Africa for 3 years? Or 10? Shen Shuang immediately shrank back, hastily pleading, Sister, I was wrong. I have too little faith in you. Shen Shutong simply hummed in response, not sparing another glance at Shen Shuang as she strode toward the hall. Shen Shuang hurriedly followed. Sister, even though you've brutally suppressed me, Meng Jia is so dazzling. There must be many suitors. That man from earlier was likely one of them. As soon as Shen Shuang finished speaking, Shen Shutong halted abruptly, causing Shen Shuang to bump into her back. Looking up in the direction Shen Shutong was gazing, she saw Meng Shuyi engaging in lively conversation with a tall, elegant woman. See? What did I just say? Shen Shuang remarked knowingly, a hint of schadenfreude in her voice. Meng Jia is popular with both men and women. Your rivals are not just men, but women too. Shen Shutong withdrew her gaze and, with utmost seriousness, asked Shen Shuang, does Miss Meng have a preference for women who wear skirts? Perhaps those with a touch of femininity? Shen Shuang stammered. Where did that theory come from? Glancing back at the woman conversing with Meng Shuyi, clad in a red vintage backless dress, voluptuous in all the right places, and adorned with luscious coffee-colored waves, she undeniably exuded femininity. I wonder if her face is also beautiful. If it is, then my sister would have no chance whatsoever, especially since she struggles to charm others with her words. Shen Shuang speculated uncertainly. I suppose so. Shen Shutong contemplated for a moment before saying, Let us have someone send over the latest seasonal clothing, both casual and for events. Shen Shuang exclaimed, Wait, has my sister been possessed by someone? This is quite the dilemma. Shen Shutong, receiving no response, inquired with displeasure. What is taking so long? Shen Shuang quickly assured her. Not difficult at all. I'll take care of it right away. Shen Shutong regarded her with approval, patting her shoulder. I believe you can manage it. Shen Shuang, observing her sister's earnest demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. Sister, if you want to revamp your image, it's entirely feasible. But what type does Meng Jia prefer? We need to be informed. We wouldn't want to misstep. Shen Shutong replied. Meng Shuyi's style leans toward the mature and sensual. Though at times she opts for a more simplistic, refreshing look, it truly is a bit difficult to decipher. Shen Shuang, sensing Shen Shutong's discomfort, softly suggested. How about you wear a different outfit each day and casually stroll by her to gauge her preferences? Shen Shutong shot her a sidelong glance, coolly responding, "That's not reliable." Shen Shutong firmly stated, "Let us stick to sending over the latest styles. All of them." Shen Shuang, feeling dejected, conceded, "Fine, I'll arrange for that." Her sister was utterly unyielding. "Sister, how about I go and gather some intel?" Shen Shuang observed the tightly drawn expression on Shen Shudong's face and felt an overwhelming urge to distance herself. Shen Shutong replied in a monotone. Shen Shuang approached Meng Shuyi with a smile. "Greeting her, Sister Meng. This lady is exceptionally beautiful. Could you introduce us?" As Sheng Qinglong caught sight of Shen Shuang, a fleeting spark of astonishment glimmered in her eyes. She exchanged a glance with Meng Shuyi that seemed to convey, "When did you acquire another sister?" Meng Shuyi, ignoring Sheng Qinglong's playful gaze, proceeded with the introductions, gesturing to Sheng Qinglong. "This is Sheng Qinglong," and then to Shen Shuang, "And this is Shen Shuang." The two extended their hands for a brief shake, prompting Shen Shuang to inquire, "Is Miss Sheng your girlfriend, Sister Meng?" Caught off guard by Shen Shuang's directness, Meng Shuyi was about to explain when Sheng Qinglong slyly seized Meng Shuyi's wrist, smilingly asking, "Is Miss Shen pursuing old Meng?" Her laughter was reminiscent of a blooming rose, vibrant and alluring, captivatingly radiant. Shen Shuang paused momentarily, then quickly regained her composure. "Indeed, Sister Meng is so beautiful. Of course, one would pursue her." Sheng Qinglong continued to smile enchantingly. "Then you have no chance." "Why not?" Shen Shuang inquired. "She is mine," Sheng Qinglong declared, planting a kiss on Meng Shuyi's cheek. Meng Shuyi retorted, "Qing, you have such a wicked sense of humor." Shen Shuang responded, "Sister, you truly have many rivals." Meng Shuyi noticed the dimming light in Shen Shuang's eyes and gently patted Sheng Qinglong's arm, softly explaining, "Qing is just teasing you." Shen Shuang's eyes brightened again, almost calling out sister-in-law, but realizing the inappropriateness of the moment, she hastily changed the subject. "My sister has something to discuss with you." Meng Shuyi, somewhat puzzled, wondered what the Shen sisters were up to, especially after their recent conversation. She scanned the crowd for Shen Shudong's figure. In her work uniform, Shen Shutong stood out distinctly among the elegantly dressed women. Easily identifiable, spotting Shen Shutong looking in her direction, Meng Shuyi withdrew her gaze and said to Sheng Qinglong, "I'll go over for a moment." "All right." Sheng Qinglong nodded slightly. As Meng Shuyi navigated through the crowd towards Shen Shutong, she felt Shen Shutong's gaze tracking her every step, causing her heart to race inexplicably. That it was an entirely ordinary occurrence, and Shen Shudong's expression was calm, devoid of any deeper emotions. Yet despite having encountered Shen Shutong before, Meng Shuyi couldn't help but feel her heartbeat quicken under her scrutiny. Memories of their first meeting at a bar flooded back. Shen Shutong, impeccably dressed in a shirt and suit, exuding the aura of a diligent professional just off work. At that time, Meng Shuyi had just parted ways with Xu Ranwei, feeling despondent and seeking someone to indulge in a fleeting escape from her troubles. Within moments, she had brought Shen Shutong home. "How much for the night? Is 10,000 enough?" Shen Shutong had regarded her with a serene gaze for 5 seconds before downing her tequila and quietly replying, "All right." Upon further reflection, Meng Shuyi recalled that Shen Shudong's gaze had seemed to look through her, as if focused on someone else entirely. Shen Shutong's eyes held no affection, nothing at all, but it felt as if she were not truly seeing Meng Shuyi. Suddenly, Meng Shuyi snapped back to reality. Was that the reason she had instinctively resisted Shen Shudong's advances? Yet Shen Shutong had only suggested a blind date with her, without any inappropriate actions. Why had she proposed a blind date? Did she wish for Meng Shuyi to replace someone significant in her heart? The previous encounter in bed, was Shen Shutong imagining Meng Shuyi as that person? At this age, who doesn't have an unshakable past love? This sudden realization sent a chill through Meng Shuyi. The short distance of 20-odd steps felt laborious, her heartbeat gradually slowing, accompanied by a bittersweet sensation. When had she developed feelings for Shen Shutong? Why did this thought bring her such heartache? Chapter 24. No one can force her. Meng Shuyi suppressed the discomfort swirling within her, gathering her emotions, and spoke in her usual tone with Shen Shutong. President Shun, Miss Shin mentioned you were looking for me. MHM. Shun Shutong responded, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Meng Shuyi. Feeling somewhat uneasy under Shin Shudong's steady gaze, Meng Shuyi turned her head away, prompting, if there's something, just say it. I would like to propose marriage to Miss Meng once more. Shun Shudong's cool voice rang in Meng Shuyi's ears. Meng Shuyi's gaze returned to Shin Shudong's face, where her expression remained tranquil. Her eyes a placid sea, as if discussing a matter of little consequence. What's the reason? Shin Shutong stated, I need a wife, and Miss Meng requires a shield. We are well suited. Meng Shuyi smirked. Did President Shin see me deal with that person? Shin Shutong nodded. Do you think I would be afraid of complications? No, then your reasoning is insufficient. Shin Shutong appeared momentarily disheartened before continuing. Today there is one. Tomorrow there will be two if we resolve them one by one. Don't you find that tedious, Miss Meng? Not at all, Meng Shuyi replied decisively. Shin Shutong retorted, it seems I've been too abrupt. Shin Shutong momentarily relinquished her pursuit, realizing that being overly insistent might be counterproductive. Clearly, Meng Shuyi had begun to feel differently about her. So why had she suddenly retreated, appearing rather guarded? Just as Meng Shuyi was about to speak, music blared from the speakers on stage, drawing everyone's attention to the day's main event. The host ascended the platform, microphone in hand, testing the sound. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the engagement ceremony of Mr. Lin and Miss Su. Enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience. The host continued, at this beautiful moment, let us witness the love of this couple. They have shared countless sweet moments together, and now they finally embrace this joyful occasion. The couple, hand in hand, walked onto the stage, their faces radiant with happiness. Meng Shuyi averted her gaze, dismissing the external sounds. She regretted attending this engagement party, having first been harassed by Lin Qinting, only to then realize her own burgeoning feelings for Shin Shutong, and subsequently uncover Shin Shudong's ulterior motives. Clearly, she should have consulted the almanac before leaving home, but on the way back, Shin Shuying sensed a notable drop in her sister's mood compared to before. Tentatively, she inquired, Sister, what did you and Sister Meng discuss earlier? Why does it seem like your expression has worsened so significantly after your conversation? Shin Shutong leaned back against the seat with her eyes closed, offering no response, that I discovered that the woman at the banquet is a close friend of Sister Meng. Shin Shuying informed her. MHM, Shin Shutong affirmed. She had already recognized Sheng Qinglan upon seeing her face. Sister, Shin Shuying called, her tone earnest. Shin Shutong opened her eyes. What is it? If you have something to say, let us tackle it together. More minds yield more ideas. Keeping everything bottled up, doesn't that frustrate you? Shin Shuying's voice carried a hint of grievance. She had been tirelessly supporting her sister. Yet Shin Shutong remained reticent. Shin Shutong began but faltered. The silence in the car stretched on, with Shin Shuying patiently awaiting her sister's thoughts. After a considerable pause, Shin Shutong finally spoke when she returned after dealing with that person. Her tone was clearly normal. However, after you approached her to come over, her demeanor and words were filled with wariness towards me. I cannot pinpoint the issue. Could it be that Sheng Qinglan said something to her? Shin Shuying speculated. Shin Shutong shook her head. I met Sheng Qinglan once. She is not one to meddle. Shin Shuying carefully inquired about their earlier conversation, and upon hearing Shin Shudong's recounting, she sighed, Sister, can't you just confess your feelings directly and pursue her properly? Why must you insist on marrying first? Shin Shutong exhaled softly, barely audible, and Shin Shuying didn't catch it. See? You're silent again. Shin Shutong explained, I do not wish to place too much pressure on her. I want her to genuinely, willingly fall in love with me, rather than feel compelled to be with me because I am pursuing her. Shin Shuying struggled to comprehend Shin Shudong's reasoning that there really a difference. Until I confirm her feelings for me, I want to disclose my own. Suddenly, understanding dawned on Shin Shuying. Sister Meng, is your... Shin Shutong nodded slightly, eyes closed. Shin Shuying felt somewhat foolish, having thought her sister had moved on long ago. It made sense. Her sister had been single all these years. How could she suddenly develop an interest in someone? But why must you insist on marrying first? The presence of rivals is overwhelming. With her by my side, I feel a sense of security, and she is better able to discern my true nature. Meng Shuyi perceives her sister's demeanor as excessively humble, yet simultaneously proud, a rather convoluted character. Were she not my sister, I would have long since rolled my eyes at her antics. Oh, you have any plans ahead? Meng Shuyi remained silent, her mind in disarray. Initially, she had been steadily capturing Meng Shuyi's attention, but the appearance of that man today instilled a sense of urgency within her. Even aside from him, there could very well be others lurking about, as long as Meng Shuyi remains single. Countless admirers will keep their gaze fixed upon her. Only by marrying Meng Shuyi could she sever those distracting romantic entanglements, granting herself the opportunity to gradually cultivate feelings with Meng Shuyi, leading her to eventually fall in love. Yet, Meng Shuyi's sudden wariness is utterly perplexing. Meng Shuyi is left questioning what offense she may have committed to provoke such caution in Meng Shuyi. Given Meng Shuyi's proud nature, unless she willingly concedes, no one can compel her otherwise. Have my actions inadvertently wounded Meng Shuyi's pride? Meng Shuyi mused internally. Chapter 25, she spun around several times. Meng Shuyi observed her sister lost in thought once more. Resigning herself to silence and turning her gaze to the bustling street outside, where vehicles flowed like a river, her phone vibrated. Meng Shuyi glanced at it. It was a reminder from her calendar. Sister, soon it will be grandmother's Memorial Day. Meng Shuyi opened her phone to check the calendar, confirming the date. I'll return to Pingwang. It may take 2 days. Can you manage alone? Meng Shuyi replied. Why does sister doubt me? Rest assured, you should try to have faith in me, that I'm merely concerned you might struggle on your own. Meng Shuyi countered. When did you become so considerate, sister? It's fine. She embraced Meng Shuyi's arm, resting her head on her shoulder. Sister, you just need to smile more. Meng Shuyi did not resist her sister's affection, calmly gazing at Meng Shuyi, who had not been so close to her in quite some time. Since going abroad, their encounters had become exceedingly rare, and upon returning home, familiarity had grown, yet intimacy had waned. Indeed, Meng Shuyi glanced at her itinerary on her phone and messaged her secretary. Book me a flight to Quanshur for tomorrow afternoon. Meng Shuyi suggested, Sister, why not bring along your secretary or driver? They might come in handy. No, mother and grandmother prefer not to have outsiders disturb them. Quanshur, dusk. Meng Shuyi disembarked from the plane, exited the terminal, and took a taxi back to Pingwang District. The dilapidated old neighborhood bore a layer of desiccated moss on the roadside walls, illuminated dimly by a distant street lamp, rendering details unclear. Meng Shuyi needed no clarity to know what it looked like. She had traversed this path for a decade. However, since attending university, her visits had dwindled, and no one awaited her return here anymore. She felt uncertain about the purpose of her coming back. After paying, she exited the taxi, dragging her suitcase into an aging building. The staircase was adorned with the once popular terrazzo style, while the railings had long succumbed to rust, and the wooden planks above had deteriorated to a state of neglect, each crack whispering tales of time's passage. Before an old redwood door, Meng Shuyi raised her hand, gently knocking once, pausing, then knocking twice more. Grandmother, I'm back. The door remained shut, no one answering. Meng Shuyi retrieved her key, inserted it into the lock, and turned it. Grandmother, this time I didn't forget the key. Silence ensued. She stepped inside, switched on the light, and found everything as familiar as in her memories, the outdated television. The sofa, the coffee table draped in a white lace cloth, now tinged with yellowing. Meng Shuyi quickly freshened up, then returned to her room to retrieve sealed bedding from the wardrobe, which carried a hint of dampness. The nights in the small town were tranquil, with only the occasional sound of a passing car breaking the stillness. Most of the neighbors in this old neighborhood had moved away. The environment was quiet. Yet, as Meng Shuyi lay on her bed, sleep eluded her. After tossing and turning twice, she abandoned the idea of slumber, turned on the light, and sat at her desk. Opening a drawer, she found a notebook from her past. She casually picked one up. On the first page, her name, Meng Shuyi, was inscribed with meticulous strokes, neither particularly beautiful nor unattractive. Flipping to the next page, she read, Today, I saw her smile again. Her smile is truly enchanting. A slight smile crept onto Meng Shuyi's face, her earlier heaviness dissipating. The following pages were filled with trivial notes. Today, I need to memorize 10 vocabulary words that I completed the math homework assigned by the teacher. She praised me. I'm starting to forget what mother looks like. The final exams are just a week away. I feel a bit anxious. Eventually, Shun Shuadong fell asleep, clutching the notebook. The next day dawned overcast and chilly, her breath visible in the air. Shun Shuadong donned a black turtleneck cashmere sweater and a knee-length black coat. After gathering the items needed for the memorial at a nearby market, she took a taxi to the cemetery on the outskirts of the city. Upon arriving, she carried her items up the stone steps. Finding her mother and grandmother's gravestones, she set down her belongings and began clearing away the weeds and wiping the tombstones. The cold weather rendered her hands red and numb. Standing quietly before the gravestone, her gaze vacant, as if she were peering into another realm, Shun Shuadong gently caressed the photograph on the tombstone, murmuring, "Mother, grandmother, I've come to see you. I'm doing well. Please visit me in my dreams more often. It's been ages since I last dreamed of you. I've taken over the Shun family business, and work is progressing smoothly. Once I finish my current tasks, I'll bring Xiaoying to see you. Grandmother, I've met her again. Back then, you asked me to bless her, and I promised you. Now I have the opportunity to draw closer to her, and I can't help but feel a bit giddy. Am I being somewhat selfish? What? You say people are inherently selfish. Very well. I'll strive to introduce her to my family soon. Mother, don't be upset. I'll bring her to show you when the time comes." Shun Shuadong's eyes were hollow as she rambled on, feeling a sense of lightness wash over her afterward. She lingered there until nearly noon before reluctantly departing, returning to the bustling city. The throng of people felt overwhelmingly noisy. Shun Shuadong stood at the street corner, watching the vehicles pass by. Her stomach let out an untimely growl, interrupting her reverie. The familiar streets and the lively atmosphere brought a nostalgic scent to her nostrils, the aroma of roasted chicken frames she had adored in her childhood. The thought of indulging in roasted chicken frames filled her mind. The well-marinated chicken, grilled to a perfect three-quarters doneness, brushed with honey, and then charred to perfection. Each thin-layered chicken meat was salty with a hint of sweetness. Even the bones crisp and crackling when bitten into, just the thought made her mouth water, causing Shun Shuadong to swallow hard and take a deep breath, stifling the sudden urge that tugged at her. Grandmother loved roasted chicken frames as much as she did. Back then, grandmother used to sell vegetables at the market and would occasionally bring some home to satisfy her cravings. However, the chicken shop was tucked away in the innermost part of the market, and to reach it, she would have to pass by the stall where grandmother once sold vegetables, where familiar faces of grandmothers and aunties would still linger. If she ventured in, she would have to greet each one, likely facing a barrage of questions about her marital status or whether she had a boyfriend. Shun Shuadong stood across the road from the market, torn in indecision. Alas, how troublesome. Why must it be so complicated? She paced back and forth several times, stamping her feet in frustration, sighing repeatedly, yet still unable to muster the resolve to step inside. Today, she would stay at most another night. Tomorrow, she must return to a city where roasted chicken frames are scarce. Even if they exist, they could never compare to those from Pingwang. Chapter 26, How Does President Shun Intend to Thank Me? Meng Shuyi accompanied her grandfather to the entrance of the market, preparing to enter when she casually scanned the surroundings and immediately spotted Shun Shuadong loitering at the corner. Clad in ordinary black attire, Shun Shuadong's tall stature made her stand out, exuding an exceptional aura. She was pacing, stamping her feet, clearly in a state of distress. What could possibly bring her here? What are you looking at? Let us go. Her grandfather's voice broke through her thoughts. Meng Shuyi withdrew her gaze, replying, "Grandfather, I spotted an acquaintance. Should we go greet her?" Hesitation clouded her mind. The sudden notion that had arisen 2 days prior remained unresolved, and now approaching Shun Shuadong felt ill-timed, typically composed and unflappable. Shun Shuadong appeared unusually agitated. What could have caused this? Perhaps it was best not to go. Meng Shuyi glanced back at Shun Shuadong one last time. Her grandfather followed her gaze, his warm voice resonating. She seems to be grappling with something challenging. There's nothing she cannot handle. Meng Shuyi silently added in her heart that in order to achieve her goals, she must work even while feeling unwell. Her grandfather said nothing more and casually remarked, "Since that is the case, let us go inside and purchase some pigeons." Meng Shuyi followed her grandfather's footsteps for a couple of paces, but still felt something was amiss. She had never witnessed Shun Shutong in such an agitated state. Shun Shutong had always exuded calmness and composure. Perhaps this distress indicated a particularly challenging issue. Previously, her thoughts had merely been conjectures. Shun Shutong had never acted excessively towards her. She had not mentioned her trip to Pinghuang to anyone, and given Shun Shudong's workaholic nature, it was improbable that she would abandon her work to follow her. "Grandfather, I will take a look. Please wait for me." Her grandfather regarded Meng Shuyi with a leisurely expression, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes seemingly smiling. "Go ahead. I will wait for you at the pigeon stall." "All right." Having made an agreement with her grandfather, Meng Shuyi turned and walked towards Shun Shutong. Shun Shutong. Shun Shutong ceased her restless pacing and turned around. Upon seeing Meng Shuyi, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes, and her brows furrowed slightly. "Miss Meng." Shun Shutong's tone betrayed no emotion. Meng Shuyi observed as Shun Shutong instantly reverted to her usual aloof and composed self, causing her to doubt whether she had misinterpreted the earlier scene. "What brings you here?" Meng Shuyi inquired directly. Shun Shutong hesitated for a moment, a bit of personal business. Just then, Meng Shuyi found it inappropriate to describe Shun Shutong's adorable actions directly, fearing that it might provoke her into a rage. "Is there something troubling you?" Shun Shutong replied. "Does not wanting to enter the market to buy grilled chicken skewers count? Did Meng Shuyi just witness her struggling with that? Well, perhaps that doesn't count." Shun Shutong's slightly furrowed brow and hesitant voice made Meng Shuyi feel that this side of Shun Shutong was undeniably charming, far more so than her usual serene demeanor. It turned out that Shun Shutong, too, had her weaknesses, but what they were remained a mystery. "Are you certain you do not need any assistance?" Shun Shutong thought to herself that if Meng Shuyi were to discover she had been fretting over grilled chicken skewers, she would surely mock her mercilessly in the future. Donning a serious expression she reserved for Shun Shuyi, Shun Shutong replied coolly, "No need. Thank you, Miss Meng Da. Very well. I seem to have intruded." Meng Shuyi's tone carried a hint of distance as she relinquished her attempt to communicate with Shun Shutong. Upon hearing Meng Shuyi's detached tone, Shun Shutong recalled the last time she had shown concern for her, only to have Meng Shuyi storm off in frustration. "That was not my intention," Shun Shutong began to explain. However, Meng Shuyi had already taken several steps away, retrieving her phone from her bag and dialing Shun Shuyi's WeChat call. Observing Meng Shuyi on the phone, Shun Shutong felt it was impolite to interrupt, so she suppressed the words about to escape her lips. After a prolonged ringing, the call was finally answered. "Miss Shun, I hope I am not interrupting your work." Meng Shuyi did not bother to lower her voice, ensuring Shun Shutong could hear. "Why are you calling Xiaoying?" Shun Shutong thought, "Xiaoying is likely to sell me out." Just as she prepared to listen further, Meng Shuyi lowered her voice, glancing at Shun Shutong only occasionally. What had Xiaoying disclosed to Meng Shuyi? Understood. "All right then, I will hang up now. When I return, let's have dinner together." As Shun Shutong watched Meng Shuyi end the call and return her phone to her bag, she approached with a smirk that was laden with teasing undertones. Shun Shutong felt a twinge of unease as Meng Shuyi drew nearer, her smile illuminating her face, her eyes sparkling with delight, as if every strand of her hair was filled with joy. Clearly, she was in high spirits. Shun Shutong felt a growing impulse to turn and leave, but doing so would be rather rude. Forcing herself to maintain her composure, Shun Shutong said, "Miss Meng, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. I heard from Xiaoying that there's a stall in the market selling delicious grilled chicken skewers, but I am unfamiliar with the way. Might I trouble you, General Manager Shun, to guide me?" Meng Shuyi struggled to contain her laughter, nearly losing her composure. Who would have imagined that the aloof and composed Shun Shutong would be socially anxious? Moreover, she was a socially anxious glutton, like a proud English short-haired tabby, adorably haughty and utterly irresistible. Shun Shutong thought, "I have maintained my dignity, yet my pride is utterly compromised. Meng Shuyi must surely be aware." Torn between agreeing to Meng Shuyi's request and her own discomfort, Shun Shutong was caught in a dilemma. Meng Shuyi seized Shun Shutong's wrist, pulling her across the crosswalk. Hurry, I heard from Xiaoying that the stall is quite popular. And we might have to queue. They usually sell out of their morning preparations shortly after noon, so we must hurry. Reluctantly, Shan Shutong followed Meng Shuyi, attempting several times to free herself from the grasp on her wrist, but ultimately failing to do so. Once they entered the market, Shan Shutong surrendered to her fate. Having walked only a short distance, familiar faces began greeting Shan Shutong. "Xiaotong, you're back," before they could finish their sentences. Meng Shuyi interjected with a smile. "Uncle, business seems to be thriving. Sister, you look well-maintained." "Yes, I am a friend of Xiaodong." Throughout this exchange, Shan Shutong found herself without a moment to speak. Naturally, those who wished to greet her were equally denied the opportunity. Thus, they smoothly arrived at the entrance of the grilled chicken skewer stall. "Thank you." Shan Shutong exhaled lightly, feeling significantly more relaxed, and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Miss Meng," hearing the sigh of relief from her side. Meng Shuyi found it amusing. She released Shan Shutong's hand, crossing her arms and regarding Shan Shutong with a somewhat disdainful expression. "What does General Manager Shan wish to reward me with?" Chapter 27. Questioning life, gazing at Meng Shuyi's teasing expression, Shan Shutong felt her usual composure slip away. Why did she feel slightly awkward in front of Meng Shuyi? Perhaps it was due to the secrets and awkwardness she felt exposed, leading to a sense of vulnerability? Shan Shutong quickly banished such thoughts, striving to regain her typical cool demeanor, as long as it remains within reasonable bounds. Miss Meng may request whatever form of gratitude she desires. Meng Shuyi's brows twitched slightly. Her gaze fixated on Shan Shutong. Shan Shutong stood elegantly, her expression composed, yet a faint blush adorned her ears, betraying her inner embarrassment and discomfort. This shy demeanor was like an invisible hook that ensnared Meng Shuyi's heart. This appearance was far too alluring, compared to the usual cold-faced Shan Shutong. This moment of bashfulness was utterly irresistible, provoking Meng Shuyi's desire to tease her further. With a playful smile, Meng Shuyi asked, "For instance, what might that entail?" Her tone bore a hint of jest and barely concealed excitement. "What aspects does Miss Meng wish to inquire about?" "All aspects," Shan Shutong thought. Today, Meng Shuyi is indeed a handful. Just to not push too far. "All right, I shall consider it." Observing Shan Shutong's troubled expression, Meng Shuyi decided to relent in her teasing. Pressing too hard would not be wise, given Shan Shutong's social anxiety. The notion she had entertained earlier likely did not exist. Even if there had been an ex, Shan Shutong could surely move on, and pursuing her was not out of the question. After all, who had not had an ex? The stark contrast between her composed exterior and her bashful demeanor was simply too striking. Meng Shuyi found herself unable to resist the urge to delve deeper and uncover other interesting facets of Shan Shutong. "I shall consult Shan Shuang later." Immersed in her own scheming, Meng Shuyi barely registered Shan Shutong's voice. "I can manage on my own later. Miss Meng may tend to her own matters." "Thank you." Meng Shuyi replied. "Are you suggesting to discard me after use?" "I had no idea Shan Shutong possessed this trade of crossing the river and dismantling the bridge that I wish to purchase grilled chicken skewers. Did I not mention that earlier? I also asked you to guide me." Meng Shuyi's tone was matter-of-fact and unhurried. Shan Shutong thought all she wished was to hastily rid herself of me with her presence. I feel utterly uneasy, yet she had forgotten her earlier words. She had assumed it was merely an excuse. Could it possibly be genuine? Had Xiaoying not shared her circumstances with Meng Shuyi? It seemed unlikely. So why had she been so proactive in greeting others just now? "Thank you, Miss Meng." Shan Shutong was taken aback to hear the words escape her lips that "I would like to invite Miss Meng to dine with me. And regarding any requests she may have, I am open to them." She secretly hoped that Meng Shuyi would seek her out daily with requests. However, if it proves to be too challenging, difficulties must be faced with determination. Meng Shuyi found herself charmed by Shan Shutong's earnest demeanor. Her heart, once plummeting into despair, began to soar, almost ready to take flight. She pressed down the corners of her mouth that threatened to curl into a smile and feigned calmness as she replied, "All right then, in light of President Shan's sincerity, I shall accept. There must be reciprocity." Having received the roasted chicken frame from Shan Shutong today, she now had an extra reason to seek her out next time. Meng Shuyi quietly calculated in her mind. her smile akin to a miser who had stumbled upon a gold ingot, reveling in her good fortune. Finally, they reached the counter, and Shun Shutong inquired how much Meng Shuyi desired. She replied that a single serving would suffice for a taste. Shun Shutong instructed the vendor to package it in 2 portions while simultaneously paying, casually asking Meng Shuyi, "Miss Meng, how did you come to know about Ping Huang?" Meng Shuyi was taken aback, responding, "How does she know I am from Ping Huang? That's a bit personal." She narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Shun Shutong. Did President Shun truly know of her origins? Shun Shutong felt a twinge of discomfort under Meng Shuyi's inquisitive gaze. In a moment of delight, she had spoken too freely. Shun Shutong hastily composed herself, mentally correcting, "Of course, Meng is from Ping Huang, and so is Miss Meng." Meng Shuyi nodded, finding this explanation plausible. Her mother's entrepreneurial journey had indeed commenced in Ping Huang. Little did she expect that President Shun had such an understanding of her mother. Shun Shutong finally relaxed her previously taut demeanor and calmly stated, "Who in Ping Huang does not know of President Meng's remarkable entrepreneurial history? As a fellow Ping Huang native, I am naturally aware." After speaking, a weight lifted from Shun Shutong's heart. She had finally broached the subject. Meng Shuyi was surprised to discover that Shun Shutong was also from Ping Huang. So it was, she mused, that Shun Shutong, being a fellow native, was inclined to approach her about marriage. Had Shun Shutong herself been pressured into marriage? It seemed plausible. The two walked, each holding a bag of roasted chicken frames, towards the pigeon stall where Meng Shuyi's grandfather awaited the vendor to prepare the pigeons. Upon seeing him, Shun Shutong naturally greeted, "Principal Meng." Meng Shuyi's grandfather paused, then scrutinized Shun Shutong closely before smiling. "Ah, it is Shutong. You've returned, grown up, and become even more beautiful. I almost didn't recognize you. It has been a long time, Principal Meng. You still look as spirited as ever," Shun Shutong responded with a smile. "Haha, thanks to the youth of today," Meng's grandfather replied cheerfully. Meng Shuyi watched as Shun Shutong and her grandfather reminisced, feeling as though the world had become slightly unfamiliar. Shun Shutong knew her grandfather? They appeared quite familiar with one another. Just moments ago, Shun Shutong had seemed socially anxious. Yet upon encountering her grandfather, she displayed none of that discomfort. Hadn't she previously asked Shun Shutong if they were acquainted? Shun Shutong had answered in the affirmative. Thus, Shun Shutong had always known who she was, while she had remained oblivious to Shun Shutong's identity. Meng's grandfather accepted the pigeons from the vendor and invited Shun Shutong. "Shutong, since it's rare for you to return, why not join us for a meal at home?" "Thank you, Principal Meng, but I must decline," Shun Shutong replied with a smile, offering no further explanation that Meng's grandfather remarked. "You are still so considerate of others. Very well, I shall not impose." The three of them walked towards the market exit, Shun Shutong and Meng's grandfather chatting amiably in front while Meng Shuyi trailed behind. Pondering her life choices, Chapter 28. Taking initiative, Meng Shuyi observed Shun Shutong politely bidding farewell to her grandfather and, once they had distanced themselves, asked, "Grandpa, how do you know Shun Shutong?" with one hand holding the pigeons and the other resting behind his back. Her grandfather replied, "She is my student." Meng Shuyi found this both absurd and oddly reasonable. What kind of person is she? Did she have a high school romance? Meng Shuyi hesitated before voicing her curiosity. Her grandfather playfully tapped her on the head. "Did you not walk here with her? Don't you know her? Or are you still unfamiliar?" Meng Shuyi hesitated but ultimately refrained from revealing her relationship with Shun Shutong, offering a vague explanation instead. "Her company collaborates with ours. We've met a few times." "Then why are you so interested in her past romances?" Her grandfather chuckled, his face full of mirth. "That I heard from a junior employee that she has had someone she liked for over a decade. Which, if you do the math, must date back to her high school days. Point 1 must verify such gossip." Her grandfather's laughter was enigmatic. "Since when did you become so interested in other people's affairs?" Meng Shuyi thought, "I shouldn't have tried to pry for information here. That it was merely a chance encounter. No need to dwell on it. I'm not particularly interested." Her grandfather scrutinized her for a long while, the atmosphere growing somber. Finally, he sighed. "That child, Shutong, may not have exceptional talent, but she is incredibly diligent. During her senior year, her grandmother fell gravely ill and was hospitalized. She juggled caring for her grandmother and preparing for exams, to the point of considering dropping out. Her grandmother insisted she focus on her studies, and she persevered through it all. Her grandmother, fearing it would affect her entrance exams, complied with treatment 2 months before the exams. The school organized a fundraiser for her grandmother's surgery, which was quite successful. Her grandmother recovered remarkably and, during the exam days, was even able to escort her to and from the examination hall. Little did they know, less than 6 months later, her grandmother passed away. Thus, it seems Shen Shudong's return this time was to visit her grandmother's grave. Meng Shuyi felt a heaviness settle in her heart. Unable to fathom how Shen Shutong had endured that year, it was no wonder she worked so relentlessly, valuing her career above all else. Why had she viewed Shen Shutong in such a poor light? Meng Shuyi felt ashamed of her petty thoughts. Perhaps Shen Shutong merely sought someone trustworthy to shield herself from the relentless pressures of marriage. Coincidentally, Meng Shuyi herself was similarly affected, and since Shen Shutong knew and trusted her, she had turned to her with a marriage proposal. Yet, why had Shen Shutong not chosen to openly discuss it? Everything seemed reasonable, yet so contradictory. Sighing, Meng Shuyi lamented her inability to understand Shen Shutong. Her grandfather playfully reprimanded, "You're still young. Why such a long face?" "It's nothing," Meng Shuyi replied, tucking away her uncertainties as she turned her gaze to the roasted chicken frame in her hand. Intrigued by the culinary preferences of this complex individual, she yearned to discover what made it so special. Yet, her upbringing prevented her from eating while walking. Upon returning home, Meng Shuyi tore off a piece of chicken from the roasted frame and tasted it. It was fragrant and savory, perfectly seasoned with a hint of sweetness, though perhaps it had cooled and lost some of its texture. That evening, after celebrating her grandmother's 75th birthday, Meng Shuyi booked a flight back to City A for the following day. In the days that followed, Meng Shuyi found herself in a quandary, eager to reach out to Shen Shutong, but uncertain of how to approach her. Moreover, she was at a loss for words. Given Shen Shudong's aloof nature, she likely did not require consolation. With little rapport between them, what purpose would her abrupt visit serve? Hesitant, Meng Shuyi attempted to gather information about Shen Shutong from Shen Shuyi, only to receive a disappointing message in return. "Sister Meng, I've been given a gag order. I cannot disclose anything about my sister." Meng Shuyi sighed, realizing that Shen Shutong preferred to keep her past private. She decided to let it be. The feather of worry that had weighed on her heart drifted away, and she resumed her carefree demeanor. After work today, Meng Shuyi decided to call Shen Shutong directly. Since she was unsure how to initiate contact or what to say, she resolved to act on her most instinctual feelings and take the initiative. As expected, the call was abruptly disconnected. Meng Shuyi put away her phone and muttered to herself, "I knew it would be like this. That workaholic is probably in a meeting or negotiating a project." Just then, a message from Shen Shuyi arrived. "Sister Meng, my sister is in a meeting but will be free shortly." Meng Shuyi chose not to respond and grabbed her car keys as she left the office. Heading home for dinner, as she hummed a tune, Meng Shuyi entered the hall with a light step. Meng Wenyu's gaze shifted from the television to her daughter. Back. "You seem quite happy today. Is it that obvious?" Meng Shuyi replied, changing her shoes and placing her bag down, her steps buoyant as she approached the sofa. Meng Wenyu nodded, "Very obvious." Meng Shuyi embraced her mother and planted a kiss on her cheek, genuinely cheerful. "Did you strike it rich?" Meng Wenyu teased. "Mom, who knows, you might have a daughter-in-law soon." Meng Wenyu gasped in astonishment. "Am I really going to have a daughter-in-law this soon? Who is it?" Meng Shuyi burst into laughter. "Just kidding, it's not happening that quickly." Meng Wenyu shot her daughter a glare. "Don't interrupt my TV time." "Mom, did you know Shen Shutong is from Pinghuang?" Meng Shuyi inquired that of course. After noticing Shen Shudong's unusual interest in my precious daughter, I did some background checking. Meng Shuyi exclaimed, "Am I the only one in the dark?" Meng Wenyu regarded her daughter meaningfully. "Are you interested in pursuing Shen Shutong?" Meng Shuyi nodded. "She has proposed marriage to me." Meng Wenyu gasped. "Are you already at the stage of discussing marriage?" Shen Shutong herself poses no issue. "It is the Shen family that my mother wishes to keep you from involving yourself with." Meng Shuyi immediately recalled the rumors that circulated. Although Shen Shutong belonged to the Shen family, she was raised in Pinghuang. Her lineage appears to be quite problematic. Yet, what concern is that of mine? My interest lies solely in Shen Shutong. I have no desire to wade in the mire of the Shen family. Understand, Mother, Meng Wen, you said that it is perfectly fine if you like Shen Shutong, and there's nothing wrong with wanting to marry her. As for the Shun family matters, I will handle them. Meng Shuyi found herself both amused and exasperated. Mother, you're thinking too far ahead. We haven't even reached that stage yet. I haven't even begun pursuing Shen Shutong. Previously, you seemed indifferent and even averse to Shen Shutong. Why the sudden change of heart? Observing her mother's eyes ablaze with curiosity, filled with a fervent desire for gossip, Meng Shuyi chose to remain silent. Teasing the shy and aloof beauty was a private affair between the two of them, and not something to be shared with others. Chapter 29. Undercurrents. After dinner, Meng Shuyi received a call from Shen Shutong. Once the call connected, Shen Shutong's deep, cool voice resonated. Miss Meng, is there something you wish to discuss? Hearing the faint hint of fatigue in Shen Shutong's voice, Meng Shuyi felt an unexpected twinge of trepidation. Yes, trepidation. She had long since lost the unbridled enthusiasm of her youth in her younger days. Upon first laying eyes on Zhou Baiyang, she had immediately recognized her feelings and boldly confessed. However, after being ridiculed for her forthrightness, she now found herself apprehensive, fearing rejection from Shen Shutong and the potential for further mockery. The determination that had spurred her to make the call dissipated with the abrupt end of the ringtone. Leaving her at a loss for words upon receiving Shen Shutong's call, Meng Shuyi absently twirled her hair, remaining silent for a moment before finally stating, "Tomorrow is Christmas. I wanted to check if you have any availability." Mr. Shen. On the other end, Shen Shutong patiently awaited her response. After Meng Shuyi spoke, a long silence ensued. The soft rustling noises suggested Shen Shutong was occupied with something, and after a considerable pause, her voice returned. "I will be a bit busy during the day, and I might finish work late in the evening." Once Meng Shuyi managed to utter her first sentence, the conversation flowed more smoothly. She thought to herself, "What is the worst that could happen? I've been scolded so many times already. This time, it's merely over the phone, which is certainly preferable to being berated in person, where I could also risk having coffee thrown at me. The last time Mr. Shen treated me to that delicious grilled chicken rack, it's only fitting that I invite him to dinner in return." After yet another lengthy pause, Meng Shuyi patiently awaited Shen Shutong's response. Perhaps 2 or 3 minutes passed before Shen Shutong's cool voice emerged once more. "All right." Meng Shuyi felt a small spark of joy ignite within her. She had assumed that after witnessing Shen Shutong's earlier embarrassment, she would never wish to see her again. She thought it would require considerable effort to draw nearer to her. Yet here was Shen Shutong agreeing to her invitation. Will it be Western cuisine or Chinese? Chinese, I suppose. Great. What time do you finish work? Another silence fell. Meng Shuyi waited quietly. Shen Shutong finally replied, 7 o'clock. All right, I will make the reservation and send you the location. Okay. Having discussed the essential matters, neither seemed inclined to end the call. Listening to the sound of paper rustling on the other end, Meng Shuyi refrained from interrupting and quietly listened. The delicate sound of breathing traveled through the receiver. Meng Shuyi wandered into her small study. Retrieving a book from the shelf and idly flipping through the pages, mirroring the rhythm of the conversation on the other end, absently turning the pages without truly absorbing the content. Her mind was wholly occupied with the faint sounds emanating from Shen Shutong's side. She mused, was Shen Shutong currently engrossed in paperwork? Or perhaps reading a book? Was she still wearing those delicate silver-rimmed glasses as she sat in her office? Had she returned to her composed and aloof demeanor? No, I prefer the version of Shen Shutong who can stomp her feet in frustration, sigh in worry, and shy away from social interactions. Meng Shuyi was lost in her thoughts until Shen Shutong's voice broke through. Miss Meng, I must be leaving work now. It's not convenient for me to talk. Meng Shuyi thought they had hung up, only to realize they had all right, goodbye. Meng Shuyi ended the call. She suddenly recognized how well she had come to know Shen Shutong. The version of her that stubbornly worked despite being unwell, the quiet one when intoxicated, the shy and reserved one, the one filled with tension and allure while running. After a moment of daze, Meng Shuyi snapped back to reality. She opened her phone and reserved a table at a Cantonese restaurant, opting for lighter dishes, mindful that late dinners should not involve excessive meat. Just as she set her phone down, a WeChat message arrived. Xiaoying wrote, Tomorrow night at midnight, there will be a fireworks show at Xinjiang Beach. Will you be going, Miss Meng? Meng Shuyi. Shen Shutong actually invited her. But no, that is not right. Shen Shutong likely harbored no romantic notions toward her, and most wanted to foster goodwill to facilitate a future marriage. But what of it? I could pursue her anyway. This challenging endeavor seemed rather delightful, and one could easily foresee that the days ahead would be filled with amusement. During the work week, I could tease Shen Shutong into blushing, which would undoubtedly be entertaining. Meng Shuyi smiled like a fool, reveling in her own delight for a while before remembering to respond to Shen Shutong's message. All right. Is Xiaoying going? Let us go together. Shen Shutong. She said she wouldn't go. Meng Shuyi did not press. If she didn't wish to attend, so be it. Just as she was about to dismiss the thought, Shen Shuang sent another message. Sister Meng, I've secured you an opportunity. Make the most of it. I want to be a third wheel, but remember, you owe me a favor. Meng Shuyi. Had her feelings for Shen Shutong become so evident that even Shen Shuang could notice? All right. When you're free, let me know, and I'll treat you to drinks. Shen Shuang. Sure, I'll be waiting. Meng Shuyi was immersed in the excitement of her impending outing with Shen Shutong to watch the fireworks when she finished her evening routine and lay in bed. Still exhilarated and unable to sleep, she turned over and reached for her phone on the nightstand. What was the point of lying awake? Naturally, it was to bombard her friends with messages. She opened WeChat and navigated to her small group chat. Ladies, I have a target now. Chiron. Who? Meng Shuyi. Shen Shutong, Dawai Chun. Ha ha. Are you serious? Lao Meng. Meng Shuyi, of course I've decided to pursue her. Chiron. Go for it. I support you. But what prompted this sudden interest? Especially in Shen Shutong? Meng Shuyi. That is none of your concern. I'm definitely pursuing her. Dawai Chun. All right. How do you plan to go about it? Do you need our help? Meng Shuyi. Not needed. We were going to see the fireworks at Xinjiang Beach tomorrow night. Yi Chun. That last line seems to be the crux of the matter. The casualness is oddly appealing. Chiron. One Sheng Qing Lan. One Yi Chun. I sense there will be an abundance of dog food in the future. I wish you failure. Meng Shuyi. Can you not speak like that? Yi Chun. Then I wish you success, followed by eternal rest. Chiron. One Sheng Qing Lan. One Meng Shuyi. We're no longer friends. Annoyed, she couldn't even be bothered with punctuation. Yi Chun's offhand remark reminded Meng Shuyi of that night, when Shen Shutong had coaxed her into bed with just a few words. Shen Shutong had a cunning side, and Meng Shuyi noted this in her little book. There was also the matter of being tricked that she needed to settle. An opportunity would have to be found to rectify that. And it would need to be doubled. Yi Chun. Enough already. It's been a minute since we've broken up. Meng Shuyi ignored her. Yi Chun. The other party has requested to add you as a friend. Meng Shuyi. Request denied. Sheng Qing Lan. Childish. Chiron. Childish one. Meng Shuyi. I'm going to sleep. Meng Shuyi put her phone down and drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, the three friends bombarded by Meng Shuyi's messages found themselves wide awake, whispering and plotting something. Meng Shuyi's phone continued to light up, quickly accumulating a barrage of notifications. Chapter 30. What are Shen Shutong's intentions? By the end of the day, Meng Shuyi's mood could only be described as exquisitely joyful. From the moment she opened her eyes in the morning, she was imbued with a sense of elation, her face perpetually adorned with a radiant smile. Even when her employees inadvertently made mistakes, Meng Shuyi merely smiled gently, letting them off without a hint of reproach. The entire secretarial office was rife with confusion, as everyone speculated on what could be the source of Meng Shuyi's happiness. She felt as if the day was dragging on interminably. Why had night yet to fall? She longed to message Shen Shutong, yet hesitated, fearing she might disrupt her work. After contemplating for half an hour, Meng Shuyi realized there was something amiss with her current state. She had previously been in relationships, and yet now found herself as anxious as a 17 or 18-year-old girl, beset by insecurities. In comparison to Shen Shutong's diligence and perseverance, I seem rather languid and indulgent. Taking a deep breath, I cast aside all distractions and focus on my work. Meng Shuyi arrived at the designated restaurant half an hour early. When Shen Shutong appeared at the door of the private room, Meng Shuyi was taken aback. Today, Shen Shutong unexpectedly chose not to wear her usual formal attire, but instead donned a beige half-collared cashmere sweater paired with a coffee-colored midi skirt, complemented by a matching coat. Upon entering the private room, Shun Shutong removed her coat, and with her long skirt and half-up hairstyle, she exuded an elegant and captivating charm, radiating a uniquely gentle aura. Meng Shuyi felt a sense of delight. After all, a woman adorns herself for the one she wishes to please. Shin Shutong caught a glimpse of astonishment in Meng Shuyi's eyes. The corners of her lips curled into a subtle smile as she humbly apologized. "I am sorry for being late." Meng Shuyi regained her composure and stepped forward to pull out a chair for Shin Shutong, teasing, "What should I penalize you with?" Shin Shutong replied, "I was merely being polite. Let us heed Miss Meng's wishes." Once seated, Shun Shutong casually ordered a few dishes. Observing Shin Shutong's attire, Meng Shuyi smiled and remarked, "You surprised me today, President Shun." Ditto. Shin Shutong feigned ignorance, and, with a hint of displeasure, asked, "Miss Meng, are you certain you wish to maintain a tense atmosphere of work while I indulge in this delightful meal?" Hearing Shin Shutong's playful words, Meng Shuyi's smile deepened. "My apologies." However, after apologizing, she found herself at a loss for an appropriate address. Shin Shutong responded with a gentle smile, "It's quite all right. Miss Meng may address me however she pleases." Shun Shutong. Indeed, point one name flows naturally while the other is fittingly acknowledged. Meng Shuyi gazed at Shun Shutong. "Have you always known who I am?" Shin Shutong nodded. "I have always known." "Did you know in S-City as well?" "Yes." The fact that she did not deny it left Meng Shuyi feeling somewhat unsettled. "Why?" Meng Shuyi inquired. Shun Shutong countered, "Must there always be a reason?" Just then, a knock on the door interrupted their conversation as the waiter brought in the dishes. Meng Shuyi suddenly snapped back to reality. Remembering that she had invited Shin Shutong to dinner, wishing to pursue her, if she were to inquire now, would there still be a chance? Yet, if she refrained from asking, a weight would remain in her heart. If Shun Shutong claimed ignorance, the previous events could be dismissed as mere coincidence. But if Shin Shutong acknowledged her awareness, did that mean she had approached Meng Shuyi with intent even then? Shin Shutong's earlier retort, "Must there always be a reason?" What rationale was she concocting for herself? They fell silent as they ate. The conversation stilled. After dinner, they exited the restaurant together. Shun Shutong remarked, "It is still early. How does Miss Meng plan to pass the time?" Meng Shuyi frowned. "You're not thinking of heading back to work, are you?" "Not at all," Shun Shutong replied with certainty. Meng Shuyi sighed in relief. But before she could fully relax, Shin Shutong added, "We could find a nearby CAF. It would be a waste of time to head back." Meng Shuyi replied, "That could work." Shin Shutong nodded and walked towards the roadside car. Retrieving her laptop bag from within, Meng Shuyi mused, "What am I to make of her? If you say she lacks a sense of fun, she set aside work to meet. Yet if you say she understands it, she still thinks of work while dining, squeezing in time for it wherever possible." Once settled in the CF, they each ordered their drinks. Meng Shuyi watched as Shin Shutong opened her laptop, her fingers dancing across the keyboard with remarkable speed. The crisp sound of typing resembling a grand symphony. The glow from the computer screen illuminated the bridge of Shin Shutong's nose, where her glasses glinted faintly yet distinctly. Shin Shutong was utterly absorbed, her diligence unwavering. Occasionally, she would blink, adjust her glasses, smooth a loose strand of hair, or take a delicate sip of coffee. Meng Shuyi sat quietly, entranced by Shin Shutong's movements. For a moment, she found herself lost in reverie. The sight of her engrossed in work was simply enchanting. The way she blinked was captivating, the gesture of adjusting her glasses striking, and the act of tucking away her hair alluring, unknowingly so. Even the elegance with which she sipped her coffee, followed by the tempting motion of licking her lips after, stirred desires within Meng Shuyi. She was uncertain how long she had been watching until Shin Shutong finally closed her laptop. "Miss Meng, I'm done." "Huh." Meng Shuyi snapped back to reality. "That was quick." Shin Shutong glanced at her watch. 2 hours have passed. "It's nearly 11. Meng Shuyi pondered. Have I really been daydreaming about Shin Shutong for 2 hours? "Let us go. I suspect traffic will be heavy soon." Shin Shutong suggested, "I'll have the driver take us. It might be difficult to find parking." Meng Shuyi did not resist. "All right then. Can I hitch a ride?" "Of course I invited you, Miss Meng." The car smoothly made its way towards Qingjiang Beach, the two seated side by side in the back. Meng Shuyi inhaled the fragrance wafting from Shin Shutong. She was suddenly reminded of the first time she had ridden in Shen Shudong's car. She had been curious about why Shen Shutong had accepted her unreasonable request. And what had she replied? "If I said I liked you, would you believe it?" She had scoffed, retorting that Shen Shudong's approach was unoriginal. Shen Shutong had simply responded with a nonchalant, no further explanation was offered. Could Shen Shudong's words have been genuine? Who would believe such sentiments from someone they had only met once? Yet, Shen Shutong had always known her. Meng Shuyi was self-absorbed, but not so much as to think that Shen Shutong had drawn near her out of affection. So what was Shen Shutong's true intention? The enigmatic Shen Shutong. Would she grant her a chance to unravel this mystery? Chapter 31. I wish to embrace her. Upon arriving at their destination, they disembarked. The cobblestone path along the river was crowded, compelling them to walk side by side. Meng Shuyi intended to strike up a conversation, but the throngs of people made it an unsuitable environment for dialogue. She contemplated how to reintroduce the topic they had left hanging at the restaurant, unwittingly losing track of her pace and leaving Shen Shutong behind. Someone tugged at Meng Shuyi's arm, and turning around, she found it was Shen Shutong. "What's the matter?" Meng Shuyi asked, her expression one of confusion. Shen Shutong chuckled lightly. "I thought you were so engrossed in your forward march that there must be something worthwhile ahead for you to collect." A moment of embarrassment washed over Meng Shuyi, and she forced a smile. "Perhaps there really is." Shen Shutong pointed towards the riverbank entrance. "Let us head down for a stroll." Right. Once they reached the riverbank, the crowd thinned out. Shen Shutong found a less populated spot, turned to Meng Shuyi, and said, "Miss Meng, if you have any questions, feel free to ask." Meng Shuyi realized, so she had noticed. "You are truly remarkable." Shen Shutong smiled. "Your thoughts are written all over your face. Even your hair seems to be saying, I have many questions to ask." "Is that so?" Meng Shuyi observed the genuine joy radiating from Shen Shudong's smile. "Indeed." Meng Shuyi inquired, "In S City, was your appearance intentional or merely coincidental?" "It could be considered intentional." "Then what if I hadn't reached out to you? What would you have done?" After a moment of silence, Shen Shutong replied, "Nothing would have happened. You wouldn't have approached me." "No, what was your purpose in going to S City?" "Business trip." Meng Shuyi began to piece things together. "Then why do you wish to marry me?" Shen Shutong replied earnestly, "It's suitable." This reason was one Shen Shutong had previously mentioned, and her steadfastness in this answer left Meng Shuyi unable to discern whether it was the truth or stemmed from some other motive. "Then why not speak candidly about it?" Shen Shutong tilted her head. "What is it that Miss Meng believes I have not mentioned?" Meng Shuyi hesitated. "I want you to acknowledge that you know about me." Shen Shutong responded with utmost seriousness. "I have mentioned it." Meng Shuyi realized. It seems she truly has. Shen Shutong met my gaze earnestly, stating, "My acquaintance with Principal Meng is hardly noteworthy. It does not add any merit to this matter. Whether I propose marriage or not is entirely your decision. My familiarity with your family has no bearing on it. If you wish to refuse me, my connections will be of no use, and might even add pressure, as if I were leveraging my elders to coerce you." Meng Shuyi gazed into Shen Shudong's sincere eyes, unguarded and transparent. Yet, she felt that Shen Shutong had not entirely laid her thoughts bare. Or perhaps she had not shared everything. Shen Shutong continued, "Having interacted for some time now, I wonder if I passed Miss Meng's assessment." Meng Shuyi shook her head. This was certainly not encouraging news. Shen Shutong slightly turned her head to gaze at the river, no longer looking at Meng Shuyi. Meng Shuyi observed Shen Shudong's profile, where the illumination was insufficient, casting half of Shen Shudong's face into shadow. The ethereal visage of Shen Shutong was equally captivating, as the night breeze tousled her long hair, stirring a flutter in Meng Shuyi's heart. Meng Shuyi softly remarked, "Perhaps we could embark on a romantic relationship." Shen Shudong's gaze returned to Meng Shuyi's face. Meng Shuyi reiterated, "I said, Shen Shutong, let us date. You shall be my girlfriend." Shen Shutong sighed inwardly, recognizing that Meng Shuyi remained as unabashedly domineering as ever. Her statement was not a mere request to be considered, but a declaration that left no room for denial. Noticing Shen Shudong's silence, Meng Shuyi earnestly explained, "I have no fondness for ambiguity. Everything should commence with clarity. A relationship should be straightforward. If you agree, then agree. If not, let us end it swiftly." Shun Shutong felt a smile tugging at her lips once more. This person truly possessed no patience whatsoever, though she appeared as a gentle and refined woman. Her temperament was decidedly decisive. Meng Shuyi prepared to speak again. Shin Shutong promptly responded, "All right." Meng Shuyi, observing Shin Shutong's prolonged hesitation, initially assumed she might be unwilling. After all, Shin Shutong often spoke of marriage at the drop of a hat. To her surprise, however, she was willing to accept the proposition Meng Shuyi had put forth. "You agreed. What if I change my mind?" Shin Shutong joked lightheartedly. Meng Shuyi retorted fiercely, "You are not allowed to backtrack. Even if you wish to, it should be I who initiates the breakup." Shin Shutong pondered, bewildered by the logic. Watching Shin Shutong's expression of astonishment, Meng Shuyi found her unexpectedly adorable and felt a desire to tease her. Taking action, Meng Shuyi smiled and said, "Since we are now lovers, may I engage in some activities typical of a couple?" Shin Shutong looked at Meng Shuyi, taken aback by her audacity, although they had engaged in various actions prior to their romantic involvement. The thought of doing so in public felt inappropriate. Shin Shutong hesitated, voicing her uncertainty. Meng Shuyi sighed, feeling her playful attempt had failed. She had anticipated Shin Shutong would blush, yet instead, she appeared bright-eyed, brimming with excitement and anticipation. Where had the shy, reserved Shin Shutong gone? Shin Shutong countered, "Did you not wish to engage in activities befitting lovers?" "Indeed," Meng Shuyi replied matter-of-factly. "Now that we are lovers, I cannot keep addressing you by your full name. Should we come up with a nickname?" "Oh." Shin Shutong was momentarily stunned, then turned away shyly, covering her face as she stifled a laugh. What was she thinking? Meng Shuyi, standing behind Shin Shutong, playfully inquired, "Where did your thoughts wander? Girlfriend?" Shin Shutong ignored the teasing from behind, reflecting on how she had never realized Meng Shuyi possessed such a knack for mischief. "Call me whatever you wish, as long as I know you are addressing me." Shin Shutong replied, striving to suppress her emotions and reverting to her usual cool demeanor. Yet her laughter carried a husky softness, reminiscent of whispers exchanged between lovers. Meng Shuyi felt an overwhelming urge to embrace her. In the distance, the quartet of eavesdroppers yearned to inch closer, to overhear the exchange. Shen Shuang had initially come alone, but encountered Sheng Qinglan and her companions. Upon discovering their shared interest, she seamlessly integrated into their group, realizing her need for companionship, while her other friends were unfamiliar with Meng Shuyi. Watching Shin Shutong turn to cover her face with laughter, the group wished they could implant a listening device nearby. "My sister looks so delighted," Shen Shuang observed. "Indeed," Yichen agreed. "Watching them walk just now had me on edge. Do you doubt Lao Meng's capabilities?" Qi Ran interjected. "Exactly. Lao Meng is renowned for her decisiveness and efficiency." Sheng Qinglan added that I wager that before the fireworks show commences, Lao Meng will kiss Shun. Yichen challenged, "And no need to wager. I suspect Meng Shuyi will be the one receiving the kiss," Shen Shuai countered. The trio fell silent, exchanging glances filled with intrigue. Does Lao Meng possess some hidden secrets we're unaware of? Shen Shuang shook her head vigorously. No, absolutely not. 3 denials only indicate something is amiss, Sheng Qinglan remarked. I truly do not, Shan Shuang insisted earnestly. The trio redirected their curious gazes back to the two figures not far away. Meng Shui nudged Shin Shudong's shoulder. "Girlfriend, how long do you intend to hide before revealing yourself?" Shen Shutong composed her expression and slowly turned, feeling the rapid shift in identity required time to process. Meng Shui teased, "You immediately proposed marriage, while I merely suggested a romantic relationship. That is different." Shen Shutong replied, regaining her usual cool demeanor, her tone now tinged with distance. Meng Shui pressed, "In what way is it different? A marriage could be a mere superficial arrangement, whereas a relationship necessitates intimacy and heartfelt connection." Shen Shutong regarded Meng Shui seriously. "Miss Meng, are you prepared to entrust your heart to me?" Meng Shui was taken aback, realizing that Shen Shutong understood her fervent feelings had been given to Zhou Baiyang, leaving her heart battered and bruised. With a sense of trepidation, Meng Shui grappled with the uncertainty of whether her fragmented heart would be sufficient for Shen Shutong. Gathering her courage, she finally asked, "If My heart is not flawless, but rather flawed. Would you still accept it? Her hesitant tone betrayed the inner turmoil she felt in the stillness. Meng Shuyi resembled a timid snail, cautiously entering unknown territory. Filled with anticipation and anxiety, she extended her feelers tentatively, as though afraid to disturb anything, trembling delicately in the air like willow branches swaying in the wind. Shen Shutong observed Meng Shuyi for a long moment before responding softly. That is quite fortuitous. My heart is also missing a piece. It appears we are quite compatible. At last. Meng Shuyi's careful probing yielded an affirmative response. She exchanged glances with Shen Shutong, both lost in each other's eyes for what felt like an eternity. In that moment, the world around them faded away, leaving only the reflections of one another in their gaze. They were akin to two solitary stars, having traversed the vast cosmos, finally converging to shine with brilliant luminosity. Two shattered hearts found solace in each other, piecing together a complete soul. Shen Shudong's words, "We are quite compatible," resonated deeper than a mere willingness to accept. A smile graced Meng Shuyi's lips, her heart swelling with warmth as she felt something flowing within her. Her eyes growing misty. Just as she was about to speak, a series of deafening booms erupted, reverberating through the air. Brilliant fireworks, as if enchanted, burst forth across the inky sky, painting it with dazzling colors. The two turned to gaze at the spectacle above, the vibrant display reminiscent of shooting stars streaking across the vast expanse of night. The entire sky transformed into a grand, opulent stage where the fireworks showcased their unparalleled beauty and allure. Simultaneously, they returned their focus to each other, sensing the currents of emotion swirling around them. Shen Shutong stepped closer to Meng Shuyi, tilting her head to gently kiss her cheek before swiftly withdrawing. In the distance, the quartet of eavesdroppers erupted in excitement. "Ah," Yi Chen lamented, "this Lao Meng is truly disappointing." Qi Ran chimed in, "Lao Meng usually behaves like a seasoned seductress around us. Why is she so innocent in love?" Sheng Qinglan remained silent, pondering as she regarded Shen Shuyi. Feeling the weight of the gaze, Shen Shuyi awkwardly swallowed, attempting to ignore the intensity of the stare. Yi Chen quickly covered Qi Ran's mouth. "Why are you covering my mouth?" Qi Ran protested, pulling Yi Chen's hand away. Leaning in closer, Yi Chen whispered, "What seductress? Don't speak carelessly. Lao Meng has finally found a girlfriend." Qi Ran glanced at Shen Shuyi, relieved to see her preoccupied and not aware of their conversation. As Qi Ran regained her composure, she discovered that Yi Chen was still holding her, prompting her to scold him with a hint of annoyance. Shen Shuyi was too preoccupied with her own affairs to notice the commotion between the two. Sheng Qinglan, standing behind Shen Shuyi, leaned in closer and whispered, "Miss Shen, do you happen to know any of Lao Meng's dark secrets? If you share some juicy tidbits, I might be inclined to divulge a few of Lao Meng's scandals in return." Shen Shuyi trembled at the suggestion, fearing that her sister would dismember her for such indiscretions. "Ah, Sister Meng has struck back." Shen Shuyi hastily diverted the subject. Meanwhile, on Meng Shuyi's side, her mind went blank as Shen Shangtong approached. Having kissed Shen Shangtong before, she wondered why her heart raced so fiercely this time. Could it be that Shen Shangtong intended to kiss her again? Meng Shuyi felt her cheeks warm from the proximity, a soft breath brushing against her skin, igniting an uncontrollable urge to retreat. Yet she held her ground, instinctively holding her breath as the gentle sensation enveloped her. As Shen Shangtong's kiss descended, Meng Shuyi's heart momentarily stilled before resuming an even more fervent rhythm. She could distinctly hear her heartbeat. Louder than the explosions of fireworks. "Ah, she truly kissed me." Meng Shuyi exhaled the breath she had been holding, her heart racing with fervor, her breaths becoming slightly labored. Slowly, she raised a hand to cover her heart, taking some time to collect herself. Was she so easily overwhelmed by a mere kiss from Shen Shangtong? How unseemly of her. Meng Shuyi conveniently forgot about the time she had nosebleed from her initial thoughts of wanting to kiss Shen Shangtong. Chapter 33. Sit? Do? Is it as I imagine? Meng Shuyi gazed at the retreating figure of Shen Shangtong, her expression as frosty as ever, yet the slight upward curve of her lips betrayed her delight. Paying little mind to those around them, she reached out to wrap her arms around Shen Shangtong's waist, drawing her into an embrace. Caught off guard, Shen Shintong stumbled forward and into Meng Shuyi's arms. Their noses brushed lightly against each other, sending a jolt through Meng Shuyi, causing her heart to flutter wildly once more. Suppressing her own excitement, Shen Shintong reached up to touch Meng Shuyi's earlobe. Whispering, "Your heart races so quickly, your breath is quite warm." Her voice was low, soft, and utterly enchanting. Meng Shuyi felt a rush of warmth and tingling sensations in her ears as Shen Shintong's warm breath enveloped her, igniting a tempest of feelings she could scarcely comprehend. The intensity was overwhelming, leaving her unsure of where to focus her sensations. Meng Shuyi instinctively tightened her grip around Shen Shintong's waist, their bodies pressed closely together. "Don't tempt me," she murmured, burying her face in Shen Shintong's shoulder, her voice muffled with a hint of grievance. Shen Shintong's delightful laughter danced in Meng Shuyi's ears. "With you holding me like this, who is really tempting whom?" Meng Shuyi's grip tightened further, as if she could quell the turmoil within her by sheer force of will. "Are you a snake?" Shen Shintong playfully patted Meng Shuyi's shoulder. Meng Shuyi replied, puzzled. "Huh, you're entwining me so tightly," Shen Shintong teased. "It's suffocating." Meng Shuyi took several deep breaths before finally releasing her hold. She felt embarrassed for being so clingy so soon after confirming their relationship. Inwardly, she simmered with indignation, wondering why Shen Shintong remained so composed, devoid of any nervous excitement. Did Shen Shintong not care for her? Was agreeing to date merely a means to an end for marriage? When Meng Shuyi glanced up at Shen Shintong, she found her gazing intently at the starry sky, absorbed in the display of fireworks. Noticing the faint blush on Shen Shintong's ears and the delicate hue gracing her neck, Meng Shuyi realized that Shen Shintong had her own moments of shyness. This revelation brought a sense of equilibrium to her heart. After all, it was Shen Shintong who had initiated the kiss. Leaving Meng Shuyi flustered and disoriented, a smile crept onto Meng Shuyi's lips as she tilted her head back to admire the fireworks. She subtly reached out to intertwine her pinky with Shen Shintong's. In the distance, a group of four observed. "Pa!" Yi Chen exclaimed, "From this day forth, I shall hold Lao Meng in contempt." Qi Ran echoed. Shun Shuang and Sheng Qinglan chimed in. "No comment, no kissing scenes." Yi Chen lamented, "I sacrificed my sleep and braved the cold for this? I must be out of my mind." Qi Ran had long given up on making sarcastic remarks. Sheng Qinglan added, "No worries. It's just another piece of blackmail material on Lao Meng." Why Yi Chen brightened. "Oh right, this is enough to mock Lao Meng for half a year." Shun Shuang remained silent. The fireworks had illuminated the night for 20 minutes. As the festivities dwindled, an air of quiet settled in. The crowd began to disperse. Yet Shen Shintong and Meng Shuyi lingered, rooted in their spot. Suddenly, Meng Shuyi shook her head in regret. "I shouldn't have chosen today to start dating." "Huh, why not?" Shen Shintong assumed Meng Shuyi had changed her mind, her voice betraying an unintentional tremor. Meng Shuyi replied earnestly, "Today is Christmas, and it's also the day we began dating that we've lost a holiday." Shen Shintong paused before bursting into laughter. "What kind of reasoning is that?" "Hey, happy holidays," Meng Shuyi inquired. "What's wrong? Aren't you happy?" Shen Shintong replied with a serious expression. "We can still celebrate two holidays." Meng Shuyi waited for Shen Shintong to continue. "You see, it's already the 26th. Meng Shuyi was momentarily speechless. Well, that makes sense. The fireworks had coincided perfectly with the moment they confirmed their feelings for each other, marking the true beginning of their relationship. "All right then, let's celebrate too." Meng Shuyi beamed, envisioning the joy of celebrating Christmas followed by their anniversary. Shen Shintong couldn't help but ruffle Meng Shuyi's hair affectionately, responding, "Yes, we will celebrate both." Meng Shuyi playfully pouted. "You're treating me like a child, don't you like it?" "Well, it's not too bad." Their eyes met, and Meng Shuyi found the situation amusing, breaking into laughter. Shen Shintong's expression softened, her lips curving into a smile. "Let's head back," Shen Shintong declared, pinching Meng Shuyi's cheek. "Stop laughing, it hurts." "All right." Shen Shintong called for the driver. They waited for about 20 minutes before the driver finally arrived. With others present, Meng Shuyi and Shen Shintong behaved decorously. refraining from any inappropriate remarks. The two shared a silent journey from Qingjiang Beach back to Yunwan. Upon arriving in front of Building A9, they exited the car, and the driver drove away to the entrance. Two tall figures stood facing each other. "Thank you, Meng Shuyi, for this delightful evening." Shen Shintong's voice was calm, though Meng Shuyi detected a hint of affection. Meng Shuyi corrected her. "The fireworks show was your idea." "I know, but that's not what I meant. I'm also very happy. So, shall we arrange another meeting?" Shen Shintong nodded slightly. "All right." Meng Shuyi replied, "Good night. See you tomorrow." She bid farewell but remained rooted in place, her gaze still fixed on Shen Shintong. Shen Shintong didn't enter either, and they exchanged glances, lingering in silence for a while. "How about we go inside and sit for a while?" Shen Shintong broke the silence. Meng Shuyi replied, "Sit? Do? Is it what I think it is?" Before she could fully process it, Shen Shintong had opened the door, taking Meng Shuyi's hand and leading her through the courtyard. Once inside, Meng Shuyi found herself pressed against the door, her mind still reeling as Shen Shintong's lips descended upon hers. The coolness of Shen Shintong's lips initially only grazed her own, teasingly. After a while, Shen Shintong, unsatisfied with merely lingering on their lips, began to explore further. The softness of the kiss brought Meng Shuyi back to her senses, and she wrapped her arms around Shen Shintong's neck, deepening the kiss. This is the censored version. Cherish it while you can. Chapter 34, Because I Like You. The heated kiss behind the door lasted an indeterminate amount of time. Meng Shuyi's hands had slipped from Shen Shintong's neck to her lower back. Shen Shintong sighed, releasing Meng Shuyi, pulling down her mischievous hands and gently scolding, "You're not being very obedient." Meng Shuyi replied softly, "From the moment I first saw you, I wanted you. How could I be obedient?" Shen Shintong playfully tugged at Meng Shuyi's earlobe, her voice low. "Is that so?" "Yes." Then who hesitated midway? Meng Shuyi faltered. Shen Shintong pressed further. I did, though you regret it tonight." Shen Shintong teased. "I can give you another chance." Meng Shuyi shook her head, then realized that in the dark, Shen Shintong couldn't see her. "Are you working tomorrow?" Shen Shintong raised an eyebrow. "What does work have to do with anything?" Meng Shuyi leaned closer to Shen Shintong's ear, softly saying, "I won't regret tonight. I want to make up for that previous moment and keep you from going to work tomorrow." Shen Shintong responded, "Is this the Meng Shuyi I used to know? First, take a shower." Shen Shintong kissed Meng Shuyi's ear and, stepping back, called out, meaning, "Turn on the lights." In an instant, the entire living room was illuminated as bright as day. Two individuals changed their shoes and stepped into the space. Meng Shuyi inquired, "Shall we go together?" Shen Shintong shook her head, replying, "It's cold." However, it seemed that Shen Shintong was not as cold as she portrayed, and she appeared quite understanding. Shen Shintong guided Meng Shuyi to the master bedroom upstairs, while she herself retreated to the guest room. Half an hour later, both women were clad in bathrobes, their garments disheveled from each other's playful tugging. Meng Shuyi recalled the last time, when she had no strength to resist. Thus her movements became somewhat fierce, her lips and teeth tinged with a hint of anger. Meng Shuyi, be gentle." Shen Shintong lightly pushed at Meng Shuyi's shoulder. "Omitted due to late arrival. Is this really your first time?" Shen Shintong grasped Meng Shuyi's collar, pulling her upward, reminiscent of their previous encounter. Meng Shuyi recalled how she had been thoroughly ravaged last time. Feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, she lowered her head to stifle all sounds. Shen Shudong's voice faded away at a crucial moment. Meng Shuyi suddenly felt a warmth in her nose, hastily covering it with her hand, only to reveal a palmful of blood. Upon noticing the blood on Meng Shuyi's hand, Shen Shintong could not suppress her laughter. "What is this peculiar issue you have?" Shen Shintong adjusted her clothing, flipping over to the bedside table to retrieve a tissue. Last time it had been a nosebleed, and now it was the same. Meng Shuyi, sulking as she covered her nose, murmured, "I don't know." Shen Shintong tidied Meng Shuyi's outfit and led her to the washroom. Once she was cleaned up, Shen Shintong leaned against the doorframe and asked, "Do you get nosebleeds with anyone else?" "No," Meng Shuyi replied. "Are you sure you want me to recount matters regarding my ex on our first day of dating?" "I'm sorry," Shen Shintong promptly apologized. After washing her hands, Meng Shuyi removed the tissue from her nose, observing that the bleeding had ceased, then turned to Shen Shutong, saying, "Consider this your punishment for keeping me in solitude." Shen Shutong responded, "Please leave." Meng Shuyi, taken aback, asked, "Are you angry, Shen Shutong?" "I need a shower." Shen Shutong pushed her out and took another shower. Upon returning to bed, Meng Shuyi was half reclined, engrossed in her phone. Shen Shutong turned off the lights and pulled Meng Shuyi down beside her. Meng Shuyi quietly asked, "Are you still feeling unwell?" "Sleep." Shen Shutong's voice was crisp and cold, devoid of emotion. "That I'm sorry." "Why apologize? For neglecting you on our first day of dating." Meng Shuyi's tone carried a hint of grievance. Shen Shutong softly reassured her, "It's all right. Dating isn't solely about physical intimacy, that I don't live my life based on that. Matters of love should unfold naturally, blossoming in their own time, rather than being treated like a weekly meeting." Meng Shuyi was silent. Shen Shutong truly was a workaholic, even managing to relate such matters to work. "Then shall I hold you while we sleep?" Shen Shutong lifted her head slightly as Meng Shuyi's arm wrapped around her neck. Pulling her close, Shen Shutong, "What made you agree to date me?" "Must I answer?" Meng Shuyi hesitated. Shen Shutong's reluctance to answer suggested that this question posed a challenge for her. "Then perhaps you need not respond." Meng Shuyi thought she simply found Shen Shutong intriguing and wished to pursue her. Thus, Shen Shutong's acquiescence was likely not born from love. Why even inquire? It seemed somewhat comical for adults to speak of love. The room fell silent as Meng Shuyi drifted into a hazy state. Shen Shutong softly murmured, "Because I like you." Meng Shuyi, in a state of drowsiness, felt as if she were dreaming before succumbing to complete unconsciousness. Shen Shutong whispered to herself, "Meng Shuyi, you have finally begun to care for me. Climbing aboard my ship, you shall not escape." No sooner had she spoken than she felt Meng Shuyi's hand resting on her waist. "Begin to stir. Even as you sleep, you remain restless." Shen Shutong recalled the previous night when Meng Shuyi had been intoxicated, similarly clutching her, tugging at her clothing, murmuring, "I must assess whether you are a suitable partner." As a result, half her clothing had been lifted before she had fallen into a deep slumber. Shen Shutong let out a bitter laugh, seizing that wandering hand, bringing it to Meng Shuyi's forehead for a gentle kiss. Murmuring softly, "I never dared to imagine a day when I would kiss you, a day when I would hold you while sleeping. I initially intended to charm you into my grasp before gradually courting you. Yet you wish to court first. Very well, I shall indulge you, however you desire. As long as the outcome remains the same, the process matters not." Shen Shutong, longing, kissed Meng Shuyi's cheek once more, before embracing her into slumber. Chapter 35. Dog Abuse. When Meng Shuyi awoke, Shen Shutong was no longer by her side. Glancing at the time, it was barely 7 o'clock. After freshening up, she descended the stairs. The first floor was eerily quiet, with sounds emanating from the kitchen. Approaching the kitchen doorway, she saw Shen Shutong in casual home attire, an apron tied around her waist as she cooked eggs. "Why are you doing this yourself?" Shen Shutong turned to look at Meng Shuyi. "You're awake? Wash your hands and come for breakfast." Meng Shuyi complied, washing her hands, but once the water was dried, her hands itched, and she grabbed a piece of toast. Taking a bite, Shen Shutong observed, but said nothing, carrying the plate outside while instructing Meng Shuyi, "Pour some milk." "Oh, all right." After acknowledging, Meng Shuyi frowned, realizing Shen Shutong was quite accustomed to giving orders. Following Shen Shutong into the dining room, they sat across from one another, silently consuming their breakfast, with no words exchanged in the quiet dining area. The occasional sound of cutlery clinking against plates or glasses meeting the table could be heard. Meng Shuyi thought that this atmosphere, which should have been awkward, felt strangely right. It even seemed as though they had been living this way for a long time. Once breakfast was finished, Shen Shutong asked, "Would you consider moving in?" Meng Shuyi shook her head. "You often travel for work. Why would I move in?" Shen Shutong found it difficult to refute and change the subject. "Then, shall we schedule an appointment with a doctor?" "Why?" Meng Shuyi was somewhat perplexed. Shen Shutong replied earnestly, "While it's perfectly fine to avoid it altogether, having nosebleeds isn't ideal. It's best to get it checked." Seeing Shen Shutong's pointed expression, Meng Shuyi reluctantly nodded. "I understand. Let me know once you've made the appointment. I can accompany you when I have time, or I can help you schedule it." Shen Shutong spoke so formally that Meng Shuyi felt as if Shen Shutong was treating this matter as a project. Realizing this made Meng Shuyi feel a bit overwhelmed. I'll schedule it myself and go alone. You're too busy. Meng Shuyi did not wish to burden Shen Shutong. Shen Shutong meticulously outlined everything, executing each task with precision. Meng Shuyi wondered how long she could endure Shen Shutong's rigid self-discipline. All right. Shen Shutong did not dwell on these minor matters. That afternoon, Meng Shuyi went to the hospital for an examination. She quickly received a report, confirming that everything was normal. Meng Shuyi called Shen Shutong to relay the news. Just avoid excitement. I'm in good health. No issues. It's good to hear there's nothing wrong. Shen Shutong's cool voice came through the receiver. What time do you finish work? Shall we have dinner together? Meng Shuyi held the steering wheel with one hand while casually holding her phone with the other. Meng Shuyi considered their relationship to be oddly familiar, yet not. It was peculiar that they had confirmed their relationship the previous day, and now found themselves in bed together. However, their morning conversations and actions felt less like those of lovers and more akin to a long-married couple. Yet it didn't feel strange, as they were not teenagers anymore, needing to be intimately glued to one another at all times. All right, I should finish around 7, then I'll come pick you up. After hanging up, Meng Shuyi couldn't help but chuckle at the amusing thought that had crossed her mind. Everyone has their own way of dating. Why must it adhere to a standard? As long as it feels comfortable to her. That suffices. Around 6 or 7 in the evening, the city was illuminated by the glow of streetlights. Meng Shuyi drove to the base of Shen Shutong's office building, parked, and sent her a message. I've arrived. I have a bit of finishing work. I'll have Xiaoying come and bring you up. After a while, Meng Shuyi saw Shen Xiaoying emerge from the building. As Meng Shuyi stepped out of the car, Shen Xiaoying sweetly called out, sister-in-law. Finally, I have the chance to call you sister-in-law. Shen Xiaoying grinned. Meng Shuyi responded, please don't call me that so casually. Shen Xiaoying laughed. What? Is sister-in-law just a playful title for my sister? Of course not. Meng Shuyi reflexively countered. Then it must be. You'll have to call me that sooner or later. Shen Xiaoying grinned like a sly fox, leading Meng Shuyi to Shen Shutong's office. Sister-in-law, please have a seat for a moment. My sister is still in a meeting and will be a while. There are books on the shelf and snacks in her drawer. Don't hesitate. All right. Meng Shuyi nodded, casually surveying Shen Shutong's office. It bore resemblance to most offices, featuring a reception area, a tea corner, a relaxation zone, and a spacious workspace, complete with a long desk and a plush executive chair. To the left of the desk, there was a door that likely led to a temporary living space. A thriving cactus adorned the desk. Meng Shuyi randomly pulled a book from the shelf, flipping through a few pages filled with specialized content. Indeed, it was very much like Shen Shutong. Her office was lined with professional literature. Meng Shuyi silently critiqued. Given Shen Shutong's stern disposition, it was no surprise she wouldn't indulge in light reading. Bored, Meng Shuyi reclined in Shen Shutong's chair, staring blankly at the ceiling. The door clicked open, and Meng Shuyi straightened up to see Shen Shutong entering with a laptop in her arms. I'm sorry for keeping you waiting, Shen Shutong said apologetically as she set down her computer. Meng Shuyi sighed. There's no need to apologize. You haven't done anything wrong. Work is important. I'm just idle. All right. Shen Shutong did not argue but agreed with Meng Shuyi. Shifting the topic, are we eating at home or dining out? Meng Shuyi raised an eyebrow. Will we have time to get home? The maid is already at work. Then let us eat at home, Shen Shutong replied, packing her laptop into a bag and lifting it. Let us go. As they stepped out of the office, Shen Shutong approached. Sister-in-law, where are you two going to eat? Take me with you. Meng Shuyi felt a twinge of embarrassment. There had been no one around downstairs when Shen Shutong called her sister-in-law. But now, with a throng of employees working overtime just outside Shen Shutong's office, her loud voice drew everyone's attention. Shen Shutong took Meng Shuyi's hand, giving it a gentle squeeze, and turned to Shen Shutong. You don't look hungry. Get back to work. Sister, Shen Shutong pouted, pleading for mercy. I was wrong. Shen Shutong remained silent, prompting Shen Shutong to cling to Meng Shuyi's arm. Sister-in-law, you must judge this. My sister has forgotten her sister for the sake of man. Meng Shuyi watched Shen Shutong's antics, unable to stifle a laugh. Your sister is infatuated with me. Are you sure complaining to me is effective? Shen Shutong. Oh, this is outrageous, sister-in-law. You and my sister are in cahoots. Meng Shuyi, we even share the same bed. Shen Shuang, wow, that's juicy to sister-in-law. Do share. If you want tea, feed me, at least give me some gossip. Are you sure it's not dog food? Shen Shutong interjected coolly. Shen Shuang, you're tormenting us. Chapter 36. Is what it is. Shen Shutong tightly held Meng Shuyi's soft hand as they ambled toward the door. All the while, Meng Shuyi kept her gaze downcast, unsure if it was due to embarrassment or some other inner turmoil. Upon reaching the door, Meng Shuyi softly uttered, Shen Shutong, S&T, this really not quite right. Her voice was barely above a whisper. Yet Shen Shutong keenly caught it. Shen Shutong slightly tilted her head, her gaze resting on Meng Shuyi's radiant face. Why do you say that? What do you wish to do? Meng Shuyi lifted her head and glanced back. Noticing the child looked terribly pitiful. I feel we cannot just abandon her. Shen Shutong furrowed her brows, uncertainly asking, so you wish to bring her along? Meng Shuyi nodded. Shen Shutong chuckled softly, turning to address Shen Shuang, who was not far behind. If you still want to eat some dog food, then hurry up and follow us. No sooner had she spoken, the previously dejected Shen Shuang raised her fist in excitement, letting out an enthusiastic cheer. With a sprightly step, she dashed back into the office, returning in less than half a minute, also carrying her laptop bag. Shen Shuang quickly approached the two, cheerfully thanking Meng Shuyi. Meng Shuyi observed that if Shen Shuang had a tail, it would undoubtedly be wagging joyfully at this moment. All right, this sister-in-law title is making me a bit anxious. Shen Shuang mused. I can't just call you Meng Jia, right? That would confuse everything. Meng Shuyi, fine, as long as you're happy. Shen Shuang raised her eyebrows at Shen Shutong. Shen Shutong subtly nodded in approval. Yet Shen Shuang was still left behind. Meng Shuyi insisted on driving her own car, and Shen Shutong dutifully took the passenger seat. Shen Shuang, looking forlorn, climbed into Shen Shutong's vehicle, feeling aggrieved to only share a ride with the driver. Watching Shen Shuang stomp her feet in dismay and reluctantly open the car door, Meng Shuyi couldn't help but chuckle. Xiaoying is simply too amusing. Shen Shutong fastened her seatbelt, narrowing her eyes slightly at the comment. Is Xiaoying overly lively? Is your attention misplaced? Your official girlfriend is right beside you, and you still have time to think about others. Shen Shutong unfastened her seatbelt with a click. Just as Meng Shuyi was about to start the car, she heard the sound and turned to Shen Shutong, inquiring with curiosity, "What's wrong? Did you forget something?" "Yes," Shen Shutong replied with a serious demeanor. "What?" Meng Shuyi watched as Shen Shutong remained still, leading her to unbuckle her seatbelt as well. "Do you want me to accompany you to retrieve it?" Shen Shutong did not respond but leaned in and kissed Meng Shuyi softly on the lips. Meng Shuyi was taken aback, wondering why Shen Shutong suddenly kissed her. Once she regained her senses, she blushed and attempted to push Shen Shutong away, but to no avail. The more she pushed, the more fervently Shen Shutong kissed her, even nibbling at her lips. Meng Shuyi resigned herself to the inevitable and began to reciprocate the kiss. Satisfied with Meng Shuyi's response, Shen Shutong softened her approach, gently caressing Meng Shuyi's lips, whispering, still thinking about others, "Meng Shuyi, are you seriously jealous over this? It's about your own sister." Yet deep inside, a sweet sensation began to bubble forth. Meng Shuyi playfully chided Shen Shutong. "You seem different from before." Shen Shutong pulled back from the kiss, a smile dancing at the corners of her mouth. Raising an eyebrow, "What was I like before?" Meng Shuyi replied without hesitation. "Previously, you were the aloof, stoic ice queen type. And now, a jealous cauldron." Meng Shuyi paused, adding like a real person. Shen Shutong couldn't help but chuckle. "What kind of description is that?" Meng Shuyi pondered for a moment, organizing her thoughts. "You didn't seem like an ordinary person, devoid of emotions, almost like an otherworldly being." Shen Shutong gazed intently at Meng Shuyi, her hand forming a loose fist as if holding a microphone, presenting it to Meng Shuyi. Clearing her throat, Shen Shutong continued, "Now this celestial being has descended to the mortal realm, acquiring emotions. May I ask, Miss Meng, what are your thoughts?" Meng Shuyi, seeing Shen Shutong's serious expression, felt a playful urge to tease her. "Shen Shutong." Meng Shuyi truly had a way with words, daring to think and speak freely. "Are you startled?" Meng Shuyi observed Shen Shutong's silence and felt a flicker of unease. Not at all. Xu Ranwei secured Meng Shuyi's seatbelt, leisurely stating, "Just don't start bleeding." Meng Shuyi. That is quite an impossible comment to respond to. "Just wait. I'll definitely take care of that tonight." "MHM, let us head home for dinner," Xu Ranwei said, pinching Meng Shuyi's cheek. Meng Shuyi playfully grabbed Xu Ranwei's hand, planting a kiss on it before fastening her seatbelt. "Girlfriend." Xu Ranwei's lips curled into a grin, looking as if she could hang an oil jug from them. Their journey home was peaceful. During dinner, Meng Shuyi received a call from her mother. Where have you been?" "You haven't been home for 2 days." Setting down her chopsticks, Meng Shuyi picked up her phone to reply, "Mom, I'm at Xu Ranwei's. Meng Wen you. As expected of my good son. Once you have a wife, you forget your mother." "Fine, I'll expect you to bring her home for dinner." Meng Shuyi nodded in agreement. "All right, we'll wait until she has time." After exchanging a couple of sentences, Meng Shuyi hung up the phone. Xu Ranwei, looking astonished, exclaimed, "Sister-in-law, has my sister been exposed already?" Meng Shuyi turned to Xu Ranwei, uncertainly asking, "Are you unwilling?" Xu Ranwei picked up a meatball for Xu Ranwei, coolly instructing, "Eat your meal properly. Don't speak out of turn." "I'm aware." After Xu Ranwei mumbled a response, she quietly focused on her food. Xu Ranwei served Meng Shuyi a piece of pork rib, casually saying, "There's no reluctance. It was impolite of me to let Aunt Meng speak first." "What impoliteness? We only just confirmed our relationship yesterday. It's not like we're discussing marriage yet." Meng Shuyi was unconcerned about that. Persistently, she asked, "Do you not want my family to know about your existence so soon?" Xu Ranwei replied earnestly, "I have no particular concern." "Deceit." Meng Shuyi chose not to utter another word. Xu Ranwei was a person whose emotions were not easily revealed. However, she had witnessed her displeasure firsthand. On occasions when Meng Shuyi had inadvertently provoked Xu Ranwei, she had been able to dismiss her, turning her back and departing without a second glance. Thus, when Xu Ranwei asserted that something did not exist, it was unequivocally true. After finishing their meal, Xu Ranwei discreetly made her exit, despite her desire to linger and witness the unfolding drama. Chapter 37. Refusing to meet an ex. Starting with me, Meng Shuyi couldn't help but chuckle as she observed Xu Ranwei's hasty retreat. Lately, she had realized that her sense of humor had become rather trivial. Even the slightest jest could send her into fits of laughter. Xu Ranwei ruffled Meng Shuyi's hair and inquired, "Is it really that amusing?" "Unsure," Meng Shuyi simply replied. "I just found it easy to laugh." Meng Shuyi composed herself and pulled Xu Ranwei's hand from her head. "It's still early. Would you prefer to go out or watch a movie?" Xu Ranwei asked. "Do you want to go out?" Meng Shuyi countered, "I need to attend to some work," Xu Ranwei stated plainly. Meng Shuyi waved her hand dismissively. "Then you go ahead and do your thing. I'll entertain myself." "Very well," Xu Ranwei said, leaning down to plant a quick kiss on Meng Shuyi's lips. "I'll be quick. If you find yourself bored, feel free to explore. There's a gym, a karaoke room, and a movie room upstairs. Show me around when you have time." Meng Shuyi pinched Xu Ranwei's waist, noting its firmness with a tinge of disappointment. She nestled into the sofa in the living room, lost in thought. Despite having pursued Xu Ranwei, she felt as though Xu Ranwei treated her like a child in need of pampering. According to Xu Ranwei's usual routine, she should have been working late at the office, yet she had brought her work home for the past 2 days. Had she disrupted Xu Ranwei's rhythm? Was her insistence on marrying only her way of preventing this from happening? And now, why was she willing to carve out time to indulge in a romance with her? Last night, at Xinjiang Beach, when Xu Ranwei had kissed her, Meng Shuyi had felt the genuine emotion behind it. As for the fleeting words she had heard, "Because I like you," they felt too ethereal to ascertain whether they were spoken or merely a figment of her dreams. Perhaps she would inquire about it later. Turning off the television, Meng Shuyi reached for her phone from the coffee table, intending to scroll through social media to pass the time. Just then, a message arrived. "Shuyi, I am in City A on a business trip. Can we meet?" The sender was Xu Ranwei, who had been silent for half a year. Meng Shuyi stared at the message, her mind momentarily adrift. She and Xu Ranwei had shared an unhealthy relationship. Xu Ranwei was a refined egoist, and Meng Shuyi had never figured in her plans. Work was always Xu Ranwei's priority. Meng Shuyi was likely less significant than the cat Xu Ranwei owned. Initially, after their breakup, Meng Shuyi had hoped for a message from Xu Ranwei seeking reconciliation. Yet for the past 6 months, there had been no word from her. Now, with Xu Ranwei reaching out unexpectedly, Meng Shuyi found herself at a loss. After contemplating for a moment, Meng Shuyi replied, "I'm not in a position to meet right now." She was too lazy to even bother with punctuation. She didn't want Xin Shutong to misunderstand. Nor did she know how to face Xu Ranwei. Their relationship had never been deeply affectionate. Meeting would lead to nothing beyond physical intimacy. It was better to avoid the encounter altogether. However, Xu Ranwei persisted, sending another message. "Shuyi, I simply want to see you. There's no ulterior motive that we can chat like friends and reminisce." Meng Shuyi glanced at the clock. 9 o'clock. Xin Shutong was likely busy until 11. Giving her 2 hours for a round trip, curiosity piqued. She wondered what Xu Ranwei had to say to be safe. Meng Shuyi suggested they meet at Shang Qinglan's B8. As it turned out, it was a veritable social disaster. Was it too late to buy a time machine? The moment Xu Ranwei entered and took a seat, Shan Shuang and Shang Qinglan descended from the upper floor. Meng Shuyi thought to herself, "Another day where I failed to check the calendar before stepping out." Meng Shuyi, refusing to meet an ex, starting with me. "Please, just let me off the hook." Shun Shuang, sister-in-law. Shang Qinglan. Old Meng. Reluctantly, Meng Shuyi stood up, addressing them. "Aching, Xiaoing." Xin Shuang looked at Xu Ranwei, her expression tinged with concern as she asked Meng Shuyi, "Sister-in-law, who is she?" "Sister-in-law." Xu Ranwei exclaimed, disbelief painted across her face. "Shuyi, are you married? To a man or a woman? Why didn't you tell me?" As soon as those words escaped Xu Ranwei's lips, Xin Shuang's understanding dawned. "Sister-in-law just shared a moment of affection with my sister. And now less than an hour later, she is meeting her ex? Sister-in-law, does my sister know you're out here?" Guilt washed over Meng Shuyi as she noted Xin Shuang's disappointed gaze. She's busy with work. "Xin Shuang, what kind of work is so pressing that your wife is at risk of being snatched away?" Wait. No, it's not like that. My sister's been working hard, which justifies your sister-in-law meeting her ex." It was infuriating, and words failed to capture her feelings. No, Meng Shuyi was not that kind of person. She should trust her. "Shang Qinglan, you truly have a knack for self-sabotage. There's no saving you." With a knowing look, Shang Qinglan gave Meng Shuyi a warning glance before exiting the scene. Before Meng Shuyi could utter a single word to Xu Ranwei, she found herself being dragged out of the bar by Shen Shuang. "Xiaoying," Meng Shuyi wrested her wrist from Shen Shuang's grip. "You're hurting me." Shen Shuang released her, apologizing in a flustered tone. "Sister-in-law, I'm sorry, I acted impulsively." Meng Shuyi hesitated, unsure where to begin her explanation. After a long pause, she finally managed, "I have nothing with her. It's all in the past." Shun Shuang opened her mouth, as if to speak, but ultimately fell silent, simply offering a subdued, Meng Shuyi felt drained. Caught red-handed, no explanation could suffice. "Let us head back." Xin Shuang nodded. "Okay." In the Shun family's living room, Meng Shuyi and Shun Shuang exchanged bewildered glances. Xin Shuang was uncertain whether to inform her sister, while Meng Shuyi was at a loss regarding how to clarify the situation. Their silent deliberation was interrupted by the sound of footsteps on the stairs. Shun Shutong descended. She noticed the peculiar demeanor of the two, her brow furrowing in confusion. "Xiaoying, what is going on? Where are you leaving? Did you forget something?" Xin Shuang replied, "Yes, I left something behind. I'll be on my way now." After saying that, she turned back 3 times as she departed. Meng Shuyi watched Shun Shuang leave, her heart heavy, unsure how to face Shun Shutong. Shin Shutong settled beside Meng Shuyi, observing her dazed expression, and reached out to touch her forehead. "What's wrong?" Xiaoying left. "Yet you seem lost in thought." Meng Shuyi grasped Shun Shutong's hand, staring at their intertwined fingers as she struggled to find the right words. Shin Shutong half knelt at Meng Shuyi's feet, tilting her head to gaze in her eyes, softly asking, "Is it that I've been too busy with work and haven't had time for you? Are you upset?" The more caring Shun Shutong became, the more anguish filled Meng Shuyi's heart. Shin Shutong treated her with such kindness, prioritizing her over work, yet here she was, swayed by Xu Ranwei's mere words. Shin Shutong Meng Shuyi raised her gaze, meeting Shin Shutong's eyes directly. seeing the seriousness in Meng Shuyi's expression. Shen Shutong felt a twinge of panic. What's wrong? What happened? Chapter 38. A firm choice by another. Meng Shuyi took a moment to steady herself before asking, Shen Shutong, if one day you discover I'm not as wonderful as you believe, would you feel disappointed? Shen Shutong held Meng Shuyi's hand, her tone unusually gentle. I've always known who you are. What's the matter? I met Xu Ranwei, Meng Shuyi managed to say, her heart heavy as she revealed it. Knowing that Shen Shuyi had witnessed the encounter. Shen Shutong, you finished meeting your ex so quickly while I was just working late. Shen Shutong's mouth opened as she struggled to voice that it was inconsequential. Yet the words caught in her throat, refusing to come out. An indescribable pain surged within her, akin to countless needles piercing her heart, rendering her breathless. The ache felt like an invisible net, ensnaring her heart, leaving no escape. Each breath became a laborious task, as if the air had transformed into lead, suffocating Shen Shutong. Was she ultimately unable to compete with Xu Ranwei on that night in City S? Meng Shuyi's hesitation had allowed her to momentarily push her away. But now, with Meng Shuyi meeting Xu Ranwei, did that signify regret for being with her? If Meng Shuyi still harbored feelings for Xu Ranwei, could she muster the strength to push her away again? Just the night before, they had agreed to give their relationship a chance, sharing breakfast together that morning. In the evening, Meng Shuyi had even come to pick her up after work. They had been discussing meeting each other's parents. Yet in a blink, everything had shifted dramatically. Meng Shuyi gazed at Shen Shutong, who appeared utterly distraught before her. The once vibrant and rosy lips now drained of color, rendered pale as if all vitality had been siphoned away. The lips, as white as parchment, quivered faintly, reflecting a visage filled with despair and helplessness. Meng Shuyi's heart felt as though it were ensnared by an invisible hand, causing an unbearable ache. She had never encountered such a version of Shen Shutong. She had always been proud, dignified, and composed. With a note of concern, Meng Shuyi inquired, Shutong, what is troubling you? Shen Shutong sank to the carpet, her hands weakly slipping from Meng Shuyi's grasp. After a prolonged silence, she finally reclaimed her voice. Are you going to break up with me? Her tone was dry and hoarse, in a flurry of anxiety. Meng Shuyi tumbled off the sofa and knelt upon the carpet, exclaiming in panic, What do you mean, break up? I have no intention of ending things. She shook Shen Shutong's shoulders, asking, Were your thoughts drifting? Shen Shutong's eyes brimmed with tears, her resolve wavering. Meng Shuyi has no intention of breaking up, no intention of breaking up, she repeated in her mind, feeling a slight alleviation of her heartache. And no, it's nothing. Shen Shutong fought back her tears and, with a hint of hesitation, asked, Do you still have feelings for her? A sudden realization struck Meng Shuyi as she began to understand the cascade of Shen Shutong's reactions. She felt an urge to laugh, yet tears threatened to spill. How could Shen Shutong be so naive? Meng Shuyi threw herself into Shen Shutong's embrace, burying her face in the crook of her neck. Shutong, I went to meet Xu Ranwei, but I hadn't even had the chance to speak before Xiao Ying brought me back that I do not like Xu Ranwei. I do not like her, I do not like her. Meng Shuyi emphasized her words, fearing that Shen Shutong might misconstrue her intentions. Meng Shuyi's sudden embrace caused Shen Shutong to topple back onto the carpet. The warmth of her neck brought clarity to Shen Shutong's muddled thoughts. Meng Shuyi's declaration of disinterest in Xu Ranwei seeped into her consciousness. Slowly, Shen Shutong extended her arms, encircling Meng Shuyi's waist. Meng Shuyi, please stop crying out, I'm sorry. Meng Shuyi, with her face still buried in Shen Shutong's neck, scolded, Shutong, can't you be a bit more assertive? I am your official girlfriend. You have every right to question why I would be involved with someone else, why I would let my mind wander and cause both of us distress. Tears that Shen Shutong had tried to suppress flowed freely now, trickling from the corners of her eyes, tracing paths across her temples and disappearing in her hair. Shen Shutong stammered, at a loss for words. Having plotted for so long, she had finally seen a flicker of hope in their relationship. Yet this sudden upheaval was almost unbearable, leaving her momentarily stunned. Meng Shuyi continued her admonishment. Shen Shutong, why can't you be a little fierce? Why can't you assertively declare, Meng Shuyi, I will not allow you to have feelings for anyone else. I will not permit you to like anyone else. I will not tolerate any ambiguity. You are my girlfriend. You can only love me. Listening to Meng Shuyi's reprimands, Shen Shudong's tears flowed even more freely. I am afraid. Meng Shuyi, with your wild pride, how could you endure someone being so domineering towards you? It dawned on her that the once proud and headstrong Meng Shuyi also desired to be chosen steadfastly. Yet, she had foolishly pushed her away. Shen Shutong tightened her embrace, speaking each word with conviction. Meng Shuyi, I will not allow you to have feelings for anyone else. I will not permit you to like anyone else. I will not allow any ambiguity. You are my girlfriend. You can only love me. Meng Shuyi playfully bit Shen Shudong's shoulder, who stifled a cry of pain. I have said before, I do not like ambiguity. Everything should begin transparently, including our relationship. We have started clearly. I admit my faults. But Shen Shutong, will you acknowledge yours? I'm sorry. Shen Shutong conceded, admitting that she had not handled the relationship as well as Meng Shuyi had. Meng Shuyi was forthright, her love raw and passionate, while Shen Shutong felt like a shadowy figure unworthy of such brilliance. Resting her head on Shen Shudong's shoulder, Meng Shuyi softly asked, So, can you tell me now? Shen Shutong pushed Meng Shuyi up to face her, gazing deeply into her eyes, and said, Yes, I like you. Meng Shuyi, I like you. Meng Shuyi tenderly wiped away Shen Shudong's tears, playfully rebuking, Why didn't you say so sooner? Shen Shutong replied, What about you? Meng Shuyi wrapped her arms around Shen Shudong's neck, pulling her close and kissing her lips passionately. The kiss was fervent and unrestrained, soothing Shen Shudong's once troubled heart. Meng Shuyi caressed Shen Shudong's slightly swollen lips, whispering affectionately, Shen Shutong, I like you, oh, you remember? I like you, if I didn't like you, I would never have pursued a relationship with you. Remember, Xu Ranwei is not an ex. She is merely a passerby. I have never been in a relationship with her. Meng Shuyi's voice grew louder with each declaration, resonating in Shen Shudong's ears and making her heart flutter. Looking into Meng Shuyi's earnest eyes, Shen Shutong embraced her tightly. I remember, she murmured into Meng Shuyi's ear. Meng Shuyi added, From now on, no more baseless worries. You can ask me anything. Shen Shutong nodded obediently, I understand. Then, Shen Shutong hesitated before asking, Could you tell me the background of all this? Meng Shuyi helped Shen Shutong up, suggesting they clean up first, as she was still tear-streaked. All right. Chapter 39. Heartfelt confessions. Once both had freshened up, they snuggled together on the sofa, with Meng Shuyi resting her head on Shen Shudong's shoulder. Meng Shuyi gathered her thoughts before meeting Xu Ranwei, pondering, Did I disrupt your rhythm? Why do you say that? Shen Shutong asked, wrapping one arm around Meng Shuyi's waist while toying with her hand. Meng Shuyi recounted how Shen Shutong had taken time from her busy schedule to handle work matters yesterday and today. Shen Shutong spoke candidly. If you come to find me, I will always make time for you. You are my girlfriend. Of course, I should accommodate your visits. Naturally, when I am busy, I will inform you. Just as I did earlier when I said I had work to attend to, you did throw off my rhythm a little. But it's negligible. You need not feel any pressure. Meng Shuyi felt a wave of comfort wash over her, clarifying, I didn't intend to see Xu Ranwei. I merely wanted to hear what she had to say. We never had any feelings for each other. Rekindling anything is simply impossible. But remember when we were in S City, and we almost... Shen Shudong's voice took on a tone of grievance. Meng Shuyi chuckled. We weren't even in a relationship back then. You want to hold that against me after all this time? Shen Shutong, slightly embarrassed, turned her gaze away, her tone growing even more plaintive, but you went to meet her without telling me. Seeing Shen Shutong's shy demeanor return, Meng Shuyi felt a playful urge but decided against teasing her, recalling how distressed she had been moments ago. With a gentle tone, Meng Shuyi soothed, I was wrong. I didn't want to interrupt your work. I planned to return before you finished, so I didn't mention it. Who could have anticipated running into Xiaoying? You went to see another woman, and now you're blaming Xiaoying? Shen Shutong feigned anger, but couldn't help but smile as she spoke. If it weren't for the commotion that night, she might not have confirmed Meng Shuyi's feelings. Meng Shuyi quickly admitted her faults. It's all my fault that I was too reckless before, leaving you feeling insecure, but you never expressed your feelings either, so I felt wronged. Shun Shutong tightened her embrace. Let's just let this matter pass, all right? Meng Shuyi squeezed Shen Shudong's hand. Okay, let us move forward from this that I promise to tell you whenever I see anyone. Shall we sleep now? It's quite late, Shen Shutong suggested softly, noticing Meng Shuyi's fatigue. Yes, Meng Shuyi replied, feeling exhausted after the day's events and the emotional upheaval that followed. Shen Shutong lifted her up, carrying her upstairs. Meng Shuyi nestled into Shen Shudong's neck, feeling delighted by her care. Shen Shutong, you're truly wonderful, she murmured, her voice dripping with affection. How is it that you are so reserved? Meng Shuyi teased, that I am not. Shen Shutong replied, placing Meng Shuyi gently on the bed, removing her shoes and covering her with a blanket. Meng Shuyi, half-closed eyes and pouty lips, protested, You are reserved. You clearly like me, but refuse to admit it. Shen Shutong, having removed her own shoes, climbed into bed beside Meng Shuyi, wrapping her arms around her. I have expressed my feelings. It is you who chose not to believe me. Meng Shuyi turned to face Shen Shutong. So your persistent proposals for marriage stem from your feelings for me? Shen Shutong nodded. Meng Shuyi concluded, See, you are indeed reserved. This is truly irrefutable. If one were to be as forthright as Meng Shuyi and directly propose marriage, it would not be appropriate, especially since Meng Shuyi was the one to bring it up, only to be declined that I, on the other hand, boldly approached you with the same intention, yet you did not acquiesce. Meng Shuyi, it does indeed seem that way. Shen Shutong is exceedingly straightforward, even to the point of being blunt, yet she finds herself doubting Shen Shutong's intentions. Meng Shuyi sincerely apologized, expressing her regret. Shen Shutong kissed her forehead and reassured her, saying that what had transpired was in the past and that there was no need for further apologies. Meng Shuyi suddenly felt compelled to explain the situation regarding Zhou Baiyang. Just dealing with Xu Ranwei had caused such turmoil. If Zhou Baiyang were to return and stir up trouble, Shen Shutong would surely be devastated. Shen Shutong. Meng Shuyi's tone was overly formal, causing Shen Shudong's heart to tighten with a sense of foreboding. What is it? Meng Shuyi briefly recounted the situation with Zhou Baiyang, feeling somewhat anxious afterward, but was taken aback when Shen Shutong replied, saying, I'm already aware of this. Meng Shuyi, I had momentarily forgotten that Shen Shutong and I attended the same high school. How could she not know? It was only I, preoccupied with thoughts of Zhou Baiyang, who had neglected everything else. I had no recollection of the school's initiative to raise funds for Shen Shudong's grandmother's surgery back in the day. So, do I still have any secrets with you? Shen Shutong, with a beaming smile, replied. None at all. Frustrated, Meng Shuyi playfully asked. Do you recall what you asked me during our interview today? Shen Shudong's expression froze. Her smile faltering, completely unprepared for such a sudden shift in topic, leaving her momentarily speechless. After a considerable pause, Shen Shutong stammered. That was quite a rapid change of subject, wasn't it? As if attempting to evade something. Shen Shutong quickly yawned, rubbed her eyes, and feigned fatigue, saying, Oh dear, I suddenly feel so sleepy. I could use a nap. However, Meng Shuyi had no intention of letting Shen Shutong off the hook so easily. She swiftly reached out, gently cupping Shen Shudong's face, gazing at her with a blend of dominance and affection, and softly declared, No sleeping. Shen Shutong lifted her head to meet Meng Shuyi's gaze, hesitating for a moment before cautiously asking, Are you truly serious? Meng Shuyi nodded, affirming her sincerity. Shen Shutong bit her lip, contemplating before saying, Very well, you should wash your hands and trim your nails first. Meng Shuyi shook her head, sweetly whining. I don't want to go. Shen Shutong adopted a stern expression, playfully admonishing Meng Shuyi, if you refuse to wash your hands and trim your nails, I might have to kick you. Don't say I didn't warn you if I go too hard. Rather than being intimidated, Meng Shuyi leaned in closer, whispering teasingly in Shen Shudong's ear. Did I kick you too hard last time? The warm breath from Meng Shuyi's lips brushed against Shen Shudong's sensitive skin, causing her to shiver slightly, nearly losing her composure. Meng Shuyi leaned in even closer, almost imperceptibly kissing Shen Shudong's neck. Shen Shutong, her face flushed, softly replied, Yes, it did hurt a bit. Why did you have to tease me so much? Meng Shuyi inquired. Were you plotting all along? Indeed, Shen Shutong found herself distracted by Meng Shuyi's playful words and gentle kisses. Couldn't you just say it outright? Didn't I say it directly? Shen Shutong wrapped her arms around Meng Shuyi's neck, tilting her head to kiss her lips, stating, I asked you. And only after you agreed did I proceed. Meng Shuyi. Never mind, it seems pointless to dwell on past grievances. Shen Shutong had already laid the groundwork, leaving no traces behind. Meng Shuyi focused intently on teasing Shen Shutong. Her desire for her palpable it had been on her mind for quite some time, a condensed version, perhaps 100 words shorter. Those arriving late may fill in the gaps with their imagination. Meng Shuyi, true to expectations, received several kicks. Meng Shuyi massaged Shen Shutong's shoulders, cleaning her up and changing the sheets. Afterward, she took a refreshing shower and returned to embrace Shen Shutong as they drifted off to sleep. Shen Shutong felt a twinge of regret for having offended her so deeply, suffering a rather harsh reprisal. However, more than that, she felt a sense of relief and satisfaction. Being in sync with Meng Shuyi was worth it. Does her shoulder hurt? Shen Shutong took a long moment to gather herself, finally regaining clarity. Yes, but the kicks were worth it. Meng Shuyi inhaled the fragrance of Shen Shutong's hair, responding quietly. Chapter 40. Isn't this prize quite delightful? Shen Shutong tossed and turned all night. Unable to wait for work hours, she hurriedly made her way to Shen Shutong's home as soon as the clock struck 7 upon entering the living room. She heard a faint commotion coming from the kitchen. Initially, Shen Shutong assumed it would be the maid preparing breakfast, but what greeted her was a sight that left her utterly astonished. Meng Shuyi was embracing Shen Shutong from behind, their necks entwined like conjoined twins, intimately preparing breakfast together. Shen Shutong instinctively covered her eyes, unable to bear the overly affectionate scene before her. Originally concerned that her sister might be heartbroken, she had risen early to check in, only to be met with 1,000 points of emotional damage. She had been force-fed a mouthful of dog food. Unable to contain herself, Shen Shutong spat. Bah! The two in the kitchen turned to the sound. Meng Shuyi cheerfully waving at Shen Shutong. Littling, you're here so early. Have you had breakfast yet? Shen Shutong felt somewhat uneasy. She had always maintained a serious and aloof demeanor around Littling, and now being seen in such an intimate light with Meng Shuyi was rather embarrassing. Shen Shutong held her head high, but Shen Shutong was oblivious to her discomfort. Meng Shuyi quickly noticed the rising temperature in Shen Shutong's neck, the fair skin showing signs of flushing. How enticing. I want to kiss her. Unfortunately, there was someone standing outside the kitchen door. Meng Shuyi released Shen Shutong, opting for a more reserved demeanor in front of others. Shen Shutong was easily flustered, and she didn't want anyone to witness the rare sight of her blushing, not even if that person was her sister. Shen Shutong sighed in relief, realizing that her sister had indeed been comforted by her sister-in-law. Her sister-in-law was truly capable, able to soothe her sister so effectively. Good morning, sister-in-law. Good morning, sister. Is there breakfast for me? Shen Shutong, in high spirits, rattled off the breakfast options. Porridge or bread? Egg salad? Whole wheat chicken wraps? Custard buns? Or wontons? Shen Shutong, astonished, replied. Sister, why are there so many choices today? Shen Shutong. Is it that hard to believe that I forgot to instruct the maid to prepare more variety the day before? So we had to settle for bread yesterday, and I specifically told the maid to prepare a greater variety today. Clearly not. What would you like to eat? Help yourself. Shen Shutong and Meng Shuyi took what they desired, each carrying a plate to the dining room. Just as Shen Shutong set her plate down, Meng Shuyi quickly glanced towards the kitchen and then kissed Shen Shutong's cheek, sitting down across from her with an expression that hinted at lingering desire. Shen Shutong smiled, clearly relishing the intimacy Meng Shuyi was showing her. Meng Shuyi took a sip of milk and teased. I thought you would enjoy such displays of affection. Shen Shutong, sipping her porridge, nodded subtly. Does that mean you don't like it? Meng Shuyi, noticing Shen Shutong's bashfulness, delighted in teasing her furthered, I do like it. Shen Shutong, somewhat helpless, stated earnestly, very good. I shall reward you later. As Shen Shutong approached the dining room with her plate, I really shouldn't be here. What on earth am I doing here? Meng Shuyi called out to Shen Shutong. Littling, why are you dawdling at the door? Come in and sit down. All right, sister-in-law. Shen Shuang sat down beside Shen Shutong, and only then did she notice her sister's complexion seemed off. Sister, did you not sleep well last night? Perhaps you should take it easy at work today. Shen Shutong paused momentarily while scooping porridge, then resumed her motion, lifting the spoon to her lips, softly stating, Eat your breakfast, Shen Shuang. Did I inadvertently ask something I shouldn't have? Oh, she glanced at Meng Shuyi, who appeared radiant and in high spirits. A bold thought crossed her mind. Could it be that her sister had been intimate with someone? Sister, how do you plan to celebrate your birthday this year? Meng Shuyi halted her eating. Looking up, Shen Shutong, your birthday is approaching? Shen Shutong nodded lightly, responding, Yes, January 2 ND. Meng Shuyi was somewhat perplexed. While a birthday might not seem like a significant event, it hardly warranted such a nonchalant reaction. Did it? Do you have any plans? Shen Shutong shook her head. It will likely be the same as usual. Meng Shuyi turned to Shen Shuang, who seemed hesitant to speak. Shen Shutong set down her spoon. I've finished eating. After saying this, she stood up and left. Shen Shuang watched her sister's retreating figure before looking back, whispering to Meng Shuyi, My cousin's birthday happens to fall on New Year's Day. My grandfather favored boys over girls, so my sister's birthday was often celebrated together with his. Meng Shuyi felt a rush of complex emotions, uncertain of what to say, before tossing her spoon down and declaring, I'm going to check on your sister. All right, sister-in-law. Shen Shuang conscientiously returned the dining tray to the kitchen. Meng Shuyi entered the cloakroom, where Shen Shutong sat on the carpet, her arms wrapped around her knees, with a calm expression and a detached tone. Shen Shutong inquired, What brings you here? Shen Shutong, are you feeling unhappy? Meng Shuyi settled beside her, their arms brushing against one another. I am not unhappy. Shen Shutong replied coolly, her voice devoid of emotion. Did you have enough to eat for breakfast? Meng Shuyi took Shen Shutong's hand and playfully bit it. Are you a dog? Why are you biting me? Let go. Shen Shutong, slightly irked, tapped her shoulder. Meng Shuyi chuckled. I thought you wouldn't get angry. Aren't your claws coming out now? Shen Shutong covered her wrist, glaring at Meng Shuyi in mild annoyance. Who bites without saying a word? Meng Shuyi lunged at her, pushing Shen Shutong down onto the carpet. Her body pressing down on hers. That I do more than just bite? I also eat people. Shen Shutong's words were cut short by Meng Shuyi's kiss, leaving her speechless. After a prolonged moment, Shen Shutong finally began to reciprocate. The two shared kisses for over 10 minutes before Meng Shuyi finally withdrew. Shen Shutong's chest rose and fell, breathing slightly heavily, her face a mix of confusion as she remarked, I just finished breakfast and haven't even rinsed my mouth. You only think of that now after we've finished kissing? Meng Shuyi laughed, rolling on the floor. Why did you suddenly kiss me? Shen Shutong's cheeks flushed, a hint of playful reproach in her demeanor. Meng Shuyi confidently declared, I was rewarding you. What reward? The reward I promised you at the dining table. Shen Shutong. Recalling their earlier conversation during breakfast, she suddenly smiled. Meng Shuyi was always full of surprises. Your kissing skills are quite impressive. Meng Shuyi triumphantly tilted her chin toward Shen Shutong. Isn't that right? The brave Shen Shutong, who dares to express her feelings, deserves a reward, and this prize is delightful. Isn't it? Shen Shutong felt her heart soften. Meng Shuyi had always been so considerate and kind that it's time for work. You should go out that I need to change. Meng Shuyi teased. The workaholic Shen Shutong is back online. Shen Shutong. As Meng Shuyi reached the door, she turned back to call out. Chapter 41. Work must go on. Why are there so many clothes suitable for me here? Meng Shuyi voiced her confusion, noticing that the cloakroom was filled with garments that matched her style and size, including undergarments and toiletries. Shen Shutong's wardrobe was predominantly comprised of work attire. She found it hard to believe that these were meant for herself. They were prepared for you, Shen Shutong admitted after some hesitation. Meng Shuyi was incredulous. Specifically for me, Shen Shutong nodded. Meng Shuyi struggled to comprehend this revelation. Did Shen Shutong truly believe they would be together? When had she prepared all this? How long had she been planning? Meng Shuyi hesitated to voice her questions. Since half a year ago, Shen Shutong responded nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Meng Shuyi felt a surge of fear. Looking at Shen Shutong's calm demeanor, a complex wave of emotions stirred within her. Half a year. Shen Shutong had begun preparing so long ago. How much did she truly like me? Meng Shuyi felt her throat dry. forcing herself to swallow, her voice slightly hoarse as she stammered. This, so soon. Shun Shutong, with a gentle tone, said, I'm sorry if I startled you. Meng Shuyi took a deep breath, attempting to regain her composure. She found it difficult to accept Shin Shudong's meticulousness. It was both astonishing and overwhelming that a dark thought crept into her mind, suggesting that this might be Shin Shudong's scheme. Shun Shutong was too deep, too formidable. Over the past 6 months, she had been subtly trying to ensnare her, while Meng Shuyi found herself gradually succumbing. She had watched herself cautiously approach Shin Shutong, wondering if she felt a sense of triumph. Was she like a hunter observing her prey, inching closer to a trap, delighting in its gradual descent into treachery? Meng Shuyi struggled to articulate her thoughts, her mind swirling chaotically. I'm sorry. I need to calm down. Before she could finish, she spun around like a startled deer. Fleeing in a panic, as she hurried away, it appeared as though she were being chased by some horrifying specter. Meng Shuyi, Shun Shutong called softly after her retreating figure, instinctively feeling a pang of concern. All that responded to Shin Shutong was silence and the emptiness of the corridor. Had she truly frightened her? Shun Shutong's gaze dimmed, her heart sinking like a stone. The cool demeanor she often exuded resurfaced, resembling an unattainable iceberg, cold and distant, as if nothing in the world could touch her heartstrings. Shin Shutong transformed back into the emotionless workaholic, devoid of feelings or warmth. She stood at the door for a long while before silently retreating to her room, changing into a neat and appropriate work outfit, and then slowly descended the stairs. Each step appeared so steady and resolute, starkly contrasting the light-heartedness of the past 2 days. Shen Shuang approached her. Sister, what happened to my sister-in-law? Shin Shutong did not respond, brushing past her and exiting. Once in the car, Shun Shutong closed her eyes in the back seat, leaving Shin Shuang to wonder what was on her mind. Everything had seemed perfectly fine. Isn't my sister going to check on you? Why did she come down looking so lost and flee in disarray? Shin Shutong, in a tone devoid of warmth, declared, I will go. Shen Shudong's voice in the vehicle was unwavering and resolute. Shun Shuang turned to look at her. Sister, you're not. Shin Shutong reiterated, I will go. Her tone left no room for argument. All right, Shin Shuang conceded helplessly. Then what about sister-in-law? Silence lingered in response to Shun Shuang's query. As the car neared the exit of the community, Shin Shutong hesitantly said, Xiaoying, what is it, sister? Go check on Meng's family. See if she has returned home. Take half a day off. Understood. The driver halted the car, and Shun Shuang opened the door to exit. Meng Shuyi returned home in her pajamas, looking dazed, which startled Meng Wenyu. What's wrong? Mom, Meng Shuyi managed to utter, but fell silent thereafter. Meng Wenyu hurried to fetch a blanket to wrap around her. What's the matter? You sounded fine when we spoke last night. Why do you look like this so early in the morning? It's so cold. You should have dressed warmly. What if you catch a cold? Meng Shuyi huddled under the blanket on the sofa, her gaze vacant, not absorbing a single word her mother said. Her mind was a chaotic whirlwind. Over the past 6 months, memories of Shin Shutong flashed through her mind, each moment feeling too coincidental. Although, for the most part, she had stumbled into these situations. No, Shin Shutong was so busy with work. How could she have the time to appear before her at every turn to assert her presence? When she had first added Shin Shutong on WeChat, the latter had not appeared for an entire month. What about Shun Shuang? How much of her involvement had been a catalyst in this? From the first meeting at the CAF, Shin Shuang had urged her to connect with Shun Shutong during their hot pot meal. She had shared little secrets about Shun Shutong, and it was during a business trip that she had asked her to bring tea. That very request had led to their entanglement. Later, when Shun Shutong fell ill, she had once again asked her to look after her. Were these just Shin Shuang's little moves, or had Shin Shutong orchestrated them? The doorbell rang that a maid informed her that someone named Shin Shuang had come to visit. Upon hearing Shin Shuang's name, Meng Shuyi coldly commanded, Tell her to leave. I don't wish to see her. Whether Shin Shuang was acting on her own or following Shin Shudong's orders, Meng Shuyi placed all the blame squarely on Shin Shutong. After all, they were sisters. They had conspired together against her. How foolish she felt for diving headfirst into this situation, even developing feelings for Shin Shutong. What could Shin Shutong possibly gain from manipulating her? Meng Shuyi tugged at her hair in frustration, burying her head in her knees. Meng Wenyu looked on with concern, watching her beloved daughter sit in silence. The clock on the wall chimed. Meng Shuyi glanced up. Realizing it was already 9 o'clock, frustrated, she shook her head, having forgotten to go to work. Rising, she ascended the stairs to prepare herself before coming back down, spotting Meng Wenyu still in the living room. She questioned, "Mom, why are you still at home? Why haven't you gone to work yet?" "Meng Wenyu, where are you going?" Meng Shuyi succinctly replied, "To work," having long surpassed the age of despairing over heartbreak. And considering that this time it was not a matter of lost love, a moment of melancholy would suffice. Attendance to class remained imperative. Only upon stepping outside did I recall that my car was parked at Shun Shudong's villa. The car keys and my phone both lay within my bag, which I had hastily left behind in my rush. Meng Shuyi vented her exasperation into the air. Chapter 42. The number you have dialed is powered off. Meng Shuyi arrived at the company following Meng Wenyu's car. The secretary's office, intimidated by her stern demeanor, became eerily quiet, their footsteps and whispers nearly inaudible. Although she claimed to be at work, she accomplished nothing and found her mind wandering during the meeting. After the meeting, Meng Wenyu led the dazed Meng Shuyi back to the office. Perhaps I should give you a break. Why not take a moment to clear your mind?" "Mother, I am fine," Meng Shuyi replied in a mechanical, hollow tone, betraying her inner turmoil. Yet Meng Wenyu remained unconvinced that a mother knows her child, and it was clear this time her daughter was struggling. It was unwise to allow her to wallow in sorrow. That night, she had distinctly perceived Shen Shudong's profound scheming, yet she had allowed her precious daughter to sink into despair. Sighing, as a parent, she could provide her with a life of comfort and exceptional educational opportunities. But certain experiences could not be substituted, nor could burdens be shared indefinitely. Meng Wenyu gently seated Meng Shuyi on the sofa, embracing her tenderly. "Can you share your thoughts with your mother?" Feeling utterly drained, Meng Shuyi leaned against her mother, uncertain of how to articulate her feelings. After a prolonged silence, Meng Wenyu softly patted her shoulder, reminiscent of soothing her to sleep as a child, patiently awaiting her words. "Mother," Meng Shuyi finally spoke, her gaze vacant. "Shun Shutong had begun preparing all my belongings, clothes, toiletries, 6 months ago. This frightens me. I hadn't even known her then." Meng Wenyu felt a chill creep over her upon hearing this revelation. Instinctively shivering, "Did you discover this on your own, or did Shin Shutong confess it to you?" I asked her, and she told me herself. Meng Shuyi replied, her tone flat, though her trembling hands revealed her underlying fear. Meng Wenyu held her daughter tightly, whispering, "It's all right." "Did she mention why?" After a moment of contemplation, Meng Shuyi slowly responded, "Mother, when I heard her say she had begun preparing before I even knew her, it terrified me, and I didn't dare to inquire further." "Has Shin Shutong ever harmed you?" Meng Wenyu's concern deepened as she observed her daughter's pallor. Meng Shuyi followed her mother's line of thought. Recognizing that in her fear, she had neglected to ask Shin Shutong the purpose behind her actions, depriving her of the chance to explain. Indeed, Shin Shutong was enigmatic, often keeping her thoughts concealed. However, Shun Shuang had been a catalyst in their interactions, entwining deception within the fabric of their relationship. "No, Mother," Meng Shuyi reflected, failing to recall any instance of harm inflicted by Shin Shutong. Perhaps there had been, but she remained unaware, startled by her own emerging thoughts. Meng Shuyi wondered why she had cast Shin Shutong in such a villainous light. When had her thoughts grown so dark? It may be best to seek clarity from Shun Shutong directly. If she had approached you from the outset, professing her long-held affection, would that not have frightened you even more? Meng Wenyu hesitated to defend Shin Shutong, yet she could not bear to see her beloved daughter mired in anguish. Meng Shuyi rummaged through the pockets of her coat only to find them empty. Her phone was not with her. "Mother, I will return to the office," Meng Shuyi murmured, brushing her forehead against Meng Wenyu's ingratitude. "Thank you, Mother. Make sure to ask her everything," Meng Wenyu added as Meng Shuyi departed. Back in her office, Meng Shuyi retrieved her spare phone from the drawer and logged into WeChat. On WeChat, not a single message from Shun Shutong awaited her. A sense of unease settled in her heart, pulling it downwards. She then shook her head, realizing her phone was left at Shun Shudong's home, even if Shun Shutong attempted to call or text. she would remain oblivious. Meng Shuyi began typing a message, but deleted it halfway through, opting instead to call. Yet the mechanical voice echoed in her ear. The number you have dialed is powered off. Please try again later. Sorry, the subscriber you dialed is powered off. Her hand, once raised in anticipation, fell limply to her side. Xin Shutong was likely caught up in her meeting. How did she manage to maintain such composure and focus at work? One word from her sent Meng Shuyi into a spiral of disarray. While she appeared untroubled by it all, did this not insinuate that her feelings for Meng Shuyi were insignificant? That her work took precedence over her? Xin Shutong's preparations seemed rooted in certainty that Meng Shuyi would come to love her, to be with her, in recent days. Perhaps Xin Shutong had merely indulged in playful distractions, leading Meng Shuyi to believe she reciprocated her feelings. From the very beginning, she had spoken of marriage. On Christmas Eve, she had said, "That's different, that a marriage can be superficial. A relationship requires intimacy, a sharing of hearts." Thus, from the outset, her intent appeared to be merely to find someone to marry. Seeking a superficial bond, Meng Shuyi, in her eagerness for romance, had unwittingly obliged. Last night, when her mother called, she had not resisted the prospect of meeting her. Did that suggest she desired a swift marriage? Meng Shuyi let out a bitter laugh. Indeed, adults seemed wholly unfit for the complexities of love. Why dwell on such matters? Her affection for Xin Shutong was her own, and Xin Shutong's feelings were irrelevant. It was she who had pursued her relentlessly. If Xin Shutong no longer wished to engage, what significance did it hold to revisit those issues? Meng Shuyi, it was time to relinquish your naive notions. Zhou Baiyang was right. She had remained naive and immature despite the passage of years. Taking several deep breaths, Meng Shuyi set her phone down. She diligently addressed the backlog of documents and emails. Once completed, she eagerly seized the opportunity to take on her mother's task for the afternoon business trip. Meng Wenyu. In the past, when wishing to delegate work to her daughter, Meng Shuyi had always sought to evade responsibility. Now, witnessing her diligence, Wenyu felt an inexplicable pang of bittersweet pride. Ultimately, the weary mother called the family's housekeeper to request her assistance in packing Meng Shuyi's belongings, that a driver was dispatched to retrieve her luggage and escort Meng Shuyi on her flight to Jiangchen. As Meng Shuyi sat in the waiting area, she reflected on the events of the past few days, akin to a child engaged in make-believe. She scoffed at herself for such triviality. In the past, she had sought every means to evade business trips. Never had she anticipated actively volunteering for such a burdensome task. Meng Shuyi boarded the plane with her team. She powered down her phone. Xin Shutong was just alighting from her own flight. The instant she turned her phone back on, a missed call from Meng Shuyi flashed across the screen. Xin Shutong dialed back, only to hear the same mechanical voice. "The number you have dialed is powered off. Please try again later. Sorry." Chapter 43. Feiyu Xin Shutong settled in her vehicle and began dialing Meng Shuyi's number. Each attempt met with the same cold, mechanical response. "The number you have dialed is powered off." During the 40-minute drive, she spent 30 minutes attempting to reach her. None of her calls connecting. Xin Shutong called Xu Ranwei, only to learn that Meng Shuyi had not been in contact. Frustrated, she hung up and continued to dial. Each call returning the same disheartening message. It was time to meet with a client. Xin Shutong sent Meng Shuyi a text. "I'm sorry, I missed your call." After sending, she silenced her phone. In the conference room, a 3-hour discussion unfolded seamlessly, with the other party demonstrating exceptional sincerity and professionalism. A consensus was reached on the broad strokes. But several crucial clauses in the contract required further negotiation and appropriate amendments. Stealing a glance at her phone, Xin Shutong noted the absence of any messages. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her hopes, stowed her phone away, and led her team to the hotel to revise their proposal overnight. As Meng Shuyi disembarked from her flight, she opened her phone to find a slew of missed calls, all from Xin Shutong. The number 47 displayed next to the missed calls elicited an indescribable feeling within her. The only message waiting was a simple apology. "I'm sorry. I missed your call." There was no explanation or inquiry. Meng Shuyi did not return the phone call or messages. She had turned off her phone. After settling into the hotel, she opened the documents to review. Meng Shuyi had taken over Meng Wenyu's tasks. Yet she was not familiar with them and still needed to learn more. Both individuals were engrossed in their respective affairs. Meng Shuyi immersed herself in the materials from the other company, allowing her jumbled thoughts to retreat to a corner of her mind. A restful night followed. The next day, Meng Shuyi met with the collaborators, greeted by a tall and beautiful woman who seemed familiar to her, though she could not recall where she had seen her before. Fei Yu smiled and remarked, "Little Meng, have I made my makeup too extravagant?" "You've been staring at me." Meng Shuyi politely smiled and replied, "I apologize. I merely find you quite familiar, as if I've encountered you somewhere." "Oh, really?" Fei Yu laughed, her demeanor lively. "Does little Meng compliment every attractive woman she meets? Is Fei implying that she is complimenting herself?" Meng Shuyi retorted with a smile. Fei Yu burst into laughter, praising, "Little Meng is indeed amusing. So, you do know me?" "I do." Meng Shuyi felt a flicker of discomfort, self-deprecatingly muttering that it might not be a good reputation, judging by Fei Yu's cheerful demeanor. In a matter of moments, they arrived at the conference room. Fei Yu said, "If little Meng wishes to know more, let us first finish our work, shall we?" Meng Shuyi tucked away her smile, her expression instantly turning serious. Fei Yu showcased the company's promotional capabilities, advertising design skills, and various awards they had garnered. She concluded, "If little Meng aims to penetrate the Jiangsheng market, we at Qingyu will undoubtedly be a formidable ally." Meng Shuyi had perused Qingyu's materials late into the night, realizing that although the company had only been established for over a year, under Fei Yu's leadership, it had emerged remarkably, not only establishing a foothold in Jiangsheng, but also experiencing rapid growth. One could not deny that her mother had a keen eye for selecting partners. After a spirited discussion throughout the morning, Meng Shuyi signed the contract with great satisfaction. Fei Yu teased, "Little Meng isn't concerned that this might be a shell company, signing a contract so quickly?" "My mother says consider it practice for me. The outcome is secondary." Meng Shuyi responded nonchalantly, her demeanor relaxed and carefree. Fei Yu, momentarily speechless, finally managed to mutter, "The wicked face of capitalism." Meng Shuyi chuckled, "I heard that. But it matters not. After all, little Meng has already signed the contract." Fei Yu feigned fear, clutching the contract tightly. Meng Shuyi ignored her, and Fei Yu tossed the contract to her assistant, inviting Meng Shuyi, "Since it's rare for you to visit Jiangsheng, allow me to treat you to the local fish for lunch." As they stood to leave, Meng Shuyi pondered what to have for lunch when Fei Yu eagerly chimed in. Meng Shuyi jested, "I wonder if this fish is from you." Fei Yu replied, "If little Meng would graciously accept, I could present myself to you." Freshly prepared, a sudden jolt of realization struck Meng Shuyi. She needed to temper her flirtatious nature. Previously single, she could flirt freely, but now she had a girlfriend. Well, currently embroiled in a disagreement with her. Just yesterday, everything had seemed fine. How had it escalated to this point? Observing Meng Shuyi's change in demeanor, Fei Yu assumed her jest had gone too far and quickly added, "Look at my reckless tongue. Surely, little Meng is deeply in love with Xin Shutong and would never consider someone like me." Meng Shuyi's gaze sharpened, her eyes narrowing as she asked in a low voice, "What did you say?" Is it possible that Xin Shutong hasn't won over little Meng yet?" Fei Yu murmured, seemingly puzzled. Meng Shuyi halted, turning back toward the conference room. "Fei, may I borrow your space for a moment?" "You stay. Everyone else, please leave." Once the room was cleared, Meng Shuyi scrutinized Fei Yu closely. Fei Yu felt uneasy under her gaze and nervously said, "Little Meng, I was merely joking. You wouldn't really want to eat me, would you?" Meng Shuyi rifled through her memories and recalled that she had indeed encountered Fei Yu before, albeit from a distance. When Xin Shutong had been with her for tea, "Fei, do you know Xin Shutong?" Meng Shuyi inquired, her tone curious yet resolute. "I do," Fei Yu openly acknowledged. Meng Shuyi had numerous questions about Xin Shutong, but found herself at a loss for where to begin. "How long have you known her?" Fei Yu tilted her head, pondering for a moment before uncertainly replying, "It must be around 10 years. We were university roommates. After she went abroad, I did too, and we kept in intermittent contact but hadn't seen each other. I met her again half a year ago when I returned." Meng Shuyi felt a sense of something stirring within her, yet she hesitated. "Did she mention me to you 6 months ago?" Fei Yu nodded, then shook her head. Chapter 44. More confusion. Meng Shuyi's expression turned cold as she scrutinized Fei Yu. Did she tell you she had any plans regarding me 6 months ago? Fei Yu's gaze flickered, her eyes avoiding Meng Shuyi's penetrating stare. Observing Fei Yu's evasion only confirmed Meng Shuyi's suspicions that Shen Shudong's interest in her was merely utilitarian. She needed Meng Shuyi, or rather, her status as the sole heir of the Meng family. Meng Shuyi was destined to inherit her father's company. With Shen Shutong contemplating marriage to ascend in the Shun family's hierarchy, Meng Shuyi grappled with the notion that someone as proud and noble as Shun Shutong could be so base. Deep down, she still resisted viewing Shun Shutong in such a negative light. Yet her actions were inexplicable. Seeing Meng Shuyi lost in thought, Fei Yu eventually defended Shun Shutong, saying, "I can vouch for her character. Regardless of what Shen Shutong may have done to little Meng, she would never exploit or harm you, nor betray you." Meng Shuyi regarded Fei Yu's earnestness, feeling a flicker of emotion, yet skepticism prevailed. Fei Yu had the capability to manage her company well, but her character was still under scrutiny. However, anyone who garnered Shen Shudong's favor likely possessed commendable character as well. Meng Shuyi felt a pang of frustration, realizing she was instinctively defending Shun Shutong. Fei Yu was bold enough to take full responsibility. Meng Shuyi subtly remarked, "You seem quite confident." Fei Yu chuckled, opting not to elaborate further, saying, "It appears little Meng has yet to uncover all the truth from Shun Shutong. I shall refrain from meddling. Better to let Shun tell you herself." Fei Yu's words confirmed Meng Shuyi's suspicions that Shun Shutong indeed harbored ulterior motives, though the specifics remained elusive. "Well, it seems I lack the appetite for Fei's fish today," Meng Shuyi concluded. Yet Fei Yu playfully teased, "Aren't you curious about Shun Shudong's past?" Meng Shuyi sighed in exasperation. Fei Yu was adept at hitting the nail on the head, effortlessly maneuvering the conversation. "Well, it seems I'm still intrigued by your fish, Fei." Meng Shuyi smiled, eager to sample Jiangqing's local delicacies. Fei Yu grinned, gesturing grandly, "Please, little Meng, a riverside restaurant." Fei Yu reserved a private room with a view of the river. Meng Shuyi instructed her secretary to take the others to a different room, excluding them from this meeting. Fei Yu invited Meng Shuyi to order, but Meng Shuyi feigned ignorance regarding fish and suggested Fei Yu choose. As Fei Yu scribbled on the menu, Meng Shuyi found her thoughts consumed with questions about Shun Shutong. Fei Yu seemed to delight in teasing Meng Shuyi, asking for her opinions on every dish. "How about steamed mandarin fish?" Fei Yu inquired. Meng Shuyi nodded. "Sure." Fei Yu continued, "What do you think of black pepper grilled cod?" Meng Shuyi nodded. "Sounds good." "Steamed cod with tofu? Is that acceptable?" "Yes." Noticing Fei Yu's persistent questioning, Meng Shuyi finally relented, saying, "Fei, just take charge." Fei Yu smirked, quickly jotting down fish dumplings, grilled fish balls, and pineapple fish chunks before concluding the order. Once the private room fell silent, Meng Shuyi felt uncertain about how to broach her inquiries. Fei Yu crossed her arms, a playful smirk on her face. What does little Meng wish to know about Shen Shutong? Is she always this cold and serious? Meng Shuyi asked, her mind racing with thoughts. Fei Yu nodded. She was like that when I met her, though there were special circumstances. What circumstances? Meng Shuyi's curiosity piqued. Fei Yu replied earnestly, when she thinks of the person she likes, she smiles. That's when she resembles a normal person. Meng Shuyi's heart sank as the realization struck her. Her earlier suspicions about Shun Shudong's gaze were indeed valid. Hesitating, she finally asked, "Why didn't they end up together?" Fei Yu shrugged. "I don't know." Meng Shuyi was filled with questions, yet ultimately found herself without answers. Fei Yu remarked, "Why doesn't you, little Meng?" Asked directly. A bitter pang struck Meng Shuyi's heart. How could she inquire? They had only been together for 2 days, and the events that had transpired were increasingly absurd. If Shen Shutong wished to conceal something, it was unlikely that she could extract any information. Despite her numerous previous actions, she left no traces behind. After a long silence, Meng Shuyi raised her gaze to Fei Yu. "Fei, do you know something?" Fei Yu raised an eyebrow slightly, scoffing, "What could I possibly know?" Meng Shuyi's eyes burned with intensity as she stared at Fei Yu, pondering, for instance, who the person she liked might be. Fei Yu met her gaze unyieldingly, responding in a steady tone, "That is Shun Shudong's private matter. It is not good to gossip about others." Meng Shuyi's expression dimmed. Fei Yu took a sip from her cup and said, "Little Meng, some things you must explore for yourself. Perhaps you could simply ask her." Meng Shuyi bit her lip, about to speak, but was interrupted by a knock at the door. The arrival of the server with dishes disrupted her thoughts. The table was laden with delicacies, yet Meng Shuyi found no pleasure in eating. Feiyu, ever slippery, seemed to have said much, but revealed not a shred of useful information. In her phone, apart from yesterday's 47 missed calls and a single message, there was no further news. Feiyu enjoyed her meal, occasionally urging Meng Shuyi to try this and that. Reluctantly, Meng Shuyi complied, though she hardly registered the flavor of the food. Originally, she had hoped to take this business trip to reflect on her relationship with Xu Ranwei and contemplate the path forward. But instead, everything had become more entangled. Yesterday, she had wanted to clarify things with Xu Ranwei, but her call went unanswered. When Shun called back, she had missed it. Today, she did not reach out, nor did Shun attempt to contact her again. Meng Shuyi sighed internally, deciding to set it aside for now and seek calm. Observing Meng Shuyi's dazed expression, Feiyu cautiously probed, "How long will you be staying in Jiangcheng, little Meng?" Meng Shuyi replied casually, 2 days to assess the market." "Very well, I can be your guide," Feiyu said, while her fingers swiftly typed messages beneath the table. "All right," Meng Shuyi, oblivious to the undercurrents, responded nonchalantly, staring blankly out at the river. Perhaps she could attempt to trust Xu Ranwei. Xin evidently understood that a romantic relationship necessitated intimacy, and she had willingly agreed. Surely, there was some sincerity in her feelings. The kiss she had leaned in for during the fireworks was so pure, tinged with an uncontainable joy. Back home, Meng Shuyi had been pinned against the door, receiving fervent kisses from Shun, which were both passionate and restrained, on the bed. When she had a nosebleed, Shun had teased her, yet her expression bore a hint of anxiety. And the next day, she had expressed concern about taking her to the doctor. She would apologize for neglecting her due to work. This proud woman, who valued her career above all else, had lowered herself to apologize just because Meng Shuyi had waited for her for a few minutes. She even punished herself for merely glancing at Xu Ranwei. That night, when Meng Shuyi went to meet Xu Ranwei, Xu Ranwei's pallid face revealed her fear of their potential separation. That night, she had whispered, "I like you, Meng Shuyi. I truly like you." Her tone tender yet serious. The usually composed Xu Ranwei had cried that night, her restraint and sorrow palpable. She must harbor some affection and concern for her, right? It couldn't be just her own infatuation, could it? Yet, the thought of Xu Ranwei's meddling made Meng Shuyi feel as though she had been deceived by the two sisters together. Chapter 45. Returning to city, Meng Shuyi spent 2 days in Jiangcheng, and her team completed the market assessment, planning to establish their presence before the new year and launch a promotional campaign. On the afternoon before New Year's Day, Meng Shuyi returned to City A with her team. Feiyu accompanied her to the airport, smiling as she said, "You're welcome to come back anytime, little Meng." Meng Shuyi ignored Feiyu. This person appeared carefree, but was actually tight-lipped. "Thank you for your company these past 2 days. Feiyu, you're welcome to visit City A. Farewell." After exchanging polite words without emotion, Meng Shuyi proceeded through security with her team. Once the plane took off, Meng Shuyi leaned back in her seat, closing her eyes to rest. The presence of Feiyu's playful banter had made the past 2 days more bearable. Yet, in moments of solitude, her thoughts inevitably drifted back to Xu Ranwei. Perhaps it was time for a serious conversation with her. Upon disembarking, Meng Shuyi spotted her mother. Meng Wenyu rushed to embrace her, exclaiming, "My dear, you've worked hard." Meng Shuyi replied, "Mom, I'm back." "Yes, let us go home for dinner," Meng Wenyu said, affectionately ruffling her daughter's hair as she took the suitcase. After greeting Meng Wenyu, the rest of the team dispersed. As mother and daughter settled into the car, Meng Shuyi gazed out at the neon lights, lost in thought. Meng Wenyu refrained from intruding on her musings. Matters of the heart were delicate, and work-related inquiries were unnecessary. If things went awry, they could absorb the loss. "Mom," Meng Shuyi suddenly turned to her, calling out. Meng Wenyu looked at her. "What is it? How will we celebrate this new year? Are we going back to the old residence?" "Can I choose not to go back? If you don't want to return, then don't. But where will you be alone?" "I'll stay home. You'll only be there for a short while anyway." After a moment of contemplation, Meng Wenyu decided, "Then I'll prepare some food for you tomorrow and put it in the fridge. Just heat it up when you eat that. It's all right, Mom. There's always takeout." Meng Shuyi gently reassured her mother, not wanting to cause her any worry. Takeout? You should avoid it if possible. I'll ask Wang Ma if she's willing to work overtime. Fine, Meng Shuyi conceded. Upon returning home, she arrived just in time for dinner. After the meal, Meng Shuyi feigned fatigue and retreated to her room. Yet, after washing up and lying on her bed, sleep eluded her, tossing and turning for half an hour. She finally struggled to get up. With somewhat languid steps, she descended the stairs, poured herself a half glass of red wine, and returned to the balcony of her bedroom, settling into the soft embrace of a lounge chair. She tilted her head back, bringing the wine glass to her lips and taking a small sip, the faint bitterness spreading across her palate. With a long exhale, she relaxed her muscles, half sitting and half lying as she gazed skyward. Unfortunately, the air was not very clear. The haze obscured the stars, and a gentle breeze caressed her cheeks, carrying a slight chill, while the rustling of leaves whispered like a soft, melodic hum. Meng Shuyi lay quietly on the lounge chair. Listening to the unremarkable sound of leaves falling in a breeze, it turned out that after a period of busyness, this sense of relaxation was truly delightful. All worries and troubles faded away, leaving only a pure tranquility and satisfaction deep within her heart. Unbeknownst to her, that half glass of red wine had been consumed to the bottom, perhaps due to a gloomy mood or the sheer relaxation of her spirit. Just that small amount of wine had left Meng Shuyi feeling quite tipsy. The world around her began to blur, and her mind buzzed as if swarmed by countless bees, leaving her in a disorienting discomfort. Struggling to open her hazy eyes to the sky, she fancifully perceived snowflakes fluttering down like delicate petals. Mesmerized by the sight of the snowflakes for a time, her heavy eyelids could no longer bear the weight and gradually, slowly closed in her dreams. Meng Shuyi vaguely sensed a chill enveloping her, instinctively curling her arms around herself and turning on her side, curling her body into a ball. Suddenly, she felt an added warmth, as though someone had gently draped a soft blanket over her. After a while, it seemed that cool fingers were tenderly brushing through her disheveled hair by her ear. Those cool, soft hands cautiously glided to her cheek, caressing it with a delicate, lingering touch that felt almost affectionate. Meng Shuyi attempted to struggle awake from her slumber, reminding herself that she must not fall asleep on the balcony in such cold weather. Waking up after a night outside would surely lead to illness. With great effort, she managed to crack open one eyelid, only to see Shen Shutong. Meng Shuyi's mind sluggishly processed, how did Shen Shutong end up here? Shaking her head slightly to clear her thoughts. She fully opened her eyes that it truly was Shen Shutong. Dressed in a well-tailored, high-quality business suit, she appeared as though she had just emerged from a rigorous and intense business negotiation. Though her attire was sharp and polished, it could not mask the fatigue etched on her face. Her long hair, usually neat and lustrous, hung in disarray, a few strands falling carelessly by her cheeks, adding to her worn appearance, the deep weariness in her brown eyes. Once bright and lively, now dulled. Behind her glasses, her eyes, bloodshot and tired, conveyed the toll of prolonged stress and fatigue, evoking a sense of compassion. Shen Shutong. Meng Shuyi gazed fixedly at Shen Shutong, unconsciously murmuring. Chapter 46. I want you. Shen Shutong's uniquely cool and deep voice resonated in Meng Shuyi's ear. She distinctly felt the soft hand caressing her face with tenderness, instinctively reaching out to grasp it in her own. Realizing that everything before her was indeed real, and that the person standing there was truly Shen Shutong, Meng Shuyi's gaze lingered on Shen Shutong's face. Noting how weary she appeared, a pang of sorrow gripped her heart. She wasn't quite ready to see her. Yet, witnessing Shen Shutong, whose face was etched with fatigue, putting on a brave face to meet her stirred a complex mix of confusion and heartache within her. Shen Shutong, always so strong, so proud, a person exuding confidence and composure, had come to her in such a disheveled state. Slowly, Meng Shuyi extended her hand and removed the glasses perched on Shen Shutong's nose. Her voice sweet and tender as she softly whispered, "Hug." Meng Shuyi herself was uncertain whether her desire for the embrace stemmed from a wish to comfort Shen Shutong or a yearning for her own solace. Shen Shutong appeared skeptical of the request, her gaze fixed on Meng Shuyi with a hint of hesitation. unmoving. Meng Shuyi repeated her plea, hug. The tone carried a hint of longing and frustration at unfulfilled desires. Shun Shutong blinked, her eyes shimmering with emotion, finally grasping that Meng Shuyi was indeed asking for a hug. Gradually, she bent down, enveloping Meng Shuyi in her arms, their trembling hearts pressed together, their foreheads touched. And Shin Shutong resisted the urge to nuzzle against Meng Shuyi's cheek. However, Meng Shuyi gently rubbed her nose against Shin Shutong's ear, inhaling the faint fragrance of camellia that lingered around her. The familiar scent flowed into her chest, bringing a sense of inexplicable calm to the turmoil that had plagued her for days. Meng Shuyi's action caused Shun Shutong to stiffen momentarily, followed by a slight tremor, her breath becoming somewhat rapid and heavy. The exposed skin of her neck glistened under the dim light, revealing goosebumps. Meng Shuyi lowered her eyelids, savoring the moment as she took a deep breath. Then softly exhaled, calling out, Shun Shutong. I'm here, came Shin Shutong's cool, husky voice, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Shun Shutong's warm, gentle breath brushed against Meng Shuyi's ear, making her shiver involuntarily. Listening to Shin Shutong's deep, husky tone, Meng Shuyi felt as if her heartstrings were being delicately plucked by a feather. Dear. Meng Shuyi's voice was as soft as cotton candy, laced with a hint of intoxicated allure and vulnerability. Shin Shutong propped her elbow against Meng Shuyi's ear, slowly raising her head to meet Meng Shuyi's gaze. In Meng Shuyi's moist eyes lay a blend of grievance and a slightly tipsy haze, reminiscent of a forsaken puppy pleading not to be abandoned. They locked eyes for a moment, and Shin Shutong's throat moved slightly as her lips parted, trembling. She gradually leaned down, her soft lips brushing against Meng Shuyi's red ones. It was a kiss devoid of any desire, filled solely with affection. After lingering for a moment, Shin Shutong resisted the temptation to deepen the kiss and slowly pulled away. In that instant, as Shin Shutong began to withdraw, Meng Shuyi reached out and wrapped her arms around her neck. Shin Shutong, caught off guard, felt herself leaning down, but quickly reacted to avoid colliding with Meng Shuyi. Their lips met perfectly. Meng Shuyi lifted her head, eagerly extending her tongue to gently pry open Shin Shutong's lips, indulging herself freely. She sensed a fleeting moment of surprise from Shin Shutong, followed by a restrained yet yielding response. Shin Shutong, you truly have feelings for me. Don't you? Meng Shuyi mused, realizing Shin Shutong was permitting her unrestrained actions, indulging her whims. As the kiss continued, Meng Shuyi suddenly broke into tears. Shin Shutong's demeanor shifted in an instant, panic washing over her as she quickly straightened up, tenderly wiping away Meng Shuyi's tears, her voice filled with urgency, concern, and helplessness. Meng Shuyi, please don't cry, don't cry. Meng Shuyi sat up, tightly embracing Shin Shutong's neck, her head resting against Shin Shutong's shoulder as she sobbed. Shin Shutong, what is your intention? What do you want? Please tell me, will you? Shin Shutong's eyes began to glisten with Meng Shuyi's voice trembled slightly. Shin Shutong's gaze darkened, losing some of its luster. Ultimately, Meng Shuyi was frightened by herself. I'm sorry, I know this is wrong. I shouldn't have plotted against you like this. Meng Shuyi shook her head. I'm afraid I might betray your deep feelings that I can never handle the intimacy between two people. Zhou Baiyang called her immature and naive, while Xu Ranwei deemed her frivolous and unstable. She feared that you might also label her as willful and spoiled. I want to find someone to love properly. But in the face of unequal love, the one deeply in love is forever destined to be let down. I fear betraying your deep feelings. But I fear even more that once I leap in, you might suddenly withdraw, and that deep affection will no longer belong to me. Shin Shutong gazed into Meng Shuyi's eyes, seeing unspoken words reflected within. Yet Shin Shutong's tone turned stern. Meng Shuyi, could you be a bit more confident? A bit more domineering? A bit more headstrong? Meng Shuyi paused. Those words sounded quite familiar, as if she had uttered them herself. She reached out, gently caressing Shin Shutong's cheek. Could you please go rest? You look exhausted. Shin Shutong shook her head. Meng Shuyi, how long will you hide? Where's that wild and domineering Meng Shuyi? That fierce one who said to me, you are my girlfriend. You can only like me. Where's she gone? Meng Shuyi opened her mouth, but words failed her. Yes, what was she afraid of? Initially, she feared Shin Shudong's deep schemes. Now, everything was laid bare. Shin Shutong had revealed her secret. The one who should be afraid was her. Shin Shutong, you really are foolish. Meng Shuyi thought for a long time before uttering that. Shin Shutong felt a wave of relief wash over her. The willful and flamboyant Meng Shuyi had returned. She truly feared scaring her away. Can I go back to my room? Meng Shuyi demanded imperiously. You must hold me. Shin Shutong's heart softened, and she enveloped Meng Shuyi in her arms, rising to return to the room. Once inside the bedroom, however, Meng Shuyi clung to Shin Shutong, refusing to let go. That you've scared me these past few days. You owe me compensation. Shin Shutong teased. Would a physical compensation suffice? Meng Shuyi shook her head. Then what do you want? Shin Shutong felt her steady heart begin to sink once more. Meng Shuyi replied earnestly. You are far too tired right now. Shin Shutong felt a pang of affection. How could Meng Shuyi be so endearing? Meng Shuyi struggled free from Shin Shudong's embrace, asking, Are you going to sleep here? Shin Shudong's eyes brightened, her gaze fixed intently on Meng Shuyi. Feeling uneasy, Meng Shuyi turned her head away. If you don't want to, then forget it. All right, Shin Shutong said, wrapping her arms around Meng Shuyi's waist. Meng Shuyi pushed her away and moved to find clothes for Shin Shutong. When Shin Shutong returned from washing up, Meng Shuyi held her back, insisting, You need to sleep now, that if you have something to say, we can discuss it when you wake up. Shin Shutong obediently lay down, but as her head touched the pillow, she sat up again. What's wrong? Meng Shuyi asked curiously. Not used to it? No. I came in a hurry and only briefly greeted Aunt Meng. Shin Shutong felt it was rude not to have spent more time. Meng Shuyi pressed her back down. Sleep. My mother isn't particular about these things, but I can't be rude. Look, Meng Shuyi said, taking her phone from the bedside table to show Shin Shutong. It's already midnight. Shin Shutong reluctantly suppressed her desire to uphold all formalities and lay back down. Feeling exhausted, she lay there, but could not sleep. Meng Shuyi. I can't sleep. Then what do you want to do? I want to see you. Meng Shuyi sighed, activating the ambient lights with her voice command. Shin Shutong turned on her side, gazing dreamily at Meng Shuyi beside her, her eyes resting on the charming yet slightly weary face. Listening to her soft breaths, Meng Shuyi's eyelashes fluttered lightly, akin to the gentle beating of butterfly wings. Shin Shutong couldn't resist reaching out, lightly touching her cheek. The skin was soft and delicate as her fingertip glided over it. Her gaze gradually shifted to Meng Shuyi's eyes, which still held a glimmer of moisture from her earlier tears, along with a hint of drunken haze. The realization that Meng Shuyi lay beside her made Shin Shutong's lips curl into a smile, filled with affection. What are you grinning about? Meng Shuyi felt she had discovered another side of Shin Shutong, endearingly silly. Shin Shutong, somewhat helpless, said, Actually, I prepared many things to say, many follow-up points, yet none were utilized. I'm tired. Let's talk tomorrow. Meng Shuyi yawned at a flicker of concern crossed Shin Shutong's eyes. Sleep now. Meng Shuyi kissed Shin Shutong's eyes and rubbed her earlobe, whispering, Good night. Chapter 48. Do not learn the style of delicate. Fragile flowers morning. Meng Shuyi groggily opened her eyes, only to find the space beside her utterly vacant. She reached out to touch the spot where Shin Shutong had once slept, now void of warmth. After a quick wash, she descended the stairs in the living room. Shin Shutong was engaged in conversation with Meng Wenyu. Whatever Shin Shutong had said had evidently amused Meng Wenyu, who was laughing joyfully. As Meng Shuyi approached, Shin Shutong paused upon hearing her footsteps, turning her gaze towards her, warmly saying, You're up? Meng Shuyi nodded, first greeting Meng Wenyu. Good morning, Mom, before looking at Shin Shutong. What did you talk about with my mom that made her so happy? Meng Shuyi settled beside Shin Shutong on the arm of the sofa, her body gently leaning against Shin Shutong's arm. Noticing Shin Shutong suddenly sit up straighter, Meng Shuyi sensed her discomfort. Shin Shutong felt a bit awkward with Meng Wenyu present. Their intimate actions were somewhat inappropriate. She glanced at Meng Wenyu, who wore an amused look, having seen through it all that I was just sharing some amusing work stories. Shin Shutong reassured herself, feeling a bit more at ease. Meng Shuyi turned to Meng Wenyu. Mom, she has never shared any amusing work stories with me. Meng Wenyu sighed. You're awake, so come have breakfast. After breakfast, let Xiaoxin accompany you to chat. Where's Dad? Meng Shuyi asked, pulling Xin Shutong up as they headed to the dining room. Your father went for a morning run. He should be back soon. Meng Shuyi frowned. Why would he go out to run in the snow? It's not much. There is hardly any snow on the roads. Just then, Dan Ziwan walked in from outside. Xin Shutong felt an increase in pressure, having come to the Meng family without any preparation. Luckily, Dan Ziwan only greeted her briefly, and during breakfast, he asked nothing. Xin Shutong's anxious heart settled back down. After breakfast, Dan Ziwan and Meng Wenyu left. Meng Shuyi asked Xin Shutong, are you going home to rest? Or do you have to go to work? Or back to the old house? Hearing Meng Shuyi's unfinished sentence, Xin Shutong calmly looked at her and said seriously, I'm on vacation. Meng Shuyi was quite intrigued. Even a workaholic like you takes a vacation? She pulled Xin Shutong upstairs. What's wrong? Xin Shutong followed Meng Shuyi upstairs, puzzled that in the room. Meng Shuyi pushed Xin Shutong onto the sofa, standing a couple of steps away with her arms crossed. Looking at Xin Shutong with a scrutinizing expression, you better confess. Xin Shutong blinked innocently. I told you everything yesterday. Did you? Meng Shuyi's tone turned chilly. If you don't speak, I'll leave. After saying this, she attempted to turn away. Xin Shutong hurriedly wrapped her arms around Meng Shuyi's waist, pulling her back, and Meng Shuyi found herself seated on Xin Shutong's lap. Xin Shutong tightened her embrace around Meng Shuyi's waist, resting her chin on her shoulder, her warm breath brushing past Meng Shuyi's ear. Meng Shuyi felt a mix of urgency and frustration. Xin Shutong, can we talk properly without any physicality? I only use my hands. Not my feet, Xin Shutong innocently stated, clarifying her actions. Let me go. Meng Shuyi maintained a calm tone. Xin Shutong obediently released her. Meng Shuyi stood up, returning to her previous position, quietly waiting for Xin Shutong to speak. Xin Shutong struggled to begin. I approached you on purpose. Meng Shuyi scoffed, remaining silent. Xin Shutong adjusted her glasses. I wanted to marry you to establish a formal relationship first, then slowly cultivate our feelings. Why not just state your reasons directly? Meng Shuyi inquired. Xin Shutong's gaze drifted, seemingly lost in thought before eventually asking, do you remember when you rejected girls' affections in the past? Meng Shuyi shook her head. Back then, a girl stopped you with a love letter, confessed her feelings, and you didn't even glance at her. You completely ignored her, Xin Shutong recounted with a suppressed laugh. Was I really that cold? Meng Shuyi frowned in response, suddenly asking, that girl wasn't you, was it? That's not the case, Xin Shutong quickly clarified. You were not cold at all. You were very gentle. Meng Shuyi found herself amused by Xin Shutong's earnest expression as she spoke nonsense with a straight face. After laughing, she felt it inappropriate to be so frivolous in such a serious moment, and she composed herself, asking, what does this have to do with the present? Observing Meng Shuyi's feigned seriousness, Xin Shutong's lips curled slightly as she continued in a leisurely manner. You've turned down many girls' confessions that at first I thought you didn't like girls, but then you took the initiative to pursue Zhou Baiyang. Meng Shuyi responded with a silent exclamation. Why does Xin Shutong know about my dark history? Is there no justice left? Get to the point. Xin Shutong sighed, her tone melancholic as she stated, you only take the initiative with those you like, while you never spare a glance for those you don't. Meng Shuyi remained silent, waiting for Xin Shutong to elaborate. Therefore, I must find a way to make you take the initiative to like me. Marriage is the quickest solution. This way, we will have intersections in our lives. Meng Shuyi thought to herself, Xin Shutong truly understands her own character well that I indeed did not misjudge you. Xin Shutong inquired, puzzled by Meng Shuyi's reaction. What is it? I always thought you were quite scheming. And it appears I was right, Meng Shuyi retorted, her expression one of indignation. She was furious not only at Xin Shutong for her manipulative tactics, but also at herself for knowingly approaching her and developing feelings. No, it was Xin Shutong's deep scheming that ensnared her into liking her. Xin Shutong had no rebuttal, as it was indeed her who had initially plotted against Meng Shuyi. That I'm sorry, Xin Shutong said, her head bowed in apology. Humph. Meng Shuyi snorted. Xin Shutong observed Meng Shuyi's cold demeanor, uncertain whether she was genuinely upset or merely pretending. Tentatively, Xin Shutong asked, if I had confessed to you about marriage 6 months ago, would you have accepted? No, Meng Shuyi replied swiftly and decisively. Shun Shutong raised her hands in a gesture of resignation, her expression one of knowing disappointment. Back then, you didn't know me if I had approached you, stating that I had liked you for many years. How would you have dealt with me? Meng Shuyi nearly burst into laughter at Shen Shudong's antics. What do you mean deal with you? I would probably not even bother to glance your way. She maintained her serious facade, responding coldly. Shen Shudong's head drooped slightly, clearly hurt. Seeing her pitiful expression softened Meng Shuyi's heart, and she stepped forward, lightly touching Shen Shudong's head with a sigh. Shen Shutong looked up at Meng Shuyi. Her voice filled with a faux sorrow. My girlfriend is so cold. Meng Shuyi, witnessing Shen Shutong's typically aloof demeanor now transformed into one of heartbreak, found it impossible to maintain her composure, but a light laugh escaped her lips as she reached out to stroke Shen Shudong's chin. Playfully admonishing, stop imitating those delicate flowers. I want my cool and aloof Seo back. Chapter 49. Humble yet proud Shen Shutong, still wearing a pitiful expression, asked, so, how'd I pass the test? Not yet, Meng Shuyi tossed back, turning to return her previous spot. Shen Shutong furrowed her brow in worry, dropping her feigned look of despair and reverting to her usual cool demeanor. Humph. Meng Shuyi huffed. You haven't called or texted me in 3 days. Yet you claim to have liked me for years. Meng Shuyi felt a twinge of embarrassment, but couldn't help nitpicking. Shen Shutong stammered, guilt-ridden, as she acknowledged her lack of communication. You said you needed some space. Meng Shuyi retorted, it's still your fault. Well, I couldn't get through to you either, Shen Shutong replied. You know I couldn't reach you. Meng Shuyi, in a huff, protested, you prioritize work over me, go back to your work then. Watching Meng Shuyi throw a tantrum, Shen Shutong found it surprisingly endearing. She had never seen this petulant side of her before. Shen Shutong rose and walked over to Meng Shuyi, wrapping her arms around her waist and pulling her close. Declaring seriously, work is important, but my girlfriend is even more so. You can only choose one. Meng Shuyi feigned pushing Shen Shutong away, but it was merely for show, lacking any real force. Shen Shutong tightened her embrace around Meng Shuyi's waist, whispering in her ear, but I'm rather greedy. I want both my girlfriend and my work. What should I do? As if such a thing could ever happen. Meng Shuyi tilted her head against Shen Shudong's shoulder, defiantly scoffing, don't even think about it. Shen Shudong's lips curled upward slightly, her tone calm, yet tinged with satisfaction as she replied, but I have encountered such a situation. Meng Shuyi, irritated, shot back, no way, that's not me. Shen Shutong playfully elongated her response, her voice low and gentle as she teased. Have we broken up? Meng Shuyi took a moment to compose herself before grinding out. No. Her voice dwindled to almost a whisper. A soft, melodious laugh escaped Shen Shutong. Leaning closer, she quietly declared, then now, I shall assert my rights as your girlfriend. Meng Shuyi felt a delightful shiver at Shen Shutong's soft laughter, her heart fluttering. She suppressed the rush of emotions, burying her head into Shen Shudong's neck like a timid turtle, muffledly protesting, no. I refuse. Shen Shutong, amused by Meng Shuyi's bashful demeanor, pressed on, you can't refuse. You are my girlfriend. And you have an obligation to fulfill the duties of a girlfriend. What do you intend to do? Meng Shuyi's voice was muffled, laced with a hint of shyness. Shen Shutong, with utmost seriousness, inquired, why are you afraid? Meng Shuyi was taken aback by Shen Shudong's question, her heart racing. She lifted her head to meet Shen Shudong's earnest gaze, seeking the sincerity behind her inquiry. Upon seeing Shen Shudong's serious expression, a flicker of disappointment crossed Meng Shuyi's eyes. After a moment's contemplation, she asked, if someone confirmed a relationship with you, and then revealed that they had been preparing your clothes and such long before you met, fully confident that you would like them, would you be afraid? Shen Shutong nodded. That's why I sought to marry you from the very start. Meng Shuyi felt her anger rise, so, because you wanted to marry me from the beginning. Learning that you had prepared so much made me even more apprehensive. Shen Shutong probed, do you think I had ulterior motives and wanted to marry you? Meng Shuyi nodded. Yes, the thought that you orchestrated our relationship to lead me to like you step by step makes me uneasy. As if you had laid a trap for me to... S.O., that's why you're angry. Yes, I fear your deep-seated scheming, that if I truly had ulterior motives, how would you handle our relationship? Meng Shuyi paused for a moment before responding. Last night, the question I asked you, regardless of whether your answer was to marry me to appease the elders or for other reasons. If you were honest about your intentions, I was prepared to forgive you. Shin Shutong was taken aback, processing Meng Shuyi's words as so, even knowing I would have ulterior motives regarding your wealth and connections, you would still forgive me? Yes, Meng Shuyi replied nonchalantly. After all, you are my chosen girlfriend. As long as you communicate your intentions, I will support you. The sheer surprise left Shin Shutong a bit disoriented. After a moment of joy, she asked, then, if your girlfriend were not me, would you forgive her in the same way? Of course, Meng Shuyi replied matter-of-factly. As long as she sincerely expresses her intentions, and they aren't too excessive, I would definitely forgive her. Shin Shutong felt her heart soar, only to realize that Meng Shuyi was this generous only towards her girlfriend. Meng Shuyi pinched Shin Shutong's cheek, playfully scolding, "What are you thinking? You are my girlfriend now." Shin Shutong felt a twinge of embarrassment for a moment of weakness and forced a smile. So, Meng Shuyi stated earnestly, "You must maintain this status. You have to continue being my girlfriend to enjoy this privilege," Shin Shutong remarked. "As expected of you, Meng Shuyi." Who was it that criticized Meng Shuyi for being immature and thoughtless? Who accused her of being frivolous and lacking stability? Meng Shuyi was clearly a responsible, moral, law-abiding citizen. Meng Shuyi, Shin Shutong's voice carried admiration and surprise. Meng Shuyi beamed brightly. "What is it? Am I enchanting you?" "Indeed," Shin Shutong replied earnestly. "I was captivated by you long ago." Suddenly, Meng Shuyi's smile faded as she said seriously, "Your being captivated is of no consequence. I am not enchanted by you, I am quite fickle. And who knows? One day, I might take a liking to someone else." Shin Shutong was unfazed by this, confidently asserting, "If one day you meet someone better than me, I would give you the opportunity to choose." Such confidence? Meng Shuyi raised an eyebrow. "Yes," Shin Shutong replied plainly, leaving Meng Shuyi puzzled about her thoughts. "Why? You possess the right to choose individuals who treat you better, to opt for a more fulfilling life. If such thoughts have crossed your mind, then I have already failed, and there is no need to confine you. Have you truly given up? Have you not harbored feelings for me for many years?" "Indeed, I have cherished you for many years." Shin Shutong gazed intently at Meng Shuyi. "Thus, I shall endeavor to make you fall in love with me anew." Meng Shuyi. Where did Shin Shutong acquire such flirtatious skills? She speaks of rekindling her own love for me, rather than pursuing me again, as expected. She embodies the essence of Shin Shutong, humble yet proud. Chapter 50. The moment I see you, Meng Shuyi, nestled in Shin Shutong's embrace, curiously inquired, "If you've liked me for so long, why have you only come to find me now?" Shin Shutong softly reassured her, "The journey is rather complex. I promise to share it with you in due time." "All right." Meng Shuyi pondered Shin Shutong's background and the information received from her grandfather, fearing that Shin Shutong's life had not been entirely pleasant. Suppressing her concerns, she redirected the conversation. "Could you at least tell me why you like me?" "Surely, that's permissible." Shin Shutong hesitated. Meng Shuyi disengaged from Shin Shutong's embrace and seated herself on the sofa, asking, "What's the matter? Is there something difficult to articulate?" Indeed, it was somewhat challenging to express. Shin Shutong looked down at her empty arms, feeling a twinge of melancholy. Meng Shuyi tilted her head, tentatively asking, "Could it be that you merely find me attractive?" Shin Shutong. "Did you like Zhou Baiyang solely for her looks?" Shin Shutong countered, her eyes fixed directly on Meng Shuyi. Meng Shuyi was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such a question from Shin Shutong, but quickly collected herself, nodding while explaining, "Attractiveness is one aspect. I recall the first time I saw her. She was reading by the roadside, waiting for the bus. The morning sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a beam upon her, and in that instant, she radiated beauty, captivating me entirely." Shin Shutong lowered her gaze, a bittersweet sensation enveloping her heart. Why was she discussing Meng Shuyi's first love? Wasn't that self-inflicted torment? Observing Shin Shutong's despondent demeanor, Meng Shuyi felt a mix of guilt and amusement. Guilt arose from the possibility that her response might have upset Shin Shutong. Yet she wished to be transparent. After all, it was a chapter from her life, devoid of anything unmentionable. Furthermore, Zhou Baiyang had long since become a relic of the past, a memory she had reconciled with. Amusement struck her as she witnessed Shen Shudong's downcast expression, resembling a forlorn kitten with its little head drooping. The sight was irresistibly adorable. Meng Shuyi smiled and beckoned Shen Shutong closer, softly calling, "Come here." Her voice was laced with tenderness and affection. Shen Shutong obediently approached, settling beside Meng Shuyi. Meng Shuyi intertwined her fingers with Shen Shudong's, their hands fitting snugly together, then firmly pressed Shen Shudong's head onto her shoulder. A hint of a smile gracing her lips as she playfully inquired, "Do you wish to know how I came to love you?" Shen Shutong, in alignment with Meng Shuyi's series of actions, earnestly nodded, a sparkle igniting in her eyes in an exceedingly serious tone. Meng Shuyi declared, "I simply think of you, the moment I see you, Shen Shutong." How could Meng Shuyi articulate such sentiments so effortlessly? After a moment of hesitation, Shen Shutong posed, "When I suggested a blind date, I mentioned I would be a good partner. Why did you not agree?" Meng Shuyi regarded Shen Shudong's calm demeanor, though her ears subtly flushed with warmth. Her spirits lifted as she replied, "Your notion of being a partner hinged on physical intimacy, and I had no desire to engage in such with someone I had only met a few times." Reflecting on how long she had been upset over Shen Shudong's remark, a chuckle escaped Meng Shuyi's lips. Shen Shutong sighed in resignation, realizing that her words had been her downfall. "If I had not said that, would you have considered it?" Perhaps, Meng Shuyi mused, her head resting against Shen Shudong's. Shen Shutong playfully toyed with Meng Shuyi's hand, gently squeezing her well-proportioned fingers. "Meng Shuyi," Shen Shutong called softly. It's nothing, just wanted to call your name." Noting the slight weariness in Shen Shudong's voice, Meng Shuyi asked, "Are you tired?" Shen Shutong replied dully, "Not tired." "What are you pondering?" "I was thinking about your first love." Meng Shuyi was taken aback. "What? Why are you thinking about Zhou Baiyang?" Shen Shutong lamented, "I ponder why I lack her fortune. She did nothing, yet you were enamored with her simply standing there. Meanwhile, I have employed every tactic imaginable, even placing myself in your bed, yet you did not reciprocate my feelings." Meng Shuyi, "Must you also feel jealousy over this? How endearing Shen Shutong is. You still have yet to tell me why you like me." Meng Shuyi teased, playfully prodding the person in her embrace. Shen Shutong fell silent, sealing her lips tightly. After a considerable pause with no response, Meng Shuyi gently shifted Shen Shutong away from her shoulder, only to find Shen Shutong biting her lip, seemingly torn over something. All of Meng Shuyi's thoughts were drawn to Shen Shudong's rosy lips. Suddenly, Shen Shutong was pushed away from Meng Shuyi's shoulder, gazing at her in bewilderment, blinking as though questioning why she was not permitted to lean closer. Meng Shuyi covered Shen Shudong's still blinking eyes, leaning in to capture the half-bitten lip of Shen Shutong. Shen Shutong gasped in surprise, instinctively releasing her grip on her lip. Meng Shuyi took the opportunity to deepen the kiss. Releasing Shen Shutong after a moment, stating, "You did nothing, yet I fell for you, did I?" Shen Shutong began, but Meng Shuyi silenced her with a kiss. Meng Shuyi's sudden boldness left Shen Shutong momentarily stunned, upon regaining her composure after being released. Her eyes shimmered with confusion, making Meng Shuyi want to take her right then and there. Meng Shuyi inquired, "Do you feel my affection?" Shen Shutong replied with a mix of laughter and exasperation, "Not at all." "Then why not try placing yourself on my bed again?" Meng Shuyi teased, her gaze playful as she observed Shen Shudong's glistening eyes. "Absolutely not," Shen Shutong firmly rejected. "You lost that opportunity last night." Meng Shuyi, stroking her chin, Meng Shuyi redirected the conversation. "In that case, I shall calculate the schemes you and Shen Shuang devised against me." Shen Shutong. Meng Shuyi was evidently annoyed, even resorting to calling Shen Shuang by her full name. Shen Shuang had orchestrated quite a few schemes behind her back, some of which she was aware of, while others she had tacitly permitted. There was no escaping that, I believe I still have work to attend to. Meng Shuyi restrained the guilt-ridden Shen Shutong attempting to rise, pushing her back onto the sofa. "You are on leave today." Meng Shuyi leaned against Shen Shudong's chest, gripping her face firmly, refusing to allow her to evade the topic. Shen Shutong turned her head, dodging Meng Shuyi's grasp, and with a hint of acidity, remarked, "She radiates beauty. I found her utterly captivating, which is why I liked her. Meng Shuyi instantly deflated. But that was your question to me. Chapter 51. Now, I still want to sleep with you, Xin Shutong. Maintaining a stern expression, asserted, I inquired whether you liked Zhou Baiyang merely for her beauty, not the specifics. Meng Shuyi felt a wave of frustration wash over her as she attempted to steer the conversation back. Xin Shutong, do not evade the topic. We have yet to resolve the matter of your collaboration with Xun Shuang against me. Let us address each issue one by one, starting with your first love. Xin Shutong retorted, turning to face the person resting on her chest. Meng Shuyi playfully poked Xin Shudong's delicate chin, marveling at her soft, fair skin. Leaning in, Meng Shuyi planted a kiss on Xin Shudong's chin. Teasing, were you perhaps reincarnated from a vat of vinegar? Consider it as such, Xin Shutong conceded, allowing Meng Shuyi to take advantage of her. Meng Shuyi leaned in closer, aiming for Xin Shudong's lips. Xin Shudong's protest was swiftly silenced by another kiss. Meng Shuyi continued kissing Xin Shutong for a while, and as Xin Shutong began to respond, her hands ventured toward Meng Shuyi's waist. However, Meng Shuyi suddenly chuckled amidst the kisses, panting between giggles. If I kiss a vinegar jar too long, will I become sour? Xin Shutong. How could Meng Shuyi's thoughts wander at such a moment? Xin Shutong pushed Meng Shuyi upright, then pounced on her, adopting a serious expression as she retaliated with fervent kisses. Meng Shuyi found herself weakened by the kisses, pleading for mercy. Xin Shutong playfully nipped at Meng Shuyi's neck, asking, Are you still laughing? Not anymore. Meng Shuyi promptly covered her mouth, after a while of calming down. She finally spoke, Xin Shutong. Meng Shuyi cradled Xin Shutong's face, compelling her to meet her gaze. With a remarkably calm demeanor, she declared, I can now speak of Zhou Baiyang with equanimity. She has lost all significance in my heart. She is merely someone I once knew, a chapter in my life. Moreover, she now inhabits a different sphere, one that would not tolerate any whispers of scandal. And what of me? Xin Shutong felt a twinge of unease. If Meng Shuyi could so easily allow her first love to fade, how substantial was Meng Shuyi's affection for her, given their brief acquaintance? You. Meng Shuyi pondered for a moment before earnestly stating, I still wish to be with you. Xin Shutong was taken aback. Meng Shuyi's responses were always so unexpectedly bold. Tea on my house. Xin Shudong's eyes darkened, her hand unconsciously grazing the waistband of Meng Shuyi's pants. Meng Shuyi was momentarily stunned by Xin Shudong's abrupt leap in thought. What's wrong? Didn't you want to be with me? Why the days? Xin Shudong's voice was husky and low, laced with a teasing allure that was utterly enticing. As Meng Shuyi met Xin Shudong's somewhat hazy eyes and felt the subtle sensation at her waist, she involuntarily swallowed. Perhaps the opportunity to go to her house would elude them. Xin Shutong firmly grasped Meng Shuyi's hand as it reached for her waist. Shaking her head resolutely. Not here. Meng Shuyi suggested. Let us go to the bed. Xin Shutong stubbornly replied, to my house. With a resigned sigh, Meng Shuyi closed her eyes and nodded. Xin Shutong was a complex individual. Though she appeared rigid, she could deftly employ various tactics against Meng Shuyi, effortlessly guiding herself to her bed. Conversely, while she seemed unconventional, she adhered to propriety and law. Meng Shuyi found it perplexing how someone could embody such contradictions. The two rose from the sofa, and Meng Shuyi glanced at the clock, astonished to realize they had lingered there for 3 hours. After adjusting their attire, they descended the stairs, the journey from Meng Shuyi's home to Xin Shudong's taking a mere 10 minutes by foot. Upon entering Xin Shudong's abode, they immediately embraced, only to hear footsteps approaching from upstairs as they fumbled at the corner of the staircase. They paused mid-kiss, both lifting their heads toward the source of the sound. Standing above them in a bathrobe was Xun Shuyi. With an awkward wave, she greeted, Hi, sister-in-law, sister. Meng Shuyi felt as though her heart had stopped, wishing to vanish on the spot. Well, sister-in-law, you look even more beautiful. And your kissing skills are commendable. How about you two continue? I saw nothing. Xun Shuyi stammered, her words a jumbled mess, completely oblivious to her own blunders. All of Xin Shudong's desires dissipated as she reached out to straighten Meng Shuyi's clothing, then led her toward the living room sofa. After a few steps, she turned back to Xun Shuyi, saying, You have 5 minutes to get dressed and come down. Okay, sister, I'll be right there, Xu Shuang replied, dashing off in her slippers. Meng Shuyi felt a mixture of amusement and awkwardness as she sat down on the sofa with a stern expression. Xu Shutong returned from the kitchen with a pot of tea, indicating that she had some matters to settle today. Meng Shuyi lifted her teacup, blowing on the steam, casting a lingering glance at Xu Shutong. It seems we should consider sending Xiaoying to Africa for a while. Xu Shutong mused, her tone cautious. Please, have mercy, she added, half-jokingly. With you, I shall certainly show mercy, Meng Shuyi replied, taking a sip of her tea. However, her sentence trailed off as she turned to see who was coming down the stairs. Xu Shuang rushed over, exclaiming, Sister-in-law, I swear to heaven, I have never deceived you. Meng Shuyi responded coolly, meaning that honesty would be rewarded. Xu Shuang had indeed never lied, but she had certainly dug a deep pit for Meng Shuyi to fall into. Sister-in-law, I truly swear, I never intended to harm you, she insisted, raising her left hand with her thumb pressing against her pinky, leaving 3 fingers raised. That I believe you, Meng Shuyi replied, maintaining her indifferent demeanor, refusing to ask further questions. Xu Shuang turned to her sister, only to find Xu Shutong sitting like a primary school student awaiting instruction, completely uninterested in defending her. Her sister was truly a master at getting her into trouble. If I report on my sister, can I earn some merit? Xu Shuang pondered, concluding that if she had to offend someone, it might as well be her sister. After all, a few months in Africa was a small price to pay compared to possibly 3 to 5 years of conflict with Meng Shuyi. As she considered this, her left eyebrow flickered slightly, a glint of mischief in her eyes. Meng Shuyi blinked and glanced at Xu Shutong, who wore her usual calm expression that, Meng Shuyi softly agreed with Xu Shuang's suggestion. Just as Xu Shuang was about to speak, Xu Shutong suddenly coughed, interrupting her. Cough, cough. The cough drew the focus of both Meng Shuyi and Xu Shuang back to Xu Shutong, who seemed to be struggling. Xu Shutong, what's wrong? Do you have a cold? Did you catch a chill last night? Meng Shuyi asked, concern etching her features. Xu Shuang's eyes sparkled with gossip. The earlier gloom lifted, her spirits revived. Last night? Catch a chill. How long does one have to be exposed to catch a chill? I'm fine, Xu Shutong reassured, raising her fist to cover her lips. Meng Shuyi approached, placing her hand on Xu Shutong's forehead. You seem a bit warm. Looking up at Meng Shuyi, Xu Shutong replied calmly. I'm really fine. Xu Shuang cautiously interjected. Sister-in-law, my sister faints at the sight of needles and doesn't take bitter medicine. This is absurd, Xu Shutong muttered. Meng Shuyi turned her gaze to Xu Shuang, silently scrutinizing her. Xu Shuang squirmed under the gaze, stammering, Sister-in-law, you see, my sister is sick. Could you please take her to see a doctor? Let us leave it at that for today. I'll come back another time to make amends. Xu Shutong, still holding Meng Shuyi's hand, sounded a little weaker than before. Xiaoying needs to return to the old house today. A moment of silence enveloped them. Meng Shuyi nodded in agreement. Xu Shutong instructed Xu Shuang, you go back and help out. I'll return later. Okay, sister-in-law, I'll take my leave, Xu Shuang said before hurriedly making her exit. Once Xu Shuang was gone, Meng Shuyi slowly withdrew her hand, crossing her arms and assuming a somewhat authoritative posture as she regarded Xu Shutong with a scrutinizing gaze, feeling uncomfortable under the scrutiny. Xu Shutong blinked and asked, Why are you looking at me like that? Fainting at the sight of needles? Afraid of taking medicine? Meng Shuyi probed, that why you were reluctant to go to the hospital last time? Xu Shutong muttered a soft affirmation. Meng Shuyi was taken aback. Who would have imagined that the composed and unflappable Xu Shutong, who remained unfazed in the face of adversity, would be afraid of needles? Meng Shuyi reflected on how the image of Xu Shutong as a cold, domineering CEO had crumbled with their deepening relationship. The first time she met her, Xu Shutong had appeared aloof, unapproachable, like a towering iceberg. During their blind date, she had conducted herself as if in a formal interview. Work, she was an emotionless machine. Yet in the kitchen, she exuded a gentle, homely aura. When they established their relationship, she had been shy and awkward. And in bed, she was both restrained and ferocious. During moments of social anxiety, she would pace, stomp her feet, and sigh, revealing a strangely endearing side. When her secrets were discovered, she would blush and become shy. An enticing sight. Which version of Shin Shutong was the true one? What are you thinking about? Shin Shutong caught Meng Shuyi's gaze. Thinking of you, Meng Shuyi admitted without reservation. Shin Shutong raised an eyebrow, teasingly questioning why Meng Shuyi needed to think about her when she was right there. Meng Shuyi pondered for a moment before calling out, Shin Shutong. Shin Shutong turned her gaze toward Meng Shuyi, prompting her to speak. Meng Shuyi frowned, contemplating. Why are you so complicated? Me? Complicated? Shin Shutong echoed, furrowing her brow. Yes, Meng Shuyi affirmed with an inoki. In what way am I complicated? Everything about you is complicated. You are essentially two extremes. Please provide examples. Shin Shutong regarded Meng Shuyi with a serious expression. Caught off guard by Shin Shutong's earnestness, Meng Shuyi burst into laughter. How can you be so serious? Shin Shutong, puzzled and slightly bemused, wondered where Meng Shuyi found amusement. We could discuss this later. Right now. We should get you to the doctor, Meng Shuyi suggested, attempting to lift Shin Shutong. Yet, Shin Shutong took the opportunity to pull Meng Shuyi into her embrace, causing her to sit on Shin Shutong's lap. That I'm fine, Shin Shutong stated, resting her chin on Meng Shuyi's shoulder. I probably just caught a draft when I got off the plane and didn't sleep well last night. Meng Shuyi once again reached out to measure Shin Shutong's forehead temperature, then touched her own, finding them to be quite similar. We have a thermometer at home, don't we? Yes, Shin Shutong replied. Let's take it out and check. Meng Shuyi retracted her hand, standing up and stepping away from Shin Shutong's embrace. In order to reassure Meng Shuyi, Shin Shutong rummaged through a corner of the living room and unearthed an infrared thermometer. She switched it on and pressed it against her ear. With a beep, the thermometer displayed a temperature of 36.8 degrees. Shin Shutong handed the thermometer to Meng Shuyi, saying, I told you I'm fine. Can you relax now? Meng Shuyi let out a sigh of relief, but her stomach audibly grumbled at an inopportune moment. I'm a bit hungry, Meng Shuyi admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Shin Shutong, however, remained unfazed. After returning the thermometer, she approached Meng Shuyi and asked, Shall we eat out or order takeout? After a moment of contemplation, Meng Shuyi decided, Let's eat out. Shin Shutong nodded. What do you want to eat? How about Thai food? Is that all right? Sure, Shin Shutong replied with a nod. The two of them set out together, with Shin Shutong driving them out of Yinwan to the dining table. Meng Shuyi found herself captivated by a plate of fragrant northern Thai grilled fish. Her thoughts drifting as she reminisced about the fei fish from Jiangcheng. A fleeting thought crossed her mind, and she lifted her gaze to Shin Shutong. Have you been aware of my whereabouts these past few days? Shin Shutong met Meng Shuyi's gaze for 3 seconds before calmly nodding. I knew. Meng Shuyi pondered. So that's why Fei Yu's been so enthusiastic, putting aside work to accompany me for a couple of days. And how did Shin Shutong know exactly when I would return home, timing it perfectly to see me? Given Shin Shutong's stoic nature, did she intentionally present herself in such a disheveled state to meet me last night? It seemed as though Shin Shutong could read Meng Shuyi's thoughts. As she spoke first, I did indeed come to see you in that state on purpose. Meng Shuyi protested. Can we at least enjoy our meal? Meng Shuyi averted her gaze, her expression dimming considerably as she absent-mindedly poked at the mango rice with her chopsticks, losing her appetite. Let's eat first, and I'll explain later. All right? Shin Shutong gently coaxed, her tone soft and even. Meng Shuyi took a few deep breaths, striving to regain her composure. She realized that her mindset had been skewed these past few days. She had intended to flirt with Shin Shutong when she approached her about dating. Yet her emotions had been pulled this way and that by Shin Shutong. The teasing she had planned had not materialized, and instead, her own feelings had been tossed about like a leaf in the wind. Chapter 53. An Unconventional Mutual Pursuit. After finishing their meal, the two exited together, with Shin Shutong taking Meng Shuyi's hand and placing it in her pocket. Meng Shuyi thought to herself, I originally intended to tease the Ice Queen and witness her flustered reactions. But instead, the Ice Queen melted first. This level of consideration is a bit overwhelming. Sensing Meng Shuyi's subtle emotional fluctuations, Shin Shutong squeezed the hand in her pocket, asking, What's wrong? Don't you want me to hold your hand? Meng Shuyi, unwilling to hide her thoughts, replied candidly, It's nothing I initially thought you would be harder to flirt with, which is why I decided to pursue you. Yet here I am, offering myself up for your teasing. Shen Shutong blinked and hesitantly inquired, do you prefer it when I have a cold expression towards you? Not exactly that. I just enjoy seeing your serious, composed demeanor turn flushed and shy when I tease you. Meng Shuyi said, breaking into a smile, that I see. Shen Shutong reflected, have I been too forward? Meng Shuyi was forthright and passionate, always speaking her mind without reservation. If she were to hold back, would Meng Shuyi think her lacking in charm? Should I maintain a more aloof demeanor? Perhaps adopt a more serious expression? Shen Shutong hesitantly suggested, contemplating the feasibility of such an approach. Meng Shuyi shook her head. No need. Just be yourself. There's no need to act differently towards me. Besides, if you keep a stony face like a poker face, I would never grow fond of a poker-faced beauty. While she indeed liked the elusive Shen Shutong, she did not wish for her to suppress her true nature, as it would only dampen her appetite. Shen Shutong felt a sense of relief wash over her, a faint smile gracing her lips. I am not acting, she replied, glancing up at the overcast sky. Should we head home? It seems it might snow soon. Are you going back for the new year? Meng Shuyi followed her gaze towards the sky, noticing the heavy clouds that obscured the sun, suggesting an impending blizzard. Yes, Shen Shutong affirmed. I'll take you back, and then I'll return later. That works, Meng Shuyi said with a smile. I still need to settle the score from last night with you. Shen Shutong felt a shiver run down her spine. Although she knew Meng Shuyi would not do anything outrageous, the looming threat was more daunting than any actual confrontation. As they walked towards the parking lot, they unexpectedly spotted Yi Chun and Xu Ranwei engaged in a heated dispute, tugging at each other as if caught in a disagreement. Unable to discern the details from a distance, Meng Shuyi pulled Shen Shutong closer to approach the pair. What are you two arguing about? Upon hearing her voice, both turned towards Meng Shuyi and simultaneously replied, Nothing. Meng Shuyi eyed them suspiciously. Are you really sure there's nothing going on? Really, they insisted in unison. Meng Shuyi exchanged a knowing glance with Shen Shutong, both recognizing the unspoken understanding in each other's eyes. Are you really all right? Meng Shuyi scrutinized them closely, her gaze like an X-ray, and suddenly noticed Xu Ranwei wearing a turtleneck sweater. In the past, Xu Ranwei had always insisted on style, refusing to wear turtlenecks, claiming they were constricting and hard to breathe in. Even in colder weather, she had never donned one. That why was she wearing it today? Something was amiss, and Meng Shuyi resolved that if they were unwilling to share, that was their choice. Even the closest of friends must maintain some boundaries. The two shook their heads. Really, it's nothing, we're just messing around. Since they wouldn't elaborate, Meng Shuyi decided to leave. She took Shen Shutong's hand and turned to walk away. Shen Shutong nodded to the pair, quietly following Meng Shuyi toward her car. Oh, you think they resemble a couple in the midst of a quarrel? Meng Shuyi observed as Shen Shutong leaned against her chest to fasten her seatbelt. Yes, Shen Shutong succinctly replied. That shouldn't be, Meng Shuyi mused. They've always had a love-hate relationship, bickering yet reconciling, and they've made it clear they wouldn't interfere with those around them. Why? Shen Shutong secured her seatbelt and, taking advantage of the moment, playfully tapped Meng Shuyi on the cheek. Meng Shuyi shot a glare at Shen Shutong. Am I being led into a trap? Yes, Shen Shutong replied coolly. You are the tiger, and I am the lamb. Meng Shuyi paused, contemplating. It seems both you and I are tigers and lambs at the same time. We both desire to devour each other. Is this an unconventional mutual pursuit? Shen Shutong, Meng Shuyi called softly. Shen Shutong paused in her actions, turning to look at her. How much do you like me? I don't know, Shen Shutong replied candidly. Meng Shuyi looked at her in surprise. Oh, Shen Shutong abandoned her intention to drive, unfastening her seatbelt to focus her gaze on Meng Shuyi. After a thoughtful pause, she articulated, You still possess the essence of your childhood self, yet you are entirely different now. I cannot discern if I am fond of the child you once were, or the person you are now. I pursued you because of my affection for your younger self, yet I am unsure whether I am drawn to you now, or simply trying to fill the void of past regrets. Although we have been together for less than a week, every incident has exceeded my expectations. Our personalities, lifestyles, and ways of interacting require adjustment that I do not know how far my childhood affection can carry me, nor do I know how deeply I currently feel for you. Meng Shuyi responded. The rational and composed Shen Shutong has resurfaced. Are you assessing our relationship as if it were a project? Shen Shutong chuckled at Meng Shuyi's words. I apologize. I've never dated before, so I can only respond based on work experience. Meng Shuyi sighed. You've never dated, so you lack experience, while I have dated but feel equally inexperienced. When I was with Zhou Baiyang, I was still quite young, consumed with trivial matters like what to eat, how many exercises to complete, and where to go on weekends. Most of the time, Zhou Baiyang would acquiesce to my preferences until the conflict erupted when she entered the industry for money. I wanted to support her financially and persuade her not to enter that world, but she claimed I didn't understand her, saying I was immature and naive. Fair enough, I truly didn't understand. As for Xu Ranwei, I had no experience to draw from. She completely disregarded my opinions. Bringing her thoughts back to the present, Meng Shuyi chuckled at herself, realizing that despite her self-proclamation as a romantic veteran, she was still a novice in matters of the heart. Then let us improve together. She extended her hand towards Shen Shutong. Shen Shutong took her hand, their fingers entwining. From now on, please guide me. Let us learn together and grow together, Meng Shuyi replied. The two individuals gazed at each other with smiles illuminating their faces. How could this not be regarded as a unique form of mutual pursuit? Chapter 54. Unimportant. Thick cashmere blanket was spread before the floor-to-ceiling window. Meng Shuyi walked barefoot on it for 2 circles, commenting, this cashmere blanket is soft, with a delightful texture. It feels incredibly comfortable underfoot. Shen Shutong approached with a cup of honey pear green tea, offering it to Meng Shuyi. Drink this. It's good for your lungs. I asked this in an attempt to bribe me. Meng Shuyi accepted the cup, holding it to warm her hands. Shen Shutong settled down on the carpet, looking up at the tall, slender figure before her. Will you accept my bribe then? A single cup of tea is hardly sufficient. Meng Shuyi brought the teacup to her nose, inhaling its fragrant aroma. I am not so easily fooled. Fei Yu and I were university classmates. Shen Shutong withdrew her gaze, peering through the glass at the lawn below, where the snow had fully melted, leaving the grass a dull yellow. Meng Shuyi sat beside Shen Shutong, responding softly, I'm aware of that. What I wish to hear is not this. Well, I couldn't get through to you that day. I became busy discussing a collaboration and lost track of time. I thought if you saw my call, you would return it. Shen Shutong reached for Meng Shuyi's hand, playfully toying with it. Unfortunately, you did not respond. By the time I finished my work, it was already dawned. I intended to call you in the morning, but when that time came, I hesitated, recalling that you hadn't called or messaged me the night before. And you mentioned needing some space that I was uncertain about your intentions with that call, whether you regretted it afterward, so I refrained from calling again. Meng Shuyi inquired, so you had no intention of contacting me at all? Shen Shutong nodded. Yes. When I received Fei Yu's message at noon, I learned you were in Jiangsheng and that you were doing well. After that, I didn't want to intrude. I only asked Fei Yu to keep me updated. You truly have remarkable restraint. Meng Shuyi chuckled lightly before turning serious, as though you were aware of the time of my flight back to a city. Indeed, Shen Shutong replied honestly that my flight is 2 hours later than yours. If I calculate the time correctly, I should be able to see you after landing. Had I not traveled overnight, I would have had to wait until this morning. Meng Shuyi withdrew her hand from Shen Shutong's grasp, clearly displeased. Observing her now empty hand, Shen Shutong's gaze dimmed slightly, realizing she was not easy to appease. Meng Shuyi, Shen Shutong called earnestly. Meng Shuyi looked up, meeting Shen Shutong's slightly forlorn eyes, tinged with a hint of fatigue. A pang of sympathy washed over Meng Shuyi. Shen Shutong had come to see her overnight, perhaps with ulterior motives, yet there seemed to be a genuine desire to meet. She could have chosen to rest first. Today was clearly a day off for her, yet Meng Shuyi had pressed her for answers all morning, and now she was still inquiring. I'm sorry, Meng Shuyi said softly, her tone unexpectedly gentle. Shen Shutong reached out, ruffling Meng Shuyi's hair. Why the sudden apology? You are on leave, Meng Shuyi stated succinctly. Shen Shutong's expression softened, casually responding, I am on leave. My holiday belongs to my girlfriend, so there is no need for an apology. As Shen Shutong's hand slid from Meng Shuyi's head, her fingertips gently caressed her cheek, her gaze penetrating as she asked, Are you willing to accept my bribe now? Meng Shuyi felt a warmth rise in her cheeks, at Shen Shudong's words, instinctively turning her head to evade Shen Shudong's fingers. With such sincerity, I shall reluctantly forgive you. However, Meng Shuyi became particularly serious. Your intentions are too heavy. I am utterly outmatched. Am I to be bullied by you in the future? What would you like me to do? Shen Shudong's hand followed Meng Shuyi's face, brushing against her smooth, delicate skin, her tone unusually obedient. That would be rather dull. Meng Shuyi gave in to Shen Shudong's restless hand, allowing it to linger near her ear. That if you were to heed my wishes, then how you differ from a mere doll. I could just play with a doll instead. What purpose would you serve? After sipping a small amount of tea, Meng Shuyi remarked, delicious tea. Do you wish to play with me? Shen Shutong lifted her eyelids, casting a questioning glance at Meng Shuyi, her eyes reflecting curiosity and anticipation. Noting Shen Shudong's intentional misinterpretation, Meng Shuyi replied earnestly, I mean, play in a proper manner. Is there any other way to play? Shen Shutong continued to tease her, her hand sliding from Meng Shuyi's temple to behind her ear. Shen Shutong sensed her fingertips gradually warming as they brushed against Meng Shuyi's ear. Meng Shuyi set down her teacup, instinctively covering her flushed ear with her hand. That, of course, why is it that Shen Shutong can so effortlessly make my heart race and my face flush? Watching the crimson hue spread across Meng Shuyi's ears, Shen Shutong's lips curled into a mischievous smile as she leaned closer, whispering in Meng Shuyi's ear, Then teach me how to play. Show me the kind of playful manner. Shen Shutong's deep voice crept into Meng Shuyi's ear, clouding her thoughts. As Meng Shuyi's mind momentarily fogged, Shen Shutong gently grasped her chin, softly instructing, Look at me. Meng Shuyi's gaze was hazy as she lifted her chin to meet Shen Shudong's, her thoughts unresponsive to her commands. Teach. Shen Shudong's expression was earnest, resembling a student seeking guidance from a teacher. Meng Shuyi, in a daze, could hardly hear the words, merely nodding in response, her eyes fixated on Shen Shudong's lips moving. Ha! Shen Shutong chuckled lightly, her joyous laughter resonating in Meng Shuyi's ear, revealing her excellent mood. Shen Shutong drew close to Meng Shuyi, but did not rush to kiss her. She savored the warmth of Meng Shuyi's breath, which carried a gentle fragrance of evening primrose. Ms. Meng, it is time to commence the lesson, Shen Shutong teased, gently rubbing Meng Shuyi's earlobe. Meng Shuyi inhaled the sudden wave of floral fragrance. Her mind gradually cleared. But upon hearing Shen Shutong address her as Ms. Meng, her thoughts short-circuited once more. Instinctively, Meng Shuyi lunged forward. The narrative continues, with Meng Shuyi's thoughts becoming more lucid as she gazed at Shen Shutong, her eyes glistening, alluring. Shen Shutong, don't you have something else to attend to? As Shen Shutong observed the lingering haze in Meng Shuyi's eyes dissipate, she wrapped her arms around her neck, murmuring in a husky tone, It's unimportant. Chapter 55. Are you satisfied? Meng Shuyi held onto Shen Shutong, her fingers lightly grazing Shen Shudong's jawline. Shen Shutong, do you think you might become a person blinded by desire in the future? Her voice carried a hollow resonance unique to moments of joy. Shen Shutong nestled against Meng Shuyi's shoulder, her breathing light and her eyes half closed, her consciousness drifting. Upon hearing Meng Shuyi's question, Shen Shutong blinked slowly. I might. Her voice was soft yet resolute, tinged with breathlessness, inexplicably alluring. Meng Shuyi's delighted laughter danced in Shen Shudong's ear. You will inevitably meet your demise at my hands. Then let it be. Shen Shudong's hand on Meng Shuyi's waist lightly tapped. As if playing a melody, Meng Shuyi shivered at Shen Shudong's touch. Cold? Not cold, just ticklish. Would you like more? Shen Shutong asked, Ms. Meng, are you not going to assess your teaching results? Do you still have the energy for that? Surprisingly, I do. Meng Shuyi pondered. Was it Shen Shudong's stamina that was impressive, or had her own skills diminished? How could she still have energy? In a flash of clarity, Meng Shuyi grasped something, her mind suddenly sharp. Shen Shutong, wait. Meng Shuyi seized Shen Shudong's wandering hand. Just wait a moment. What? Meng Shuyi grabbed her clothes, covering Shen Shutong and putting on her own attire. Shen Shutong, unsure of Meng Shuyi's intentions, followed suit. It's a bit tedious. Meng Shuyi stated vaguely, leaving Shen Shutong puzzled as she followed her gaze. The cashmere blanket needed washing, In a wonder she mentioned it being a bit tedious. Meng Shuyi scrutinized Shen Shutong with an intense gaze. Remaining silent, Shen Shutong felt uneasy under the scrutiny, mentally reviewing recent events. Everything had been accounted for, no loose ends. Why was Meng Shuyi staring at her like that? Why do I get the impression that you are concealing something from me? Meng Shuyi observed Shen Shutong with a teasing smile. Shen Shutong frowned. What could I possibly be hiding from you? Meng Shuyi stepped closer, crossing her arms as she looked down at Shen Shutong. Really nothing. Then why do you hesitate to meet my gaze? Shen Shutong raised her head, locking eyes with Meng Shuyi. I'm not avoiding your gaze. I truly have nothing to hide. Here is a hint. The night I first dined at your home. Shen Shutong furrowed her brow. Had they not already settled that matter? Meng Shuyi replied coolly. The events of that night have been resolved. I had no intention of pursuing it further. What is it? Shen Shutong truly cannot fathom what Meng Shuyi is trying to account for. That night, you took advantage of me with such skill, employing an array of techniques. Meng Shuyi gazed intently at Shen Shutong, stating, you claim to have no exes, no past romances, and no encounters with others. Shen Shutong. Meng Shuyi continued, if you have no exes, no romantic history, and no experiences with others, then how is your technique so proficient? It is contradictory. Or do you possess some extraordinary talent? Have you mastered it without guidance? Were you just learning from me earlier? Shen Shutong. Meng Shuyi. Therefore, I request a reasonable explanation. Shen Shutong. Unable to provide one. Witnessing Shen Shutong's face nearly cracking under pressure, Meng Shuyi said in a low tone, I'll give you 20 minutes to concoct a lie. I'll go take a shower first. As Shen Shutong watched Meng Shuyi ascend the staircase, she exhaled softly, momentarily caught up in her own triumph, lamenting that she had been too hasty that night, inadvertently exposing herself. Shen Shutong entered the bathroom on the first floor. 20 minutes later, Meng Shuyi descended the stairs and saw Shen Shutong, now changed into a set of loungewear, sitting on the sofa in the living room. Have you figured out what to say? Meng Shuyi strolled over leisurely, settled into an armchair, elegantly leaning back against the sofa's backrest, her right leg casually draped over her left, languidly crossing her legs. If only she had a cigarette in hand. Her seductive demeanor would have been even more pronounced. Shen Shutong's gaze fell upon Meng Shuyi, and she couldn't help but marvel at her natural beauty. Even without makeup, her bare face radiated a captivating allure, reminiscent of an enchanting and striking flower blooming on the other shore. Shen Shutong began, but only managed to utter a single syllable before falling silent. Meng Shuyi smiled alluringly, her tone slightly teasing. What's wrong? Can't bring yourself to say it. Shen Shutong wrestled internally, her expression remaining cool and composed, her voice steady and unruffled as she replied, I haven't deceived you. I truly have no exes, no past romances, and apart from you, I have not been with anyone else. I believe you. Meng Shuyi replied with a smile. All you need to do is tell me how you acquired those skills. I learned on my own. Shen Shutong's voice remained flat. Yet, Meng Shuyi detected a hint of insecurity. The image of the cool, restrained beauty acquiring such knowledge only intensified her desire to tease Shen Shutong. What did you learn? How did you teach yourself? Shen Shutong responded, have you forgotten that I spent several years abroad? Meng Shuyi. Overconfident. You taught yourself? Meng Shuyi raised an eyebrow, insistent on getting to the bottom of it. Shen Shutong's succinct reply came out much softer. Meng Shuyi noted the faint blush spreading across Shen Shutong's neck and earlobes, nodding in satisfaction, but still pressing on. Say it again. Where did you get those skills? Shen Shutong, utterly resigned, stood up expressionlessly and approached Meng Shuyi. I learned it myself to sleep with you. Are you satisfied? Shen Shutong gritted her teeth as she spoke, pushing Meng Shuyi against the back of the sofa and kissing her, biting her chin in a fit of irritation. Meng Shuyi, the proud and aloof beauty, had finally revealed her claws. Humph, humph, humph. Meng Shuyi's light, joyful laughter escaped her throat as she reached out to caress Shen Shutong's earlobe. Whispering, Shen Shutong, why are you so adorable? Her tone was akin to that of coaxing a child. The contrast was utterly striking. There was still more to uncover. Perhaps there were many things about Shen Shutong that would provoke her further. Shen Shutong held Meng Shuyi against her for quite some time before finally releasing her. lightly touching Meng Shuyi's chin, breathlessly asking, "Are you satisfied?" "It's acceptable." Meng Shuyi, still dazed from the kiss, failed to notice the flaw in Shun Shutong's words. Chapter 56. Do you know cute is against the rules? The two of them indulge in each other for a while before embracing and taking a tea 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The groceries Shun Shutong ordered online arrived. When Meng Shuyi woke up, she found herself alone, rubbing her sleepy eyes before heading downstairs, where the sounds of clattering could be heard from the kitchen. Upon reaching the kitchen doorway, she saw Shun Shutong standing at the counter, chopping something. "Didn't you say you were going back? Why are you still here cooking?" Meng Shuyi's languid tone carried a hint of confusion and surprise. Shun Shutong paused her movements, turning slightly to glance at Meng Shuyi, responding in a soft nasal tone. "What does it mean?" Meng Shuyi approached, noticing that Shun Shutong was slicing tofu. "What are you making?" "Wincy tofu," Shun Shutong replied casually, continuing to chop. "Handle the shrimp, peel them. We'll stir-fry shrimp later." "All right, Shun Shutong, giving me orders now," Meng Shuyi said, stepping closer to Shun Shutong, wrapping her arms around her waist. The casualness of the command felt rather natural. Her tone rose slightly at the end, carrying a hint of playful threat, as she tightened her grip a bit, resembling both a punishment and flirtation. Shun Shutong was startled by Meng Shuyi's sudden actions. Her back stiffening momentarily before she began to squirm slightly, tried to evade Meng Shuyi's hands. However, Meng Shuyi persistently pursued her waist, pressing her body against Shun Shutong's back, resting her chin on Shun Shutong's shoulder. Breathing softly in her ear, "Don't mess around. I'm holding a knife." Shun Shutong, suppressing the ticklish sensation, replied coolly, "Do you want to eat soft rice? Will you provide it?" Meng Shuyi glanced around as if searching for something. "Yes," Shun Shutong answered without hesitation. Noticing the head that kept twisting on her shoulder, she calmly stated, "The scissors are in the toolbox behind you. There are gloves inside." Meng Shuyi turned to look back and indeed found a toolbox on the counter. With a resigned sigh, she released the fragrant warmth she had been holding. Digging through the toolbox, Meng Shuyi retrieved scissors and gloves, returning to Shun Shutong's side at the sink. "Really providing?" Shun Shutong finished slicing the tofu, plating it, setting down the knife, and moving over to the gas stove, where a clay pot was bubbling away. Meng Shuyi's gaze followed the cool figure, watching Shun Shutong lift the lid of the pot. "What are you stewing? It smells so good." "Braised crab meat lion's head." "Wow. Are we having all Hawaiian cuisine today?" Shun Shutong nodded, observing that it was nearly done, placing the lid back on and turning off the heat. "Shun Shutong, is there anything you can't do?" Meng Shuyi donned the gloves and began to prepare the shrimp. Shun Shutong watched as Meng Shuyi skillfully cut off the shrimp heads, peeled the shells, and deveined them. "There are many things I can't do," Shun Shutong praised. "Your technique is commendable. Rice 1 TB needed today. No, there is still a chance." Meng Shuyi continued to handle the shrimp while glancing at Shun Shutong chopping vegetables. "Shun Shutong," Meng Shuyi said earnestly, "you claim to be beautiful, capable of making money, and can cook delicious meals. Whoever marries you will benefit immensely." Shun Shutong paused, looking intently at Meng Shuyi, and asked, "You don't plan to marry?" Meng Shuyi shook her head. Shun Shutong averted her gaze, continuing her task, her eyes dimming considerably, a deep melancholy settling in. Meng Shuyi suddenly sensed a significant drop in the kitchen's atmosphere. Sighing, she thought Shun Shutong was far too easy to tease. "I don't plan to marry you. Marrying you would be too troublesome. How about this? We get married, you 1T have to marry, and I 1T have to either." Meng Shuyi spoke as if negotiating, her tone casual, almost like comforting someone sulking. Shun Shutong paused, her knife hovering mid-air, turning to look at Meng Shuyi, her tranquil eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. Meng Shuyi smiled slyly, akin to a cunning old fox. "If you're unwilling, then forget it, Shun Shutong. If you don't speak, I'll take it as your acquiescence." Meng Shuyi winked playfully, sending a spark toward Shun Shutong. Shun Shutong replied, "Being cute is a crime. Seducing someone is against the law. Doesn't this person know?" The two busied themselves until 6:30, with Shun Shutong plating the shrimp and preparing to clean the pot. "Let us wash it after we eat. The food is getting cold." Meng Shuyi interrupted Shan Shudong's intention to clean the frying pan, holding the plate of shrimp. Shen Shutong, not wanting to argue over trivial matters, acquiesced and took out a bowl to serve rice. At the dining table, they enjoyed braised crab meat lion's head, Wensi tofu, and stir-fried shrimp. The two sat facing each other. Meng Shuyi admired the beautifully presented dishes, exclaiming, "They look fantastic, Shen Shutong. You're truly a treasure." Shen Shutong, flattered, smiled as she first served Meng Shuyi a bowl of tofu soup, gently advising, "Try it. Be careful, it's hot." Meng Shuyi accepted the tofu soup and brought a spoonful to her mouth. Savoring its exquisite flavor, soft, delicate, and pure, melting in her mouth. "Delicious, just like you." Upon hearing this peculiar compliment, Shen Shudong's eyelids twitched, puzzled as she inquired, "How can soup be like me?" "Fresh and tender," Meng Shuyi replied, licking her lips afterward. Shen Shutong watched as Meng Shuyi's pink tongue brushed against her lower lip, involuntarily swallowing. Why did it suddenly dawn on her what Meng Shuyi meant? This person always had to tease her. Even during a meal, do you charm others in the same way when you are outside? Shen Shudong's deep-set eyes clearly reflected her displeasure. "No," Meng Shuyi earnestly explained. "Before we were together, did I ever show any particular interest in you?" Meeting Meng Shuyi's playful gaze, Shen Shutong averted her eyes and calmly inquired, "What about this?" With that, she scooped a lion's head meatball from Meng Shuyi, observing the lion's head that filled nearly half the bowl. Meng Shuyi frowned slightly and asked with concern, "Although I am not picky, are you perhaps harboring ulterior motives, Shen Shutong?" "What's the matter?" Shen Shutong glanced over, noticing the conflicted expression on Meng Shuyi's face. "You cook exceptionally well." Meng Shuyi earnestly complimented Shen Shutong's culinary skills before asking, "But this is meat. Are you trying to fatten me up?" Shen Shutong took one for herself, ensuring fairness. Meng Shuyi. "Shen Shutong, you know your cuteness is a bit unfair, right?" Shen Shutong, "You often cross that line." Meng Shuyi. Chapter 57. "Thank you for the gift, my girlfriend." Meng Shuyi held her bowl, using chopsticks to lift a meatball. Taking a small bite, the succulent and fragrant blend of pork and crab meat, coupled with the freshness of the greens, filled her mouth with pure satisfaction. Once she swallowed, Meng Shuyi praised Shen Shutong, "It's truly a pity you're not chef. This lion's head meatball is even more delicious than the handmade beef balls from Qing's family, far surpassing what my aunt makes." Shen Shutong maintained her usual impassive expression, but Meng Shuyi felt the smile in her eyes, indicating her good mood. Point one for each of us. No more. Shen Shutong placed shrimp into Meng Shuyi's bowl, saying, "Go ahead and eat." Meng Shuyi uncovered another secret about Shen Shutong. When she wants to avoid conversation, she serves food reminiscent of Shen Shuyi. When in a good mood, she also serves food akin to a reward, for instance, for herself. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Meng Shuyi couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. "What are you laughing at?" Shen Shutong asked, her tone calm as she regarded Meng Shuyi's sudden amusement. "Well, I just recalled something amusing." Meng Shuyi stifled her laughter, picking up the shrimp Shen Shutong had served her and placing it in her mouth. After finishing the meal, Meng Shuyi said earnestly, "The dishes tonight were just like you, both fragrant and delicious." Shen Shutong looked at Meng Shuyi's serious expression, her words carrying a double entendre, recalling how she had commented on the tofu soup earlier. Suddenly, it dawned on her what Meng Shuyi meant. Shen Shutong felt somewhat overwhelmed but did not mind. To prompt Meng Shuyi to tone it down a bit, she replied coolly, "Then you should wash the dishes." Meng Shuyi. "Had I known I shouldn't have teased too much." Pouting, Meng Shuyi resignedly gathered the dishes and walked into the kitchen, turning on the faucet and squeezing dish soap onto the sponge. Diligently washing the dishes, Shen Shutong leaned against the kitchen door, watching Meng Shuyi's back, her lips unconsciously curving upwards as she took out her phone and captured the moment. "Hey, Shen Shutong, what are you doing?" Meng Shuyi sensed the gaze behind her and turned to look at Shen Shutong. "Nothing much, just taking a picture of my diligent dishwashing machine." Shen Shutong waved her phone. "Huffed. I'm not a dishwashing machine." Meng Shuyi shot her a playful glance. "But it truly was delicious." Shen Shutong crossed her arms, leaning against the doorframe as she observed the industrious dishwashing machine, elegantly stating, "No need to thank me. You've also put in the effort, so you're not eating for free." Meng Shuyi suddenly turned her head, locking her gaze on Shun Shutong, silent. What's the matter? Shin Shutong blinked, inquiring calmly. You know? Should I smash a few dishes in protest? Meng Shuyi tilted her head, as if contemplating the feasibility of her plan. Shin Shutong frowned slightly. Where did that idea come from? Meng Shuyi replied earnestly. My grandmother taught me. She said when she first got married, she didn't want to wash dishes, so she smashed a few, and then it became my grandfather's job. Shin Shutong offered no reply and turned to walk towards the living room. Hey, Shun Shutong, don't go. Meng Shuyi called after her. Shun Shutong paused, coolly remarking, then go ahead and smash it. The one in your hand is worth 3,000. Meng Shuyi glanced at the bowl in her hand, deciding against it. There was no need to clash with money. Without Shun Shutong around, no matter how well she performed, no one would notice. Meng Shuyi shamelessly tossed all the bowls into the dishwasher. After removing her gloves and apron and washing her hands, she emerged to find the living room empty. Meng Shuyi settled onto the sofa and reached for the phone on the coffee table. Messages from her parents awaited her. There was also a message from Sheng Qinglan, inviting her to come over if there were no programs tonight. After replying to her parents, Meng Shuyi responded to Sheng Qinglan, saying, all right. 20 minutes later, Shun Shutong descended from upstairs. Upon hearing the footsteps, Meng Shuyi shifted her gaze from the phone screen and looked over. Shun Shutong donned a rather ordinary black knee-length down jacket and flat boots. The puffy jacket did little to conceal her graceful figure, rather accentuating it. What are you daydreaming about? Shun Shutong waved her hand in front of Meng Shuyi. Meng Shuyi, filled with indignation, exclaimed, Shun Shutong, how is it that you can wear such ordinary clothing and look like a celestial being descended to earth? It's innate. Her calm tone betrayed a hint of uncontainable delight. Meng Shuyi hesitated, asking, is it really all right for you to go home dressed like this? Shouldn't there be guests at your place? Shun Shutong replied, I'm not the main character. I'm merely making an appearance. As long as I don't offend anyone, it's sufficient. Her tone was as flat as if she were discussing trivial matters. Or are you also interested in going? Meng Shuyi shook her head. No, it's not your birthday banquet. Shun Shutong acknowledged, then inquired, shall I take you home? Or do you have somewhere else to go? I'm going to Qing's place that... Do you want me to drive you? Shun Shutong asked. Meng Shuyi questioned, if you drive me, will you come back to pick me up later? Her tone carried a hint of anticipation. Shun Shutong nodded, yes. Meng Shuyi set her phone aside, then said, all right, good. After Shin Shutong affirmed, she cautioned, don't drink too much. Meng Shuyi laughed, asking, what are you afraid of? Afraid of you getting taken away. Shin Shutong reached out, grasping Meng Shuyi's hand. Don't you know how alluring you are in a bar? Those who frequent such places are generally of that sort. Anyone can catch their eye, not just me. Meng Shuyi squeezed Shin Shutong's hand in her pocket. I know I have a girlfriend now. Shin Shutong felt a warmth from Meng Shuyi's soft words, choosing to say nothing more. The two exited, Shin Shutong driving out of Yunwan and onto the main road. Meng Shuyi gazed out at the night scenery through the car window. The city lights had come alive, illuminating the streets with vibrant, colorful neon lights, draping a layer of opulence over everything. The buildings, shop signs, and billboards along the streets were adorned with stunning neon lights, creating a dazzling spectacle. Shades of red, green, blue, and yellow flickered in alternation, forming brilliant streams of light that resembled a dreamlike rainbow bridge spanning the sky. Crowds moved beneath the radiant neon glow. Young couples strolled hand in hand, basking in the romantic atmosphere. Some appeared to be in a hurry, their fleeting figures reflecting the bustling pace of life against the backdrop of the neon lights. Tourists paused to admire, capturing the beautiful moments with their cameras. What are you thinking about? Shun Shutong, taking advantage of a red light, glanced at the pensive figure in the passenger seat. Meng Shuyi came back to her senses. I was thinking about how back when I was with Zhou Baiyong, we used to fantasize about walking hand in hand through the city streets after work, savoring street snacks, enjoying the night breeze, or perhaps sitting in CAF, ordering a rich coffee, watching the hurried pedestrians and the bustling traffic outside the window. Shun Shutong appeared contemplative. When the green light illuminated, she chose not to respond. Upon arriving at Qingqing Bar, Shun Shutong calmly reminded Meng Shuyi, I'll come pick you up later. Meng Shuyi nodded, leaning in to plant a kiss on Shun Shutong's cheek, saying, all right, thank you for sending me. my girlfriend. The gloom in Shin Shudong's eyes faded, her gaze brightening like the spring breeze, shimmering like rippling water. Meng Shuyi silently marveled at how easily Shin Shutong could be pleased. Chapter 58. Who started first? Inside the private room, Qi Ran, Yi Chun, and Shang Qinglan sat on the sofa. Meng Shuyi looked from one to the other, asking, "What is going on? Are we playing statues tonight?" Neither spoke nor moved. Qi Ran and Yi Chun exchanged glances. Then both turned away, choosing silence. Shang Qinglan cleared her throat, noting that they had been like this since they arrived that afternoon. Meng Shuyi remained unfazed, taking a sip from her glass, recalling that earlier she had asked them about their well-being, to which they had replied there was nothing wrong. Yet now they had called her here. What was the purpose? Silence reigned once more. No one spoke. 5 minutes passed. Meng Shuyi, having lost her patience, declared, "If no one is going to talk, I'm leaving." Why each and opened her mouth, but Qi Ran interrupted, saying, "It's nothing. I'm just going out of town, and I want to gather everyone for a get-together." Why is that so hard to say? Meng Shuyi lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply, and slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke. Why the grandiosity? She turned her gaze towards Yi Chun, inquiring, "What about you? What is your situation?" "I merely do not wish for Ranran to leave," Yi Chun replied, his head lowered, his tone tinged with melancholy. Meng Shuyi exchanged a glance with Shang Qinglan, both recognizing the gravity of the situation. Having spent a year or two away, Meng Shuyi had yet to witness Yi Chun express himself. "You two haven't inadvertently become entangled, have you?" Meng Shuyi leaned back against the sofa, releasing another puff of smoke, her eyes flitting between the two. Silence enveloped them as one fidgeted with their fingers while the other stared at the ceiling, seemingly evading something. "What the hell?" Meng Shuyi tossed aside her cigarette, but, springing to her feet, her eyes wide with disbelief as she looked at the pair, Shang Qinglan stood up as well, her brows furrowed, her voice serious as she queried, "Who initiated this?" The room remained shrouded in silence. Meng Shuyi took a deep breath, returned to the sofa, pinched the bridge of her nose, and wearily stated, "By the looks of it, you don't plan to be together?" After a moment's hesitation, Yi Chun slowly raised his hand, softly asserting, "I intend to take responsibility, and no need. I do not require you to be responsible." Qi Ran replied flatly, "We are all adults. Let us just consider it a mistake." Ranran Yi Chun's voice was gentle yet tinged with guilt. Meng Shuyi and Shang Qinglan stared blankly at each other. Qi Ran's gaze seemed vacant as she murmured, "We had clearly agreed not to cross those boundaries with friends." Why Yi Chun, head lowered, nervously fidgeted with his thumbs, quietly defending, "I didn't mean." Qi Ran looked at Yi Chun, a flicker of disappointment crossing her features, quickly replaced by calm. She sighed and stated, "I bear some responsibility in this as well, so I do not blame you. I've decided to go away for a while. Lan Jia, Lao Meng, I will return." With that, Qi Ran turned to leave the room. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun's face paled significantly. He abruptly stood up, grasping Qi Ran's wrist, exclaiming, "Ranran, if my presence makes you uncomfortable, I will leave. No need." Qi Ran said, pulling away from Yi Chun's grip, walking out without a backward glance. Why Yi Chun stood frozen, her eyes vacant and devoid of life, her shoulders slumping like a deflated balloon as she sank onto the sofa. Motionless, Qi Ran, Meng Shuyi, and Shang Qinglan proceeded towards the door, neglecting the distraught Yi Chun in the corner. In the corridor, Meng Shuyi grasped Qi Ran's hand, insisting, "Qi Ran, we need to talk. It's dangerous for you to leave like this." "Lao Meng." Qi Ran gently removed Meng Shuyi's hand. "I am calm and clear-headed. I just need some time and space to think." She patted Meng Shuyi's shoulder, reassuring her, "Do not worry. I won't do anything foolish." Meng Shuyi sighed helplessly as she observed Qi Ran. Shang Qinglan seized Qi Ran's other hand, asking, "Where will you go? We can still keep in touch, right?" Qi Ran smiled faintly, saying, "Wherever I end up is fine. You needn't worry about me. When I figure things out, I will naturally return." Hearing Qi Ran evade the question of contact, Meng Shuyi's frown deepened. What sort of trouble had Yi Chun caused? The two exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation as they watched Qi Ran walk away. Back in the private room, Yi Chun was pouring drinks for herself, oblivious to Meng Shuyi and Sheng Qingluan's lack of intervention, allowing her to vent her frustrations. Less than an hour later, with her eyes glazed and tongue thick, Yichen recounted the events that had transpired. On that Christmas night, after watching the fireworks, Qi Ran confided in me about her troubles and invited me to her home for drinks. She shared a lot, but we drank too much, and I can't remember everything clearly. It was something about her unrequited feelings that, in the end, it seemed we got carried away, and when we woke up the next day, we were both naked. As for what happened, I can't quite recall. I want to take responsibility, but she said it wasn't necessary. Meng Shuyi maintained her furrowed brows. So, this afternoon, you two were at odds over this matter? Yes, for the past few days, Ran has been avoiding me. Our encounter this afternoon was purely coincidental. Yichen replied, squinting, her voice hoarse and sorrowful. Sheng Qingluan inquired, when did you start caring for Ran? I'm not sure. Perhaps it's been a while, Yichen said, bitterly chuckling as she took another large gulp of alcohol. Hearing Ran mention she has someone she likes made me feel uneasy, but upon learning that person doesn't reciprocate her feelings, I felt a mix of pity for Ran and anger towards that individual for their lack of discernment. Sheng Qingluan sighed, observing Yichen's despondent demeanor, and raised her glass to clink with Yichen's. Taking a sip herself, no, Meng Shuyi remarked, glancing at Yichen and then at Sheng Qingluan. While you are drowning your sorrows in drink, what about you, Qingluan? I'm just keeping her company, Sheng Qingluan replied nonchalantly. Meng Shuyi couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss with Sheng Qingluan, but since she was unwilling to share, Meng Shuyi refrained from probing further, watching the two women drink to their heart's content. As the night deepened, Meng Shuyi glanced at the time and drowsily advised, it's about time. If you both get drunk, I want to be able to manage two inebriated individuals alone. It's fine. Sheng Qingluan replied, her eyes slightly squinted, clearly tipsy if it comes to that. We'll just sleep here. Wai Chan raised her glass towards Meng Shuyi, tauntingly saying, what's wrong? Lao Meng, now that you have a girlfriend, you've become a good person. Haven to you. Meng Shuyi found it pointless to argue with a drunken person and intended to call their families. Wai Chan interjected, you don't need to worry about me. Just go about your business. Sheng Qingluan set down her glass, assuring, Lao Meng, it's all right. I usually handle my alcohol well. I know my limits. Resigned, Meng Shuyi abandoned her attempt to control the situation. Chapter 59 New Year's greetings at 10:30. Meng Shuyi received a call from Shun Shutong. Are you heading back? All right, I'll be down shortly. After hanging up, she turned to the two. Are you really planning to sleep here? It's fine. I'll have someone take Yichen home later. Sheng Qingluan replied, her eyes hazy yet her mind clear, her words articulate. Then I'm off, Meng Shuyi said, draping her coat over her arm and slinging her bag over her shoulder as she stepped outside. Just as she reached the doorway, she spotted Shin Shudong's figure. Shun Shutong, Meng Shuyi called, smiling as she approached. Shin Shutong took Meng Shuyi's bag, draping the coat over her shoulders. It's cold. Put on your jacket. Understood, Meng Shuyi replied, noticing a hint of displeasure on Shin Shutong's face. Shin Shutong adjusted Meng Shuyi's collar and leaned in to plant a kiss on her forehead. Meng Shuyi, taken aback, asked, what was that sudden gesture for? Are you trying to show off to someone? She glanced around, noting there were no familiar faces nearby. What's with the days? Shin Shutong cradled Meng Shuyi's face, feeling her cheeks were not overly warm. Realizing she hadn't drunk too much, alleviating some of her worried, it's just a surprise that you're being so affectionate in public, Meng Shuyi said, taking Shin Shudong's hand and adding, let us go. They walked together to the roadside, where Shin Shutong opened the car door for her. As Meng Shuyi settled in the passenger seat, she voiced her concern, I wonder if having Shun Zong as my chauffeur will shorten my lifespan. Shin Shutong remained silent, closing the door, circling around to the driver's side, and sliding into her seat. She leaned over and kissed Meng Shuyi again. Hey, Shin Shutong, is it customary to kiss without a word? Meng Shuyi protested, pushing against the slight gap to speak. Shin Shutong waited for her to finish before continuing the kiss. Meng Shuyi, feeling helpless, reciprocated, becoming lost in the moment until Shin Shutong suddenly bit her. Pulling away to buckle her seatbelt and start the engine, her movements fluid. Kissing is one thing, but why the biting? Meng Shuyi thought, perplexed by Shin Shudong's sudden shift in behavior. Shen Shutong focused on the road. Her tone icy as she stated, incorrect address, punishment. Incorrect words, punishment. Wait, is the domineering CEO, Shen Shutong, making an appearance? Meng Shuyi questioned, bewildered. I didn't even say anything wrong, did I? Shen Zong? Chauffeur, shorten my lifespan. Humph, a muffled chuckle erupted from the back seat. Wait, how did someone end up in the back? Meng Shuyi exclaimed, glancing at the rearview mirror to see Shen Shuyi, the sister-in-law who had slipped away from Shan Shudong's home at noon. Sister-in-law, Shen Shuyi greeted. Suppressing laughter. Meng Shuyi's cheeks flushed slightly as she composed herself, replying casually, Ah, Xiaoying. Shen Shuyi, desperate to clarify, quickly added, Sister-in-law, don't misunderstand. I was peeking at you too. I didn't see anything, Meng Shuyi thought to herself. I don't believe you for a second. Is that so? Yes, came the much softer reply. Shen Shutong seized a moment to interject. I have a flight to Z City early tomorrow morning. Meng Shuyi responded absently. Realizing Shen Shutong had spent the entire day with her, it was unlikely she could accompany her for frivolous activities every day. You seem displeased. Shen Shutong stole a glance at Meng Shuyi, her tone matter of fact. Meng Shuyi hastily changed the subject, saying no, it's just that when you mentioned a business trip, I recalled that Xu Ranwei said she was heading out of town, and she's already left. Shen Shutong inquired with an air of indifference. What happened? A rather melodramatic affair, Meng Shuyi replied. Shen Shutong chose not to pursue the topic further, focusing intently on driving. Shen Shuyi was completely forgotten. The journey back to Yunwan was marked by a profound silence. Upon arriving, Shen Shutong parked the car, and, as Meng Shuyi opened the door to exit, she declared, Shen Shutong, I'm heading home. Since you have a business trip tomorrow, it's inconvenient for me to stay here. Shen Shutong approached and grasped Meng Shuyi's hand, asserting, there's nothing inconvenient about it. Dazed, Meng Shuyi allowed Shen Shutong to lead her toward the front door. Once inside, Shen Shutong guided her through a series of twists and turns until they reached the equipment room. Shen Shutong, what are you planning to do? Make it convenient for you to stay here, Shen Shutong replied, opening her computer and then pressing Meng Shuyi's finger onto the fingerprint scanner several times. Meng Shuyi watched, wide-eyed, as Shen Shutong registered her fingerprint. You can access all the doors here, Shen Shutong stated. Isn't that a bit too trusting of you? Aren't you worried I might empty your house? Meng Shuyi gazed at her palm, incredulous, as she observed the ethereal glow cast upon Shen Shudong's face by the computer screen. Shen Shutong looked up at Meng Shuyi, saying, Oh, I haven't registered the safe yet. With that, she lowered her gaze and clicked the mouse again, recording Meng Shuyi's fingerprint once more. Why do I feel like I've been kidnapped? What's your net worth? Meng Shuyi asked, half laughing, half crying. Shen Shutong furrowed her brow in serious contemplation before replying earnestly. I've only just started working, but I should receive about 50 to 60 million by the end of the year. However, what my mother left me must be a few billion at least. I wouldn't be unable to support you. Wow. You really are wealthy to... Oh, you want to cling to my leg? Meng Shuyi teased. Shen Shutong gazed intently at her. How did you know what I was thinking? Meng Shuyi asked, struggling to see the eyes behind the gleaming lenses. Shen Shutong pondered for a moment before mischievously responding. I guessed. Meng Shuyi chuckled and playfully pinched Shen Shudong's earlobe, exclaiming, That's it. I have no secrets left in front of you. Indeed, we've already been candid with each other. There shouldn't be any secrets left, Shen Shutong replied with utmost seriousness. Yet, Meng Shuyi inexplicably felt that Shen Shudong's words were painted with vibrant hues. What time is your flight tomorrow? You should get some rest, she inquired. Shen Shutong glanced at her watch, realizing it was indeed time for bed, for she had a 6 o'clock flight. The two exited the equipment room. Shen Shudong's gaze, intense and unwavering, remained fixed on Meng Shuyi, her silence speaking volumes. I'll stay, Meng Shuyi finally conceded. Shen Shudong's lips curled into a subtle smile, and Meng Shuyi felt the oppressive atmosphere around them lighten considerably. Upon reaching the second floor, Meng Shuyi entered the master bedroom's bathroom, while Shen Shutong went into the adjacent room. After freshening up, Shen Shutong dutifully embraced Meng Shuyi, preparing for sleep. Meng Shuyi noticed the fatigue etched on Shen Shudong's brow, along with a hint of melancholy. Shen Shutong, Meng Shuyi called softly. She replied, Meng Shuyi kissed Shen Shudong's forehead, saying, I haven't wished you a happy new year yet. Then say it now, Shen Shutong urged, leaning in to kiss the center of Meng Shuyi's brow. Happy New Year, Shen Shutong. Happy New Year, Meng Shuyi. Chapter 60. No refusal. Two voices resonated, one sultry and tinged with wistfulness, the other cool and deep, laced with a hint of delight, as they gazed at each other. Shen Shudong's eyes grew increasingly profound. Noticing Shen Shudong's gaze linger on her lips, Meng Shuyi quickly averted her eyes and lay back. Shen Shutong nestled closer into Meng Shuyi's embrace, inhaling her scent with a sense of longing. Aren't you supposed to wake up early? You're still being mischievous, Meng Shuyi remarked, feeling Shen Shudong's warm breath tickle her neck, a sensation both delightful and torturous. Attempting to push Shen Shutong away, Meng Shuyi found her grip as tenacious as that of a sticky candy. You started it, Shen Shutong protested, her eyes closed, her voice low and plaintive. Shen Shutong leaned closer to Meng Shuyi's ear, her nose brushing against the nape of her neck. Meng Shuyi suppressed her fluttering heart, exhaling a resigned sigh as she surrendered to Shen Shudong's playful advances. After a moment, seeing Meng Shuyi's lack of response, Shen Shudong's fingers began to dance lightly on Meng Shuyi's waist, akin to a pianist practicing a melody. Meng Shuyi shivered, a mix of excitement and nervousness prompting her to call out, Shen Shutong. Came the muffled reply. That tickles. Just go to sleep. No more mischief, Meng Shuyi admonished. Did I miss you? Shen Shutong confessed simply. Her voice soft and tendered. Oh. Meng Shuyi questioned, puzzled by the sudden sentiment. That I'm scared, Shen Shutong admitted. Scared of what? Meng Shuyi inquired. You and Zhou Baiyang share so many memories, yet we have a blank slate. It's just a moment of nostalgia about things we dreamed of in our youth. We haven't done any of it. Meng Shuyi reflected. So, that kiss earlier was merely following the steps of dating? And you brought me here just to register my fingerprint, eager to tether me to your side, to mark me as yours. Meng Shuyi mused. So, Shen Shutong wishes to occupy a larger space in my heart. I thought a kiss in the car would suffice to win me over, but it turns out you were waiting here. Lost in her thoughts, Meng Shuyi returned to the present to find Shen Shutong's hand now resting on her shoulder. Listen, Meng Shuyi, I forbid you from harboring feelings for anyone else, Shen Shutong declared, both humble and possessive in her demand. Meng Shuyi was taken aback. This domineering Shen Shutong is of my own making. She met Shen Shutong's gaze, and Shen Shutong stated, I haven't fully claimed you yet, neither your heart nor your body. Shen Shudong's tone was laden with unease and loneliness, leaving Meng Shuyi with an indescribable feeling. Was it love for Shen Shutong? Certainly, but how deep did it run? What lay ahead for them? She had no plans in her heart. The words exchanged in the kitchen earlier were half true, half aimed at pleasing Shen Shutong. Meng Shuyi relished their current romantic dynamic, yet the thought of fully surrendering her heart was met with resistance, haunted by the pain she had endured in her past with Zhou Baiyang. Shen Shutong, I'm sorry, Meng Shuyi finally murmured with difficulty. I cannot completely give you my heart just yet. Shen Shudong's gaze dimmed. Meng Shuyi's heart ached in response, realizing she had promised Shen Shutong to be more assertive. Yet it was she who faltered. Shen Shutong turned away, attempting to withdraw from Meng Shuyi's embrace, but in the process she inadvertently lunged toward her. Before Meng Shuyi could react, her arms instinctively encircled Shen Shudong's neck. Drawing her closer, Shen Shudong's forceful approach caught Meng Shuyi off guard, and she let out a soft oof as she was knocked back. Are you okay? Does it hurt? Shen Shutong asked anxiously, pulling away. I'm fine, Meng Shuyi replied, somewhat exasperated. Shen Shutong, are you trying to back out again? Silently, Shen Shutong regarded Meng Shuyi. Meng Shuyi wrapped her arms around Shen Shudong's neck, her smile radiant as she gazed back at her. Shen Shutong, considering you manage such a large company and oversee so many people, how is it you lack the remarkable execution skills in your personal life? You desire my heart and body. Yet I cannot fully give you my heart at this moment. Still, I have not rejected your desire for my body, Meng Shuyi stated. Shen Shutong began, but before she could finish, Shen Shutong silenced her with a kiss. After a moment, she said, All right, Meng Shuyi, since I cannot entirely possess your heart and body, I shall first claim your Fill in the blanks with your favorite words, Shen Shutong instructed. Meng Shuyi thought, it doesn't have to be so ruthlessly possessive. As Meng Shuyi drifted into sleep, she was unaware of when Shen Shutong had risen the next morning. Upon awakening, she felt utterly drained and weak. That I shouldn't have provoked Shen Shutong, she lamented. It was always her who ended up at a disadvantage. With a sigh, Meng Shuyi rolled over in bed, threw off the covers, and got up. Despite the warmth of the heating, she couldn't help but shiver. Why on earth did Shen Shutong not provide me with a nightgown? Meng Shuyi mumbled as she casually grabbed a piece of clothing from the foot of her bed and slipped it on before rising to enter the washroom for her morning grooming. Once she was ready, she glanced at the watch on her bedside table and realized it was already 9:30. She picked up her phone, pressed a button, but it remained dark. The battery was dead. And it had shut down. She made her way to the study to find a charging cable to power up her phone. As it booted up, she was greeted by a slew of messages and missed calls from Shen Shutong, her parents, and her secretary. Oh dear. Meng Shuyi rubbed her forehead. This was quite a predicament. She sat in the study chair for a moment, contemplating whether to call her mother to request a day off. Since she was already late, she might as well make use of this time. Shen Shutong had seemed rather displeased last night. How could she possibly cheer her up? It's the first day back to work after the new year. And you're already taking a leave? That doesn't quite sit right. Her mother's voice echoed from the phone. Mom, Meng Shuyi felt a twinge of guilt. She knew she had been somewhat capricious. Where did you go last night? You didn't even come home. Meng Shuyi touched the red mark on her neck, feeling her cheeks flush. She had spent the night at Shen Shutong's place. Oh, Meng Shuyi could hear the teasing lilt in her mother's voice. Full of understanding. Mom, Meng Shuyi exclaimed in embarrassment. All right, I understand that you're young and healthy, but you should still exercise some restraint. Meng Wenyu continued to lecture. Meng Shuyi felt her cheeks burning. She knew her mother meant well. I knew you were the best. I love you, Mom. With a beep, Meng Wenyu ended the call. To her surprise, her mother had hung up first. Chapter 61. Meng Shuyi rested her chin on her hands, contemplating whether Shen Shutong would return today. That if she didn't, all her preparations would be in vain. After a moment of hesitation, Meng Shuyi opened her phone and sent a message to Shen Shuyi. Shen Shutong was likely busy and might not have time to respond. After sending the message, she noticed that Shen Shuyi had yet to reply. With a sigh of resignation, Meng Shuyi decided to head downstairs in search of breakfast to nourish herself. To her surprise, the housekeeper was there today. As she ate, she inquired about the day's schedule. The housekeeper informed her President Shen mentioned that a cleaning crew would be coming today, and I've been asked to supervise. Is that so? Meng Shuyi nodded. What time are they coming? How long will it take? The housekeeper replied respectfully, they're a professional team. 2 hours should suffice. Did President Shen mention if she would be returning for dinner? Is she coming back? Meng Shuyi asked, her curiosity piqued. The president didn't specify whether she would return, but she instructed me to heed your instructions. Miss Meng, that's fine. You don't need to worry about me. After hearing the housekeeper's words, Meng Shuyi had made up her mind and didn't inquire further. After finishing her breakfast, she headed upstairs to change. She chose an elegant white gown, letting her long hair cascade down her shoulders. Considering the chilly weather, she grabbed a coat as well. After applying her makeup, she grabbed her car keys and headed out. Shang Qinglan's doorstep. Meng Shuyi knocked insistently for a long while. Old Meng, can you act like a civilized person? Shang Qinglan appeared, her hair in disarray, and barked at Meng Shuyi. Feeling embarrassed, Meng Shuyi scratched her head sheepishly, forcing a smile. That I'm sorry. I could only think of you. Only went to bed at 4 this morning. Shang Qinglan yawned, grumbling. What do you want? And with that, she turned and plopped down onto the sofa in the living room. Meng Shuyi, familiar with the routine, quickly changed her shoes and followed her inside. You know a lot of people, right? I want to plan a birthday party. Shang Qinglan rubbed her eyes, puzzled. Isn't your birthday still a ways off? Meng Shuyi replied, I want to celebrate for Shen Shutong. When is it? Today. Shang Qinglan jolted awake at that, her voice rising alarmingly. Today? Meng Shuyi jumped at the volume. What's wrong? Is that too late? Shang Qinglan blinked in disbelief. A lot of things need to be booked in advance. How big are you planning to go? What time does it start? Just something simple. Flowers, cake, the usual. The timing isn't fixed. She's on a business trip. Sheng Qinglan stared at Meng Shuyi for a moment before suddenly exclaiming, "Old Meng, how long have you and Shen Shutong been together? Things are moving rather quickly, aren't they? She's not even here. And you're planning a surprise." Just as Meng Shuyi was about to respond, her phone rang. Startled, she quickly gestured for Sheng Qinglan to be quiet. "Have you gotten up yet?" Shen Shutong's voice came through the line. "Yes," Meng Shuyi answered. "In the future, if you have any matters to discuss, just ask me directly. There's no need to go through Shuang." Shen Shutong sounded somewhat displeased. Meng Shuyi wanted to explain but decided it was unnecessary. Instead, she asked directly, "Will you be coming back today?" There was a moment of silence on the other end, lasting nearly 2 minutes before Shen Shutong finally replied, "I should be able to make it back before noon. You don't have to wait for me. If you're tired, feel free to sleep first, or if you're afraid to stay alone, you can go home." "All right," Meng Shuyi replied, preparing to hang up when she suddenly felt compelled to say something, calling out, "Shen Shutong." "Yes?" Meng Shuyi hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided against it, simply cautioning, "It's nothing. Just don't overexert yourself with work, and make sure to rest." Shen Shutong replied in a neutral tone, "All right, I'll be mindful." Meng Shuyi hung up. Sheng Qinglan clicked her tongue in disdain. "What s with a lovey-dovey tone? What do you mean?" Meng Shuyi shot back, slightly offended. "The scent of romance." Sheng Qinglan waved her hand dismissively in front of her nose. Meng Shuyi felt a twinge of embarrassment, but quickly regained her composure. "You, a single dog, wouldn't understand that I don't. So you can leave me out of it," Sheng Qinglan retorted bluntly. Meng Shuyi immediately pleaded, "No, Qing, I'm in a bind here." With a sigh of resignation, Sheng Qinglan retreated to her bedroom to retrieve her phone, returning with a long list of contacts for Meng Shuyi. Excited, Meng Shuyi planted a kiss on Sheng Qinglan's cheek and promptly began messaging to make necessary reservations. Sheng Qinglan wiped her face in annoyance. "That you're in a relationship now. Keep some decorum. I'll be more mindful next time," Meng Shuyi replied without looking up. Sheng Qinglan, exasperated, left for the bathroom, realizing that once guests arrived, sleeping would be out of the question. Meng Shuyi ordered a myriad of items, but soon realized she had forgotten to hire a chef. I wonder if Shen Shutong will make it back in time. Will the chef be willing to work overtime at noon? Meng Shuyi tapped her fingers on her knee in contemplation. "Forget it. I'll deal with that later. I still need to pick out a gift." In a rush, where can I find a suitable gift? Feeling overwhelmed, Meng Shuyi ultimately decided to ask Sheng Qinglan for the contact information of jewelry and accessory designers. She meticulously browsed through images, selecting pieces with care. Logically, jewelry should be custom-made, but Meng Shuyi and Shen Shutong had only been together for a short time, and they had been embroiled in conflicts lately. Meng Shuyi had intended to keep it simple. But the words of Shen Shuang from that morning echoed in her mind that my cousin's birthday happens to fall on New Year's Day. My grandfather favors boys over girls, so my sister's birthday has always been celebrated on New Year's Day. Meng Shuyi felt a surge of indignation. She had wanted to stand up for Shen Shutong, but unfortunately, they'd been arguing recently. The thought hadn't even crossed her mind. Yesterday had been a whirlwind, leaving no time for preparation. What does Shen Shutong even lack? Would she even appreciate these things? Meng Shuyi felt a wave of frustration. She thought back to her past. Ugh, forget the past. She couldn't dwell on Zhou Baiyang anymore. Last night, Shen Shutong had been intense, and her back ached now. She was scared. What should I buy? When Sheng Qinglan emerged and saw Meng Shuyi lost in thought, she asked with a hint of annoyance, "Old Meng, what is wrong with you? You look terrible. Did you not sleep well last night, or did I say something wrong?" Meng Shuyi. Chapter 62. Casting a vote. Vibrant balloons floated from the ceiling of the living room, resembling ethereal bubbles. Each balloon was tied with colorful ribbons, gently swaying in the air, dancing gracefully. The courtyard was adorned with a profusion of blossoms, red as fire, pink as the dawn, white as snow, forming a romantic path of flowers. Lush roses, pure lilies, and elegant tulips. The flowers were gathered by Meng Shuyi from dozens of florists around the city, filling the villa's yard to the brim. Tiny fairy lights were arranged among the blooms, and one could only imagine how enchanting it would be when night fell and the lights illuminated, resembling stars that had fallen to earth. On the dining table lay a cake, its surface depicting a stomping woman, surrounded by fresh fruit and flowers. The cake was specially made by the bakery at double the price, due to Meng Shuyi's insistence, carrying a hint of mischievousness. Meng Shuyi directed the arrangement of flowers. Striving for perfection in the floral pathway, 8:06 in the evening. When Xu Ranwei returned, she was taken aback by the sight of the flower-filled yard. Sister-in-law, are you planning to open a flower shop? Pretty much. Why are you back so early? Meng Shuyi turned to look at Xu Ranwei. Xu Ranwei's face was a picture of helplessness. My sister asked me to get off work early to keep you company. She fears you might be scared living alone. Meng Shuyi could only laugh and cry at this. This isn't about fearing I might be scared living alone. She's worried I might run away. And sent someone to keep an eye on me. Do you dare to meet me? Meng Shuyi raised an eyebrow, looking at Xu Ranwei with a smirk that suggested she was ready to settle scores. Xu Ranwei forced a smile and stepped forward. Sister-in-law, look, we're all family now. Can we let bygones be bygones? No, Meng Shuyi replied resolutely. Can you lighten the punishment a bit? Xu Ranwei continued to bargain shamelessly. Meng Shuyi crossed her arms, staring intently at Xu Ranwei, who felt a chill running down her spine, just as she was about to speak. But Meng Shuyi interjected. Fine. Xu Ranwei let out a sigh of relief and pointed to the sea of flowers at her feet. Sister-in-law, does my sister know? I haven't told her. Meng Shuyi said matter-of-factly. Sister-in-law, you've put in so much effort, why not tell my sister? What if she can't make it back in time? Meng Shuyi gave Xu Ranwei a calm look. If she can't come back, she can't. It's her loss. Not mine that you're not allowed to say anything reckless. Xu Ranwei. All right then, I'm in the spirit of not wasting anything. Meng Shuyi instructed the chef to prepare steak for dinner, calling it a trial meal. Xu Ranwei enjoyed a candlelit dinner. Sister-in-law, if it weren't for my sister's objections, I would have pursued you long ago. Xu Ranwei remarked, swirling her glass of red wine with a face full of regret. With delicious food and fine wine before them, the atmosphere was relaxed, and Xu Ranwei spoke somewhat casually, allowing her tongue to slip. Are you sure? Meng Shuyi paused her knife. Looking at Xu Ranwei, are you certain you can tolerate my temper? Xu Ranwei replied promptly. What is wrong with a beautiful person having a bit of a temper? Beautiful people have their privileges. Her tone was unapologetically assertive. Meng Shuyi. Xu Ranwei was cold and domineering, while Xu Ranwei was unreasonable yet bold. Truly a pair of sisters. Stop flattering me. Meng Shuyi couldn't help but chuckle after saying this. Xu Ranwei earnestly continued, Sister-in-law, do you have any friends as beautiful as you? Why do you ask that? I want to find someone as stunning as my sister-in-law to date. Meng Shuyi was momentarily taken aback before replying. One like you. Aren't you afraid your sister might send you off to Africa? Xu Ranwei. Don't say that. My sister might actually do it. Then perhaps it's best to avoid that. Meng Shuyi laughed and returned her focus to her meal. After dinner, Xu Ranwei went to the study to handle her remaining work. Meng Shuyi also opened her computer, although she was on leave. Work could not be neglected. While Meng Shuyi was engrossed in checking emails, Xu Ranwei's phone on the desk lit up, indicating a new message. Xu Ranwei glanced at it, then quietly slipped out of the study, thinking it was an important call that she didn't want to share with Meng Shuyi. Sneakily, Xu Ranwei went to the community entrance to collect a package, returning to the villa with a mischievous grin. It was not until 10 o'clock in the evening that Meng Shuyi received a call from Xu Ranwei. I'm about to board. If you're tired, go ahead and sleep. Meng Shuyi stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the flower sea below, a smile tugging at her lips as she mischievously replied to Xu Ranwei. All right, I'm also a bit sleepy that I took a break yesterday, and today's work feels a bit overwhelming. Xu Ranwei's cool voice echoed in Meng Shuyi's ear again. I'm sorry. I'll be more mindful next time. Meng Shuyi, who said that? Someone else picking you up, right? Meng Shuyi abruptly changed the topic. Yes, I've already called the driver. Then I'll rest easy. Meng Shuyi pretended to yawn naturally. Sitting not far away, Xu Ranwei mused, I didn't realize sister-in-law was such a good actress. Meng Shuyi hung up the phone and put her device away. I'm going to change into a different outfit. Xu Ranwei grinned, sister-in-law. Do you need my help? Sure, I'll go take a shower first. You can pick out some clothes in the dressing room. Xu Ranwei spent 20 minutes selecting a fiery red off-shoulder gown with a deep V-neck. In her heart, Xu Ranwei thought, if sister-in-law wore this dress, her graceful figure would glide on high heels, and the skirt would sway gently like a blooming red rose. With an exquisite makeup paired with luscious crimson lips, how alluring she would be. Her sister would surely be captivated to the point of giving her life for sister-in-law. Right? When Meng Shuyi entered the dressing room and saw the dress Xu Ranwei had picked out for her, she nearly choked on her breath. You want me to wear this? Are you trying to set me up with Xu Ranwei? Or attempting to seduce him? Or is it like sending a sheep into the tiger's den? Meng Shuyi refrained from voicing the latter part. Xu Ranwei said solemnly, I believe many people can't pull off such a bold red color. But sister-in-law is different. You can totally dominate this hue. Meng Shuyi. Observing Meng Shuyi's silence, Xu Ranwei added fuel to the fire. Sister-in-law, this is your first birthday celebration for my sister. Dress to impress, so it becomes an unforgettable memory for her. Even if you two break up in the future, she would still reminisce about you. Meng Shuyi poked Xu Ranwei's forehead in mock annoyance. What are you saying? You actually wish for me and your sister to break up? Well, if you two break up, I do have a chance to pursue sister-in-law, Xu Ranwei replied with unabashed confidence. Writing this sparked a fleeting inspiration. The affectionate bond between sisters-in-law, yet the sister's wild obsession with her sister-in-law. Should Xiaoying turn dark in the later chapters? Readers, cast your votes. If you want her to turn dark, hit 1. Meng Shuyi. How audacious of you, Xu Ranwei. Your sister is back. Do you dare to say that in front of her? Xu Ranwei quickly shook her head shaking so much that she almost saw afterimages. Chapter 63, stunning, Xu Ranwei disembarked from the plane, powered on her phone, and found no missed calls or messages at all. With a sigh, she tucked her phone in her pocket and got into the car. Throughout the journey, every 10 minutes, Xu Ranwei glanced at her phone, which remained eerily silent. Xu Ranwei reassured herself. Meng Shuyi had already said to sleep. Calm down, Xu Ranwei. The driver, driving cautiously, had never seen Shenzong so lost in thought since he began working. Is there an urgent matter? Shenzong. Should I drive faster? Xu Ranwei replied coolly. Yes, as they neared the early morning expressway. Traffic was sparse, and the driver pressed the accelerator without hesitation, speeding down the wide road. Xu Ranwei leaned back in her seat, closing her eyes to rest, reflecting on Meng Shuyi's words from yesterday. The more she thought, the more agitated she became. The relationship between Meng Shuyi and herself sometimes felt as stable and natural as an old couple, yet at other times, it was in a state of incomplete harmony, like gears that could not mesh, producing an irritating sound. This precarious state left Xu Ranwei unable to find peace of mind. Upon entering Yanwan, even from a distance, Xu Ranwei began searching for the silhouette of her villa. Upon seeing the darkened structure, her restless heart sank to the bottom of a pool. Xu Ranwei averted her gaze, lowering her eyelids to hide the loneliness in her eyes. Perhaps the chaos of last night had gone too far. The driver, glancing through the rearview mirror, carefully asked, Shenzong, was the speed too fast? Your complexion looks poor. That I'm fine. Xu Ranwei responded with an air of indifference as the car entered the villa grounds. The headlights illuminated the flowers lining the road. Xu Ranwei gazed at the scene before her, a flicker of bewilderment passing through her eyes. Slowly, she pushed open the car door and stepped out. The moment her feet firmly touched the ground, the once dark villa transformed into a dazzling spectacle, its lights ablaze. The colorful lanterns scattered throughout the courtyard flickered to life, twinkling like a myriad of stars in the night sky. Resplendent and captivating, the sea of flowers in the courtyard appeared even more radiant under the lantern's glow, a breathtaking tableau where the stars and blossoms mirrored one another, creating a dreamlike beauty. A soothing melody from a piano wafted through the air. Xu Ranwei closed her eyes to listen intently. It was Nouveau Biencha. Immersed in the enchanting notes, her previously restless heart suddenly found tranquility, as if she were witnessing fluffy white clouds drifting aimlessly across a vast sky. Unburdened and serene, the piece concluded. The villa's grand door swung open slowly, revealing Meng Shuyi, clad in a striking red gown, gliding towards Xu Ranwei. Xu Ranwei couldn't help but notice the allure in the corners of Meng Shuyi's eyes. Her enchanting gaze like a brush that ensnared Xu Ranwei's attention, rendering her unable to look away. Meng Shuyi's ruby lips curved into a subtle smile, infused with a hint of mockery and pride. as if she were privy to all the world's secrets yet deemed them unworthy of sharing. Her softly curled chestnut hair cascaded over her glistening shoulders, the tips playfully swaying in rhythm with her movements. The delicate shoulder straps of her gown hung precariously on her rounded shoulders, threatening to slip at any moment. The V-shaped neckline of the gown dipped low, revealing a delicately sculpted collarbone and a patch of alabaster skin. Adorned with a string of ruby beads resting between her snowy peaks, the gown's high slit hinted at her long, slender legs, the fair skin glowing even more brilliantly against the vibrant red fabric. The hem of her dress swayed gracefully with each elegant step, resembling a blooming red rose fluttering in the breeze. As Meng Shuyi approached Shen Shutong, she playfully waved her hand in front of her eyes, her voice lilting with mischief. "Hey, Shen Shutong, are you asleep?" Shen Shutong snapped back to reality, blinking her eyes to conceal the astonishment within, taking a deep breath to steady her slightly erratic heartbeat. She removed her coat and draped it over Meng Shuyi's shoulders. Her voice tinged with concern. "It's so cold, wearing so little." Meng Shuyi raised her hands to her lips, exhaling a puff of breath. "It is indeed chilly that if you keep me here much longer, the sun will likely rise." Shen Shutong felt her ears flush at Meng Shuyi's teasing remarks. She grasped Meng Shuyi's hand, leading her towards the house, adding in a calm, yet serious tone, "You mustn't dress like this in the future." Meng Shuyi chuckled, playfully responding, "If you say so, I want tea. But if it weren't for Xiaoying insisting I wear this to dazzle you, I wouldn't have bothered. Though, it seems you weren't dazzled at all. You re far too composed." Shen Shutong frowned at the mention of Xiaoying. "Does that mean Xiaoying watched for several hours? I certainly didn't watch for that long." Noticing a slight drop in Shen Shutong's demeanor, Meng Shuyi stifled a laugh, thinking how possessive Shen Shutong had become. Upon entering, the warmth of the house enveloped them, and Meng Shuyi attempted to remove Shen Shutong's coat, "that you'll catch a cold." Shen Shutong insisted, holding onto the coat tightly. With no other choice, Meng Shuyi resigned herself to wearing Shen Shutong's coat. "Are you hungry? The chef hasn't left yet, but eating beef this late might not be good for digestion." "I want it well cooked," Shen Shutong replied stubbornly. Meng Shuyi instructed the chef to prepare a meal, and just then, Shen Xiaoying wheeled in a cake from the dining room. "It'll take a little time to prepare." "Sis, do you want to make a wish first?" Shen Shutong regarded Shen Xiaoying with a contemplative gaze. Shen Xiaoying felt a shiver down her spine, sighing inwardly, realizing that both her sister and sister-in-law were rather formidable. Soon, Meng Shuyi glanced at her watch, urging Shen Shutong, "Hurry and make your wish. Time is running out." Shen Shutong withdrew her gaze, closing her eyes and facing the cake. Shen Xiaoying sighed in relief and clasped her hands together in prayer towards Meng Shuyi. The two then sang a birthday song for Shen Shutong, collectively wishing her a happy birthday. Shen Shutong obligingly blew out the candles and cut the cake. Shen Xiaoying, ever perceptive, declared, "I'll go share some cake with the driver and the chef." Shen Shutong looked at the cake, feeling a bit conflicted about its high caloric content. "You must eat it, even if it's just a bite," Meng Shuyi said assertively, using a fork to deliver a piece to Shen Shutong's lips. Shen Shutong opened her mouth, consuming the entire morsel. "So obedient," Meng Shuyi remarked, her tone akin to that of coaxing a child. Shen Shutong glanced at the cake center, where a woman was depicted stomping her foot, her brow furrowing slightly. "How did you choose this design? It's quite adorable, don't you think?" Meng Shuyi responded. Shen Shutong merely sighed. Shen Xiaoying entered the living room, cradling a gift box. "Sis, happy birthday. Here is your present." Shen Shutong accepted the box, preparing to unwrap it, but Shen Xiaoying quickly interjected, "Sis, you can't open gifts in front of me. Wait until you're back in your room." Shen Shutong had no particular objections. Acquiescing to Shen Xiaoying's wishes, "Sister-in-law, you two enjoy your candlelit dinner. I'll head to bed now." Shen Xiaoying didn't wait for a response, swiftly exiting the living room. Chapter 64. Charming yet dangerous. Meng Shuyi chuckled at how quickly Shen Xiaoying had dashed away. Feeling as though both she and Shen Shutong had been rather unkind, having bullied her to such an extent, still lost in thought about Shen Xiaoying's retreating figure, she suddenly felt her face cradled in warm hands. Forcibly turning her head back, before she could fully comprehend what was happening, soft lips met hers. Meng Shuyi was momentarily taken aback by the kiss, finally regaining her senses as she felt Shen Shudong's urgency. It was a brief pause before Shen Shutong resumed, her approach cautious and tentative, exploring the depths of their connection. After giving a slight response, Meng Shuyi surrendered herself to Shen Shudong's fervor, allowing her to take what she desired. Once Shen Shutong finally released her, Meng Shuyi inquired, "What's wrong, Shen Shutong?" "You seem a bit down." Shen Shutong, without reservation, candidly replied, "You often smile because of xiaoing." Meng Shuyi looked at the cool demeanor before her. "Feeling somewhat helpless, I smile at you often too." Shen Shutong hesitated for a moment, but eventually shared the emotional turbulence she experienced upon returning from the airport. Meng Shuyi realized that Shen Shutong was not suited for storytelling. Her flat tone conveyed no sense of emotional depth or atmosphere, making it difficult to sense her inner turmoil. Nevertheless, Meng Shuyi, ever considerate, took Shen Shutong's hand in hers, stating earnestly, "Shen Shutong, I don't know what the future holds. I want to easily make promises. I fear I might not keep them. Please don't make any promises to me either, as I dread disappointment. Right now, we're in a good place. Wherever we may end up is fine." "All right." I lost my composure. Shen Shutong inhaled deeply, closing her eyes and bowing her head. Seeing her sister's dejected demeanor, Meng Shuyi embraced her, whispering, "Shen Shutong, why not enjoy the present? Why worry about the uncertainties of the future?" Shen Shutong buried her face in Meng Shuyi's neck, inhaling the faint scent of tuberose, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Meng Shuyi was as captivating and perilous as the fragrance she wore, aware of the danger, yet still yearning to draw near. Relishing the thrill of this hazardous joy, "You still haven't wished me a happy birthday," she mumbled, her voice tinged with a touch of grievance. Meng Shuyi, ever so good-natured, responded in a formal manner. Reminiscent of soothing a child, "Shen Shutong, happy birthday." "You didn't kiss me," came the plaintive tone, demanding more. Meng Shuyi drew Shen Shutong from her embrace, gazing into her slightly misty eyes, which sparkled with a childlike longing for a treat. Slowly, Meng Shuyi leaned in, her lips almost touching Shen Shutong's when a voice rang out from the living room. "Miss Meng, the appetizer is ready. Shall I serve the meal now?" The two, caught in the moment, froze. "Go ahead," Meng Shuyi replied nonchalantly, then pressed a gentle kiss on Shen Shutong's forehead. "Let us eat something first." Shen Shutong responded glumly, her face etched with displeasure. Meng Shuyi chuckled softly, playfully pinching Shen Shudong's earlobe, murmuring, "I'll make it up to you later." The atmosphere around them seemed to shift, and Meng Shuyi felt her breaths become much easier at the dining table. They sat facing each other. After a sip of pumpkin soup, Shen Shutong felt her appetite waning. Not wanting to disappoint Meng Shuyi's kind intentions, she reluctantly cut a bit of steak and half a lobster. Noticing Shen Shudong's lack of appetite, Meng Shuyi raised her glass and said, "If you can't eat, it's fine." Shen Shutong nibbled on a piece of potato, setting down her knife and fork. She took Meng Shuyi's glass and clinked it with hers. "I'm fine. I had a proper nap on the flight back." The candlelight flickered softly, casting a hazy glow as Shen Shutong gazed upon Meng Shuyi's enchanting and radiant visage, her slightly dazed eyes evoking a sense of inebriation that Shen Shutong felt. Despite not having consumed any alcohol, observing Meng Shuyi tilting her head, lifting her chin to sip her drink, the graceful line of her neck became pronounced against her fair skin. Shen Shudong's gaze darkened, and she unconsciously swallowed hard. Setting her glass down, an unexpected warmth enveloped the room, prompting her to remove her blazer, revealing a black silk blouse beneath. She lifted her hand to unfasten 2 buttons at the collar. Why did she suddenly begin to undress? Meng Shuyi's eyes darted to the open collar of Shen Shudong's blouse, the hint of her collarbone adding to the allure, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. She instinctively averted her gaze. Surely, Shen Shutong was not trying to seduce her. This seemingly aloof, yet vulnerable Shen Shutong was beyond her control. "Shen Shutong." Meng Shuyi's voice carried a hint of raspiness. Shen Shutong rose slowly and approached Meng Shuyi, halting beside her, gently resting her hands on her shoulders and turning her to meet her gaze. The cake had been consumed, the candlelit dinner savored. Wasn't it time to reclaim that kiss from earlier? Shen Shudong's eyes locked onto Meng Shuyi's crimson lips. Meng Shuyi was utterly perplexed by Shen Shudong's demeanor. Her cool and unassuming tone belied an underlying seduction. It was evident that Shen Shutong, who seemed to be in a position of vulnerability, was paradoxically the one exerting dominance. That aren't you going to eat anymore? Meng Shuyi's lips parted slightly, her melodious voice laced with playful teasing. Shen Shutong nodded lightly. I've had enough. You should go freshen up, Meng Shuyi suggested, gently pushing Shen Shutong away before rising. Glancing at the clock, Shen Shutong noted it was already 12:30. All right, she replied, taking Meng Shuyi's hand and refusing to let go. With a sense of resignation, Meng Shuyi allowed herself to be led upstairs. Upon reaching the staircase, Shen Shutong recalled the gift left in the living room by Shen Shuyi, pivoting to retrieve it, still holding Meng Shuyi's hand as they ascended. Once inside the room, Meng Shuyi finally had the chance to remove Shen Shudong's overcoat, feeling as if she might have perspired profusely. Shen Shudong's gaze remained fixated, her eyes greedily tracing the contours of Meng Shuyi's features and figure. Meng Shuyi felt that although Shen Shudong's eyes appeared deep and shadowy, they radiated an intense heat that made her cheeks flush under scrutiny. How long did you just let Xiaoying see you like that? Shen Shutong inquired, her voice hoarse after surveying Meng Shuyi from head to toe. Not long. You returned in less than half an hour, Meng Shuyi replied, unfazed by Shen Shudong's possessive nature. Rather, she found pleasure in watching her sulk with jealousy. Yet, she did not wish to provoke her too much, so she explained with good humor. Shen Shutong bowed slightly, extending a hand in invitation. Shall we dance? How did you know my program included dancing? Meng Shuyi responded, somewhat taken aback. I didn't know, but now I wish for you to accompany me, Shen Shutong replied. After returning the gesture, Meng Shuyi placed her hand atop Shen Shudong's. Shall I play some music? No need. Shen Shutong shook her head, dismissively. In Chapter 65, how could Shen Shutong be so delightful? The two of them danced gracefully in the silent bedroom, which was spacious enough for them to glide and twirl with ease. After dancing for about 10 minutes, both felt their heart rates quicken, breaths becoming heavy and urgent. Shen Shutong pulled Meng Shuyi into her embrace, their bodies aligning as they slowly shifted their feet. Meng Shuyi, you mentioned dancing was on the program. Yet you didn't invite me, Shen Shutong said, her tone tinged with a hint of grievance. The closeness of their breaths and the plaintive note in her voice rendered Meng Shuyi's waist somewhat weak. She trembled as she replied, it was on the list, but seeing you so tired, I refrained from mentioning it. You could at least imagine me to be a bit stronger, even after a full day at work. I can handle a night of overtime. That my body is quite capable and healthy. That I refuse, Meng Shuyi quickly countered, asserting that while late-night work was unavoidable, dancing was not. A missed opportunity today could always be seized tomorrow. Not the same, Shen Shutong earnestly rebutted. Today is my birthday, and the surprise you prepared for me should not lack any part of the program. Meng Shuyi's hands, resting on Shen Shudong's shoulders, elongated to encircle her neck as she gradually leaned in, pressing her lips against Shen Shudong's in a fleeting kiss. Yet there is still this segment, Meng Shuyi murmured softly, her voice imbued with a touch of ambiguity and allure. Shen Shutong faltered in her rhythm, her left foot failing to retreat as Meng Shuyi inadvertently stepped on it. Shen Shutong stumbled, her right leg instinctively stepping back to regain balance, forcing them to halt their dance, nearly toppling over. Once Shen Shutong steadied Meng Shuyi, she insisted, you still owe me a compensation. Meng Shuyi could not suppress her laughter, playfully reproaching, Shen Shutong, how could you have such a remarkable memory? This is my privilege. It must be remembered, she declared with utmost seriousness. After Shen Shutong finished speaking, Meng Shuyi cupped her face, gazing earnestly into her eyes as she proclaimed, now, Shen Shutong, I shall kiss you, so stand firm that we don't want to fall again. Shen Shutong affirmed with equal seriousness, I am ready. However, just as Meng Shuyi leaned in for the kiss, Shen Shudong's unexpected remark made her burst into laughter, dissipating the romantic atmosphere entirely. Meng Shuyi, what are you laughing at? Shen Shutong queried, bewildered by the sudden mirth of the woman in her arms. Meng Shuyi, entangled in Shen Shudong's embrace, giggled uncontrollably, her breath uneven as she stammered, you are far too serious. I can't bring myself to kiss you. Am I? Shen Shutong furrowed her brow, pondering what she had said. Struggling to contain her laughter, Meng Shuyi continued. Just now, you sounded like a soldier reporting. Commander, Company X has assembled, with X present and X absent. Please advise. Shen Shutong let out a gentle sigh, chiding herself for ruining the moment of compensation. With the atmosphere now dissipated, any further attempts at intimacy felt futile. That I'm going to take a shower. Shen Shutong said, guiding Meng Shuyi to the sofa and gently pushing her down. Meng Shuyi tilted her head, teasing, do you need a bath service? I am quite skilled at ensuring a thorough wash. Inside and out. Shen Shutong. Why did she suddenly understand Meng Shuyi so well? Why could she so casually utter such words? No need, Shen Shutong retorted, turning swiftly, exhaling lightly as she did. Meng Shuyi watched the seemingly composed Shen Shutong, who was actually retreating in mild disarray, and could not help but burst into laughter again. How could Shen Shutong be so amusing? The contrast was striking. Just moments ago, she had been demanding a kiss, and now a mere teasing remark caused her to blush and shy away. Meng Shuyi noticed the subtle change in Shen Shutong's complexion as she turned away, after relishing the sight of Shen Shutong blushing for a while. Meng Shuyi rose, approached the vanity to remove her makeup, and then headed to the adjacent bathroom for a shower. Though the dancing had not been overly strenuous, it had still caused a light sweat. Upon Meng Shuyi's return to the bedroom, she found Shen Shutong seated at the vanity, drying her hair. Meng Shuyi settled on the edge of the bed, watching the silky strands dance with the warm air. Suddenly, she recalled the night Shen Shutong had first driven her home, when she sat in the passenger seat, watching the night breeze tousle Shen Shutong's hair as she drove with focused determination. Shen Shutong turned off the hairdryer and glanced at Meng Shuyi, who seemed lost in thought. What's wrong? Your hair isn't dry yet, she reminded, noting Shen Shutong's still damp locks. That I'm tired. I can't hold the hairdryer any longer. Please come help me, Shen Shutong replied in a tone that was both assertive and demanding. Meng Shuyi. That attitude of hers was strikingly similar to Shen Shuying's. Noticing Meng Shuyi's silence, Shen Shutong probed, Are you unwilling? Not at all, Meng Shuyi responded. I just didn't expect you to be so domineering and unapologetically demanding when you're being playful. It took me by surprise. Shen Shutong reflected on whether she truly lacked the ability to be playful. What was the proper way to express such sentiments? Meng Shuyi observed Shen Shutong's serious demeanor and could no longer contain herself, collapsing onto the bed in laughter, rolling about as she struggled to suppress her amusement. Shen Shutong. Was this truly the elegant and intellectual Meng Shuyi she knew? How did she resemble a monkey descending from a tree? I am upset. Shen Shutong's cool voice broke through. Meng Shuyi quickly stifled her laughter, feeling a twinge of guilt for having laughed at her twice in one evening. Please, I won't laugh anymore, she pleaded, pressing her palms against her cheeks to suppress a smile. You still haven't told me the answer. Shen Shutong rose to her feet and approached the bedside, standing tall with her arms crossed, casting a condescending gaze upon Meng Shuyi. Meng Shuyi felt somewhat awkward. She understood that acting coy was one thing. She often indulged in such behavior with her parents, but she had never done so with a romantic partner. Shen Shutong, with piercing clarity, declared, You simply cannot. It's not that I cannot, Meng Shuyi retorted defensively. It's just that I haven't. Or else why wouldn't you teach me? Meng Shuyi thought to herself, Indeed, one should not seek a partner who is excessively intelligent, rational, serious, or meticulous. Their quick reactions made them quite difficult to deceive. Shen Shutong continued with unwavering certainty, You have never acted coy with anyone else. Meng Shuyi nodded honestly, admitting, aside from my grandparents and my parents, I have never been coy with anyone else. After saying this, Meng Shuyi descended from the bed and pressed Shen Shutong down onto the stool in front of the vanity, declaring, I'll dry your hair. Chapter 66. Do you wish to experience the scenery in another way? You simply cannot. You mock me. Shen Shutong clung to Meng Shuyi, refusing to let go. Meng Shuyi hesitated as she prepared to turn on the hairdryer, her hand trembling slightly. I was wrong. I shouldn't have laughed at you, Shen Shutong replied. I will not accept your apology. You must act coy towards me. If one of us is to laugh, we must both share in the laughter. It cannot be that you only laugh at me while I laugh at you. Observing Shen Shudong's stern expression, Meng Shuyi decided to take a leap and, in a high-pitched voice, pleaded, Shen Shutong, could you please help me dry my hair? My arms hurt, and I can't lift them. Shen Shutong frowned, somewhat disdainful of Meng Shuyi's affected demeanor. Fine, dry your hair, Shen Shutong said flatly, realizing that if Meng Shuyi continued with her antics, she might very well be kicked off the bed tonight. Meng Shuyi first directed the hairdryer toward her own hand to test the temperature before beginning to dry Shen Shudong's hair. Her delicate, fair fingers wove through Shen Shudong's thick tresses with meticulous tenderness. Each motion executed with care, lest she inadvertently tug at the scalp of the person before her. Shen Shutong felt the coolness of Meng Shuyi's fingertips grazing her scalp, eliciting a tingling sensation that was both itchy and pleasant, prompting her to seek something to grasp in order to divert her attention. Unconsciously, her hands encircled Meng Shuyi's waist, rhythmically tapping her fingers on her lower back. The hairdryer hummed, and the damp hair gradually transformed into smooth, loose strands, exuding a faint woody fragrance. As Meng Shuyi inhaled the scent of the hair, she found herself momentarily distracted. Shen Shudong's subtle movements nearly caused her to lose her grip on the hairdryer. With her thoughts adrift, she took several deep breaths, turned off the dryer, placed it back in its position, and naturally extricated herself from Shen Shudong's embrace, lowering her head to gather the fallen strands of hair from the floor. Shen Shutong, somewhat surprised, remarked, Meng Shuyi, it was merely a trivial task. Meng Shuyi replied with composure as she finished collecting the hair, proceeded to wash her hands in the bathroom, and returned, stating, it's time for bed. It's rather late. However, Shen Shutong moved to the corner, rummaging through a cabinet to retrieve a bottle of red wine and 2 elegant wine glasses from the refrigerator below. Meng Shuyi furrowed her brows, concerned that Shen Shutong planned to drink so late, especially after having consumed quite a bit downstairs. The sea of flowers you prepared for me remains unseen. Without wine, the ambience lacks depth. Yes, she spoke. Shen Shutong had already removed the cork and began pouring the wine. Aren't you tired? Meng Shuyi accepted the glass Shen Shutong offered, her gaze shifting to Shen Shudong's face, having worn makeup earlier. The extent of her fatigue was not apparent, but now, after washing up, it was clear that she appeared considerably drained. Shen Shutong shook her head, not tired, quite content. The two clinked their glasses gently, and Shen Shutong took a sip of the red wine, gazing meaningfully at Meng Shuyi as she said, Thank you, Meng Shuyi. What are you thanking me for? I didn't tea-plant the flowers, Meng Shuyi retorted casually, following Shen Shutong to the floor-to-ceiling window, where they both gazed down at the floral expanse below. Shen Shutong instructed the smart assistant to turn off the bedroom lights, plunging the room into darkness, while the small colored lights on the ground below continued to twinkle, resembling swarms of fireflies in flight. Well then, no thanks are necessary. What about the birthday gift? Meng Shuyi, languidly leaning against the window, replied in a relaxed manner, There is none. That piece I played earlier was your birthday gift. Why did you choose a Volbiancha? Shen Shutong withdrew her gaze from the floral display to focus on Meng Shuyi's indistinct visage. That it feels very much like you. Meng Shuyi sipped her wine, setting the glass down while keeping her lips pursed in the act of drinking, closing her eyes as if in contemplation. After a moment, she opened her slightly dazed eyes, her soft voice emerging from her rosy lips, embodying tranquility, solemnity, elegance, and an air of mystery, pure and untainted. Shen Shutong gazed deeply at Meng Shuyi, her melodious voice resonating. Meng Shuyi, I am not mysterious at all. I am merely a person, an ordinary person. You may try to believe in me, entrust your heart to me. Meng Shuyi met Shen Shudong's gaze with calmness, replying, Shen Shutong, life is vast and varied. Islands may be embraced by the sea, yet the tide will also recede. You are the island. You are also the sea. I am the island. I am also the sea. As their words fell silent, the two stood in the darkness, gazing silently at one another, neither willing to break the stillness. Outside, the floral expanse swayed gently in the breeze, as if whispering secrets of its own. After a prolonged silence, Shen Shutong sighed, breaking the tranquility. The mountains and seas have met, have they not? She lifted her glass, lightly tapping it against Meng Shuyi's, producing a clear and crisp sound. Meng Shuyi nodded slightly. Drinking deeply, savoring the rich essence and subtle bitterness of the wine. Shen Shutong, you have learned how to charm. Meng Shuyi smiled, recalling that just moments ago, she had been internally critiquing Shen Shutong's storytelling abilities. Shen Shutong was puzzled. Meng Shuyi grinned alluringly, her eyes dreamy, her languid voice resonating in the darkness. Well, just earlier downstairs, you recounted your emotional journey from the airport with such calmness and detachment, as if narrating someone else's tale. It was utterly unengaging. Under the dim light filtering through the floor-to-ceiling window, Shen Shutong's gaze darkened as she beheld the enchanting figure before her. I possess little talent for emotional expression, especially concerning matters of love. Please bear with me as long as you can act. That's all that matters, Meng Shuyi teased, glancing at the floral display below before returning her gaze, half smiling. Shen Shutong pondered, why did every sincere statement uttered by Meng Shuyi sound so frivolous? As Shen Shutong remained silent, Meng Shuyi added, being a quick learner is also acceptable. Meng Shuyi, what do you wish to do? Shen Shutong crossed her arms, scrutinizing the slender figure leaning against the window. To be you, Meng Shuyi replied, toying with her empty wine glass, her smile laden with meaning. Meng Shuyi inquired softly of Shen Shutong, earlier, you mentioned the ambience lacking depth without wine. Now that the ambience has been established, do you wish to experience the scenery in another way? Shen Shutong felt her heart race unexpectedly. Did Meng Shuyi mean what she interpreted? What manner? While observing, Meng Shuyi responded breezily, her tone casual yet imbued with an undeniable authority that left no room for refusal. Her shimmering eyes resembled a pool of spring water, clear and luminous, gently swirling as if conveying boundless tenderness. The raised brow and playful demeanor reminded one of peach blossoms unfurling in the spring breeze. Alluring and enchanting, Shen Shutong was tempted to refuse, yet found herself reluctant to do so. Meng Shuyi seemed to revel in her own body, a promising sign, but the proposal was clearly aimed at the area in front of the window, which felt somewhat daunting. If you remain silent, I shall take that as your tacit consent. I will go prepare, Meng Shuyi said with a playful smile, standing upright and walking towards the bathroom, casually snatching the empty wine glass from Shen Shutong's hand as she passed. Chapter 67. The long night. Shen Shutong felt a mix of frustration and exhilarating anticipation. She had never experienced anything so audacious. While watching movies, she had approached them with a learning mindset, feeling little regardless of the intensity. The impending situation was indeed a formidable challenge. Every moment with Meng Shuyi transcended her control. Shen Shutong took a deep breath and declared, meaning, lights on. The brightness surged forth, dispelling the darkness, leaving no corner for it to hide. Meng Shuyi squinted against the sudden glare. Taking a moment to adjust, she observed Shen Shutong's flushed complexion, her heart stirring with emotion. With a smile, she poured 2 glasses of red wine, before turning and heading towards the bathroom. Shen Shutong redirected her gaze from Meng Shuyi's retreating figure to the forgotten birthday gift sent by Shen Shuyi. Resting nearby, to distract herself, Shen Shutong moved the gift box to the edge of the sofa, sitting down to unwrap the present. Her delicate, fair hand paused upon touching the bow, as the words spoken by Shen Shuyi upon presenting the gift echoed in her mind. Why must I return to the bedroom to unwrap it? Is there something amiss with the gift? After hesitating for a minute, Shen Shutong finally untied the pink bow. The moment the lid was opened, a jumble of assorted items lay within the box. A brief glance was enough to leave the aloof individual frozen in place, lacking even the courage to reach in and examine the contents. When Meng Shuyi emerged, she noticed Shen Shutong's delicate brows slightly furrowed. Her gaze dazed as she stared at the gift from Shen Shuyi, a look of apparent embarrassment adorning her features. What's wrong? Are you dissatisfied with the gift from Xiaoying? Shen Shutong snapped back to reality in an instant, attempting to close the lid unobtrusively, responding in a calm tone. It's nothing, it's quite good. I'm very satisfied with the gift. Really? What did she send? Let me see. Meng Shuyi approached, seated herself beside Shen Shutong, and reached for the lid. Shen Shutong pressed down on Meng Shuyi's hand, saying, there's nothing worth looking at. Have you finished tidying up? Meng Shuyi raised an eyebrow slightly, recalling how Shen Shutong had seemed somewhat resistant just moments ago. Yet now she was the one broaching the topic. Initially, she had felt sympathy for Shen Shutong, who had been busy all day, thinking to let her off with a little teasing. Now, it appeared she was willingly presenting herself. Was it possible that this gift was of greater significance than the matter at hand? Did she wish to conceal something from her? What did Xiaoying give you that you want to hide from me? Meng Shuyi withdrew her hand, pouting in a playful manner. Shen Shutong replied earnestly, then inquired, "Are you coming back? If not, I'll go to sleep. I feel a bit tired." Meng Shuyi responded nonchalantly, just a moment ago. "You wanted me to envision you as more formidable. You said your health is excellent, that staying up late is no issue." Shen Shutong. Self-imposed entrapment. Today, it's different. Her hesitant voice betrayed a tinge of guilt. Meng Shuyi gazed into Shen Shutong's eyes. "Shen Shutong, do you realize you cannot lie?" "I'm not lying," Shen Shutong replied swiftly. "Let me see, or you can stay up until dawn. Choose one." Meng Shuyi presented her terms. Shen Shutong frowned, visibly conflicted. "Your condition is unfair. Is it fair for you to conceal things from me?" Shen Shutong resigned herself, allowing Meng Shuyi to proceed. "Then go ahead and look." Meng Shuyi opened the lid, her eyes widening in astonishment as she rummaged through a diverse array of items. Picking up a box, she exclaimed, "Snails." Meng Shuyi turned to look at Shen Shutong, who had turned a shade of crimson. Her head turned away from the window, unwilling to meet her gaze. "Shen Shutong, Xiaoying must have wanted you to rest tomorrow." Meng Shuyi stifled a laugh as she extracted a small box. Shen Shutong averted her eyes. Hearing the rustle of packaging being torn open, unable to resist glancing back at Meng Shuyi, curious about her actions, to her dismay, she found Meng Shuyi beginning to disinfect. "Shen Shutong, what are you doing?" "Disinfecting," Meng Shuyi replied with utmost seriousness, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Didn't I say to let you see?" Shen Shutong's words faltered as she caught sight of the mischievous grin on Meng Shuyi's face. Indeed, Meng Shuyi feigned innocence, saying, "I said let me see or stay up until dawn. I never said that seeing men I wouldn't do anything." Shen Shutong. Once again, she had fallen prey to Meng Shuyi's playful antics. "Shen Shutong, allow me to give you an unforgettable birthday, shall I?" Meng Shuyi fiddled with the items in her hands. "It is already quite unforgettable," Shen Shutong managed to say, her voice slightly hoarse. "Then let us make it even more unforgettable." As Meng Shuyi's words fell, Shen Shutong felt a jolt in her heart, as though struck by something. Meng Shuyi instructed the smart assistant to dim the lights. In the enveloping darkness, Shen Shutong felt slightly more at ease. Yet her body remained tense, caught in a defensive posture that would not be afraid. Meng Shuyi gradually approached Shen Shutong, reaching out to gently caress her back, attempting to soothe her. "If you don't like it, I won't proceed." Shen Shutong relaxed a fraction as Meng Shuyi drew closer to her neck, brushing her nose against her skin, causing Shen Shutong's breathing to become gradually heavier. Meng Shuyi lifted her, slowly pulling her into an embrace, exploring the darkness to kiss Shen Shutong while pushing her gently towards the window. Shen Shutong, taken aback by the kiss, let down her guard, yet still hesitated at the window's edge. Meng Shuyi coaxed softly, "Be good. No one can see us from outside." Shen Shutong was well aware that the outside could not see in. The glass was one way, yet the thought of being visible still filled her with a sense of shame. Time for imagination. Shen Shutong found herself turned to face Meng Shuyi, who wrapped her arms around her from behind as they gazed out together. Meng Shuyi whispered in Shen Shutong's ear, "Look outside. How beautiful the flowers are, the lights twinkling like stars winking." Watching the night scene of flickering lights over the sea of flowers, Shen Shutong felt a mix of embarrassment and thrill, the sensation overwhelming. "Meng Shuyi," she struggled to articulate her thoughts. "Shen Shutong, you are truly remarkable, absolutely stunning, really beautiful." Meng Shuyi praised her without reservation. For the first time in her life, Shen Shutong found herself unable to control her body. She wished to express herself, yet found herself too weak to speak. This Meng Shuyi allowed Shen Shutong a moment to regain her composure. She reached for a glass of red wine, offering her a sip. Noticing Meng Shuyi set down the wine glass and return her attention to the nearby items, Shun Shutong trembled. Meng Shuyi, Shun Shutong managed to utter with great difficulty. No more. Her voice was hoarse and frail, only fueling Meng Shuyi's desire to tease her further. Meng Shuyi softly responded, "The long night stretches on." The review was not approved. Time for imagination. Eventually, Shun Shutong succumbed to drowsiness, her body growing limp and powerless as she collapsed into Meng Shuyi's embrace. Meng Shuyi held her firmly, ensuring she remained awake, feeding her half a cup of water before finally allowing her to drift into slumber. Shun Shutong mumbled, "Meng Shuyi, you liar," before completely losing consciousness. Meng Shuyi, amused by Shun Shutong's disgruntled expression, tidied her up and then took a shower. After setting an alarm, she held Shun Shutong close as she fell asleep. Chapter 68. Angry, at 7 a.m., the alarm clock blared its persistent call. Meng Shuyi awoke, bleary-eyed, silencing the alarm before struggling to rise. After a long day of work followed by a restless night, both Shun Shutong and Meng Shuyi were exhausted. However, Meng Shuyi had taken the day off yesterday, so she could not afford to do so again today. Still dazed, she entered the washroom, and upon emerging, she pulled back the covers, catching sight of Shun Shutong, who lay quietly asleep, her brow slightly furrowed. Breathing lightly, lips slightly parted in an endearing manner, but a red mark adorned her fair neck, and Meng Shuyi felt a sense of satisfaction as she leaned down to kiss Shun Shutong's forehead. Silencing her phone and all other devices in the dining room on the first floor, as Meng Shuyi arrived at the entrance, she spotted Shun Shuyi leisurely enjoying breakfast at the table. "Good morning." Xiaoying, she greeted. "Good morning, sister-in-law. Where's my sister?" Shun Shuyi paused her meal, looking up at Meng Shuyi over her shoulder. Meng Shuyi halted mid-step, then casually replied, "Your sister is still asleep. Please help her with work for now." "Oh, all right," Shun Shuyi responded, returning to her breakfast. Their sister had always been in good health. Apart from occasional illness, she had been working tirelessly for the past 6 months, never oversleeping. Meng Shuyi moved to the kitchen, and after bringing back breakfast, she asked Shun Shuyi for the maid's contact information to sister-in-law. "What do you need the maid's contact information for?" Shun Shuyi inquired, puzzled. "It's useful," Meng Shuyi cryptically replied, hastily finishing her meal before heading out. Shun Shuyi watched Meng Shuyi's peculiar behavior with a furrowed brow, contemplating whether to knock on Shun Shutong's door, but ultimately deciding against it, finishing her breakfast in frustration before departing. Meng Shuyi drove to the office, and upon arrival, her first task was to call the maid. After identifying herself, she requested the maid to procure some nourishing ingredients and prepare dishes and soups aimed at replenishing energy and vitality. The maid hesitated, asking, "Miss Meng, who is this for?" Director Shun usually doesn't have lunch at home, implying that she had not received any instructions from Shun Shutong. Meng Shuyi leaned back in her office chair. "She'll be home today. Just prepare it. Send me your account number later, and I'll transfer you the money for the ingredients." Reluctantly, the maid agreed, mumbling something before hanging up, words that Meng Shuyi did not catch. After leaving a message for Shun Shutong via WeChat, Meng Shuyi immersed herself in her work. Yet her thoughts often drifted back to Shun Shutong, even while listening to reports. Meng Wenyu observed her beloved daughter, a smile playing at her lips, drifting in thought, and sighed, lowering her head to send a WeChat message to Dan Ziyuan. "I fear I may have to delay my retirement by several more years." Dan Ziyuan, what's wrong? Meng Wenyu, picture, you take a look? Dan Ziyuan, after ensuring the meeting was nearing its end, she dismissed everyone present. The movement of those rising from the conference room startled Meng Shuyi from a reverie. "Mom, is it over already? What do you think of this proposal?" Meng Wenyu teased. Meng Shuyi, "I didn't hear anything. How would I know? It's not bad." Her praise felt insincere. Meng Wenyu shot her a disapproving look, exasperatedly chiding, "Since you've come to work, do it properly." "Indeed, I assure you that I will accomplish the task." Meng Shuyi stood at attention and replied solemnly. Upon returning to her office, she set aside all her disordered thoughts and earnestly focused on her work. As she became engrossed in her tasks, time seemed to fly by, and soon it was lunch hour. Meng Wenyu came to invite Meng Shuyi for lunch. Has it really come time for lunch so soon? Meng Shuyi was momentarily dazed, but quickly regained her composure. "Mother, Why aren't you having lunch with father today? I came to see how diligently you are working. Meng Wenyu smiled and replied, Go ahead and eat. Your father is busy and doesn't have time for me. In the dining hall, the mother and daughter found a quiet corner to sit down. Miss Meng Shuyi ate. Her mind wandered to whether Shen Shutong had awakened and why she hadn't called her. Noticing her daughter's distraction, Meng Wenyu sighed before inquiring, Is the food from the company not to your taste? You seem lost in thought even while eating. Not at all. It's quite delicious, Meng Shuyi quickly responded. Snapping back to reality, I was just pondering some work-related matters. Meng Wenyu shook her head helplessly. She was well aware of what was on her daughter's mind. However, she ultimately refrained from lecturing her. After finishing their meal, Meng Wenyu reminded her, Make sure to rest well. Your dark circles are worse than mine. All right, mother, you should take a nap as well. Meng Shuyi escorted Meng Wenyu to her office before returning to her own. After rinsing her mouth, she entered the break room. Glancing at her phone before dozing off, she noticed the chat interface still displayed her earlier message. Call me when you wake up. Perhaps it was best to let it go. Shen Shutong might still be sleeping after last night's chaos. She had gone to bed late and risen early, and after a day of running around, it was entirely normal for her to be in a deep slumber. Meng Shuyi peacefully took a nap. Upon awakening, she still had not received a call or message from Shen Shutong. She dialed Shen Shutong's number, which rang for half a minute before being disconnected. Trying Shen Shuang's number, she learned, My sister hasn't come to the office and hasn't contacted me either. Feeling helpless, Meng Shuyi called the housekeeper. The housekeeper whispered, President Shen just woke up and is having a meal. It seemed she was deliberately avoiding phone calls. Please give her the phone. I need to speak with her. Meng Shuyi furrowed her brow, wondering if Shen Shutong was upset. After half a minute, the housekeeper returned with the news that President Shen is not answering the phone. Meng Shuyi felt as though the sky was falling. Surely, Shen Shutong wasn't so petty as to be angry. Hanging up with the housekeeper, Meng Shuyi redialed Shen Shutong, but faced another rejection. After 5 minutes of deliberation, she sent a WeChat message. Shen Shutong, are you angry? Shen Shutong replied. No. Meng Shuyi pressed. Then why won't you answer my calls? Shen Shutong responded. It's inconvenient. Meng Shuyi questioned. What could possibly be inconvenient? Shen Shutong replied. I have work to attend to. Let us leave it at that. Meng Shuyi inquired, Have you eaten? Is the meal prepared by the housekeeper to your liking? Shen Shutong's gaze shifted from her phone to the dining table, where a variety of nourishing soups awaited her. Black-bone chicken soup, yam and yulu white pigeon soup, honey pear, and lotus leaf porridge, each crafted for health. She typed back, Very good, especially the honey pear. Meng Shuyi felt somewhat relieved, but was still a bit irked that Shen Shutong hadn't called her upon waking, nor had she responded to her messages. Shen Shutong, however, did not reply again. Meng Shuyi tried calling once more, only to be rejected again. All right, Shen Shutong, if you want to answer my calls, I'll deal with you tonight, Meng Shuyi muttered in frustration at her phone. Throughout the afternoon, Meng Shuyi remained in a daze, unable to fathom why Shen Shutong seemed displeased with her. It was unreasonable for someone to suddenly disregard her. If anyone was heartless, it should be herself. What could Shen Shutong possibly be upset about? When the time for work ended, Meng Shuyi hurriedly left her office. She sped back to Yunwan, and upon entering the villa, she saw the housekeeper busy in the kitchen and inquired. Auntie, is Shen Shutong home? Miss Meng has returned. President Shen is at home, likely in the study. Without changing her shoes, Meng Shuyi hurriedly ascended the stairs in her high heels. To the study door, she restrained her impatience, took several deep breaths, and knocked. After waiting half a minute with no response, she knocked again, and the door opened. Stepping inside, she saw Shen Shutong seated at her desk, holding a remote control. Shen Shutong glanced at Meng Shuyi, set down the remote, and gently tapped on her keyboard, evidently engrossed in her work. Meng Shuyi fell silent and took a seat across from her, quietly observing her as she worked, after what felt like an eternity. Shen Shutong finally closed her laptop and turned her gaze towards Meng Shuyi. What is wrong with you? Meng Shuyi's tone carried a hint of grievance. Why are you ignoring me? Shen Shutong removed her glasses and leaned back, rubbing her temples. Immediately, Meng Shuyi felt a pang of guilt. Had she gone too far? Shen Shutong was so busy with work, and she had made her so tired. Had she hindered her work today? Last night, Shen Shutong had repeatedly said she didn't want to, yet Meng Shuyi had insisted. Rising, Meng Shuyi moved beside Shen Shutong and gently massaged her temples. Shen Shutong did not resist Meng Shuyi's affectionate gesture, allowing her fingers to soothe her. After a considerable time, Meng Shuyi softly apologized. Shen Shutong, I'm sorry. Shen Shutong opened her eyes, looking at Meng Shuyi with a puzzled expression, as though she did not understand why Meng Shuyi was apologizing. Did I make you delay a lot of work? Meng Shuyi ceased her ministrations, leaning back slightly to perch on the edge of the desk, her gaze downcast, revealing a hint of remorse and disappointment for having committed a misstep. Shen Shutong took Meng Shuyi's hand, giving it a gentle squeeze, yet remained silent. Meng Shuyi lifted her head, her eyes filled with confusion. Why are you apologizing? Shen Shutong finally broke the silence, her voice barely audible, her lips moving to form the words. Meng Shuyi was taken aback. How could Shen Shutong's voice be so hoarse? It was almost unbelievable. Shen Shutong, what happened to your voice? Meng Shuyi asked anxiously, her eyes brimming with concern. Shen Shutong slowly closed her eyes and nodded slightly. Is it that serious? Meng Shuyi frantically cupped Shen Shutong's face in her hands, exclaiming, Why didn't you tell me sooner? We need to go to the hospital right away. Meng Shuyi stood up, grasping Shen Shutong's hand to head for the door, but Shen Shutong held her back. I'm fine. I've already taken medicine. Shen Shutong softly reassured her, attempting to put her at ease. Enough, don't speak. Let us go to the hospital. Meng Shuyi turned, interrupting Shen Shutong's words. Shen Shutong shook her head, stubbornly remaining seated. They remained locked in their standoff for 2 minutes. I'm sorry, Shen Shutong. Meng Shuyi wished to apologize, but was at a loss for words. In pursuit of fleeting joy, she had caused Shen Shutong such discomfort. Shen Shutong retrieved paper and pen from her desk. Writing, I'm fine. You don't need to apologize or feel guilty. You haven't done anything wrong that I didn't tell you because I didn't want you to worry or be distracted by these trivial matters. Shen Shutong looked at Meng Shuyi with a hint of helplessness and affection in her gaze. Meng Shuyi grasped Shen Shutong's hand, asserting, This is not trivial. I don't want to be left in the dark. Have you forgotten what happened last time? Shen Shutong bowed her head in silence. After a minute, she wrote, I'm sorry. It won't happen again. Are you feeling very uncomfortable? Meng Shuyi's eyes began to glisten with tears. Shen Shutong wrote, Don't cry. I'm not in discomfort. It's just that speaking is inconvenient. Meng Shuyi retorted stubbornly, I'm not crying. I'm just sleepy. Shen Shutong chuckled as she rubbed Meng Shuyi's hand, her right hand writing on the paper. You haven't kissed me since you returned. Meng Shuyi stared at the words in disbelief. Was Shen Shutong trying to initiate a kiss again, meeting Shen Shutong's expectant gaze? Meng Shuyi couldn't help but smile. She leaned in and gently pressed her lips against Shen Shutong's, kissing her tenderly, and finally teasingly flicking her tongue against her lips. Shen Shutong watched Meng Shuyi kiss her, and that last playful gesture made her want to laugh. Meng Shuyi, are you a dog? If you want to kiss, just kiss. Why are you licking like a dog? Her voice was low and sultry, laced with allure. Meng Shuyi burst into laughter, replying, If I'm a dog, I'm your dog. Shen Shutong pulled Meng Shuyi closer, writing in her palm. Then it settled. Meng Xiaogo. What did you write? Meng Shuyi asked. Shen Shutong shook her head, smiling but remaining silent. If you want to tell me, I might just have to punish you. Meng Xiaogo. Shen Shutong formed the shape of words with her lips, yet no sound emerged. Meng Shuyi understood, and with a hint of irritation, she leaned down once more to kiss Shen Shutong, deepening the kiss gradually. After a long while, Meng Shuyi finally released Shen Shutong, gazing at her swollen lips, and felt a pang of heartache and regret. Once entangled with Shen Shutong, her reason seemed to vanish. Shen Shutong, are you poisonous? Have you perhaps cast some spell upon me? Meng Shuyi inquired, her breath heavy and her voice hoarse. Yes, only I hold the antidote. Shen Shutong wrote on a piece of paper. So, do you fear loving me? Then continue to poison me. Meng Shuyi smiled alluringly, asking, Have you finished your work? Shall we go for dinner? Shen Shutong replied softly, rising to take Meng Shuyi's hand as they stepped outside and descended the stairs. As they reached the ground floor, Shen Shuang entered just in time. Sister-in-law, How is it that you returned so quickly? Meng Shuyi replied, I finished work early and avoided traffic at that moment. Shun Shutong realized that Meng Shuyi's early return was unusual, for her temperament would never allow her to leave work early unless she had been speeding. Instantly, both Meng Shuyi and Shun Shuang felt the air in the living room grow heavier. What's wrong? Shun Shuang questioned Shin Shutong, confused. Sister, why are you suddenly? Shin Shutong remained silent, prompting Meng Shuyi to interject. We made a bet earlier, and your sister lost. She can't speak for the rest of the evening. Shin Shuang humorously lamented. Only sister-in-law knows how to play. Please take care of me, a national-level protected animal. Chapter 70. Shun Shutong. I am so happy. I adore you. The three of them settled at the dining table, where Shun Shuang observed the array of nourishing dishes laid out before them. Chestnut braised chicken wings, fresh tuber stew with squab, goji berry lamb soup, black rice, and longan porridge. The table was filled to the brim. Shun Shuang, puzzled, inquired of the cook, Annie, are these new dishes you have learned? The cook smiled warmly at Shun Shuang. These are not new recipes. They are specially prepared for General Shun as a restorative meal. General Shun is in such poor spirits. She must be nourished well. Shun Shuang looked at her sister in confusion. Her complexion seemed a bit off today. Could it be that yesterday's business trip had exhausted her? The cook served a bowl of goji berry lamb soup to Shun Shutong. Shun Shutong wrinkled her brow slightly, evidently displeased. Meng Shuyi, in a gentle tone, coaxed the discontented one. Just have a couple of sips. If you don't want this, then how about the squab soup? Shun Shutong nodded, and Meng Shuyi filled a bowl of squab soup for her. The lamb soup was devoured by Shun Shuang. After dinner, Shun Shuang discreetly excused herself on the balcony of the living room. The two gazed at the sea of flowers outside. Meng Shuyi asked Shun Shutong, Shall we take a walk? Shun Shutong nodded slightly, responding briefly. Shall we go further away, or just stroll around the neighborhood? Shun Shutong pondered for a moment before softly suggesting, Let's south walk to the street. Meng Shuyi immediately understood what Shun Shutong was contemplating. She was still preoccupied with what had been said on New Year's Eve. Shun Shutong. Meng Shuyi called her name heavily. Upon hearing Meng Shuyi's serious tone, Shun Shutong raised her gaze to meet hers. Meng Shuyi spoke earnestly. You need not do things you dislike for my sake. I realize I was excessive last night, but you need not force yourself or feel wronged. Shun Shutong took out her phone and typed for a moment. Meng Shuyi's phone chimed, revealing a message from Shun Shutong that I wish to accompany you in pursuing the things you once dreamed of. Though I have not shared in your dreams, I wish to help you realize them. This is my desire, not an obligation. Shopping is not a burden, nor is what happened last night a compulsion. I feel no grievance. Meng Shuyi felt her heart soften, recognizing that Shun Shutong, at times awkward yet straightforward, knew precisely how to touch her vulnerabilities, striking the right chord every time. Ding ding. Meng Shuyi's phone chimed again with another message. You need not feel guilt. You are proud, and I am proud too that I love the unreserved Meng Shuyi, the wild, audacious, and fervent Meng Shuyi. You need not feel remorse for your actions, nor do you need to apologize. Meng Shuyi smiled, for this was indeed typical of Shun Shutong. She would not allow herself to feel even a hint of grievance or guilt. This was a reminder to herself to be passionately free and unrestrained, without sacrificing her own wings or bowing to anyone. All your actions are indulged by me willingly. Should I feel discomfort or displeasure, I will promptly withdraw, lest we forget I am a businesswoman. Shun Shutong's way of loving, while perhaps not the most unique or the best, was undoubtedly the most fitting for Meng Shuyi. Meng Shuyi leaped forward, embracing Shun Shutong's waist, murmuring softly, Shun Shutong, I regret not meeting you sooner. The word stirred something within Shun Shutong, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Her heart warmed as she instinctively wrapped her arms around Meng Shuyi's back. Sensing a signal, Meng Shuyi tightened her embrace, making Shun Shutong feel as though she were being pulled into her very being. Meng Shuyi. Shun Shutong called her name, her voice a mere whisper. Yet Meng Shuyi paid no heed. Holding her tighter, their bodies pressed closely together. Not even a strand of hair could fit between them. Are you born under the sign of the snake? Shun Shutong's low voice drifted into Meng Shuyi's ear. teasingly whispering, so tightly entwined with me. The playful taunt sent shivers down Meng Shuyi's spine. Her heart racing uncontrollably. Oh, not speak. Otherwise, I might be tempted to kiss you. Meng Shuyi buried her face in Shen Shutong's neck, inhaling her fragrance. I am indeed a snake, and I intend to coil around you. Umph. Shen Shutong chuckled softly, her voice husky. I am your girlfriend. Therefore, feel free to kiss or embrace as you wish without any reservations. Meng Shuyi understood Shen Shutong's implicit message, and in a rush, she kissed her way from Shen Shutong's neck along her jawline to her lips. Fervently seeking her mouth, upon finding it, she dove in eagerly, their lips entwined, drawing each other in. The balcony was filled with indescribable sounds, the sultry echoes resonating in the open, quiet space, mingling with the soft, plaintive whispers of the wind, creating a hauntingly romantic melody that stirred fantasies, causing cheeks to flush and hearts to race, breath to quicken. The sea of flowers swayed, and the colorful lights twinkled tirelessly, seemingly cheering for the entwined lovers. After what felt like an eternity, Meng Shuyi finally released Shen Shutong, their foreheads touching, breaths intermingling. Huh. Meng Shuyi sighed softly, her eyes sparkling with joy as she looked at Shen Shutong. Shen Shutong, I am so happy. I adore you. A faint smile graced Shen Shutong's lips as she gently stroked Meng Shuyi's cheek, promising, then let us be this happy every day, loving me like this. Thank you, Shen Shutong. You are welcome. You deserve it. Meng Shuyi beamed like a child, exclaiming, then let us go, shopping, watching the night view, and enjoying the evening breeze. Very well. Shen Shutong smiled, her eyes filled with warmth as she indulged in her response. As they stepped outside, Shen Shutong intended to drive, but Meng Shuyi stopped her, insisting, let me drive. Shen Shutong pondered for 3 seconds before acquiescing. Yet before getting into the car, she stated earnestly, no more speeding from now on. Meng Shuyi knew that her previous speeding escapade had not escaped Shen Shutong's notice, and hearing her gentle concession, she quickly nodded in agreement. I understand. It won't happen again. Her tone was uncharacteristically soft and clingy, as if all defenses had been momentarily cast aside. This subtle change did not go unnoticed by Shen Shutong. The last remaining weight on her heart was effortlessly lifted by Meng Shuyi's demeanor. As they drove, the neon lights flickered around them, and Shen Shutong felt that the city's nightscape was more stunning than ever, a feast for the eyes. Meng Shuyi attentively observed the road, occasionally glancing at the serene figure in the passenger seat. Her face alight with joy, reveling in her own delight. My girlfriend is truly beautiful. The girlfriend's smile radiated happiness, her lips curling upward. Had it not been for Shen Shutong's hoarse voice today, she would have insisted on showing off to a Qing. She longed for the world to know that her girlfriend was Shen Shutong, eager to proclaim to everyone that her girlfriend was the best in the entire world. Noticing the car swaying slightly, Shen Shutong surmised that Meng Shuyi was likely filled with excitement. Clearing her throat, she softly advised, be good and drive properly. Meng Shuyi had no choice but to suppress her enthusiasm and focus on driving. Not far from the pedestrian street, Meng Shuyi found a place to park. Chapter 71. She has unexpectedly learned to steal kisses. As soon as the car came to a halt, Meng Shuyi unfastened her seatbelt and lunged forward to kiss Shen Shutong. Shen Shutong, I find myself increasingly enamored with kissing you. Have you perhaps applied something on your lips that has me addicted? Meng Shuyi spoke between kisses, somewhat overwhelmed. Shen Shutong permitted Meng Shuyi's playful advances, even reaching out to support her arm, making it easier for her to indulge. After releasing her, Shen Shutong ruffled Meng Shuyi's hair and asked in a low, husky voice, are you satisfied? Meng Shuyi wiped the drool from the corner of Shen Shutong's mouth, somewhat regretful, saying, why did I come out to shop? I should have kept you home for more kisses instead. Shen Shutong could not help but burst into laughter upon hearing Meng Shuyi's words, her throat releasing a soft, husky chuckle that resonated with a deep sense of joy. Her cool visage blossomed like spring flowers unfurling after the thaw, captivating Meng Shuyi utterly. A gentle smile lingered on Shen Shutong's face as she playfully chided Meng Shuyi. You dragged me out and insisted on kissing me. You said it yourself. You are my girlfriend, so it is hardly excessive for me to kiss my own girlfriend. After uttering this, Meng Shuyi felt a twinge of embarrassment for her own theatricality. Shen Shutong grasped Meng Shuyi's delicate hand, which felt wonderfully soft to the touch. It is not excessive. You have every right to do so. Meng Shuyi was immensely satisfied with Shen Shutong's attitude and leaned in to plant a kiss on her hand. Observing that Meng Shuyi seemed intent on teasing her and had no inclination to shop, Shen Shutong returned the kiss, gently urging, "It is time to get out of the car." Reluctantly, Meng Shuyi insisted on lingering, entwining herself around Shen Shutong for a moment longer before they finally alighted, hand in hand, making their way toward the pedestrian street. Shen Shutong relinquished her usual rationality and caution, allowing Meng Shuyi to lead her through the bustling streets and narrow alleys without regard for direction. Meng Shuyi, brimming with enthusiasm, indulged in street food and inexpensive trinkets, dragging Shen Shutong along on her explorations. Observing Meng Shuyi's sprightly gait, akin to a joyful child, Shen Shutong felt her heart soften with delight. A faint smile gracing her lips. When Meng Shuyi purchased an ice cream from a street vendor, she eagerly offered it to Shen Shutong for a taste. Shen Shutong bent down, taking a small sip, then exhaled gently, a cloud of frosty mist escaping her rosy lips. Eating ice cream in winter has a unique charm, Shen Shutong remarked, feeling the sensation of the cold treat awaken her taste buds. Meng Shuyi, mesmerized by Shen Shutong's lips parting and closing, found it hard to look away, foolishly echoing, "Isn't it a new experience?" Shen Shutong responded with unwavering certainty, "Indeed." Upon receiving this affirmation, Meng Shuyi recalled her desire to proclaim their relationship to the world. She quickly retrieved her phone from her pocket, placing the ice cream between them, and raised her hand for a selfie. "Can I post this on social media?" Meng Shuyi inquired, somewhat belatedly. Shen Shutong nodded. "Of course. Then, let us take another." Meng Shuyi raised her right hand holding the phone, while her left brought the ice cream toward Shen Shutong's lips. Just as Shen Shutong leaned in to savor the ice cream, Meng Shuyi swiftly withdrew the treat and replaced it with her own lips. The sound of the camera shutter clicked as Shen Shutong found herself playfully teased once more. Once again, I've been toyed with by Meng Shuyi. Shen Shutong mused, bemused by the antics of her partner, who at this age still indulged in such youthful games. Yet to her surprise, she felt not a hint of resentment, but rather a flicker of joy. As they gazed at the photo on the phone, where their lips were entwined, Meng Shuyi grinned with satisfaction, teasing Shen Shutong, "Is it all right to share this photo on social media?" Shen Shutong remained silent, prompting Meng Shuyi to chuckle. "I'm joking. I wouldn't want unrelated people seeing our affection." After saying this, Meng Shuyi lowered her head to update her social media, while Shen Shutong watched her with exasperation. Was the ice cream truly more important than the living, breathing person beside her? As Meng Shuyi operated her phone with one hand, her other instinctively brought the ice cream to her lips for a bite. Just as her hand withdrew from the treat, it was swiftly snatched away, and warm, soft lips covered her own, followed by a gentle caress that swept over her mouth, claiming the melted ice cream within. Finally, that soft, slightly chilly touch departed, leaving Meng Shuyi momentarily stunned, her mind struggling to process what had just transpired. Had Shen Shutong just kissed her forcefully in public? After a moment of recovery, Meng Shuyi's thoughts returned to clarity. Shen Shutong had dared to kiss her in broad daylight? A lingering kiss, at that? Oh, but it had been a unilateral act on Shen Shutong's part. Meng Shuyi silently chastised herself for not responding in kind. Glancing around to see if anyone was watching, the crowd was substantial, and she noted Shen Shutong's ears flushing with color. Perhaps it was best to confront her later. Shen Shutong had learned to steal kisses. Had she? Meng Shuyi regarded her with a teasing glance, a smile playing on her lips as she observed Shen Shutong's now rosy ears, initially irritated by Meng Shuyi's distraction with her phone. Shen Shutong had contemplated a playful reprimand. However, once her lips met the cool, sweet softness, her tongue seemed to dance with familiarity, easily slipping in. Since she had crossed that threshold, she might as well indulge her desires and explore this newfound territory. Yet as satisfaction washed over her, her rationality swiftly returned. What was she doing? This was in public, surrounded by passers-by, and here she was, kissing Meng Shuyi openly that a wave of embarrassment washed over Shen Shutong, warmth flooding her cheeks. Seeing Meng Shuyi in a daze, Shun Shutong exhaled a small sigh of relief. But no sooner had she relaxed than she heard Meng Shuyi teasingly retort, "I was just eating ice cream." "I didn't steal a kiss." Shun Shutong forced herself to maintain composure, her expression cool as she replied, "Indeed." Chapter 72. Retribution. Meng Shuyi found herself momentarily taken aback by Shun Shutong's composed demeanor. How could she remain so unfazed after such a bold act? Had she really been that convincing? If not for Shun Shutong's ears, now impossibly crimson, Meng Shuyi might have thought the kiss was a result of her coaxing. Is that so? Meng Shuyi mused, momentarily forgetting her ice cream and phone, her gaze fixed on Shun Shutong. Shun Shutong nodded calmly, affirming yes. "Then why aren't you eating the ice cream in my hand?" "Because yours is too cold." Meng Shuyi, taken aback by Shun Shutong's clever retort, raised an eyebrow. That's so?" She took a bite of her ice cream and then looked at Shun Shutong. "It's warmed up now. You should try it." Shun Shutong observed Meng Shuyi's poised demeanor, her lips moving closer. Meng Shuyi stared intently at the approaching figure, her mind racing with thoughts of whether to lean in first or to take the initiative herself. As their lips drew nearer, Meng Shuyi's throat tightened in anticipation, only for Shun Shutong to suddenly pull back, snatching the ice cream from her grasp. "I prefer cold," Shun Shutong declared, taking a small bite of the now-melting treat. Meng Shuyi felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, realizing once again she had been outsmarted. "Shun Shutong, not only have you mastered the art of stealing kisses, but you have also learned to deceive." "It's too cold. Here, take it back," Shun Shutong said, returning the phone and ice cream to Meng Shuyi. Meng Shuyi blinked, sensing a playful, mischievous quality in Shun Shutong that she had not noticed before. "Oh, my cool girlfriend has learned to be cheeky," she thought, taking the items with a resigned shake of her head, a fond smile lighting up her eyes. "Next time, don't be so mischievous." Leaning in, she gently nudged Shun Shutong's shoulder with her forehead. Shun Shutong nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing her lips. Occasionally, teasing Meng Shuyi proved to be quite enjoyable. Meng Shuyi, now holding the ice cream in one hand and entwining her fingers with Shun Shutong's in the other, strolled leisurely through the streets. After a mere 2 hours of wandering, concerned for Shun Shutong's fatigue, Meng Shuyi decided it was time to head home before it even reached 9 o'clock. Feeling the need for rest, Shun Shutong complied, allowing Meng Shuyi to lead her toward the parking lot. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Meng Shuyi's heart had already fully turned toward her, and time was on their side. As soon as Shun Shutong settled into the passenger seat, Meng Shuyi eagerly jumped in, straddling her lap and pressing her back against the seat, kissing her passionately for a while before playfully demanding, "Are you going to tease me again?" With a playful glint in her eyes, Shun Shutong shook her head, wrapping her arms around Meng Shuyi's waist and pulling her closer, a challenge in her gaze. Meng Shuyi braced her hands on Shun Shutong's shoulders, leaning in to rest her forehead against hers, softly asking, "Were you not satisfied last night? Do you plan to stay up all night again tonight?" Shun Shutong remained silent, her hands tracing slow patterns along Meng Shuyi's lower back. Feeling the restless hands exploring her sensitive spots made Meng Shuyi's waist weaken. "Shun Shutong," she whispered, biting her lip to suppress her excitement. "Are you looking to play something thrilling here?" Shun Shutong remained silent, her hands deftly teasing Meng Shuyi's sensitive spots, her legs slightly parted, presenting an image of surrender to Meng Shuyi's whims. Upon witnessing Shun Shutong's demeanor, Meng Shuyi felt an overwhelming urge to impose her authority, yet ultimately could not bring herself to allow Shun Shutong to remain disheveled in public, on the brink of losing her composure. She leaned down and bit Shun Shutong's neck, sucking for an extended period before reluctantly releasing her, burying her head in the crook of Shun Shutong's neck, breathing heavily. "Shun Shutong, you know I have no resistance to you. And now, even less so, especially with you tempting me so." The muffled tone carried a mix of desire and grievance. Shun Shutong ceased her playful antics, wrapping her arms around Meng Shuyi's back, soothing her gently. Tilting her head to kiss Meng Shuyi's ear and whispering an apology, "I'm sorry, there won't be a next time." Meng Shuyi nuzzled against Shun Shutong's cheek, and the two shared a tender moment, their ears brushing together for quite a while. Eventually, Meng Shuyi managed to quell the tumultuous thoughts and grievances in her heart. With a calm demeanor, she descended from Shen Shudong's lap, exited the vehicle, and took the driver's seat, fastening her seatbelt before starting the engine, which rolled slowly out of the parking space. On the journey back, Shen Shutong once again marveled at the city's nightscape, the vibrant neon lights cloaking the cold, austere buildings of the day. They returned safely to Yunwan. Upon entering, Meng Shuyi first urged Shen Shutong to take her medicine, then went to prepare a bath for her. She assembled a plethora of bottles and jars, filling the spacious bathtub with petals and finally lighting aromatic candles. When Shen Shutong entered the washroom, the faint scent of burning lilies enveloped her, providing a sense of comfort and easing her nerves. As she turned to close the door, she caught sight of Meng Shuyi standing at the threshold, her eyes brimming with anticipation, almost as if her face proclaimed, "I want to bathe with you." Shen Shutong smiled, playfully beckoning with her finger, and Meng Shuyi eagerly approached. Shen Shutong planted a kiss on Meng Shuyi's cheek before mercilessly shutting the washroom door. "Shen Shutong," Meng Shuyi exclaimed, stomping her foot in frustration at the closed door. They had agreed to refrain from teasing one another, yet here Shen Shutong was, being mischievous once more. Ding ding. The sound of a message notification interrupted her thoughts. Upon checking her phone, she found a single word: obedient. It was undoubtedly a retaliation for the previous night's antics. Meng Shuyi seethed with determination not to let Shen Shutong off the hook this time. She stood there, sulking at the washroom door for a while before finally conceding and heading off for a shower. When she emerged, Shen Shutong had yet to reappear. Meng Shuyi sprawled on the bed, scrolling through her phone, noticing several likes and comments on a recent social media post. Shen Shuyi was the most enthusiastic, exclaiming, "Ah, you killed the dog," as if it weren't enough to feed me dog food offline. Yet it posted online too. Sheng Qinglan maintained a more composed demeanor, suggesting they gather sometime. Yi Chun, too, responded with a laid-back remark. Finally, a piece of good news that let's go out for a drink sometime. Qi Ran, who had been absent for a while, also chimed in, congratulating Meng Shuyi on her romantic success. There were 2 messages from her parents, which Meng Shuyi promptly ignored, continuing to scroll until she saw Sheng Qinglan reply to Shen Shuyi, "You should either block them or find someone to get back at them." Shen Shuyi retorted, "I'd rather continue being tormented." As Chapter 73 unfolds, Meng Shuyi found herself in a state of both confusion and frustration. When Shen Shutong emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a bathrobe, she caught sight of someone sprawled on the bed, a long figure clad in a black silk slip dress, her back almost entirely bare. The figure lay on the bed, engrossed in her phone, the hem of the dress barely covering her dairy, her long, slender legs mesmerizing. Upon hearing the commotion, the person turned and glanced at Shen Shutong, coolly stating, "Shen Shutong, you're done washing up." Shen Shutong averted her gaze from the enchanting legs and met Meng Shuyi's eyes. "What are you looking at? Aren't you going to put on some clothes or cover yourself with a blanket?" "Nothing much, just a social media post I made earlier that's rather amusing." Meng Shuyi seemed oblivious to Shen Shudong's piercing gaze, propping herself up as if she intended to rise, but after half-heartedly attempting to do so, she fell still. The wide neckline of her slip dress hung loosely, revealing 2 snow-white mounds that caught Shen Shudong's eye. Behind her lenses, her pupils narrowed slightly, the depths of her gaze growing darker. Was Meng Shuyi doing this on purpose? Was it a retaliatory act for earlier? Shen Shutong inhaled deeply, instructing the smart home assistant to draw the curtains and dim the lights, leaving only the ambient lighting. She approached the bed, lifted the covers, and slipped in beside Meng Shuyi, murmuring softly, "Good night." Shen Shudong's actions made Meng Shuyi feel uncertain. Had her seductive attempts failed? Did Shen Shutong truly lack interest in her? Why, after dressing so provocatively, was Shen Shudong's response so tepid? Was she simply exhausted, or had she lost her allure? Meng Shuyi's mind spiraled into chaos, leading her to toss her phone aside and throw back the covers. The sleeping figure stirred, opening her eyes to meet Meng Shuyi's gaze. "Did I wake you?" Meng Shuyi whispered. Shen Shutong replied lazily, stretching her body and rubbing her shoulder with her left hand. Meng Shuyi observed the sequence of Shen Shudong's movements and tentatively asked, "Are you feeling unwell?" A bit stiff, Shen Shudong's voice was low and slightly pitiful before she inquired, "What's wrong?" "Can't sleep." "It's nothing. I just need to wash my hands, Meng Shuyi stated before heading to the washroom. When she returned, Shun Shutong was still gently kneading her shoulder and neck. Noticing her inability to reach certain spots, Meng Shuyi approached the bedside and softly said, "Just relax. Let me help you to— Thank you." Shun Shutong readily complied, turning to lie down. Meng Shuyi pulled back the covers and sat at the edge of the bed, her hands reaching toward Shin Shudong's shoulder and neck, gently massaging her. "Is this pressure all right?" she inquired as she worked at. Shin Shudong hummed softly, followed by a series of contented sighs. Meng Shuyi's heart raced in sync with Shin Shudong's soft sounds. "How is it that your massage skills are so proficient?" Shun Shutong asked, her voice muffled against the bedding. Meng Shuyi, caught off guard, replied, "I often give my mom massages. I think I might be nearing the level of a professional masseuse, better than a professional." Their conversation flowed effortlessly, punctuated by Shan Shudong's occasional soft sighs of pleasure. Having been teased by Shin Shutong in the car, wanting to bathe together only to be toyed with, and now clad in a seductive nightgown with her attempts at seduction thwarted, Meng Shuyi felt a simmering frustration. Each of Shin Shutong's soft sighs ignited the embers of desire within her, transforming a mere flicker of passion into an all-consuming flame. The rhythmic motion of her hands ceased abruptly. Meng Shuyi slipped off her shoes, climbed onto the bed, and straddled Shin Shudong's lower back. "What's wrong?" Shin Shutong turned her head slightly to look at Meng Shuyi. "This position isn't quite working for me." Meng Shuyi fabricated an excuse. Shun Shutong remained silent. Meng Shuyi's hands returned to Shun Shudong's shoulders, but after only 2 strokes, she began to explore further down, moving to her shoulder blades and then her underarms. "Meng Shuyi." Shun Shudong's voice quivered with a hint of panic. Meng Shuyi leaned down, whispering into Shun Shudong's ear, "I believe your body requires a full massage." A smile graced Shun Shudong's lips, although her back was turned to Meng Shuyi, who was unable to see it. "Stop teasing. It's time to sleep." Shin Shudong's voice, already soft, had become even more hushed and tender, an unintentionally alluring sound. Meng Shuyi began kissing the nape of Shin Shudong's neck, murmuring, "You promised not to tease me, yet you spent the entire evening doing just that. You flirted with me in the car, returned only to deny me a shared bath, and now you're playing with me again. After your bath, you went straight to sleep, not even sparing me a glance. You left me with a cold good night, without a single good night kiss. Shin Shutong, have I been too good to you? Or have you forgotten what happened last night? Would you like a refresher?" As Shun Shutong attempted to turn, Meng Shuyi firmly held her in place, nibbling on her ear. When one makes a mistake, they must accept the consequences. That don't move the Shin Shutong couldn't help but emit a sound of protest, but quickly bit her hand to stifle it. Meng Shuyi felt a thrill of mischief, yet Shin Shutong remained unresisting. Ultimately, Meng Shuyi's heart softened, and she adjusted her position to press against Shin Shudong's back, gently coaxing her. "Come on now, speak up, louder." Shin Shutong turned her body, reaching out to encircle Meng Shuyi's neck, flipping over to press down on her. The moment stretched. Shin Shutong did not cry out, yet Meng Shuyi's voice echoed for considerable time. "Shun Shutong, Shun Shutong." Shin Shutong it was as if she were murmuring, unable to restrain her emotions. "Shin Shutong, why did you tease me today?" Meng Shuyi nestled into Shun Shudong's neck, her muffled tone tinged with grievance. "Who told you that last night's scheming was unaccounted for? You deceived me, claiming that if I didn't like it, I could forego it, only to discover it was all a ruse." Shin Shutong pinched Meng Shuyi's earlobe, applying a slight pressure. "Meng Shuyi, fine, I did initiate it first. But if you're upset, you could have simply told me. Yet tonight, you keep toying with me, and, in the end, you turn the tables on me. I wanted you to experience the taste of being played and deceived." Shin Shutong spoke with a sense of relief. Yet in her heart, she added a silent wish. "I too wish to indulge in this affection." Meng Shuyi, resigned, sulked as she embraced Shin Shudong's neck, biting her playfully for a while before relenting. Chapter 74. Happiness must be earned, not awaited at the Qin bar. Meng Shuyi sat in a corner of the first-floor hall, observing the singer performing on stage. The singer had a neat bob, exuding competence and freshness. Her forehead was smooth, with thick, elongated brows, and her large, bright eyes conveyed determination and confidence. She had a petite, straight nose, and her lips were natural. healthy shade of red, lifting in a clean and clear smile. Her features were exquisitely three-dimensional, with soft, flowing lines and a defined jawline, presenting a refreshing and natural beauty. Dressed in a black hoodie paired with blue jeans, she epitomized fashion without losing her individuality. The unique charm of the singer was vividly displayed. Her voice was crisp and resonant, clean and distinctive, easily recognizable. She appeared to be in her early 20s, radiating the vibrant energy of youth. Sheng Qinglan approached Meng Shuyi. "Old Meng, what brings you here today? Is your girlfriend neglecting you?" "She's on a business trip." Meng Shuyi nodded towards the stage. "When did such a clean-cut kid arrive?" "Are you interested?" Sheng Qinglan's expression was one of disbelief. "Don't tell me. As soon as your president Shen left, you couldn't bear the loneliness." Meng Shuyi swirled her drink, her eyes slightly dazed, lazily complimenting. "The singing is quite good." Indeed, Sheng Qinglan's gaze shifted to the stage. The contract was signed just yesterday, and on her first performance, she received an extravagant 10,000 from a wealthy heiress. "Oh, that's quite a commission for you." Meng Shuyi's interest piqued. Which heiress is so generous? However, Sheng Qinglan's demeanor darkened. Sensing something amiss, Meng Shuyi retracted her gaze from the stage. "What's wrong?" "It's a long story," Sheng Qinglan sighed. "Last night, thanks to Xiao Chui's performance, the revenue surged by 30%, but Qing Zheng went mad. For her." Meng Shuyi pointed at the stage, frowning. "When did Qing Zheng return?" "She's been back for a while." Sheng Qinglan opened a can of beer. "Last night, Xiao Chui's rendition of Moonlight Boat completely captivated Qing Zheng. Later, after another song, the heirs from the Ding family threw money around, and then a quarrel broke out between them." Meng Shuyi could scarcely imagine the intensity of the scene. "So, are you worried I might interfere? Isn't that a reasonable concern?" Sheng Qinglan shot Meng Shuyi a sidelong glance. "It could be." Meng Shuyi leaned back against the sofa, replying nonchalantly, "Had I not met Shen Shutong, perhaps I would have interfered, but now that I have Shen Shutong, I have no interest in anyone else." Sheng Qinglan shot her another incredulous look, exasperated. "President Shen isn't even around, and yet you're still feeding me dog food." "Ugh, Shen Shutong is wonderful." Meng Shuyi smiled, her expression beaming. "Have you already pledged your fidelity to Shen Shutong so soon?" Sheng Qinglan mocked. "You've only been dating a few days, and you're already so infatuated? What spell has she cast upon you?" Meng Shuyi retorted. "You were just saying how I couldn't stand the loneliness after Shen Shutong left, and now you're backtracking, letting all the nice words spill out." Sheng Qinglan opened her mouth, but found herself at a loss for words. The truth was indeed as such. Meng Shuyi pressed on. "What is bothering you? Are you perhaps yearning for a secret love?" "Old Meng, what nonsense are you spouting?" Sheng Qinglan quickly countered, her voice tinged with irritation. Meng Shuyi raised her hands. "The night Qi Ram left, your demeanor was off. That we're friends. If you don't want to share, I'll one tea pry. Just take your time to digest it yourself." Sheng Qinglan began to speak, but halted. "All right, I had no intention of pressing you." Meng Shuyi took a sip of her drink. Tossing out, "Say what you wish or remain silent." Sheng Qinglan hesitated, ultimately saying nothing. Observing Sheng Qinglan's silence, Meng Shuyi refrained from pressing further. Everyone had their own secrets. She lifted her glass, gently swirling the liquid within. Gazing at her friend across the table, her heart full of emotions. "Then let it remain in your heart. Let us drink." Meng Shuyi raised her glass, clinking it against Sheng Qinglan's. They each took a sip, and Sheng Qinglan looked up at Meng Shuyi, a hint of envy flickering in her eyes. "I haven't congratulated you on finding happiness yet. May you both always be blissful," Sheng Qinglan sincerely wished. Meng Shuyi smiled gently. "Thank you. Aching, just the other night, I was thinking of bringing her to show off to you." "Can you behave like a proper person?" Sheng Qinglan immediately retorted, casting several incredulous looks at Meng Shuyi. "Ha!" Meng Shuyi laughed brightly. "I think I now understand those who love to flaunt their relationships on social media. You should tighten your grip." Meng Shuyi's expression turned serious as she looked at Sheng Qinglan. "When you meet someone suitable, give it a try. Don't always be alone." Sheng Qinglan sighed, exasperatedly retorting, "You've just started dating, and you're already urging me. What's your intention?" Meng Shuyi fell silent for a moment, ultimately asking, "Aching, Have you not moved on yet? I stopped liking her long ago, Shang Qinglan replied flatly. Since you've opened the topic, let us delve deeper. Have you been single all these years, waiting for her? Old Meng, not everyone can be as brave as you. Shang Qinglan chuckled bitterly. Nor can everyone be as fortunate as you to have met Shin Shatong. Meng Shuyi pulled a cigarette from her bag, lit it, and exhaled slowly. Aching, one must always move forward. Happiness must be fought for, not passively awaited. Shang Qinglan looked at Meng Shuyi, a relieved smile gracing her face. I understand now, old Meng, that I will try to move forward. That's the spirit. With your qualities, just step onto the stage and declare, I'm looking for a girlfriend, and you'll have a crowd of people scrambling to win you over. Ha! Shang Qinglan chuckled at Meng Shuyi's exaggerated words, laughing heartily for a while before settling down, playfully protesting. It's not that exaggerated. All right, I won't tease you anymore, Meng Shuyi said, pinching her cigarette, tapping the ash absent-mindedly. You just said you would try to move forward. Don't let it be mere words to deceive me. Shang Qinglan smiled and nodded. Of course not at that moment. Shin Shuang entered through the door. Meng Shuyi waved, and Shun Shuang approached. Upon seeing Shun Shuang, Shang Qinglan's gaze flickered, and, after greeting her, turned to Meng Shuyi. I have some matters to attend to. I'll leave you two to chat. Meng Shuyi watched Shang Qinglan's departing figure, feeling somewhat perplexed. What is up with Aching? She left as soon as you arrived. Xiaoing, Chapter 75. The youthful have energy and strength. She might be busy, Shun Shuang casually replied. Meng Shuyi withdrew her gaze from Shang Qinglan, fixing it on Shun Shuang, joking. So, is President Shun worried I might misbehave outside, sending you to keep an eye on me? Shun Shuang settled down on the sofa opposite Meng Shuyi. Who told you? Sister-in-law, that you have a past? My sister is understandably concerned. Meng Shuyi sighed. For your sister, you truly go to great lengths. Shun Shuang smiled. Of course my sister treats me well. Meng Shuyi stubbed out her cigarette in the ashtray. Reclining back on the sofa, her gaze playfully fixed on Shun Shuang. It seems we still have some unfinished business? Sister-in-law. Shun Shuang gazed sorrowfully at Meng Shuyi's enchanting visage, inexplicably feeling a sense of pressure that instilled fear within her. This sensation was markedly different from that of her own elder sister, who emanated a piercing chill that, in contrast, her sister-in-law exuded a dangerous aura, akin to a dagger hidden beneath a smile. The two impressions were worlds apart. Yet both evoked a sense of peril and trepidation. Shin Shuang's heart tightened, and with a forced smile, she began to divert the conversation. The weather is quite pleasant today, isn't it? The new singer at the bar is rather attractive. Sister-in-law, do you think I have a chance if I pursue her? Meng Shuyi, perceptive to Shin Shuang's intentions, raised an eyebrow, a mischievous thought swirling in her mind. In a languid tone, she replied, I believe you might have a chance. Shun Shuang, taken aback by Meng Shuyi's unexpected support, paused in disbelief before asking, Sister-in-law, are you really backing me? Why wouldn't I support you in pursuing someone you desire, just as long as it doesn't interfere with our own matters? Meng Shuyi casually responded. Shun Shuang sighed inwardly, realizing her sister-in-law was not easily fooled. Since they would eventually settle the score, it would be wiser to address it sooner rather than later. How do you intend to settle it? After a moment of contemplation, Meng Shuyi slowly said, How about this? I noticed Aching seemed troubled earlier, but she wouldn't divulge the reason. Since you know her, why not investigate what has been weighing on her mind? Shun Shuang hesitated, then tentatively asked, Sister-in-law, could it be about her ex? Meng Shuyi shook her head. Aching did have a romantic interest in a girl some time ago, but that was long past. Over the years, I've seen her infrequently, yet she seemed fine until recently when this heavy-heartedness emerged. Shin Shuang probed again. Did she not manage to win over that person? Meng Shuyi remained silent, deeming Shang Qinglan's personal affairs unsuitable for Shun Shuang's ears. Let's not change the subject. Will you comply? Do I have any other options? Shun Shuang retorted gloomily. Meng Shuyi smiled gently, her lips parting slightly as she replied nonchalantly, No, sister-in-law. Shun Shuang lamented, This is quite an unfair ultimatum. You are free to refuse, Meng Shuyi replied, amusement glimmering in her eyes. Shun Shuang, filled with skepticism, inquired, Really? Not at all. Meng Shuyi quipped, taking a delicate sip from her glass. Feeling despondent, Shuang leaned back against the sofa. Fully aware that her sister-in-law was not easily deceived, Meng Shuyi's gaze shifted to the stage, and with a hint of teasing, she remarked, "That new lad is rather dashing and possesses a delightful singing voice." "Sister-in-law," Shuang exclaimed, her eyes wide with alarm, "you cannot possibly switch your affections so swiftly. My sister has only been away for a couple of days. I heard from Shatong that the Shun family is considering forays into the entertainment industry." Shuang, unreserved, confirmed, "Yes, there is such a plan, and we expect to establish a company by mid-next year." "Who will oversee it?" Meng Shuyi inquired casually. Shuang furrowed her brow, questioning, "Are you also interested in venturing into this field?" "Sister-in-law," Meng Shuyi, withdrawing her gaze from the stage, replied languidly, "Not at the moment. Should the whim strike me, perhaps I might wish to promote a newcomer for amusement." Shuang pondered, feeling a sense of dread creeping in. "Is sister-in-law subtly threatening me? If sister-in-law were to be entangled with some young charmer during my sister's absence, what would become of my own prospects?" "Sister-in-law," Meng Shuyi's gaze softened as she looked at Shuang. "What is it?" "I agree." "Indeed," Meng Shuyi nodded. Shuang hastily added conditions, "But you must not engage in anything dubious while my sister is away." Meng Shuyi chuckled, "You lack the standing to impose conditions." Shuang lowered her head, conceding, "You are right, sister-in-law. I truly have no grounds to make demands." The singer on stage had stepped down for a break, and the once lively hall quieted considerably. Meng Shuyi playfully teased Shuang. "Littling, would you like to go find the young singer?" "Sister-in-law," Shuang frowned, "you wish to go yourself and are merely using me as a shield, aren't you?" "Astute," Meng Shuyi replied with a smile. "Did you not wish to pursue her? Let us compete and see who wins her over first." "Absolutely not," Shuang firmly declined. "I shall not go. I have no interest in such a young soul." "I was merely jesting with you." Meng Shuyi remained silent, her calm gaze fixed on Shuang. Shuang continued to plead earnestly, "Sister-in-law, that child appears exceedingly youthful, lacking in stability, and as an artist is simply unsuitable for you." "Is that so?" Meng Shuyi continued to tease. "I possess wealth. I can afford to support her. Youth is advantageous. Young people are full of vigor and vitality." Shuang was momentarily taken aback by Meng Shuyi's audacious remarks, feeling as though the world around her was darkening. Thankfully, it was her sister-in-law. If her girlfriend were to behave similarly, she would need to remain vigilant at all times. Meanwhile, Shatong, far away in Qing City, was still working late at her computer when her phone buzzed with a message from Shuang. "Sister, please devise a plan and return soon. I cannot keep an eye on sister-in-law." Followed by a string of exchanges between Shuang and Meng Shuyi. Shatong regarded the messages with an impassive expression, not particularly concerned, knowing well where Meng Shuyi's affections lay. However, upon reading, "I have wealth. I can support her. Youth is beneficial. Young people are full of vigor," her brow furrowed slightly. "Full of vigor, vitality, have I not been attending to her enough?" Shatong rose and walked to the washroom, scrutinizing her reflection in the mirror for an extended period. Despite her well-maintained appearance, fine lines had begun to form at the corners of her eyes, a stark contrast to the youthful exuberance of girls in their early 20s. Upon viewing the photo of a youthful singer sent by Shuang, Shatong felt an unprecedented sense of urgency. Though she understood that Meng Shuyi was merely teasing Shuang, the words still struck a chord deep within her. After washing her hands, Shatong returned to her desk, gathering her thoughts for a moment before re-engaging with her work. Chapter 76. "It seems you are quite concerned about littling enough of the petty reports," Meng Shuyi remarked, observing Shuang fiddling with her phone, "that I am heading home. You haven't had any drinks, so see me off." Shuang glanced at the time. It was only 9 o'clock. "Is sister-in-law turning over a new leaf?" "Very well." Meng Shuyi returned directly to her own residence, where Shatong was absent. She texted that she couldn't sleep at her villa, as it only served to remind her of someone, that "I'm home now. Rest assured, I will not engage in any reckless behavior," Meng Shuyi reassured Shuang, noting her worried expression. After sending the message, she did not wait for a response but promptly entered her house. After completing her evening routine, Meng Shuyi messaged Xu Ranwei, "Have you finished your work?" As soon as she hit send, she received a video call request from Xu Ranwei. Meng Shuyi accepted the call. "Xu Ranwei, have you wrapped up?" "Not yet." Xu Ranwei's voice sounded somewhat hoarse. Meng Shuyi observed the weary figure on her screen, adorned with silver-framed glasses, the background indicating she was in a hotel room. "You're not out and about, are you?" Meng Shuyi settled into a reclining chair on the balcony, her demeanor languid. "With whom would I be misbehaving?" Xu Ranwei asked, her gaze lingering on Meng Shuyi's exposed collarbone. A hint of allure visible beneath her crimson silk nightgown, her eyes narrowing slightly behind her glasses. "Who knows?" Meng Shuyi responded innocently. Xu Ranwei removed her glasses, rubbing her temples, her tone tinged with displeasure. "Put on some proper clothes. It's freezing out there, and you're dressed so lightly on the balcony." "The balcony windows are closed," Meng Shuyi replied, playfully tugging at her nightgown's collar. "I feel quite warm, perhaps due to the heating. You know how my mother is. She is older and afraid of the cold, always thinking I must feel the same." Xu Ranwei. What was Meng Shuyi implying? Commenting on the youth and vitality of the young singer while juxtaposing it with her mother's age. Was she insinuating that Xu Ranwei was aging? Clearing her throat, Xu Ranwei suggested, "You should head back to your room and sleep. It's chilly outside. If you fall asleep out there, you might catch a cold." "Just like last time." Meng Shuyi smiled. "All right, I understand. How much longer until you finish?" Xu Ranwei glanced at the time. "Soon?" "Why do you ask?" Meng Shuyi stretched languidly, just checking in. "Don't overexert yourself. Remember to take your medication and protect your voice. We encountered a minor issue here. I'll need a couple more days before I can return," Xu Ranwei said, rubbing her throat, "that I have my secretary reminding me to take my medication on schedule. So don't worry." Meng Shuyi reiterated her concern. "Just be cautious. Watch out for throat inflammation." Xu Ranwei nodded. "I will. You head back to your room. I'll keep an eye on you." "Very well." Meng Shuyi acquiesced reluctantly, rising to return to her room while muttering, "Please don't let Littling follow me around. Xu Ranwei queried, puzzled. "I haven't T asked her to accompany you." "Humph. Hasn't she been reporting my whereabouts to you?" Meng Shuyi shot a knowing glance at Xu Ranwei, as if I were a child in need of constant supervision. Xiaoing indeed sent over Meng Shuyi's whereabouts, and this cannot be denied. Xu Ranwei nodded in acknowledgement, admitting that Xiao Ying had indeed relayed some messages to her, promising to address the matter later. "All right, I shall retire for the night." Meng Shuyi yawned as she made her way towards her room. "Do not overexert yourself. Remember to rest." Fearing that Xu Ranwei might disregard her words, Meng Shuyi issued one final warning before disconnecting the video call, stating, "Since Xiao Ying has already informed you, you are now aware of what I witnessed today, so consider your own position carefully." Xu Ranwei replied softly, "I understand. I will ensure not to work past midnight." As Xu Ranwei watched Meng Shuyi return to her room, they exchanged good nights and ended the call. She then put away her phone, donned her glasses once more, and resumed her work-related tasks.